Observing the vibrant energy of the newcomers, the brown tail behind them drew the attention of the Saiyans from Vegeta, whose expressions shifted dramatically. Saiyans, they're also Saiyans. A voice rang out, prompting everyone to struggle to their feet. Upon realizing that their counterparts were indeed Saiyans, the tension in their hearts began to ease. Hurry, there are numerous injured here. We must carry them back for healing. One of the newcomers, noticing the wounded on the ground, shouted urgently to his companions. Every Saiyan arriving on Red Mountain Star is a precious asset. Losses due to injuries cannot be tolerated. One of the leading Saiyans from Red Mountain Star stepped forward and inquired, "Are you all for Vegeta? Has Vegeta been destroyed?" Seeing the somber expressions of the Saiyans, the Red Mountain Saiyan sighed. "I am Suddy, also from Vegeta. I was brought here long ago by Lord Xia Ya, and I cannot believe that Vegeta has ultimately met its demise." Lord Xia Ya? The Saiyans for Vegeta were taken aback. Lord Xia Ya is our leader here on Red Mountain Star. It was under his guidance that we relocated to this planet. Suddy spoke with great admiration for their new leader, Xia Ya, and continued with enthusiasm. Realizing he had spoken at length, he offered an embarrassed smile. "By the way, please destroy all energy detectors immediately. We Saiyans of Red Mountain Star do not utilize such devices, and they contain surveillance equipment that could easily expose our location." Upon hearing this, the Vegetan Saiyans were visibly alarmed, quickly shattering their energy detectors. Suddy smiled warmly at everyone and said, "Since Vegeta has been destroyed, from this day forth, you are all Saiyans of Red Mountain Star. Allow me to introduce you to the details of our planet. Red Mountain Star is located in the northwest of the Eastern Galaxy, near the central region of the Milky Way, approximately 108,000 miles from the Northern Galaxy where Vegeta resided, so you need not fear that Frieza will locate us." "Given the distance, how do we come here?" a Saiyan asked, puzzled. "That is undoubtedly due to Lord Xea's power. I tell you, although Lord Xia is young, he is immensely formidable." Suddy's eyes sparkled as he spoke of Xea's prowess. "When we first arrived at Red Mountain Star a year ago, Lord Xia already possessed a battle power of 120,000. Recently, I heard from Mr. Edry that Lord Xia has made a new breakthrough, and his power has now reached 140,000. What did you say?" The Saiyans from Vegeta could hardly believe their ears and sought confirmation. "Lord Xia possesses a battle power of 140,000. Seeing their astonished faces, Suddy beamed with pride, reveling in the glory of it all. "Do not doubt. Look at my own power a year ago. I had a battle power of just over 3,200, and now I have surpassed 4,600. This is all thanks to the excellent training environment provided by Lord Xia." Suddy, a mid-level warrior in his 20s, had a battle power slightly above 3,000 a year prior, placing him in the upper middle tier. In just 1 year, he had transformed remarkably, achieving a battle power of 4,600, sufficient to rival a high-level warrior of moderate potential. His progress was nothing short of astounding. Unintentionally, Suddy's words ignited a flurry of emotions among the Saiyans from Vegeta, who were left in utter shock, soon revealing expressions of fervent enthusiasm. Their hearts raced with astonishment. Who exactly is this Lord Xia, and how is he able to facilitate such rapid breakthroughs among other Saiyans? Has the influence of their bloodline and potential been diminished to the bare minimum upon arriving here? They could discern that most individuals present were low-level warriors, yet these low-level warriors exhibited strength surpassing that of typical mid-level warriors, and according to their accounts, they had only trained for a little over a year. Next, Suddy elaborated on the circumstances of Red Mountain Star, revealing to the Vegetan Saiyans that there were only over 3,000 Saiyans on Red Mountain Star, most of whom were low-level warriors. However, among this small population, including the aforementioned Lord Xia, there were 2 Saiyans with battle powers exceeding 100,000 and 6 with battle powers surpassing 10,000, while the remaining individuals, excluding underage children, all boasted minimum battle powers above 2,500. What an astonishing force this was! To the newly arrived Saiyans, the Saiyans of Red Mountain Star seemed shrouded in mystery, and here the constraints of bloodline appeared to be of little consequence. Of course, bloodline still held significance, it simply had yet to manifest at this level. The destruction of Vegeta, one of the few high-level planets in the northern galaxy, sent shockwaves throughout the cosmos, rapidly disseminating its impact. 3 days after the fall of Vegeta, in the grand palace of King Cooled in the eastern northern galaxy, amidst the opulence of the palace, music and dance flourished as King Cooled lounged gracefully upon his throne, chin propped up, sipping red wine, exuding an air of leisure and contentment. His imposing stature, nearly 3 meters tall, radiated an aura of dominance. At that moment, a blue-skinned bald alien rushed into the palace, kneeling as he reported, "Your Majesty, we have just received word that Lord Frieza has personally led his subordinates to Vegeta, and all the Saiyans have perished along with the planet." "Oh, Frieza has finally decided to take action?" King Cooled rolled over, placing his wine cup down, appearing quite pleased, a smirk playing on his lips. "These Saiyans have always been a nuisance. It is fortunate that Frieza has summoned the resolve to eliminate them." In the legends of the Frost Demon race, Saiyans were indeed considered a menace, and their early extermination was welcomed. However, this also meant that Frieza's forces had lost a formidable battalion. "By the way, has there been any news from Kvila?" King Cold's tone turned cold as he inquired. Frieza, the son, was inclined to heed his father's words, which King Cooled appreciated. Yet, there was an underlying wariness towards his elder son, Kvila. Years ago, in a territorial dispute, King Cooled had clashed with an exceptionally powerful adversary. Although he ultimately repelled the foe, he sustained grave injuries and was compelled to retreat from the forefront, entrusting his domain to his 2 sons. Over the years, King Cooled had recovered, but Kvila's strength had since surpassed his own. This reality filled King Cooled with unease. We have received news from Lord Kvila. The information is quite timely. What actions does he plan to take next?" King Cooled chuckled lightly, yet his voice carried an icy undertone. "Currently, there are none, but Lord Kvila's troops have been moving frequently, seemingly in search of something." The blue-skinned bald alien responded cautiously. Upon hearing this, King Cold's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing, his purple lips curling into a slight smirk, unleashing an aura of terror akin to that of an ancient beast, sending shockwaves radiating outward. Boom! The pressure wave, silent yet swift, formed a chaotic domain filled with an oppressive presence, causing the entire palace to sway as if caught in a vortex. Chapter 86, Temporal Energy. After a while, the atmosphere settled. King Cooled squinted, lifted his wine cup, took a few sips, and then said leisurely, "Frieza must be in dire need of manpower. I will send my elite forces to assist him. Additionally, keep a close watch on Kvila's movements, and report back immediately if there is any news." "Yes, Your Majesty." Cooled. The alien responded with fervent relief, bowing deeply before retreating from the palace. Upon the resplendent throne, King Cooled gently swirled his wine glass, the blood-red liquid within dancing freely. "Kvila, what exactly are you searching for? Let's hope you do not engage in any underhanded schemes." King Cooled mused with a cold laugh, then downed the contents of his cup, rising from his throne. In the northern region of the northern galaxy, Kvila stood with his hands clasped behind his back on a vacuum platform in space, his cold, demon-like eyes gazing into the distant starry sky. Kvila's primary form was purple, with white, stone-like armor covering his head, shoulders, and wrist joints, and a purple tail trailing behind him. His overall appearance bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's ultimate form, albeit in reverse colors. While Frieza was predominantly white with purple accents on his shoulders and wrists, Kvila was the opposite, and compared to Frieza's petite stature, Kvila exuded a more masculine presence. "My king, as the Saiyans face extinction, Lord Frieza's power is waning. Why not seize this opportunity to expand your territory?" The commander of the mechanized troops, Xia Ya, inquired with a casual smile. "Kvila, my foolish brother has finally done something right. How could I dare to disturb him at this moment?" Kvila's deep voice resonated. "Moreover, my father, King Cooled, would not wish to see me further extending my influence, lest he become uneasy." Upon the mention of the Kurdish king, Kvila's previously serene expression grew somewhat grave. The one enigma that eluded him within the entirety of the northern galaxy was none other than his father, the erstwhile sovereign of the realm King Kurd. Were it not for the fateful confrontation with his arch-nemesis, King David, several centuries ago, although King Kurd ultimately repelled him, he had sustained grievous injuries, and the northern galaxy would not have been within Quila's grasp. However, it seemed that King Kurd was contemplating a resurgence, a notion that Quila found decidedly unwelcome. Despite his firm belief in his own superiority, he recognized that his father's long-established authority, even after years of inactivity, still cast a formidable shadow that instilled fear in those who dared to cross him. In the presence of his father, Quila dared not take such a risk. Very well, let us set aside matters concerning the South for now. Have you made any progress regarding the search for the spirit tree's fruit? Quila gestured dismissively, then inquired earnestly. Frieza shook his head and replied, I have deployed a considerable force, thoroughly scouring the northern territories, yet we have yet to uncover any leads regarding the spirit tree's fruit. Patience is key, take your time. If the northern regions yield no results, we shall extend our search elsewhere. I am confident we shall find it. Quila nodded slightly, his tone grave. It had been many years since he last enhanced his power. As an ambitious ruler, Quila found his current strength woefully inadequate. The rumored fruit of the spirit tree might just elevate his abilities to unprecedented heights. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Frieza, returning to his contemplative solitude in the void. Though his innate talents ranked among the finest of the Ice Clan, his brother, Frieza, surpassed him in prowess. If he did not exert himself promptly, he risked losing everything to fate he was determined to avoid. Amidst the chaotic tempest of turbulent time and space, everything appeared in utter disarray. Xia Ya never anticipated that he would plummet into the rift of time alongside Bardock. Once lost in the currents of time, there would be no return. Surrounded by a suffocating crimson hue, the searing energy lashed against him, inflicting a pain worse than death. This chaotic energy, emanating from the rift, was far more terrifying than the mere spatial fractures Xia Ya encountered during his initial foray into his powers. I must locate Bardock and Melis. Gritting his teeth, Xia Ya darted through the tumultuous flow, though the anguish contorted his features. Enduring immense suffering, Xia Ya navigated slowly through the maelstrom. Within the rift, time and space were wildly distorted. One moment, he was in a particular location, and the next, he found himself in a distant place. Both time and space rendered exceedingly warped. Confronted by the rift, pure energy had lost its capacity for resistance, or perhaps due to differing levels of existence, pure energy had become obsolete. His slender form struggled within the dark red, contorted space as if ensnared in a quagmire, with unseen forces tugging at him, rendering each movement excruciatingly laborious. The fatigue from exerting his temporal and spatial abilities had drained him, leaving his muscles aching and his mind increasingly foggy. After an indeterminate span, just as Xia Ya felt his powers waning, a brilliant light suddenly materialized ahead. That is, Melis. A surge of excitement coursed through Xia Ya as he beheld Melis, aglow with a radiant luminescence, hovering several hundred meters away. The power of the Dragon Balls has been unleashed. This may well be the key to escaping the chaotic rift. After a moment's reflection, Xia Ya hastened toward Melis' location. Yet it was precisely at this moment. As the energy within him neared depletion, his abilities to manipulate space and time gradually waned, eventually becoming utterly ineffectual. A change swept across Xia Ya's countenance. Misfortune seemed to compound relentlessly. The most significant drawback of his spatial and temporal powers lay in their immense energy consumption. Reluctantly, he let out a mighty roar, attempting to move solely through sheer force, yet the distance between him and Meruz appeared unchanged. This stark reality filled Xia Ya with a twinge of despair. Was he destined to drift eternally in this peculiar realm? As time trickled by, he relinquished his futile struggles and settled into quiet contemplation within the fabric of space. Moments turned into days, then months, or perhaps here. Time held no true meaning, and Xia Ya lost track of how long he had lingered. However, as he remained ensnared in the tumult of time and space, a miracle unfolded. He began to sense a faint return to a pre-birth state, a warm current spreading from his chest throughout his being. Such a comforting sensation, reminiscent of the embryonic phase. enveloped him in a state of blissful reverie. Suddenly, realization struck him. He had been here before. But when? Prior to my arrival in the Dragon Ball world. In that confined, shadowy, mystical space. The aura here bore a resemblance to that place. It dawned on Xia that this dark crimson rift in space and time echoed the ambience of that obscure realm. Yet, compared to the oppressive mystery of that enigmatic space, this environment felt far more bearable. In the midst of his contemplation, two beams of light ignited from his chest. The once depleted energies of time and space surged back to life, beginning to absorb the energy from the rift. In that moment, Xia experienced not pain or pressure, but rather an exhilarating sensation of liberation, as if he were a fish returning to water, perhaps due to the superior nature of the temporal and spatial essence within him. He gradually assimilated the dark crimson chaos of time and space. The icy blue and deep blue energies began to merge, and after intertwining with the dark crimson turbulence, Xia's two abilities finally converged into a singular, independent essence, temporal and spatial energy. After the exhaustion of both powers, propelled by the chaotic flow of time and space, these abilities miraculously fused into a more advanced form of energy, temporal and spatial energy. Chapter 87. A fractured world. After the extraordinary fusion of time and space abilities into a more advanced power, the energy within the rift could no longer inflict harm upon Xia. On the contrary, this newfound force allowed him to navigate the fissure with ease. Akin to a fish returning to the water, unshackled from the tumultuous currents, his body became light and agile. As he gradually acclimatized to the new energy, he experienced a sudden surge of acceleration, swiftly reaching Melis's side. He grasped her hand firmly before continuing his search for Bardock. However, in this vast and bizarre expanse, locating an individual proved to be an arduous task. After an extended search, Xia found no trace of Bardock. Could it be that, as in the original tale, Bardock had traversed to an ancient era? This thought surfaced in Xia's mind after fruitless searching. Such a possibility was not entirely implausible. Take Melis, for instance. Were it not for the Dragon Ball energy enveloping her, she might have already lost her way. Logically, Bardock should also possess a similar Dragon Ball energy shield. Why then? Could he not be found? Alas, it seemed Bardock was destined to return to the ancient past. Xia sighed, feeling a pang of regret. For he had intended to bring Bardock to Red Mountain Star, a plan that now appeared futile. The enigmatic rift was not a place to linger. Although Xia could now prevent the chaotic currents from harming him, Melis was not as fortunate. After a moment of contemplation, he resigned to abandoning the search for Bardock and turned his focus to finding a means to escape the temporal fissure. The original location of Vegeta Star lay in a zone of weak spatial integrity. To reopen a time portal, he needed to identify another vulnerable point. But where could this weak point be? Without specific markers, searching was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, utterly bewildering. After wandering with Melis for a while, Xia noticed a troubling development. Melis's aura was growing increasingly faint, and yet a method of escaping the rift remained elusive. Xia began to feel a sense of despair. Just then, he caught sight of a luminous object ahead, standing out within the dim environment. Could it be the exit of the rift? Xia's spirits lifted as he hurried towards it. However, as he drew closer, he realized it resembled a humanoid figure rather than an exit. Bardock, he was here. Upon recognizing the silhouette, Xia was taken aback. Bardock was still trapped within the temporal rift. At this moment, Bardock appeared in a far worse state than Melis. Having endured the aftermath of a planetary explosion and subsequently being eroded by the chaotic currents, Bardock's vitality was waning, his aura exceedingly faint. Unfortunately, due to the nature of the rift, Xia could not access the dimensional space to utilize the healing Senza beans to restore Bardock's condition. How could they escape this place? Clutching Bardock tightly, the three of them leaned on one another, swaying amidst the turbulence. The Dragon Ball energy surrounding Bardock and Melis was gradually diminishing. The reason Bardock had not been transported to the ancient era, as depicted in the original narrative, was due to the Dragon Ball energy holding him back. Yet, once the Dragon Ball energy completely dissipated, it would be uncertain which era they might wander into. At this critical juncture, they had no choice but to take a leap of faith. Gritting his teeth and weighing his options, Xia could only resort to desperate measures. He returned to the spot where he had first encountered Melis, then summoned the newly acquired time-space power, hoping to artificially create an opening in the fragile temporal fabric. As it was his first attempt, any outcome was possible. Xia relied on instinct to wield this unknown force. With a whoosh, silver-gray energy emanated forth, and Xia's expression grew grave as he cautiously directed it. However, The rapid extraction of temporal energy caused his complexion to pale, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his forehead. Simultaneously, the silver-gray temporal energy surged forth, soon enveloping the trio in a cocoon, resembling a natural silver chrysalis within the rift. The dark red chaotic current swirled and struck, only to disintegrate upon contact with the silver cocoon. With a sudden pop, Xia Ya, Bardock, and Melis remained motionless, while the external silver chrysalis spun rapidly, disturbing the time-space continuum and generating invisible ripples of energy. Then, with a thunderous roar, the silver chrysalis could no longer withstand the strain and exploded violently, unleashing a torrent of energy at that moment. It was akin to a bomb being dropped onto a tranquil lake, sending towering waves crashing and causing a tumultuous distortion of time and space. The rift was torn open, and an abundance of energy surged forth. On a planet in the northern galaxy, the sky was clear, devoid of clouds. It was a tranquil afternoon, with sunlight illuminating the vibrant scenery of early summer. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tumultuous, as if something were about to erupt from the heavens. In the next moment, before the surrounding clouds could dissipate, a cascade of crimson energy surged downward, resembling thick red ink spilling forth. This blood-like energy appeared to burst from an invisible conduit, cascading to the ground, withering the vegetation and shattering the rocks, all occurring in an instant, reminiscent of a potion from a witch's cauldron, corroding everything in its path. The overwhelming force of the temporal energy rendered everything it touched instantly decayed. "We finally escaped," a voice exclaimed in astonishment as three figures emerged from the rift. Xia Ya, dragging Bardock and Melis, landed on the ground, gasping for breath. He quickly opened the dimensional space and retrieved 3 emerald green Senza beans. After merging with the temporal energy, the powers of space and time remained intact, even enhancing his abilities significantly. However, the specifics of this transformation would require further exploration to fully comprehend. Moreover, the experiences within the rift not only led to a breakthrough in Xia Ya's powers, but also fortified his physical form. After enduring the tumultuous currents, he had unconsciously become more solid, exuding an intimidating presence with every movement. Xia Ya estimated that his battle power had surpassed 150,000, a remarkable increase of nearly 5,000 from before. Holding the 3 Senza beans, he consumed one, feeling a surge of vitality restore him instantly. Then, he fed one to Bardock and another to Melis, their breaths gradually stabilizing as the temporal currents ceased to ravage their injuries. Seeing their recovery, Xia Ya exhaled in relief, still haunted by the earlier peril. Had it not been for the timely reintegration of his abilities into temporal energy, he doubted he would have managed to escape the rift. Thankfully, the Dragon Ball energy that had subtly guided Bardock and Melis toward the present reality of Red Mountain Star had likely prevented them from being lost in time. Various factors converged to ensure their eventual return to the universe. This meant that Bardock had not ventured to the ancient era, which raised the question, did this imply the existence of a world devoid of Bardock and the legendary Super Saiyan tale? Xia Ya settled into a meditative position, contemplating the implications. In the original narrative, the inadvertent creation of parallel timelines through time travel was strictly prohibited by both deities and cosmic laws. Hence, the manufacturing of time machines or any form of temporal traversal was forbidden. According to the original tale, Bardock was meant to traverse to ancient times at the moment of Vegeta Star's destruction, where he would confront the progenitor of the Frost Demon clan, the cosmic pirate Chilled, ultimately giving rise to the legend of the Super Saiyan. However, now that he has intervened, Bardock has not traversed through time, which should have resulted in a parallel universe devoid of the Super Saiyan legend. Why am I overthinking this? It has nothing to do with me. After a moment of reflection, Xia Ya shook his head, realizing that he was indeed pondering matters beyond his concern. The concept of parallel universes held no significance for him. Little did Xia Ya know that 12 years prior, when he first entered the Dragon Ball world, this realm had already begun to fracture due to his presence. He was akin to a virus, suddenly manifesting in this world. From that moment onward, the world had split into two, one where the time traveler Xia Ya existed and another where he did not, creating 2 parallel realities. The world where Xia Ya existed is the one he currently inhabits, while the alternate world resembles the original Dragon Ball narrative. In that original tale, there might indeed be a Saiyan named Xia Ya, but this Saiyan would most likely perish in the destruction of Planet Vegeta. His recent attempt to save Bardock merely contributed to the creation of yet another parallel universe without the Super Saiyan legend. Time passed, though the duration remained indeterminate, and Bardock and Melis gradually regained consciousness. After a desperate struggle, the Saiyans' near-death experience had unleashed all the latent potential within them. The results were remarkable. Bardock's power surged to a formidable 30,000 battle strength, while Melis also experienced a notable increase, reaching a battle strength of 1,600. Where am I? Bardock awoke. His mind still somewhat foggy, and then recalled the events prior to his slumber. His expression shifted drastically. What happened to Planet Vegeta? It has been destroyed by Frieza. What? Bardock's eyes glazed over, and he stood there, frozen. However, you need not worry. Your wife has been relocated to a safe place. Really? Bardock, as if grasping at a lifeline, lunged forward, seizing Xia Ya's shoulders. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. He clutched his head, staggering in agony. Beads of sweat trickling down. The curse of Kanasha? Xia Ya cast a glance at Bardock, feeling helpless. This curse could not be alleviated with Senzu beans. Only magic or the Dragon Balls could dispel it. Chapter 88. A new beginning in the realm of Dragon Ball. There exists an array of peculiar abilities, predominantly encompassing technology, psychic powers, magic, and secret techniques, each holding significant weight. However, within the grand cosmic backdrop where individual martial prowess reigns supreme, these exceptional talents often find themselves overshadowed by intense energy assaults. The curse of the Kanasa aliens leans towards the realm of magic. And as Xia Ya had never been exposed to such sorcery, he felt utterly helpless in the face of Bardock's suffering. Fortunately, Bardock's agony manifested like a fierce storm, swift to arrive and equally swift to depart, and soon he returned to a state of normalcy, his breathing becoming tranquil once more. You must have fallen victim to the curse of the Kanasa aliens. What did you see just now? Xia Ya inquired, furrowing his brow as he observed Bardock's recovery with a hint of curiosity. Bardock wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, casting a surprised glance at Xia Ya, bewildered as to how the latter became aware of his condition. Yet, since the subject of the Kanasa curse had been broached, he found no reason to conceal the truth, shaking his head as he replied, just a disjointed series of fragments, pieced together haphazardly, and I have no clue what they signify. I see. Xia Ya nodded in understanding, realizing that without a coherent narrative, the complex memories brought forth by the curse would indeed be arduous to untangle. By the way, you mentioned that my wife has been relocated elsewhere. What exactly transpired? Bardock, now composed, turned his attention to Xia Ya, inquiring about the fate of Planet Vegeta. For a Saiyan like Bardock, the significance of Planet Vegeta was unparalleled. However, given its destruction, he refrained from asking how it met its demise and instead expressed concern for his loved ones, particularly his wife, Jine. Do not fret. Xia Ya responded with a smile, resembling an elder version of Goku, and gestured for Bardock to remain calm. He then recounted the lengthy tale, long before. We had already discerned Frieza's ambitions and anticipated that he would never allow the Saiyan threat to persist. Thus, we traversed the cosmos in search of a suitable planet for the Saiyans, utilizing a mysterious power to relocate a portion of your kin to that very world. Rest assured, your wife is among those listed for relocation and should now be with other Saiyans on planet Red Mountain in the Eastern Galaxy. Bardock listened intently, and upon learning of his wife's safety, he nodded appreciatively. He recognized that, amidst the misfortunes, this was indeed a stroke of good luck. His gaze towards Xia Ya brimmed with gratitude, and though his lips moved, no sound emerged. Xia Ya noted Bardock's expression, silently acknowledging that his efforts had not been in vain. Bardock, as the first Super Saiyan in the original narrative, could prove invaluable if he could be befriended or brought under his influence. By the way, Bardock, do you know what planet this is? Xia Ya asked as he surveyed their surroundings. To initiate instantaneous travel using psychic abilities, one must first ascertain the spatial coordinates between the two planets. Furrowing his brow as he examined the flora, Bardock remarked, the plants here bear needle-like shapes. If I am not mistaken, this should be Planet Darla, situated a sector away from Planet Vegeta. He then employed an energy detector to ascertain the current planetary coordinates before. At Xia Ya's suggestion, he destroyed the device. Very well, knowing the coordinates is sufficient. I shall first escort everyone away from here and then to Planet Red Mountain. Xia Ya said with a smile, briefly elucidating the concept of instantaneous travel. Such a remarkable ability exists. Bardock exclaimed in astonishment. However, given the presence of the Kanasa curse, he found it unsurprising that instantaneous travel was also feasible. Nodding in agreement, he stood beside Xia Ya. At that moment, the little one, Mels, began to regain consciousness. Upon realizing she was no longer on Planet Vegeta, Her curiosity piqued as she eagerly surveyed her new surroundings. Ah, are we going back? But without a spaceship, how shall we leave this place? Her mind was devoid of memories regarding the time-space rift, and she remained bewildered about how they had arrived there. Her last recollection tethered to the terrifying destruction of Planet Vegeta. Rest assured, I have my methods, Xia Ya replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. Mels, feeling a sense of neglect, pouted, unable to accept being overlooked despite her waning resentment toward Xia Ya and a flicker of admiration for his strength. Xia Ya, unfazed, exchanged glances with Bardock, signaling for them to extend their hands, then closed his eyes to initiate instantaneous travel. With the upgraded power of time and space, his abilities had grown even more formidable. On the barren planet, dust swirled in the cold atmosphere. 5 days had passed since the destruction of Planet Vegeta, yet Xia Ya had yet to return, and the front lines yielded no news, causing a gradual swell of concern among the group, though none expressed it outwardly. Alas, Xia Ya has been gone for so long. Why has he not returned? Alice lamented as she paced the living room. Rebecca echoed her sentiments. Indeed, why is he still absent? By now, Planet Vegeta should have met its end. Shieling must be worried sick. Those two little ones have never been apart for this long. Rebecca sighed, hoping for Xia Ya's swift return. Suddenly, Alice chuckled. To be honest, it seems you parents have spent less time caring for Shieling than Xia Ya has. Look how attached she is to him. You ought to be ashamed. Come now, we are all family. Xia Ya's care for her is no different from ours. Is she now to disregard us as parents? Rebecca smiled, recognizing that familial bonds naturally foster closeness. Just then, a booming voice rang out from outside. Everyone, come out. Xia Ya has returned. See, we were just speaking of Xia Ya, and here he is. Alice exclaimed, her demeanor brightening as she sprang to her feet and darted toward the door. Before long, Edri and Shakta, among others, gathered at the entrance, and soon 15 figures amassed on the cold, dim hillside. Master Edri, a clear, ringing voice called out from afar. Mels, having spotted Edri, waved her arms excitedly. Ah, little Mels has come too. Edri grinned widely, crouching down to examine his pupil closely. However, his expression shifted as he noticed Bardock standing nearby, his demeanor growing serious, filled with astonishment. This Bardock possesses strength that surpasses my own. Edri felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Bardock. Having participated in the formulation of the evacuation list, he was well acquainted with Bardock's story, understanding that he was a Saiyan warrior who had ascended from humble beginnings. With such a commendable history of growth, Edri held a deep respect for warriors like Bardock. Yet, he never anticipated that Bardock's power would escalate so rapidly, reaching a level that could rival, if not exceed, his own. Are you the esteemed Bardock? Edri composed himself and warmly greeted. I am Edri, the captain of the Edri squad. Upon encountering the several Saiyans before him, Bardock was taken aback. He discerned that, apart from a few juvenile children, the rest of the Saiyans possessed formidable power within them. This revelation exhilarated him, stirring a sense of fervor within. Greetings were exchanged among the individuals, gradually transforming their initial unfamiliarity into camaraderie. When they learned of the catastrophic demise of Planet Vegeta, a collective sense of melancholy enveloped them. Particularly poignant was the realization that Bardock had valiantly fought to protect Planet Vegeta until the very last moment. Admiration filled the gazes directed at him. Truly, he embodied the essence of a Saiyan warrior. Here, aside from Xia Ya and Shieling, Bardock exhibited the highest combat prowess. Uncle Edri, since Planet Vegeta has been annihilated, it serves no purpose for us to remain here. We ought to embark towards Planet Hanshan, Xia Ya proposed. Indeed, it is time to depart, Edri replied, his expression laden with complexity as he gazed upon the void where Planet Vegeta once thrived, now merely a scattering of cosmic dust, whispering tales of the Saiyan homeworld's former glory. Certainly, there are numerous matters to attend to on Planet Hanshan. We should set off at once. Baruch interjected coldly. As the second-in-command to Edri, while Edri oversaw the training of the Saiyan ranks, Baruch was more concerned with their daily governance. With nearly 10,000 Saiyans flooding into Planet Hanshan as their new stronghold, proper management was imperative to avert chaos. Once the Saiyans of Planet Hanshan flourish, we shall settle the score with Frieza, the group declared with fervor, establishing a resolute goal. In the aftermath of Planet Vegeta's destruction, the lineage of the Saiyans on Planet Hanshan would stand as the sole remnant of Saiyan blood in the cosmos. Yet they firmly believed that the Saiyans of Planet Hanshan would undeniably ascend to true prosperity. Chapter 89. Arrival at Red Mountain Star on the Red Mountain Star. The sky was high and the clouds sparse. Since the relocation of over 10,000 Saiyans from Vegeta's star, the spirits of the early arrivals, including Sadie, remained exuberant as they diligently escorted the injured to the recuperation rooms. After 5 days, most of the Saiyans had emerged from their recovery. Bathed in the warmth of the rising sun, the healed Saiyans appeared as if reborn. With the arrival of these Saiyans from Vegeta's star, the Red Mountain Star lineage had significantly expanded, truly becoming the sole bastion of Saiyan existence in the universe. The newcomers were greeted by an atmosphere ripe for development. They discovered a planet that was entirely new and awaiting exploration, except for the core areas, which had begun to take shape. The rest of the land was bustling with construction, and it was believed that grand cities would soon rise. In the training area, Sadie was leading the newly arrived Saiyans on a tour of the various facilities, a task he had undertaken frequently over these past few days. Whether in groups of 50 or 30, he tirelessly introduced his compatriots to the various aspects of Red Mountain Star, including the temporary management system established by Xia Ya and Edri to help them better acclimate to their new environment, as well as the advanced technological equipment used for training. Before them stood a primary gravity chamber, 350 meters in diameter and 220 meters high, capable of adjusting to 20 times standard gravity and accommodating up to 50 individuals for training. As they approached a large gravity chamber, the Fidaia Alo pointed it out to the group. The gravity chambers were categorized by size and function into primary, intermediate, and advanced types. The primary chambers could adjust to a maximum of 20 times gravity, the most common type constructed. As the majority of Saiyans were still in the early stages of their training, and this level of gravity was sufficient for them, intermediate and advanced chambers also existed, designed for more seasoned practitioners, allowing for gravity settings of up to 100 and 300 times, respectively. The gravity chamber previously used by Xia Ya, with a maximum setting of 500 times, was considered the pinnacle of such technology. Constructing these advanced chambers was a complex process and required substantial energy, making widespread availability unnecessary at this stage. Can these gravity chambers truly enhance our combat abilities? Some Saiyans inquired with curiosity. They gazed at the gleaming, towering machines before them, their eyes sparkling with intrigue and expectation. Absolutely. Have you not noticed an increase in your combat capabilities since arriving on Red Mountain Star? Before Alo could elaborate, several Saiyans who had just exited the gravity chamber spoke up. The gravity chambers could manipulate gravitational forces, causing those within to experience several times the external gravity. Consequently, to counteract this gravitational pull, the Saiyan bodies underwent stress-induced changes. Gradually increasing the gravity would thus lead to corresponding enhancements in their combat strength. The same principle applied to the gravity of Red Mountain Star itself, which had a gravitational force 12 times that of Vegeta's star, thereby providing an additional avenue for Saiyans to augment their strength through prolonged habitation. The questioning Saiyans fell silent. Their time on Red Mountain Star had been brief, and perhaps they had yet to perceive the changes distinctly. However, they felt hesitant to express their uncertainty about any increase in their abilities, opting instead to remain quiet. Nevertheless, hearing first-hand accounts from those who had experienced the gravity chambers quelled their doubts about its efficacy. They could not help but lament that such an invaluable tool for enhancing combat prowess had not been discovered sooner. Observing the expressions of his fellow Saiyans, Sadie waved his hand and cheerfully proclaimed, "Why not allow you to experience it for yourselves?" Thus, under Sadie's guidance, the group rushed into the gravity chamber. The primary gravity chamber was spacious, resembling a gymnasium, and after they entered, there was still ample room. "Let's set it to 16 times gravity," Sadie said with a smile. Alo nodded and proceeded to the control room of the gravity chamber, inputting the parameters for 16 times standard gravity. Suddenly, the machine's engine began to hum, and an intense gravitational force was abruptly applied to everyone. They felt as though invisible chains were pulling on every part of their bodies, every organ, and even every cell. Subjected to extraordinary gravitational effects, the Saiyans in the chamber crouched down, exerting greater effort to counteract the gravity pressing down on each of their cells. "How does it feel in the gravity chamber?" "Impressive, isn't it?" Sadie's voice came through in intermittent bursts. During his usual training, he set the gravity to 15 times. And now, with 16 times gravity, he too found it challenging to endure. Every body has its limits, akin to the last straw that breaks the camel's back. A person capable of lifting 120 pounds would struggle to lift even one more pound. Most of the new Saiyans possessed exceptional potential, their strength slightly surpassing Sadie's. Yet, Suddenly immersed in such a high-gravity environment, their bodies could not immediately adapt, and beads of sweat began to trickle down their faces as their energy rapidly drained. It was only after a minute that the gravity was released, leaving them gasping for breath. This is incredible. I feel as though I have just undergone a fierce battle. Training in this environment will undoubtedly enhance our strength. One Saiyan exclaimed. Indeed. The gravity on Vegeta's star was already formidable, which is what forged our robust physiques. With the gravity chamber, we can elevate our abilities more conveniently. The Saiyans chosen by Xia Ya and Edri were not only rational thinkers with robust physiques, they were also seasoned warriors, well acquainted with the battlefield. Their eyes glimmered with fervor as they gazed at the gravity chamber, akin to finding a long-lost first love. At that moment, a message came through the communicator. Alo, having received the news, approached Sadie and the others. Everyone, the communications office has just informed me that Lord Xia Ya and Mr. Edri have returned. Please gather immediately at the open square to the west. What? Lord Xia Ya and Mr. Edri have returned? The expressions of those present varied upon hearing the news. Sadie and the others displayed signs of delight. The Saiyans from Vegeta's star, however, exchanged glances, their faces reflecting curiosity and anticipation. Coupled with excitement and trepidation in the presence of these powerful figures, they were finally about to meet the legendary leader, and the emotions of these Saiyans were complex. While they had followed the orders of King Vegeta on Vegeta's star, they now found themselves under the leadership of Xia Ya on Red Mountain Star, a transition that left them momentarily bewildered. It was said that their lives had been saved by Xia Ya, who preserved not only their existence, but also the Saiyan bloodline, leaving them filled with curiosity and gratitude towards him. As those selected by Xia Ya, their rationality was more pronounced than that of other Saiyans. This is also the reason why Xia Ya has chosen them. Xia Ya aims to reconstruct a Saiyan race characterized by noble qualities and formidable combat prowess, rather than the fearsome and notorious barbarians that roam the cosmos. Lord Xia Ya has returned. All Saiyans are to gather immediately at the open plaza to the west of the city. The announcement echoed through the streets, whether at home or in the training zones. Upon hearing the broadcast, all Saiyans ceased their activities and hastened towards the open plaza. One by one, Saiyans soared into the sky, quickly filling it with a multitude of shadowy figures that vanished into the horizon at an astonishing speed. The newly arrived Saiyans, under the guidance of Alo, made their way to the western plaza as well. Fortunately, the open plaza was not far from the city center, within minutes. These Saiyans descended upon the spacious marble-paved ground like raindrops. The expansive square, measuring hundreds of meters in both length and width, soon became a bustling hub of activity. Except for those still receiving treatment in the infirmary, nearly all Saiyans on Red Mountain had gathered here, whispering to one another with eager eyes fixed on the platform towering several meters high at the center of the square. Before long, a sudden whirlwind descended without warning, and the gathered Saiyans fell silent, their attention rapt, knowing that their leader, Lord Xia Ya, would soon arrive. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a procession of figures descended from the sky, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that swept through the crowd like a tempest, a palpable pressure radiating in all directions. Atop the platform stood a young Saiyan clad in a pristine white battle suit, youthful yet exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect. Xia Ya stood alongside Xiling, with Adel, Baluk, and Bardak standing resolutely by their side, followed closely by Mels, Shakta, and other young Saiyans. Witnessing this scene, the Saiyans below fell into a hushed anticipation. Despite their extensive combat experience, they felt overawed by the formidable presence of those on stage. Xia Ya gazed down with clear eyes upon the throng of eager faces, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. If these Saiyans could be nurtured properly, they could evolve into a formidable force to be reckoned with. Chapter 90. The Leader. In the vast cosmos, while power may not be an absolute necessity for the strong, it undoubtedly serves as a formidable supplement. The distinction between possessing influence and lacking it does not lie in the extent of support one can receive during battles. In a world like Dragon Ball, where immense strength prevails, a powerful individual can single-handedly quell an army. Thus, why would one require assistance against weaker foes? Conversely, when confronting an equal adversary, where could one possibly find allies with commensurate power? The true significance of influence manifests in the control over resources and the ability to summon aid for various tasks, menial and laborious duties that the strong cannot undertake personally. Take the infamous Frieza, for instance. With a mere gesture, he can obliterate a planet. Yet when it comes to locating an individual or gathering intelligence, he cannot perform these tasks by himself. This is where the importance of his subordinates becomes apparent. Xia Ya, surveying the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe, understands that possessing a robust and comprehensive influence allows those in power to accomplish many tasks with remarkable efficiency. Raising his hand and pressing it downward, a tremendous aura of pressure suddenly descended upon all present, constricting their chests. Esteemed compatriots from afar, his resonant voice echoed throughout the open square, clear and distinct even without amplification. This precise control captivated the attention of all the Saiyans, who lifted their heads to behold their youthful and charismatic leader on the platform. Listening intently, Xia Ya nodded in satisfaction, then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Once, under King Vegeta's command, the Saiyans fought valiantly for Frieza, yet what did we ultimately gain? Infamy and the annihilation of Planet Vegeta. This is a desecration of Saiyan dignity." Did Frieza believe that by eradicating all Saiyans he could secure his dominion? He was mistaken. The dignity of the Saiyans is inviolable. We are all survivors from Planet Vegeta, and we shall not forget this enmity. Gazing around, Xia Ya noted the expressions of those present. Articulating the sentiments of the majority of Saiyans, igniting their emotions, their eyes ablaze with righteous fury. Once he sensed their spirits were sufficiently stirred, Xia Ya reassured them, "Though our numbers are few, each of you is an elite. I trust you have witnessed the training environment on Red Mountain Star. I need you to devote yourselves to training, to restore the Saiyan name's reverberation across the cosmos, and even to surpass its zenith." As he spoke, Xia Ya unleashed his full aura. In an instant, a colossal force erupted, akin to a mountain pressing down, causing winds to howl and the heavens to change hue. Drawing in charged ions from the air, manifesting various phenomena, the Saiyans below felt an overwhelming force descend upon them, making even breathing an arduous task, their faces reflecting astonishment. Though they had anticipated Xia Ya's might, the reality of it was staggering. Their gazes toward him transformed into admiration and reverence. The pressure of a combat power of 150,000 is not something an ordinary individual could withstand. An average person, standing too close, might even be rendered unconscious. Before Xia Ya's earth-shattering energy, all Saiyans felt insignificant. And in that moment, an immense confidence surged within them. Saiyans have an intrinsic admiration for the strong, a mark etched in their very blood. Only formidable warriors can command their loyalty, and it was precisely Xia Ya's displayed power that was sufficient to earn their submission. Under the leadership of such an indomitable warrior, what reason would the Saiyans have to falter in their strength? They found within themselves a pillar of faith to support their ambitions. Observing the reactions of the Saiyans below with satisfaction, Xia Ya smiled faintly, aware that his objective had been achieved. In the realm of governance, a ruler must wield both benevolence and authority, and Xia Ya, through both his actions and his demeanor, affirmed himself as the sovereign of Red Mountain Star. Then, shifting his gaze toward Xiling and Edri, he thought it time to intensify the fervor. They should make their entrance and elevate the atmosphere even higher. Xiling and the others nodded in understanding, stepping forward to unleash their power, summoning 8 additional formidable auras that surged forth. Xiling, Bardock, Edri, Rebecca, Baruch, Parati, Alice, and Lisa each radiated a dark golden brilliance, appearing remarkably divine. Their energy levels surpassed 10,000, with Xiling standing out at 120,000, followed closely by Bardock at over 30,000, and then Edri and Rebecca following suit. With Xia Ya's titanic power combined, the simultaneous release of 9 energies caused the entire Red Mountain Star to tremble, an oppressive force rendering all present breathless. Good heavens, this is Xia Ya's power. It seems we Saiyans, too, can attain such might. In comparison, King Vegeta pales significantly. If only I could possess such strength. The Saiyans murmured amongst themselves, unable to restrain their fervent gazes upon the high platform where Xia Ya and Xiling stood side by side, their immaculate battle attire enhancing their sanctity and authority. Long live Lord Xia Ya. Long live Lady Xiling. A voice broke the silence, soon followed by a chorus of cheers reverberating through the air, expressing admiration for both Xia Ya and Xiling, as well as respect for Bardock, Edri, and the others. As they gazed upon Xia Ya and his companions' impressive figures, Mel's eyes sparkled with newfound light, his young heart profoundly shaken. Afternoon. Several hours had passed since the gathering in the square, and all the Saiyans returned to their homes. However, the impact of Xia Ya's presence lingered strongly, particularly among those who had recently arrived from Planet Vegeta, who remained in awe of Xia Ya's breathtaking aura. That day, the training area became inundated with individuals, both children and adults alike. As nearly all Saiyans flocked to the training grounds, igniting a fervor for training across Red Mountain Star. In a small conference room, Xia, Edri, and others convened to discuss the future of the Saiyans on Red Mountain Star. After assessment, it was determined that there were currently 14,622 Saiyans on Red Mountain Star, with 10,284 being adults and 4,338 minors, maintaining a balanced gender ratio. One female Saiyan reported her findings, named Shaylin. She was among the earliest groups to relocate and possessed a keen intellect, prompting Xia to assign her the task of documenting the circumstances of the Saiyans on Red Mountain Star. Edri nodded upon hearing this. That's a considerable number, though over 3,000 Saiyans perished in the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Originally, based on the Dragon's transfer capacity, there should have been 15,000, plus over 3,000 from the early settlers, totaling around 18,000. Regrettably, over 3,000 did not survive. However, having over 10,000 is sufficient to form a nation. Xia pondered momentarily, satisfied with the outcome. In the cosmos, aside from those species capable of asexual reproduction, the continuity of a race hinges on population. With over 10,000, they could barely maintain the bloodline of their kind. Among these Saiyans, there were 212 advanced warriors, 240 intermediate warriors, with the remainder classified as lower-tier warriors. Shaylin continued her report. At this moment, Edri waved his hand and remarked with a smile, "I believe we need not dwell on the issue of aptitude. After all, with the advanced training methods provided by Xia, we are unlikely to encounter problems arising from disparities in talent for the time being. If we promote the cultivation of energy among all the Saiyans on Hanshan Star, our clan is bound to enter a phase of comprehensive development. At that point, all Saiyans will be on the same starting line, and the distinction between lower and higher-ranked warriors will be minimal, at most. There may be slight variations in the speed of comprehending energy. It is foreseeable that for a considerable duration, the issue of aptitude will no longer be the primary obstacle hindering the progress of the Saiyans. Only after surpassing a certain stage and ascending to a higher level will the question of aptitude resurface. However, by that time, lower-ranked warriors may not necessarily be inferior to their higher-ranked counterparts. Chapter 91. Bardock's plans next. There remains the matter of defending Red Mountain Star. To ensure the safety of Red Mountain Star, it is imperative to establish a dedicated combat unit to protect it. Additionally, we must address the training of the young Saiyans, an endeavor that requires prompt implementation. Without having experienced the burdens of leadership, one cannot comprehend the value of daily necessities. Upon assuming the role of leader, Xia realized the multitude of responsibilities that demanded his attention. Although he could not personally manage every task during this formative period of his administration, it was essential for him to oversee many matters personally, bearing the responsibilities that were rightfully his without casting them aside. Curiosity piqued within Xia as he pondered how King Vegeta had navigated similar challenges. Indeed, it is evident that a ruler seeking to maintain stability and prosperity cannot rely solely on military might. It necessitates a degree of governance wisdom and a capable management team at their disposal. While Xia possessed strength in arms, his management team paled in comparison to that of King Vegeta. The only available talents were Adeli, Baruch, and a few others, leaving him to confront numerous challenges as they embarked on their journey. He mused that an influx of intellectuals among the Saiyans could greatly benefit their cause. However, this fleeting thought was soon replaced by the potential collaboration with the Fidaia people. Perhaps the intellectual prowess of the Fidaia, combined with the martial strength of the Saiyans, could forge a perfectly balanced alliance. We can select the strongest individuals among the current Saiyans to form the Red Mountain Guard, with an initial target of 1,000 members. Xia proposed. The size of this unit would naturally depend on the limited number of Saiyans available, making immediate expansion impractical. He continued, emphasizing the importance of cultivating the underage Saiyans. I wish to select a group from among them, dividing them into several teams for training, with the goal of eventually establishing elite units akin to the Ginyu Force. If we impart the techniques for harnessing ki to these Saiyans, I believe we could quickly enhance their combat capabilities. Adeli quickly grasped Xia's intentions, his eyes lighting up at the thought of the formidable Ginyu Force. He nodded earnestly, acknowledging Xia's insight. It is indeed essential that the Saiyans of Red Mountain Star do not remain isolated, so the formation of special operations units should not be delayed. Moreover, we must establish conventional forces to protect Red Mountain Star. Let us begin by selecting the strongest Saiyans available. Then, Shaylin, please compile a list of the strongest Saiyans. Xia Ya instructed the female Saiyan. Certainly. Shaylin responded with pride, her graceful figure on full display. As for the personnel for the Special Operations Unit, I and Shieling will personally select them. They will be the backbone of Red Mountain Star. With a subtle smile, Xia affirmed. Thus began several days of bustling activity for Xia and Adeli as they focused on personnel arrangements. Adeli's task was straightforward. After receiving the list of Saiyan warriors from Shaylin, the Red Mountain Guard was swiftly established. It is worth noting that Saiyans are inherently skilled warriors, eliminating the need for recruitment drives. On the contrary, when Xia and the leaders announced the formation of the Red Mountain Guard, the Saiyans eagerly volunteered, even engaging in several competitions to secure their spots. Upon the final roster's announcement, those who were not selected returned home with expressions of regret. Immediately commencing rigorous training as a failing to join the Guard was a matter of great shame. This left several observing Fidaia bewildered, unable to comprehend the Saiyan mentality. The Red Mountain Guard is tasked with safeguarding the planet. However, as there are no threatening armed forces in the nearby planets, the members of the Guard engage in their training just like other Saiyans. Meanwhile, Xia's responsibilities were considerably more intricate. The Special Operations Unit members would be prioritized for key training, necessitating meticulous selection of personnel. After 2 weeks of diligent work, the personnel framework was finally established. Xia selected 85 underage Saiyans, most of whom were quite young. As the younger they were, the less they would be hindered by conventional beliefs, thus proving to be more malleable. Nevertheless, Saiyans are known for their precocity. These children were well aware of the challenges that lay ahead and were filled with excitement from the moment they were chosen. Among them were Xia's team members, Shakta, Atasia, Jelen, Rida, and Barrett, who, despite being slightly older, had already grasped the concept of kin, were thus included for more detailed training. Leading the group of children was the young Mels. Having narrowly escaped from the rift in space and time, Mels experienced a fortuitous surge in her combat power, skyrocketing to 1600, making her an exceptional candidate for the Special Operations Unit. However, perhaps due to their innate rivalry, Shieling and Mels had a strained relationship, often exchanging fierce glares, neither willing to yield. Shieling harbored a disdain for Mels, who constantly clung to Xia, while Mels, with her proud demeanor, irked Shieling further. To complicate matters, Adeli doted on Mels, even adopting her as a goddaughter. Mel's parents perished during King Vegeta's rebellion, culminating in the destruction of Vegeta's star, leaving her alone. Under Rebecca's arrangement, Mels found refuge in Adeli's home. This only fueled Shieling ire. As she glared at Xia, her starry eyes filled with discontent. Xia felt wronged, insisting that he bore no responsibility for this situation. Who could have predicted that after rescuing Mels from Vegeta's star, her attitude would shift dramatically from hostility to eager inquiry? Refusing to be dismissed? Perhaps the loss of her parents had instilled in her a deep-seated desire to grow stronger. Xia, unable to harbor any animosity toward the little girl of just over 5 years, accepted her presence. Ultimately, the framework of the Special Operations Unit was established, with 85 young Saiyans divided into 12 teams of 6 or 7, commencing their training. In a luxurious villa near the city center, this was Bardock's new home. A rich aroma wafted from the kitchen, where Jine, clad in an apron, busily prepared meals, her petite figure gracefully moving about as she hummed a tune, expertly plating each dish. Since arriving on Red Mountain Star, Bardock quickly located his wife's whereabouts, and with Adeli's assistance, they secured their own residence. Seeing his wife safe filled Bardock with joy, and the couple settled into their opulent villa in the city center. After serving the steaming dishes at the table, Jine removed her apron and they sat down to enjoy their meal together. To be honest, this period on Red Mountain Star was the most tranquil time Jine had ever experienced. Bardock, when shall we go to Earth to bring Kakarot back? Jine inquired softly. Bardock set down his utensils, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. I do not intend to bring Kakarot back. Why not? Kakarot is our child, Jine exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment, her emotions growing increasingly fervent. As I glimpse fragments of the future, albeit mere disjointed images, I am aware that Kakarot will embark on a wholly new life on Earth, which will greatly aid in his development. Yet, he is my child. Bardock chuckled softly and remarked, Kakarot will become the legendary Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Kaiatsu paused momentarily, then recalled the ancient legend that had been passed down through the ages. But Kakarot is merely a lowly warrior. How could he possibly become the legendary Super Saiyan? She inquired softly. I was skeptical as well. Yet the destruction of Planet Vegeta corroborated the visions I had witnessed. The curse of Planet Kinesa indeed grants me foresight into the future. Bardock raised his head and earnestly told Kaiatsu, Frieza will meet his demise at Kakarot's hands, vanquished by a Super Saiyan. Therefore, I cannot interfere with Kakarot's growth. However, if you wish to see Kakarot, we may quietly observe his development. Kaiatsu comprehended this and nodded wisely, displaying an understanding that pertained to her son's growth. By the way, Bardock, does your head still ache? Intermittently. The pain is truly unbearable. Bardock lamented. What should we do? Perhaps we should seek Lord Xia counsel. He might possess a remedy, Kaiatsu suggested with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. It is not so simple, Bardock replied, furrowing his brow slightly and shaking his head dismally. Lord Xia is aware of my condition. How could a curse be so easily lifted? I harbor little hope in that regard. I wonder how Raditz is faring. It cannot be easy for him under Prince Vegeta's command. Kaiatsu expressed with a sigh. Due to the constant surveillance by Frieza, Bardock had no opportunity to bring Raditz to them. Thus, it came to pass that despite having two sons, Bardock and Kaiatsu lived only with each other. Kaiatsu, do not be so forlorn. Why don't we consider having another child? Bardock suggested, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, causing a blush to rise on Kaiatsu's delicate features. She shot him a reproachful glance, saying, in times like these, you are still thinking of such things. Isn't this the perfect time? Planet Vegeta is currently in dire need of population. Shouldn't we make an effort? Bardock countered. Just eat your food. Kaiatsu retorted, seizing a beast's claw from the plate and shoving it into Bardock's mouth before rising and exiting the room. Bardock chewed on the claw, a warm smile gracing his face. Chapter 92. The training of the Special Forces in the blink of an eye. A month had passed. Following the initial selection and grouping, the training of the Special Forces had officially commenced. Due to the meticulous effort invested in personnel selection, many complications in subsequent training had been alleviated. These carefully chosen young individuals possessed exceptional aptitude, akin to smooth and pristine parchment, upon which Xia could freely express his artistry. The training swiftly found its rhythm. On the training grounds, youthful children sweat profusely as they diligently practice fundamental movements, kicking, punching, descending, and buffering. To grow stronger, mastery of the basics is paramount. Though these seemingly tedious and at times grueling exercises may appear arduous, they serve to temper the children's character, allowing the dedicated to easily stand out for focused development. Xia noted the impressive self-discipline of these children. They adhered strictly to his instructions without a hint of negligence, rendering any notions of preferential treatment obsolete. From the perspective of the children, this dedication is easily understood, for they are acutely aware of how rare an opportunity it is to join the Special Forces. Many would go to great lengths to gain entry. Having secured this chance, they are determined to train rigorously, striving not to disappoint Xia's guidance. They are encouraged to internalize their movements, allowing each action to become instinctual, for in battle, there is little time for contemplation. Even the slightest oversight could prove fatal. Consider this well. Sweat now to bleed less later. Xia patrolled the training grounds with a whip in hand, imparting the principles he had learned on Earth to these Saiyans' minds, as these concepts were fundamental to their cultivation of ki. Naturally, Xia did not merely replicate what he had learned. He adapted many crucial elements to align with the Saiyans' physique and combat habits. His approach towards these Saiyans was exceptionally rigorous, as they would one day represent the backbone of Red Mountain Star, and thus, their training could not afford any leniency. Whenever he observed a substandard movement, his merciless whip would strike without hesitation. Crack! The whip landed on a Saiyan executing an incorrect maneuver. You do not expend all your strength when you punch. Reserve some to allow for recovery. And your unnecessary movements during an attack diminish your power and make it easier for your opponent to exploit your weaknesses. Here, these are vulnerabilities that can be seized by your adversary. Xia meticulously pointed out their flaws, and the Saiyans listened intently, their determination evident as they gritted their teeth in concentration. The Saiyans, known for their precociousness, understood well the fortune of receiving Xia's guidance and trained with utmost seriousness, fearful of falling behind their peers. As the training of the Special Forces fell into a stable routine, Xia, aside from occasionally providing guidance, began to focus on his own cultivation. Training is an endeavor that demands persistence. Xia could not afford to squander his formidable potential on trivial matters. As he observed with Gohan, who, despite possessing great power, allowed his pursuits in literature to overshadow his training, a regrettable waste of talent. At the center stood a grand villa, Xia's residence. Following his rise to leadership of Red Mountain Star, It was untenable for him to continue residing with Adley, as this would contradict the necessary hierarchy of status. Even if Xia Ya himself was indifferent, he could not withstand the murmurs of the Saiyans. Thus, a new villa was constructed for him. Once the villa was completed, with Adley's tacit approval, Xia Ya happily moved in with Xia Ya for the purpose of training, while Myers, having lost his parents during the battle on Vegeta, took up residence in Adley's home. At noon, after a period of training, Xia Ya wiped the sweat from his brow and entered the bathroom for a refreshing cold shower before heading to the dining hall for a meal. In the kitchen, Xia Ya was frantically preparing food. Hearing the sporadic sounds of sizzling from within, Xia Ya raised an eyebrow, resting his forehead in anticipation of the impending culinary disaster. Soon, Xia Ya emerged, presenting a charred dish. "Xia Ya, is this what you've prepared?" Xia Ya examined the unknown carbonized substance on the plate, his expression a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. "Can you tell me what this is supposed to be?" "It's barbecued meat," Xia Ya replied, her eyes shining brightly. "You call this barbecued meat?" Xia Ya exclaimed in frustration, tapping the blackened mass with his chopsticks, producing a resonant clink. "Does barbecued meat make such a sound? One might mistake this for charcoal. What method did you employ to create this?" "I have no idea. It just turned out this way," Xia Ya exclaimed innocently. "Forget it. We might as well head over to Uncle Adley's for a meal." "Xia Ya, you truly should learn a thing or two about cooking. I certainly did not prepare barbecue like this when you were a child." With a sheepish smile, Xia Ya pinched her fingers together. "Then you can cook from now on." Xia Ya stared at her in astonishment, then playfully rapped her on the head. "What a delightful notion. Come on, let us go eat at Uncle Adley's." With that, Xia Ya stepped out. The villas were in close proximity, and Adley's home was merely a few dozen meters away. Before long, Xia Ya arrived at Adley's villa, walking straight in without knocking. "Xia Ya, you're here. Dinner is ready. Come eat." Rebecca greeted him with a warm smile. Myers was hunched over the dining table, grabbing food with both hands, chewing incessantly. "I told you they would come for dinner. How could that guy possibly cook well?" "Who says I can't cook?" Xia Ya retorted angrily, marching over. "Heh, if you could cook, would you need to come here for a meal? This is my home, and it is only natural to eat here." Xia Ya plopped down at the table, glaring at the young boy who had the audacity to reside in her house. "Haha, don't start arguing as soon as you meet. Myers is now my goddaughter. You two are sisters, so don't act like sworn enemies," boomed Adley's hearty laughter, eyeing the two children. "Sisters? I have no sister like her." Xia Ya protested, staring daggers at Myers, neither willing to back down. "Aunt Rebecca, I think you should find some time to teach Xia Ya how to cook," Xia Ya said earnestly as he settled into his seat and prepared his utensils. Rebecca nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, I have indeed neglected this. From now on, Xia Ya will learn to cook with me." She turned her gaze to Xia Ya, and as for other household chores, "You should pause your training for now and learn these tasks." "What?" Xia Ya exclaimed in shock, as if struck by an unfortunate revelation. However, upon meeting Rebecca's stern gaze, she wilted, prompting Myers to chuckle from the side. 2 months later, Shakta, Myers, and the other members of the Special Forces finally completed their foundational training, and it was time to commence the formal cultivation of Ki. Due to the need to shift some individuals' conventional mindsets, Xia Ya had invested considerable effort into the fundamentals, and the results were gradually becoming apparent. However, when these Saiyans were truly confronted with the theory of Ki, they were utterly bewildered. It was in stark contrast to what their parents had taught them. Nevertheless, Xia Ya's authority surpassed that of their parents, compelling them to diligently adhere to Xia Ya's guidance in their training. The young Saiyans exhibited a far superior capacity for comprehension compared to their adult counterparts, gradually beginning to grasp the fundamentals. After an additional 3 months, these Saiyans finally learned to sense their opponents using Ki. Xia Ya realized that his objective had been achieved and could now allow them to pursue their cultivation independently. Chapter 93. Departure to Audrat Star. On this day, the weather was splendid, with gentle breezes and bright sunshine. On the planet Haoshan, the seasons were akin to spring, and the air was infused with an enchanting fragrance. In the Special Forces Training Square, over 80 young Saiyans had just concluded a day of training, standing in 12 neat rows, eagerly awaiting instructions. In recent days, Xia Ya had adopted a strict military approach to instructing these trainees, yielding remarkable results. After several months of rigorous training, they had fundamentally grasped the use of energy and were now poised to utilize the gravity chamber for further cultivation. Though it was crucial to remember that haste makes waste. Upon hearing that their preliminary mastery of energy was complete and that they could finally use the gravity chamber, the young Saiyans buzzed with excitement, whispering to one another in elation. "Xia Ya, When can we form teams for missions? If I don't fight soon, my limbs will grow rusty. A robust young man came running toward Xia Ya, his voice booming. What's this, Baylet? Can't contain yourself after just a short while? Xia Ya chuckled as he recognized Baylet, a member of his former squad. At 15, Baylet was already impressively muscular, likely destined to become a formidable warrior like Nappa. In contrast to Xia Ya's slender and handsome physique, he was heading in a completely different direction. It's not that I can't wait. It's just that my hands are itching for action. Baylet scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. With a smile, Xia Ya looked at Baylet, his gaze imbued with authority, and said, if you wish to embark on missions, you must first enhance your strength. Your lives are incredibly precious at this stage. Look at the other Saiyans. Haven T, they remained on Hanshan as well. To venture out, you must first elevate your combat power. This is an ironclad rule. With only a little over 14,000 Saiyans on Hanshan, each life was indeed invaluable. Currently, the Hanshan Guard was still expanding its reach into the external environment. And until the fighters met the required standards, no Saiyan was permitted to undertake missions. But my combat power is already at 4,200. Most advanced warriors only possess this level of strength. Baylet lamented, feeling the weight of pressure as his face fell, releasing a wail of despair. Previously, a combat power exceeding 4,000 could be boasted about for quite some time. The Saiyan Nappa, who invaded Earth in the original story, was at this level. Before, there were no classifications of low-level or high-level warriors on Hanshan. Everyone started on equal footing. If one did not wish to lag behind, they must seize the time to train. Xia Ya chuckled lightly and patted Baylet on the shoulder. All right, this fellow used to be at the bottom of our squad. And now that he's in the special forces, he must work hard or risk being surpassed. How was it? Did Xia Ya lecture you? I told you your inquiries were premature. Upon Baylet's return, Rida, who had been waiting, said with a smirk. What did you say? Baylet glared at him. At that moment, a slender young woman with flowing hair observed the two squabbling and frowned, her delicate features showing displeasure. You two should settle down. If you don't seize this wonderful opportunity in the special forces, what future do you have? Xia is right. You both need to take this seriously, said Jelen. Baylet, Rida. Continue your training after returning. Do not waste time on trivial matters. Shakta's authoritative voice resonated. We were among the first to follow Xia Ya. If we are overtaken by other squads, how will we face it? I cannot afford to lose face. With a cold snort, Shakta turned and departed. Xia shook her head, glancing back at them with a melodic voice. Baylet, think it over carefully, or I will ensure you are thoroughly trained. A chill ran down Baylet's spine, causing him to shudder and nod repeatedly. Since arriving on Hanshan, Xia Ya's squad had all but disbanded, now replaced by a new team centered around Shakta. As he walked along the smooth path, Xia Ya couldn't help but shake his head. Baylet had become somewhat complacent after achieving a little success. It was uncertain how much further he would go. However, Shakta and Xia would likely provide him with the necessary guidance, and Xia Ya felt reassured about them. With these thoughts, Xia Ya cheerfully made his way home. Yet, the prospect of leaving Hanshan weighed on his mind. Saiyans could not remain on Hanshan indefinitely. He winced at the thought, his head beginning to ache. Upon returning home, he found no sign of Shieling. After some contemplation, he surmised that she might have gone with Aunt Rebecca to learn culinary skills. After resting briefly, he stepped out again, only to encounter Bardock and his wife, Jine. Approaching him, Lord Xia Ya, Bardock called out with vigor. Lord Xia Ya, we were just looking for you. Jine greeted warmly. Is there something you need? Xia Ya paused and smiled in response. Jine, the mother of Son Goku, was a petite Saiyan woman much like Elisa, previously handling logistics on Vegeta and now continuing her work on Hanshan. Bardock's headaches have been worsening lately. Do you know of any way to lift the curse of the Kinesa people? Jine's expression grew somber as she spoke. With a slight smile, Xia Ya turned his gaze to Bardock and pondered. As far as I know, there are several methods to lift the curse of the Kinesa people. However, the ability to foresee the future is akin to precognition, which is quite practical. It is best to preserve that ability if possible. Bardock nodded in agreement. By the way, I will be traveling to Adrat Star in a few days. You should accompany me. Perhaps we can discover a remedy. In fact, gathering the 7 Dragon Balls and summoning Shinron would also resolve Bardock's issues. But since Xia Ya was headed to Adrat Star anyway, he decided to explore solutions there first. Speaking of the Dragon Balls, Xia Ya recalled that he still possessed 4 Dragon Balls in his dimensional space, which had now regained their original forms. It seemed he would need to make a trip to Earth to return the 4 Dragon Balls to their rightful owner. Then we will trouble you, Lord Xia Ya. Jine's melancholy vanished at the prospect of a remedy for her husband's ailment, replaced by a radiant smile. It's no trouble at all, just a small matter. Xia Ya waved his hand with a smile. At that moment, Jine's abdomen had begun to show a slight bulge, indicating that she had been pregnant for some time. Xia Ya beamed. Congratulations. It seems we Saiyans will soon welcome a new addition. Oh my. Jine blushed with joy, nestling shyly against Bardock. Xia Ya had not anticipated that the series of events he set in motion would lead to Son Goku gaining a brother or sister. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world. After bidding farewell to the Bardocks, Xia Ya strolled forward, arriving at the doorstep of Adeli's home. Upon entering, he indeed found Shieling diligently wielding kitchen utensils, earnestly receiving Rebecca's guidance. However, judging by her demeanor, she still had a long way to go before mastering the art. At the dining table, Xia Ya mentioned his upcoming trip to Adratstar. Shieling was the first to express her desire to accompany him. Having long coveted the ability of instant transmission, this time, she was determined to learn it. Then, Myers, not wanting to be left behind, also insisted on joining. After some consideration, Xia Ya nodded in agreement. On the following morning, after entrusting the affairs of Red Mountain Star to Adley, Xia Ya embarked on an instantaneous journey with Shieling, Myers, and Bardock, departing from Red Mountain Star. As for the location of Yadarat Star, it had long been indicated on the galactic map of the Fidaia people. Chapter 94. The Mecha Core from the galactic map of the Fidaians. Xia Ya discovered that the planet Adratar was situated in the northeastern region of the northern galaxy, while the Red Mountain Star lay in the eastern galaxy. Traveling from the Red Mountain Star to Adratar would require considerable time. However, for Xia Ya, this was not a concern. After merging the powers of time and space into the force of space-time, he found himself able to manipulate space with newfound ease. Thus, accompanied by Shieling, Melz, and Bardock, he swiftly traversed from planet to planet, soon arriving at a verdant planet on the eastern side of the northern galaxy. In the distance, wisps of smoke rose gently, and scattered villages lay beneath them. This was a medium-sized planet, lush and green, with a nascent level of civilization. Xia Ya and his companions chose not to disturb the indigenous inhabitants, but rather settled upon a mountain to rest for a while and address their hunger. The long-distance travel had greatly drained Xia Ya's stamina, and he needed a moment to recuperate. Taking in the picturesque surroundings, he assigned tasks, Bardock and Melz. Go hunt for some game. I will scout for any unusual occurrences nearby. What about me? Shall I prepare the meal? Shieling eagerly offered, wishing to showcase her culinary skills. Xia Ya shot her a derisive glance and replied, You might want to sit this one out. With your cooking skills, I fear we would end up without food. How can you say that about me? Shieling huffed, clearly displeased. Melz chuckled, but upon catching Shieling's fierce gaze, she quickly stopped laughing and scurried to Bardock's side, seeking refuge. Let us get to work, everyone, Xia Ya remarked with a smile, amused by Mel's boldness. Yet noting how quickly she would cling to Bardock when Shieling was in a foul mood, showing a lack of principles. Moments later, the group vanished in a flurry of illusory shadows. Shieling mumbled to herself, feeling dejected as she squatted on a bare rock, muttering softly. The ecological environment of this verdant planet was splendid, and the forests were teeming with various wildlife. After meandering through the woods for a while, Xia Ya managed to catch some game that would enhance the flavor of their meal. Small animals reminiscent of rabbits, albeit with a rather strong odor. That will suffice, he thought with satisfaction as he surveyed his catch, before retracing his steps. Upon his return, Shieling was bored, perched on a rock with her chin resting on her hands, her feet swinging leisurely in the air. Seeing Xia Ya approach, she jumped down. What is that? It smells strange, she remarked, scrunching her nose at the scent of the small animals. This is wild game. You'll see soon enough, Xia Ya responded with a grin. He then found a relatively flat patch of ground and, with a swift motion of his hand, sent a massive rock soaring into the air. With his fingers poised, he made a few gestures, and with a crack, several beams of light flashed, slicing the airborne boulder into uniform cubes, with the finer fragments reduced to dust, scattering away. The neatly cut stones landed on the ground, forming a compact stove. Xia Ya nodded appreciatively at his handiwork, then ventured into the woods to retrieve some logs as thick as his arms to fashion a support structure. Just then, Bardock and Melz returned, dragging a few roaring beasts behind them. Shieling's eyes sparkled as she dashed over, circling the large, wild boar-like creatures, envisioning a delectable feast. Though they were merely ingredients at this stage, the cooking process was led by Xia Ya, with Bardock assisting as they gutted and prepared the beasts for roasting, seasoning them with the natural spices they carried. In no time, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, igniting their appetites. The Saiyans, unable to resist the delicious scent, devoured the beast with remarkable speed. Delicious. Xiling exclaimed between bites, licking her greasy lips after finishing a leg of meat in a rather unrefined manner. Xia chuckled. When you can prepare such a meal yourself, I will rest easy. I doubt she'll ever learn, Mel's quipped with a laugh. How rude, Xiling retorted. But her appetite dulled her annoyance, and she merely shot Mel's a glare, uninterested in further confrontation. Bardock quietly ate, shaking his head slightly. At that moment, a sharp, grating sound echoed through the sky, as if something were slicing through the air at great speed. What is happening? Bardock asked, frowning as he set down his food. Xia shrugged, poised to observe from the air, when suddenly a loud boom reverberated from afar, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Xia, there are several powerful energies approaching. Xiling's expression turned serious as she clutched a roasted foreleg, inching closer to Xia. Xia nodded gravely. He had sensed 3 exceptionally strong presences suddenly manifest on this planet, likely having just arrived from outer space. Based on the energy signatures alone, each was above 100,000, exuding a dark aura. Everyone, remain alert. Extraterrestrials have landed on this planet, and their battle power is exceedingly high. Bardock's demeanor shifted, realizing that being deemed extremely high by Xia indicated they were formidable opponents, likely on par with him. It was essential to note that Xia currently possessed a battle power of 150,000, and the 3 extraterrestrials that had just ascended were nearly his equals. This meant that 5 individuals with battle powers exceeding 100,000 had converged upon this nameless planet. Meanwhile, in a forest turned to charred earth from the impact, flames blazed fiercely, releasing noxious smoke into the air. From the billowing black clouds emerged 3 figures. Hey, Captain. Yet another planet perfectly suited for life. If we conquer it, we could sell it for a handsome price. One of the red-skinned extraterrestrials chuckled, contemplating his old trade. Nez. The mission from King Vegeta takes precedence. This insignificant planet can be left to others. If we can locate the spirit tree's fruit, it will be worth far more than selling 1,000 planets. The leader, a yellow-haired alien, stood on a rock, his expression cold and sinister. Nez the red extraterrestrial laughed. Realizing the captain was indeed astute, their primary objective was to find the spirit tree's fruit, while everything else was secondary. What a pity, though. The inhabitants of this planet seem to possess far less advanced technology than those on the last planet. It's surprising that no one has noticed our presence yet, which diminishes the thrill of battle. Nez lamented, licking his lips in disappointment. At this moment, the most robust of the trio, a towering alien named Dre, chimed in jokingly. Then you should pray we complete King Vegeta's task swiftly, so you can seek out a planet worthy of your prowess. Indeed, Nez laughed heartily. If Xia were to behold them at that moment, he would be astonished to recognize that these 3 extraterrestrials were none other than the elite team under King Vegeta, the Mecha Corps. At this moment, Xia Ya and his companions were tasked with executing Vegeta's orders to locate the spirit tree's fruit. This formidable mech unit was assembled by Vegeta from the malevolent warriors of the Northern Galaxy. Each of the 3 members was an unparalleled ace, possessing terrifying strength, with even the weakest among them significantly surpassing the captain of the Ginyu Force. In the Northern Galaxy, there were hardly a few who could rival their might. In pursuit of the spirit tree's fruit to enhance their power, Vegeta had dispatched nearly all of his elite subordinates, while the mech unit had ventured into this remote eastern region. Chapter 95. Swift as the wind, but is it truly possible for such a planet to harbor the spirit tree's fruit? It is said that the spirit tree drains the life energy of an entire planet, yet the surroundings here do not seem to reflect that. Nez surveyed the vibrant scenery around him, perplexed by the contradiction. Frieza shook his head, replying, legends should not be taken at face value. Perhaps the rumors have been exaggerated. He continued, Nez, Dre, we must first subdue the natives here to assist us in our search. Otherwise, it would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. As the captain of the mech squad, Frieza might not possess the highest combat prowess, but his intellect was unparalleled. Dre, with a smirk, expressed his eagerness. Let me assess the strength of the natives on this planet. He pressed the energy detector at his ear. The beeping of the device filled the air, and a series of data points appeared on the screen, most of which were below 1,000. Dre scoffed upon seeing this. There are hardly any individuals with combat power exceeding 1,000. What a worthless planet. However, just as he finished speaking, several anomalous data points suddenly emerged on the detector, causing Dre to exclaim in surprise. As he prepared to lock onto these readings for further examination, One of the energy sources surged dramatically, with a loud bang. The detector could not withstand the overload and exploded. It exploded. It appears our opponents are not to be underestimated. This is becoming interesting. Nez observed Dre's device burst, his surprise quickly morphing into excitement. Though the detector was outdated, it had a threshold of several tens of thousands, and its destruction indicated the presence of individuals on this planet whose power exceeded that limit. Whether they were stronger than themselves was beyond their current consideration. The Kvaramech squad was the pinnacle of the North Galaxy's forces. Besides King Kurd, King Kvara, and Lord Frieza, they believed themselves to be unmatched in the North Galaxy, even compared to Frieza's renowned Ginyu Force. Dre found Nez's excitement understandable. He smiled faintly and approached his companion, saying, "Nez, leave that person to me. TSK, TSK. With combat power in the tens of thousands, I could use a good workout." "Well, if you insist." Nez nodded reluctantly. Although it was a rare opportunity for action, if Dre desired a fight, he would let him have it, albeit with a hint of regret. Dre laughed heartily and took his place, waiting. However, after a considerable time, their opponents did not approach. Perhaps they lacked an energy detection device and were unable to find them. Truly a primitive planet, Dre mused with a frown. Just then, a calm voice emanated from nearby, the Kvaramech squad. Who? The three of them, Shaviza, Nez, and Dre, furrowed their brows and looked up to see a man and a woman in resplendent attire hovering in the air, their bright, icy gazes fixed upon them. "To know our name and dare to seek us out. Quite audacious," Shaviza remarked, seated on a rock with his knees drawn up, his handsome face revealing a cruel smile. Though unfamiliar with the man and woman in the air, their knowledge of the mech squad indicated they bore some significance. As they descended, Xia Ya and Xialing stood before the mech squad, a gentle breeze stirring the ground's withered branches and leaves, creating a rustling sound. "Since fate has brought us together, the Kvaramech squad shall meet their demise here today," Xia Ya stated flatly, yet with an undeniable air of certainty. The words startled the mech squad, who exchanged glances before chuckling derisively. Nez tested with his detector and discovered their opponents possessed less than 8,000 combat power. A mere 8,000 combat power. And yet they dare proclaim our destruction? Do they not know the terror of our mech squad? How laughable. Nez cackled with arrogance. Shaviza shook his head in amusement. Exuding a dark aura, how could such a backward civilization comprehend the terror of the mech squad? They are but frogs at the bottom of a well. Nez, Dre. To be sure to entertain them? Naturally, I can hardly wait. Nez and Dre cracked their knuckles, eagerly anticipating the confrontation. Xia Ya raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It appeared these three had completely disregarded him. Soon you shall regret coming here," he whispered to Xialing, that golden-haired, blue-skinned Shaviza is yours. His combat power reaches 140,000. Just hold him off. At this moment, none of the mech squad members had reached their peak, even the strongest. Dre barely exceeded 150,000 combat power, while Xialing, with just over 120,000, was unlikely to defeat Shaviza but could stall him for a time. Xia Ya needed Xialing to delay Shaviza so he could deal with the other two and test whether his time-space abilities could eliminate formidable opponents. "Leave him to me," Xialing replied brightly, her excitement palpable as she positioned herself before Shaviza. Her blood surged with adrenaline, and she gazed at Shaviza with a cold expression, her aura revealing its potency. In an instant, the air temperature seemed to drop by several degrees, creating a palpable sense of pressure. Shaviza's expression shifted as he felt a tremor in his heart. "I underestimated her. This woman is formidable, her strength not far behind mine. Nez, Dre, be cautious. These two possess at least 100,000 combat power." What? Both Nez and Dre were taken aback. It was too late to realize the gravity of the situation. "Let the battle commence," Xia Ya declared with a smile, and in an instant, he closed the distance to Dre, seizing his battle suit before he could react. With a swift motion, two waves of energy erupted from his hands. Caught off guard at such close proximity, Dre lost his earlier composure, his smile fading into panic. He attempted to evade, but Xia Ya's grip on his suit was like iron, rendering him unable to escape. He could only brace for the oncoming attack. With a resounding explosion, the energy waves burst forth in a dazzling display, accompanied by intense heat and terrifying energy that shattered the defenses of Dre's suit. A scream escaped Dre's lips as he witnessed the suit's destruction, his face contorted in rage. Amidst the chaos, he roared and gathered his strength to defend himself. With a lethal intent, he retreated to a safer distance, his fury akin to a raging bull. Without hesitation, Xia Ya advanced once more, unafraid, and engaged Dre in a fierce melee. Dre, known for his physical prowess and bloodthirsty nature, was a true warrior in every sense. However, due to his earlier carelessness, he lost the advantage at the onset of the battle, and now, wounded and at a disadvantage, he was no match for Xia Ya. It is worth noting that Xia Ya's combat power was just over 150,000, slightly surpassing Dre's. Golden energy wave. Dre shouted, launching a massive energy wave toward Xia Ya. Too late. With a cold smirk, Xia Ya declared that now that he had made his move, he would not allow his opponent to unleash his ultimate technique. He dismissed the exertion of power with utter disdain. It was a complete and exhilarating domination. Watching Dre, who was both fighting and howling in frustration, Xia Ya felt an immense satisfaction. In contrast, Dre's face darkened as he became increasingly aware of the suffocating feeling of being at someone else's mercy, leaving him in a state of profound discomfort. As the moment approached and Nez prepared to join the fray, Xia Ya resolved to conclude this battle. Time and space froze. Suddenly, an icy blue world enveloped the entire planet. Xia Ya observed with a calm gaze, realizing that after the fusion of abilities, the power of time and space allowed him to simultaneously pause time and bind space, albeit at a significantly greater energy cost. This technique provided an overwhelming advantage against equally matched opponents. Even when facing a foe of superior strength, it could serve as a trump card in critical moments. Though its effectiveness remained uncertain, time was of the essence, and Xia Ya intensified the energy wave in his hand several-fold, its brilliance blinding. As the searing and dense energy targeted Dre's abdomen, then, with a release of the time freeze, Dre felt an unbearable heat and intense pain radiating from his belly. His eyes wide with disbelief. When had his opponent closed the distance? Confused, he could not. Chapter 96, Annihilation. Did Dre really perish just like that? To be precise, only a few rounds into the battle, he met his demise. Nez watched in disbelief as Dre fell, his eyes wide open, reflecting utter incredulity. Dre was a formidable warrior with a combat power of 150,000. Even in comparison, Nez felt inferior. How could he lose so easily? The sight before Nez was too shocking, and his face was painted with horror. If Dre had lost, then what chance did he have? Turning his gaze towards Xia Ya, fear crept into his heart. The ability to effortlessly slay Dre indicated that this individual's power surpassed his own. A chill raced from his feet to the crown of his head, leaving his complexion pallid. Nez shifted from offense to defense, retreating hastily towards Frieza, his form flickering as he fled. How could this be possible? Dre was slain. Meanwhile, engaged in combat with Shieling, Frieza still had the presence of mind to observe his surroundings. Upon noticing Dre's death at the hands of Xia Ya, his expression darkened instantly. This was the first time since the establishment of the Mecha Corps that a member had been killed, and right before his eyes. Don't look around. Your opponent is me, Shieling called out in dissatisfaction, her flowing black hair and delicate brows slightly furrowed. Xia Ya's earlier movements had been so swift that even she had failed to comprehend what transpired. Captain, Nez looked at Frieza with concern. Realizing he had to worry for the safety of himself and his companions, the fate that befell Dre could very well repeat itself. Frieza snorted coldly, his expression grim as he glared. Nez hesitated, words caught in his throat. He cautiously inched closer to Frieza. Calming himself, he reasoned that their adversary was not so fearsome. If they united, they were not invincible. Though he spoke such words, Frieza dared not let his guard down. Based on Xia Ya's earlier display, he recognized he was no match. Within the Mecha Corps, his strength was merely average. His position as captain stemmed from his clever intellect and the favor of King Vegeta. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, Frieza was quietly preparing for an all-out effort. Nez, unleash your full power. The strongest team under King Vegeta cannot be easily defeated. Frieza emanated an aura of darkness, ready to confront the challenge. Mimicking him, Nez understood that they had reached a critical juncture where it was either life or death. Roar! Frieza and Nez shouted in unison, their combined might erupting forth. Silver-white energy swirled around them, causing the ground to tremble. The earth beneath their feet sank half a meter under the immense pressure. Rocks shattered and cracked, creating deep fissures, and the sky darkened ominously as atmospheric pressure surged. Shieling stood in shock, momentarily stunned, before unleashing her full combat power. Wow! Her combat strength surged to 120,000, a faint golden aura enveloping her youthful form, shimmering with brilliance. Xia Ya's lips curled into a smile as he observed Frieza, with blue skin and blonde hair, and Nez, with red skin. Have you all exerted your full strength? Heh, 140,000 and 130,000 combat power. Frieza is slightly stronger. Commendable strength indeed, rare in the cosmos, but alas, today, you face me. Xia Ya revealed his full power, his aura exploding to stabilize at 150,000. A wave of tremendous energy resonated across the planet, causing it to tremble. On the other side of the planet, Bardock and Melis were astonished. Feeling the battle's intensity on the opposite side, Lord Xia's power is astonishing. More incredibly, several other energies were equally formidable. Bardock trembled, the Saiyan blood within him surging with excitement, yearning to join the fight. However, he restrained himself, knowing his combat power was below 40,000. Joining would only serve as fodder. In truth, neither Frieza nor Xia exhibited a power as terrifying as Frieza's destruction of Planet Vegeta. Bardock had not yet been able to sense energy back then, and thus did not grasp Frieza's true horror. Xia is incredible. But how can Xiling be so powerful as well? Melis mused, arms crossed and gnawing on her thumb, pacing in disbelief. What a disaster! When did such a powerful being emerge in this universe? It seemed that I was no match. Sensing the overwhelming force radiating from Xia, Frieza felt the gravity of the situation. With this realization, he roared, charging towards Xiling. In an instant, sand and stones flew, fists clashed, and waves of destructive energy surged forth. Xiling's pupils contracted sharply as she discerned Frieza abandoning his attack on Xia to focus on her. She understood the principle of targeting the vulnerable. How infuriating! Xiling shouted internally, maintaining her composure as she deftly dodged Frieza's relentless onslaught. Although Frieza's attacks were fierce, they failed to inflict significant harm on her. Frieza focused intently, pushing his power to the limit, his speed accelerating drastically. With cunning agility, their figures intertwined, delivering a fierce exchange. Meanwhile, what was Nez doing? He was being pressured by Xia's piercing gaze. Any movement on his part would prompt a ruthless assault from Xia. Thus, while Xiling and Frieza battled fiercely, Xia and Nez remained eerily still. Given Xiling's strength, contending with Frieza was somewhat challenging. Xia observed calmly, his sharp eyes noticing Xiling's movements beginning to falter. Indeed, before long, Xiling's actions grew erratic, and Frieza swiftly seized control of the rhythm of battle, exposing her vulnerabilities. A golden opportunity. Frieza's eyes gleamed as he targeted Xiling's weakness, launching an overwhelming offensive that forced her to retreat. With a powerful palm strike, Xiling pushed her strength to the utmost, throwing a punch in defense. However, Frieza abruptly altered his position, his counterattack landing only on a phantom. Not good, Xiling thought, panic gripping her hard as Frieza's figure suddenly appeared beside her. Thud! A vast surge of energy struck her, sending her slender body spiraling like a kite severed from its string. Boom! Xiling coughed up blood, collapsing into the circular impact crater, debris engulfing her, partially burying her form. Die! Frieza plunged down, seizing the moment. He would not grant her a chance for a comeback. His hand coalesced a silver-white energy blade, sharp as a knife, aimed at Xiling's head. Crack! The world fell into silence once more, an icy blue ambience enveloping the scene, freezing everyone in place. Sizzle! The halt in time was lifted. Frieza stared blankly ahead. For him, time had never truly stopped. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. His energy blade had undeniably descended, yet Xiling appeared unscathed. Looking down, he was horrified to discover that his arm below the elbow had vanished, blood gushing from the wound. Ah! Frieza cried out in agony, his hoarse and mournful voice echoing through the air. Upon closer inspection, the young man was grasping his severed arm with one hand, while the other held the head of Nez. How could this be? When had he slain Nez? His pupils suddenly constricted as Frieza sensed the impending aroma of death. The enemy's assault had yet to commence, yet he was already aware of the specter of demise. Ah! You have grievously injured Xiling. Although I intended for her to experience the trials of life and death, I cannot contain my fury. The Mech Battalion is destined for annihilation today. The cold, merciless voice echoed in Frieza's ears, bringing forth an overwhelming sense of despair. Xia aimed at the beleaguered Frieza. His hands pressed together as a massive wave of energy was unleashed. Whoosh! The energy wave surged forth like a celestial dragon, imbued with a terrifying aura. An unstoppable force charging relentlessly toward him. Frieza's pupils transformed into sharp pinpoints of alarm. No. How could the Mech Battalion possibly face total obliteration? King Vegeta would not allow it. Before the thought could fully form, boom! With a sense of regret and unwillingness, Frieza was struck by the horrific energy wave. The tremendous force bore no semblance of compassion. Faced with the absolute devastation that dismantled all in its path, Frieza was mercilessly ground into cosmic dust. With Frieza's annihilation, Xia Ya exhaled softly, then casually tossed Nez's head into the air, where a key wave obliterated it. Today, the Quira Mech Battalion faced total extermination. Chapter 97. Planet Vegeta. Upon confirming the demise of the Mech Battalion, Xia Ya leaped to Shiling's side, retrieving a magical being from the dimensional space to feed her. Almost instantly, the wounds on Shiling's body began to heal rapidly. With a graceful bound from the impact crater, Shiling's delicate features momentarily tightened, and a surge of energy erupted from her, shattering the dust around her. Feeling the torrent of power coursing through her, Shiling squinted in ecstasy, exclaiming, "Xia Ya, my combat power has increased significantly. It seems to have reached 140,000. Xia Ya nodded calmly. This is quite normal. It is your first encounter with life and death combat. Hence the substantial increase. Such rapid growth will not occur again." Previously, Xia Ya's protective measures had shielded Shiling from the trials of life and death. Although she had enhanced her combat prowess through various means, nothing compared to the effectiveness of actual combat. The battle against Xia Ya had awakened the Saiyan bloodline within her, igniting a powerful resurgence that propelled her combat strength to that remarkable level. Casting a glance at the scorched earth that had turned yellow and black from the battle, Xia Ya deeply felt the toll that nature exacted in the training of a formidable warrior. He shook his head. "Let us depart." With that, he and Shiling soared through the air towards Bardock's location. After engaging the Mech Battalion, Xia Ya gained a clearer understanding of his strength, without relying on his special abilities. He found himself evenly matched with the mech forces, perhaps slightly more dominant, but not to the extent of securing an effortless victory. However, once he unleashed his special powers, adversaries of the Mech Battalion's caliber became inconsequential to him. Defeating them was simpler than slaying a mere chicken, even capable of one-hit kills. Yet, Xia Ya remained cautious regarding the use of his abilities. He pondered whether excessive reliance on his powers, which consumed his internal energy, might lead to a dependency that dulled his sensitivity to ki. Furrowing his brow, he hesitated at the prospect of overusing his abilities. Although they were undoubtedly a potent means of enhancing combat effectiveness, the Dragon Ball universe ultimately relied on raw strength. Rarely did individuals attain mastery solely through supernatural means. Take Guldo from the Ginyu Force, for instance, who, despite mastering time manipulation, possessed little combat power and met his end at Vegeta's hand when he ceased using his abilities. Moreover, Xia Ya's time-space abilities demanded substantial energy, especially against formidable foes, where the energy drain was particularly severe. If his inherent strength was insufficient, he risked following in Guldo's footsteps. He contemplated that while supernatural powers and magic could be flashy, they were best suited as auxiliary tools rather than primary combat skills. Fortunately, he had realized early on the potential pitfalls of becoming overly reliant on the conveniences these powers offered. Xia Ya resolved to reserve his abilities as a trump card, avoiding their use unless absolutely necessary. Although he had effortlessly dispatched the Mech Battalion, achieving overwhelming dominance, he also regretted missing the opportunity to engage in a meaningful battle against an equally matched opponent. The enhancement of his combat prowess was ambiguous. It was difficult to ascertain whether he truly benefited or suffered a loss. He felt as though, in pursuit of the outcome, he had sacrificed the exhilarating process. And from a broader perspective, the best result was not guaranteed. Meanwhile, as the presence of the Mech Battalion dissipated from the planet, Bardock's taut nerves finally relaxed. Upon seeing Xia Ya and Shiling return safely, a smile broke through his previously rigid expression. He soon noticed the tremendous change in Shiling's aura, and a hint of envy crossed his face as he inquired, "Xia Ya, who exactly were they that necessitated such an all-out effort from you?" From the scenes of battle, Bardock had felt the residual force even from a distance, making him wonder who in the universe could compel Xia Ya to exert himself to such an extent. Even the Ginyu Force under Frieza did not seem likely to warrant such a reaction. Indeed, during your fight, the entire planet trembled, akin to an earthquake, Mel's remarked. Her curiosity piqued. Xia Ya chuckled softly. "They are the Mech Battalion that dominates the North Galaxy." "The Mech Battalion? I haven't heard of them." Mel shook her head, her youthful mind unfamiliar with the concept. However, Bardock's expression turned peculiar upon hearing that they were the Mech Battalion, and he exclaimed, "Xia Ya, are you referring to the Mech Battalion under Kfila?" "Precisely, it is Kfila's Mech Battalion." Xia Ya confirmed with a nod. Bardock gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. The Kvila mech battalion was defeated by Xia Ya. He could hardly fathom it. Although Melz was unaware of the mech battalion, Bardock, seasoned by years of missions, possessed extensive knowledge about Kvila's forces. They were among the most formidable super squads in the North Galaxy, with each member rumored to possess combat power exceeding that of Jinyu, the leader of the Jinyu force. Recalling the fierce battle, Bardock realized the truth in Xia Ya's words. Yet, he also mused that regardless of their strength, the fearsome Kvila mech battalion had ultimately succumbed to Xia Ya's might. Suppressing his astonishment, Bardock endeavored to maintain his composure, though the excitement in his eyes intrigued Melz. Hey, is the Kvila mech battalion truly that formidable? How do they compare to Frieza's forces? Bardock smiled at Melz's question. To her, the Frieza army that had once pursued her with fervor seemed formidable, as experience often shaped one as perspective. Considering Melz's exceptional talent, he patiently explained. The Kvila mech battalion is the most powerful trump card under Kvila, ruling the northern region of the North Galaxy. It is said that each member possesses combat power exceeding 100,000, making them a terrifying force. Not only do they surpass Frieza's army, but even Frieza's elite, the Jinyu force, cannot match any member of the mech battalion. That impressive, huh? Melz remarked, her eyes wide with awe. Then, she added with a hint of disdain, but even so, they were still defeated by Xia Ya, right? Turning to Shieling, she said, I didn't realize you were quite formidable too, considering you were only a few years older than me. Of course, that is only natural, Shieling replied proudly, puffing out her chest, relishing the moment. Calling you fat has made you puff up. Xia Ya playfully chided, lightly tapping both their heads before leading them onward. Their journey was still only halfway through, with considerable distance remaining before reaching Planet Ardlat. Several hours later, in the star system of Planet Ardlat, a dazzling spectrum of colors briefly flickered, and four figures suddenly appeared on the planet's surface. Taking in the gravitational pull and inhaling the air of Planet Ardlat, Xia Ya turned to his companions and said, Let us first locate the strong among the Ardlat people and learn their secret arts. A group of individuals, led by Xia Ya, nodded in agreement to his arrangements and soared into the sky, heading towards the presence of the most formidable energy, the planet Ardlat. Situated in the eastern region of the northern galaxy, is an exceptionally enigmatic world, abundant with countless coveted mystical arts. The inhabitants of Ardlat are a peace-loving people, known for their hospitality and aversion to conflict, yet they have developed an array of astonishing techniques. Although their individual combat prowess is remarkably high, they have never engaged in acts of aggression against others. The relative tranquility of the eastern region near Ardlat owes much to their influence. The humid air caressed their faces, imparting a refreshing sensation as Xia Ya and his companions flew at remarkable speed, their forms becoming mere flickers before vanishing into the horizon. The dwellings of the Ardlat people are constructed atop towering stone pillars, with spherical structures perched atop these heights, resembling gigantic lollipops from a distance. The most powerful aura emanates from below. Gazing at the simple yet elegant architecture, Xia Ya smiled, based on the energy sensed. The combat strength of the Ardlat inhabitants below should be around 70,000. Let us descend and take a closer look, he exclaimed. With that, the four lowered their altitude, landing atop a stone pillar several dozen meters above the ground. Not far ahead, a hemispherical structure lay before them. Esteemed friends from afar, please enter. A deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed from within the chamber, sounding aged and profound, as if it had been anticipating their arrival for some time. Xia Ya and his companions paused momentarily, but soon recalled the various extraordinary arts mastered by the Ardlat people, making it seem less surprising that they could foresee their coming. Come on, Xia Ya grinned widely, exuding a carefree charm, and led the way towards the hemispherical building. Chapter 98, The Marvelous Secret Art Within the Stone Chamber. A middle-aged man clad in the attire of the Ardlat people reclined against a stone chair. His profound, luminous eyes sparkled with a sacred azure hue, and two strands of white hair cascaded down to his shoulders. Upon witnessing the arrival of Xia Ya and the others, he spoke in a sonorous tone. I never anticipated that. After the annihilation of Planet Vegeta, the presence of Saiyans would still grace this realm. It is said that the Ardlat possess extraordinary secret arts, and indeed, the reputation holds true. Since you are aware of our identities, you must also comprehend the purpose of our visit. Xia Ya's voice resonated calmly, while neither Sillin nor Bardock interjected. The Ardlat man regarded Xia Ya intently before shaking his head, remarking, the temperament of the Saiyans remains as volatile as ever, yet you are far more composed than King Vegeta. You have met King Vegeta? Xia Ya inquired, taken aback. Indeed, It was many years ago when King Vegeta came to Yadarat, seeking our foresight for the Saiyans' future. Alas, much could have been averted, but your obstinate king was utterly oblivious to the strategic withdrawal, ultimately sealing his fate alongside Planet Vegeta. As the Yadarat man's words sank in, Xia Ya felt a flicker of astonishment. King Vegeta had indeed visited Yadarat, suggesting that he was aware of the Saiyans' grim destiny. Why then did he persist in his obstinacy? He quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that King Vegeta was a relic of the past, and now he was the leader of the Saiyans. At that moment, Xia Ya's gaze towards the Yadarat man grew contemplative. Clearly, King Vegeta was no match for this Yadarat individual, had he been aware of the Saiyans' future. His wrath would have ensured Yadarat's downfall. Yet, the stark reality remained. Yadarat stood unscathed while Vegeta was reduced to ruins. It was evident that King Vegeta could not contend with Yadarat. Xia Ya grasped this truth, though the reasons behind the altered future eluded him. According to the prophecy, the Saiyans should have perished alongside Planet Vegeta, yet many had inexplicably survived. The Yadarat man sighed repeatedly, perplexed by the considerable deviation from the foretold events. Observing the Yadarat's melancholic demeanor stirred something within Xia Ya. Indeed, Yadarat was shrouded in mystery. Perhaps the reason Goku had mastered instantaneous movement upon arriving in Yadarat, yet could not impart it to others, was intricately linked to their direct teachings. Xia Ya mused. Since you possess the ability to foresee the future, might you aid us in achieving our goals? Xia Ya inquired. The success of your endeavors does not hinge upon me, but rather upon yourselves. Upon ourselves? Indeed. Lifting his head, the Yadarat man's deep emerald eyes flickered with a faint crimson glow as he sighed. You are far more formidable than I had anticipated. King Vegeta pales in comparison. Come, follow me. With that, he rose and strode towards the entrance, prompting Xia Ya and his companions to exchange glances before trailing behind. Though the Yadarat seemed eccentric, he undeniably possessed remarkable abilities. After leaping from a towering rock pillar, the Yadarat led the way. After a brief passage of time, they halted before a grand granite door situated at the base of a cliff. The door, approximately 5 meters in length and width, bore a surface mottled with time-worn patterns, suggesting it had endured the ravages of ages. Xia Ya paused to survey the scene. The massive door was embedded within the sheer cliff, adorned with lifelike totemic carvings on either side. It was evident that this door was ancient, a thought that resonated within Xia Ya's mind. Enter, the Yadarat instructed. For the walls within bear inscriptions of our numerous secret arts. You may select up to 2 techniques to study, lest your spirit shatter under the weight of excess. Intrigued, Xia Ya prepared to enter when the Yadarat's voice echoed again. The Saiyan beside you must be afflicted by the curse of the Kanashans. You may choose true spirit art for practice, which can enhance your precognitive abilities. Thank you. Bardock's lips moved, his expression ignited with excitement. If he could dispel the curse of the Kanashans, enhancing his foresight mattered little. The Yadarat nodded. Alas, the sins borne by you Saiyans are exceedingly grave. Save for that young girl, your hands are stained with the blood of countless lives. Should you fail to amend your ways, you are destined for the depths of hell, much like King Vegeta, who will inevitably summon calamity. Upon hearing this, Xia Ya paused, turning to fix a solemn gaze upon the Yadarat. The Yadarat are indeed a remarkable people. You seem unfazed by the presence of Saiyans. I wonder what grants you such confidence. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for your warning. Saiyans are a martial race, yet not one devoid of civility. Many matters can indeed be transformed. Let us hope so. The Yadarat replied with a serene smile, shaking his head as he turned away, seemingly unperturbed. This Yadarat was undeniably peculiar. Despite their formidable powers and myriad secret arts, they remained content within the confines of their small planet, never revealing their might to the outside world. Such a disposition starkly contrasted that of the Saiyans. Xia Ya acknowledged the existence of a people who maintained their integrity within the vast cosmos. Yet, another possibility loomed. They may have wielded immense power to foresee the future, understanding that this was their optimal path to survival. Of course, such speculation may be a reflection of my own biases, Xia Ya thought, shaking his head and redirecting his focus towards the imposing stone door. Pushing it open, he stepped inside, revealing a long, winding staircase that descended into darkness. Following the serpentine path downwards for several minutes, the space suddenly opened up, revealing an underground palace adorned with exquisite carvings, opulent and resplendent. The palace featured interwoven blocks of bluish-white stone, their textures intricately arranged, exuding both simplicity and beauty. The surrounding walls bore abstract, ethereal reliefs that conjured images of ancient Yadarat's splendor within Xia Ya's mind. Suddenly jolted from his reverie, Xia Ya's gaze fell upon the myriad sculptures on the walls, each radiating a soft green luminescence, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. Upon closer inspection, these sculptures appeared ordinary, yet they exuded an ineffable mystique. Chapter 99. The relief texture. The secret technique of the Yadarat star was unexpectedly concealed within the intricate patterns of these stone carvings. Xia Ya was astonished. No wonder in the original tale, only Sun Wukong mastered the art of instantaneous movement. It wasn't that Sun Wukong was unwilling to teach, rather. This technique could only be truly comprehended, not articulated, and he had no idea how to begin instructing it. As for why Cell and Majin Buu were able to learn it, Xia Ya had his own conjectures, attributing it to their exceptional insight and fortuitous circumstances. Cell, having escaped death during his self-destruction, glimpsed the essence of instantaneous movement in that near-death state, thus acquiring the technique when he became Lightning Cell. As for Majin Buu, his seemingly foolish wisdom and remarkable perception were noteworthy. However, Xia Ya could not confidently assert the extent of Majin Buu's intellect. What a beautiful relief, Xia Ya thought. Is this where I can learn instantaneous movement? With a glimmer of curiosity in her striking eyes, Xiling looked around inquisitively. In the vast, open underground palace, a towering emerald statue lay in serene repose beneath the earth. Xia Ya nodded and said, "Pay attention to the symbols and textures on these stone walls. The secret arts of Yadarat are hidden within. If you concentrate on the reliefs, the name of the art will manifest in your mind." Recalling the earlier warnings from the Yadarat people, Xia Ya felt it necessary to reiterate, the secret arts of Yadarat can exert significant mental strain. Each of you should choose one technique to cultivate, and remember to practice moderation. After mastering one, see if you can handle a second. He was not particularly concerned about Bardock, who, with his mature mind and extensive experience, could discern the importance of moderation. Xia Ya was primarily worried about Xiling and Meru's, fearing they might overreach and incur irreparable damage. "I understand," Xiling exclaimed, immediately recognizing the admonition was directed at her. She quickly darted away. "I will also choose a technique." "I want something practical," Meru's chimed in, happily circling the palace walls, observing their spirited demeanor. Xia Ya could only smile helplessly before nodding to Bardock and beginning his search along the mural reliefs. Bardock's goal was clear, the true spirit technique. As previously mentioned by the Yadarat people, this technique was said to not only dispel the curse of the Kanashans but also enhance his precognitive abilities, truly a multifaceted art. For Bardock, alleviating the side effects of the curse was paramount, and if he could retain his prophetic abilities to benefit the Saiyan race, it would be even better. As Xia Ya traversed the underground palace, he felt the mental impacts emanating from various techniques while searching for the art of instantaneous movement. The myriad of secret arts carved by the Yadarat people was astonishing, encompassing simple spells for daily use and formidable techniques suited for combat. Upon closer inspection, he found over 300 different arts, most of which were supportive in nature. The instantaneous movement technique he sought also fell under this category. As Xia Ya scanned the intricate reliefs, he marveled at the wisdom of the Yadarat ancestors and soon encountered Xiling and Meru's again, who were also in pursuit of the instantaneous movement technique. "Xia Ya, come quickly. I found the instantaneous movement," a voice filled with excitement called out. Xia Ya noticed Xiling pointing at a complex pattern on the stone wall. "Have you found it?" he inquired. "Yes, but the patterns for instantaneous movement are very intricate. After looking for a while, I felt a bit dizzy," Xiling replied, her brow furrowed in concern. Xia Ya chuckled softly, raising his gaze to the wall as design. In a moment of clarity, he sensed an array of peculiar ripples undulating on his retina, only to be met with a sudden, overwhelming wave of mental pressure. A sharp pain jolted his nerves, and his mind felt fatigued, as if deprived of sustenance. Indeed powerful, Xia Ya inwardly sighed. Upon comparison, he realized the mental assault of the instantaneous movement technique far surpassed that of other arts. This was not mere physical exhaustion, but a profound mental onslaught. Closing his eyes and standing in silent contemplation for a moment, he reopened them and reflected, this is undoubtedly the instantaneous movement technique. Yet it differs significantly from the spatial abilities associated with instantaneous movement, if the latter involves forcibly opening a spatial tunnel using 1S energy. The Yadarat version ingeniously employs the interaction of energy to manipulate space, achieving instantaneous travel through spatial distortion. This concept reminded Xia Ya of descriptions from the science fiction novels he had encountered in his previous life. Utilizing a powerful thrust engine for acceleration would require boundless energy. However, adopting a curvature flight approach would drastically reduce energy requirements. as the force propelling the spacecraft would stem from the very fabric of space itself, rather than the engine's energy. This principle of leveraging external forces seemed applicable to instantaneous movement as well. Naturally, since the Yadarat technique distorts space through energy, it would be susceptible to external energy interference. During intense battles with overflowing energy, the chances of successful execution would diminish significantly. Yet, this drawback was unavoidable, whether in abilities or arts. Xia Ya recalled his own experience facing the god of destruction, Beerus, when his internal energy felt stagnated, rendering him unable to activate his powers to escape. No wonder the Yadarat people advised us to choose only one technique. The mental strain during cultivation was indeed formidable. Xia Ya was somewhat taken aback. The principles of the Yadarat instantaneous movement were fundamentally different from those of other abilities. The former utilized energy to distort space while the latter forced open spatial wormholes to traverse star systems. By harnessing the strengths of both, he could potentially refine his own instantaneous movement, perhaps even equating it with Jebet's technique. This was precisely what Xia Ya needed. From the moment he felt the mental assault of the instantaneous movement technique, Xia Ya understood its complexity. Mastering it would undoubtedly take an extended period. Shieling, are you truly intent on learning instantaneous movement? He gently inquired, seeking confirmation from the youthful figure before him. The requirements for mastering the Yadarat arts were exceedingly high, and the average individual might only learn one throughout their lifetime. Choosing one only to fail would be a regrettable endeavor. Of course, Shilling replied resolutely, not turning back as her starry, radiant eyes fixed upon the wall, settling down to immerse herself in the learning process. Xia Ya couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head before turning to Meruz, who appeared indecisive, torn between the desire to learn and uncertainty. Xia Ya smiled and decided to leave her be, sitting down to begin his own study of the instantaneous movement technique. In his earnest pursuit, he quickly realized why Sun Wukong took a year to master this art. The intricacies involved were vast and complex, and merely untangling the threads of understanding proved challenging. Yet, this added a layer of excitement. The more complicated the endeavor, the more valuable it became. Calming his mind, Xia Ya began to methodically sift through the knowledge, comparing it with the distinctions of his spatial abilities, learning from each, and gradually making headway. Meanwhile, seeing Xia Ya and Shieling already engrossed in their studies, Meruz wore a frustrated expression, continuing her search through the palace. After scouring the area without finding any suitable techniques, she decided to stay by Xia Ya's side and also began learning the art of instantaneous movement. Days turned into weeks as a few individuals immersed themselves in the study of arcane arts. Whenever hunger struck, they would consume a divine bean and then resume their scholarly pursuits. One such bean could sustain a person for 10 days without the need for sustenance. However, this was not its greatest utility. Should others discover that Xia Ya squandered the divine beans in such a frivolous manner, they would surely seethe with indignation at his extravagant wastefulness. Chapter 100. The reaction of the Frozen Clan as Xia Ya and others engaged in their arcane training in the northern reaches of the North Galaxy. On a planet technologically enhanced, stood the headquarters of Quila. At this moment, a strategist like extraterrestrial stood before Quila, hesitatingly reporting, Great King Quila. Ever since Lord Frieza ventured into the Eastern Territories, we have lost contact. Attempts to reach them via the communicator yielded no response. Consequently, I dispatched personnel to the last planet where Lord Frieza was reported missing, and the outcome was. Pausing, the extraterrestrial hesitated, casting a furtive glance at Quila's expression, his voice trembling as he struggled to continue. What transpired? Speak plainly. The cold, unfeeling voice of Quila resonated, seated upon a grand metallic throne, his gaze piercing into the extraterrestrial. A chill coursed through the extraterrestrial's being as he reported truthfully. The signs on the planet indicate that a violent battle once unfolded there, leaving several indistinct corpses at the epicenter, possibly those of Lord Frieza and his companions. He swallowed hard, incredulous at his own words. You mean to say Frieza and the others perished there? A flicker of surprise crossed Quila's eyes, quickly replaced by a grimace as his tail thrashed against the ground, shattering the hard surface beneath. Why yes, the extraterrestrial stammered, his scalp prickling with fear. Humph. A disdainful snort escaped Quila's lips, followed by a searing beam of laser that shot forth, piercing the extraterrestrial's head before he could react, crimson and white fluids splattering the ground. His eyes still wide with disbelief. Incompetence. My mech forces were annihilated in such a manner. Frieza, you have truly disappointed me. Quila's visage darkened. his blood-red pupils glinting with a cold light as he turned to the other attendants, his expression fierce. Do you believe it possible that individuals from my father's faction were involved? The other extraterrestrials immediately prostrated themselves, trembling as they replied, Great King. We have maintained a peaceful coexistence with the Eastern factions for many years. Moreover, King Cooled is your father. It seems implausible that he would act against you. Oh, that is difficult to ascertain. Quila murmured, his eyes still shimmering with intensity. Shaviza's mission was to locate the fruit of the spirit tree, a treasure capable of enhancing one's power. For such an artifact, even King Cooled might turn against me. Nevertheless, Quila believed that this time, King Cooled was not the instigator. The number of combatants capable of defeating his mech forces in the North Galaxy was scant, with perhaps only the strongest team under King Cooled's command, which had shown no activity recently. As for Frieza's Jinyu force, Quila regarded them with disdain. Even a surprise attack from them would inflict no harm upon Shaviza and his crew. Who, then, could be responsible? Was there still a hidden powerhouse within the North Galaxy? Quila's heart raced, not out of sorrow for Shaviza's demise, merely a pawn in his game, but rather at the prospect that the existence of the spirit tree's fruit might be exposed. Drawing the attention of King Cooled and Frieza, a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. Casting a cold gaze upon the prostrate extraterrestrials, Quila commanded, Prepare the ship. I shall personally investigate the site of Shaviza's defeat. With a wave of his hand, he added, Furthermore, initiate the selection process within the Quila Legion. I intend to reorganize the Special Operations Unit. Yes, Great King. The extraterrestrials breathed a sigh of relief, rising and retreating from the Grand Hall, drenched in sweat. Upon the colossal throne, Quila curled his purple lips into a sinister smirk, a glimmer of malevolence crossing his fierce countenance. In the eastern region, upon learning from his informants of the annihilation of Quila's mech forces, King Cooled's brow furrowed momentarily in surprise, soon replaced by a sense of delight as he savored a glass of red wine. He considered the small mech unit trivial, yet found satisfaction in the diminishment of Quila's strength. At Frieza's headquarters in the southern sector, the news reached him as well. The diminutive form of the frozen clan stood before a viewport, gazing out at the bleak, desolate landscape, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. Mr. Dodoria, this indeed is splendid news. Quila's elite forces have been utterly decimated. What a grand embarrassment for him. The voice, reminiscent of a demon, soon fell silent as Frieza's expression shifted. Yet, the North Galaxy harbors potent beings. When did so many masters emerge from the shadows? Lord Frieza, is this mech unit truly formidable? Dodoria inquired, puzzled, as he had been active solely in the southern region since aligning with Frieza. Lacking knowledge of the cosmic forces at play, his understanding paled in comparison to that of the Jinyu force. Frieza waved a dismissive hand, his tail striking the ground. The mech unit is my brother Quila's strongest squad. Each member surpasses Captain Jinyu in prowess. Surpassing Captain Jinyu? Does that imply their battle power exceeds 100,000? Dodoria gasped, astonished. Superb warriors with power beyond 100,000. Such strength is inconceivable for one with merely 20,000 like me, Dodoria thought, now filled with awe for the vast cosmos. What does it matter? They are still annihilated. Suddenly struck by a thought, Dodoria's skin quivered as he remarked, Lord, who do you believe orchestrated this? Could it be the same individual responsible for Lord Shamba's demise? The ancient warriors of the Fidaian race? Dodoria's words sparked a realization within Frieza, his pupils narrowing as a cruel smile emerged. There exists a possibility. It seems we must pay closer attention. Indeed. Why did Quila send his mech forces to the eastern region? I should inform my father. Frieza murmured, feeling a connection to his father, King Cooled, as a younger member of the Frozen clan. At this moment, he pondered reaching out to King Cooled. By the way, how fares that Vegeta fellow? Has he uncovered the truth behind the destruction of Planet Vegeta? Frieza shifted the topic, inquiring about Vegeta's status. Dodoria chuckled. That lad could never grasp the truth. He's currently obeying your commands alongside those two Saiyans. Well then, after annihilating Planet Vegeta, Frieza had retained only the most promising Vegeta, observing the Saiyans' nature. Yet thus far, Vegeta had shown little potential to captivate Frieza's interest, leading to a gradual fading of his regard. Chapter 101, The Secret Art of the Spiritual Eye. Within the subterranean palace of the planet Adaltrat, Xia Ya and his companions were diligently studying the arcane arts. Thanks to his spatial abilities, Xia Ya excelled in mastering the art of instantaneous movement, completing his training in just 4 months. The next phase involved synthesizing this newfound skill with his innate spatial powers to forge an entirely novel form of teleportation. This intricate and meticulous process required an additional 2 months of dedicated effort. Half a year after arriving on Adaltrat, Xia Ya achieved a flawless integration of both abilities. The newly developed instantaneous movement proved to be remarkably superior, both in ease of use and effectiveness, rivaling even the teleportation skills of Jebet. Upon completing the synthesis, Xia Ya experienced a profound realization. He felt as though he could traverse the cosmos with a mere thought, free from any constraints. The dimensions of space now appeared to him as a pliable canvas, with the coordinates of his destination in mind. He could effortlessly arrive there in the blink of an eye. This new method eliminated the need for the energy-draining intermediary steps of his spatial abilities. Nor did it require the sensory perception of the destinations aura typically associated with traditional teleportation techniques. Instead, it allowed for complete freedom of movement through space. With a swift motion, Xia Ya transformed into a streak of radiant light, reappearing on the opposite side of Adaltrat, overlooking a vast and magnificent ocean. Ha ha ha. Truly, this consumes no energy at all. His laughter resonated through the air as he gazed at the breathtaking horizon, a jubilant smile gracing his face. This new form of movement harmoniously combined the strengths of both his powers and the secret arts, rendering it both convenient and practical. In a moment of concentration, he vanished from the ocean's surface, returning to the underground palace. Rising to his feet, he observed that Shilling, Badak, and the others were still immersed in their training. Intrigued, he began to explore the intricate carvings adorning the palace's walls. These complex and abstract designs not only chronicled the myriad secret arts developed by the inhabitants of Adaltrat, but also depicted the evolution of their civilization from its primitive origins to its current prowess. The images illustrated a journey of cultivation and survival, showcasing their transition from a savage existence. Suddenly, Xia Ya halted before a grand relief sculpture, captivated by its imagery. It appeared to represent the moment when the Adaltrat people emerged from their age of ignorance. However, the motifs etched into the mural struck him as eerily familiar. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the depiction of a sinuous, golden dragon soaring majestically, its surface ablaze with ethereal flames, exuding an aura of ancient grandeur. It seemed evident to Xia Ya that the development of the Adaltrat civilization was intricately linked to this golden dragon. He pondered the mysteries of the Dragon Ball universe. Recalling the enigmatic races within it, the Namekians, who could create Dragon Balls, the Adaltrat people, skilled in mystical arts, and the Metamorans, renowned for their extraordinary martial techniques. The original narrative already introduced many wondrous races, yet this was merely a glimpse into the vast expanse of the cosmos, which housed countless galaxies waiting to be explored. While Xia Ya refrained from imposing his previous understanding of the universe onto this reality, he was acutely aware of its boundless vastness. A gentle smile graced his lips as he continued to admire the reliefs, scrutinizing each one carefully. Unfortunately, he was unable to uncover any secret arts that would enhance the physical constitution of the Saiyans. The vacuum of space posed a significant limitation to their existence. As Saiyans fundamentally belonged to the category of humanity, distinctly different from the peculiar life forms of the cosmos. Though he did not find the means to enable Saiyans to survive in a vacuum, Xia Ya soon set aside his disappointment. Altering one's physical constitution was a far more demanding endeavor than merely extending life or achieving immortality. Even a wish made with the Dragon Balls, both from Earth and Namek, would likely prove futile. Such a transformation would contravene the fundamental laws of the universe. Akin to an ordinary individual wishing for the powers or physique of Majin Buu, which exceeded the capabilities of the dragon. Xia Ya recalled a passage from the original story, noting that while the powers of the Earth Dragon were indeed miraculous, they could not surpass the limits set by the deities. When faced with the newly arrived Vegeta on Earth, the dragon's abilities were insufficient. The Namekian dragon, Purunga, possessed greater strength but was still bound by the requirement of Goku's consent to transport him from another planet. Thus, Xia Ya concluded that while the power of dragons appeared extraordinary and seemingly limitless, they faltered when it came to matters of strength. To fundamentally alter one's constitution or attain formidable power, neither the Earth Dragon nor Purunga could suffice. Perhaps only a more potent dragon could fulfill such wishes. Returning to the matter at hand, Xia Ya recognized the invaluable opportunity presented by his presence on Adaltrat. The Adaltrat inhabitants had indicated that he could acquire no more than 2 secret arts, and Xia Ya believed he could endure one more. However, with prudence in mind, he opted for a non-combat auxiliary art, a small technique known as the spiritual eye. This art possessed no offensive capabilities and had minimal requirements for use, allowing Xia Ya to master it within a matter of days. Once activated, the spiritual eye enveloped his gaze in a soft, ethereal glow. He employed this technique on Shieling and Melis, immediately feeling invigorated as their ages and combat abilities became clear to him. Shieling, 13 years old, combat power 144,000. Melis, 6 years old, combat power 3,100. Such abilities were advantageous, rendering anyone's presence easily discernible. A smile crept onto Xia's lips as he recalled his previous experience in the Room of Spirit and time with Shieling. She should have aged a year. Yet her displayed data did not reflect this. It seemed the calculations were based on cosmic time. At that moment, Xia noticed a red aura surrounding Shieling's head, indicating her sinfulness, 15,400. Drawing in a sharp breath, he scrutinized the red mass, his pupils narrowing. Could this red aura represent the measure of one's soul as judged by the Lord of Hell? Remembering the previous mention of hell by the Adaltrap people, Xia's expression shifted to one of gravity. It appeared he needed to treat this matter with utmost seriousness. In the Dragon Ball universe, death did not signify the end. One continued to exist in the afterlife for a time. Observing Melis again, Xia felt relieved. This young child had scarcely left Planet Vegeta, and the faint red aura above his head was nearly imperceptible, with a meager sinfulness of only 300 points. Approaching Bedak, Xia utilized the spiritual eye to assess his condition. The data that appeared before him elicited a sharp intake of breath. Bedak, 32 years old, combat power 39,200. His sinfulness, however, was alarmingly high, 7,676,000. 7,676,000 sins. How many planets must one destroy to reach such a tally? Surely, Saiyans like Bedak were not uncommon on planet Red Mountain. In that moment, Xia resolved to take serious measures to reform the Saiyans upon his return. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face the judgment of hell after death. He had heard that the Saiyans of the Sixth Universe were employed by righteous forces, rescuing countless planets from peril, ensuring their ascendance to paradise after death. Though they are both Saiyans, the disparity is indeed vast. Xia murmured softly, sensing the necessity to implement certain measures. Are not Saiyans a warrior race? Should they not revel in the exhilaration of battle? Thus, let us seek out some challenges for them. Xia contemplated the burdens of leadership, toiling with both mind and spirit, even contemplating their fates beyond this life. Is there a leader more fitting than he? Chapter 102. The Power of Quila. After finalizing his decision, Xia felt a wave of relief wash over him. He surmised that Shieling and the others would continue their training for a while longer. Thus he took a moment to contemplate before utilizing his teleportation abilities to depart from the planet Adralat. Concurrently, the inhabitants of Adralat, residing upon towering stone pillars, opened their eyes, calmly gazing in the direction of Xia's departure before closing their eyelids once more, entering a meditative state, and plunging the surroundings back into silence. The serene and profound cosmos stretched infinitely, with twinkling stars resembling scattered gemstones adorning the seemingly tranquil expanse of space. In the northern region of the North Galaxy, a fleet of newly fashioned disc-shaped spacecraft swiftly traversed the void. This locale, known as the Greenwave Star Domain, lies at the intersection of the northern and eastern sectors of the North Galaxy, firmly under the dominion of the Quila power, and not far from the Emerald Planet that had witnessed the annihilation of the mechanized forces. At the heart of the fleet, within a lavish and spacious vessel, Quila sat with an icy demeanor in the command center, presiding over a gathering of extraterrestrial beings, each distinct in appearance, who sat upright, diligently monitoring the displays as they executed the tasks assigned by King Quila. Olos, have you yet to identify the perpetrator responsible for the demise of Frieza and his cohort? A chilling voice suddenly resonated, and with Quila's utterance, the temperature within the command center plummeted to a frigid point. Olos, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding chill, maintained a calm demeanor, bowing gracefully to Quila and replying, "Your Majesty, I have dispatched personnel to conduct a thorough investigation, but thus far, no suspicious individuals have been identified." Though Olos presented himself with courteousness akin to that of a gentleman, beneath that facade lurked a ruthless killer, a member of Quila's elite military division, who had previously contended with Frieza for the position of captain of the mechanized forces. With Frieza's demise, Olos naturally ascended to the role of captain of the new mechanized battalion, which retained a trio formation as Quila adhered to an elite system, selecting only the finest warriors, dismissing those who relied on sheer numbers for victory. Given that this enigmatic individual was capable of vanquishing Frieza and his team, their strength must be formidable. However, The fact that Frieza was unable even to send a distress signal suggests that such a powerful entity may require my personal intervention. Licking his purple lips, Quila's lips curled into a cold smile, his blood-red pupils scanning the horizon as he declared, "I care not who they are. Those who offend Quila shall not escape unscathed. Such a fool seeks his own demise. Yet in the North Galaxy, such power is a rarity." With a contemplative expression, Olos remarked, "Indeed. Perhaps that individual possesses some exceptional ability." "Indeed, perhaps," Quila replied dismissively, his thoughts drifting towards the matter of the spirit tree's fruit. The deaths of Frieza and his companions did not grieve him. Rather, he feared that news of the spirit tree's fruit might leak, in which case Frieza's demise would be of little consequence. At that moment, an extraterrestrial rushed in, breathless, kneeling before Quila and stammering, "Your Majesty, the 3rd Brigade has encountered a formidable enemy on the planet Vegeta, and they are nearly annihilated." The 3rd Brigade, my ace team, has encountered a powerful foe? I did not foresee this. Quila's voice was calm, yet those familiar with his temperament recognized the storm brewing beneath the surface. The more composed Quila appeared, the more palpable the tension became. Olos smirked and stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, the combat prowess of the brigade's captains exceeds 10,000. The near annihilation of the 3rd Brigade indicates the strength of their adversaries, potentially linked to Frieza's death." Quila chuckled heartily, "I share your sentiments. Dispatch orders forthwith. We shall set course for Vegeta. I intend to obliterate those vermin." On Vegeta, Xia Ya maintained a serene expression as he faced a group of long-haired extraterrestrials. After teleporting away from annihilate, he had traversed the cosmos at will, rendering his teleportation abilities increasingly nimble. Previously, his teleportation required pinpointing coordinates between 2 planets and expending considerable energy, while the teleportation from annihilate necessitated the identification of an individual's aura. Now, with the 2 methods combined, Xia Ya felt liberated, as if he could soar high above the skies or plunge into the depths of the sea without restraint. After navigating through several planets, Xia Ya found himself within the jurisdiction of Vegeta, only to discover that it was under Quila's control, with the so-called 3rd Brigade stationed there. Contemplating the dark sins weighing upon him, Xia Ya deemed it necessary to cleanse himself and accrue some merit, targeting the 3rd Brigade as his means. To his surprise, after dispatching a few members of the brigade, he noticed a slight reduction in his sins. Although sins and merits cannot be equivalently counterbalanced, performing good deeds brought a refreshing sense of relief. Xia Ya's eyes gleamed with excitement, as each living extraterrestrial before him transformed into a treasure trove ripe for the taking. "Your sins are profound. Let your demise contribute to my redemption." Thus, Xia Ya swiftly engaged his adversaries, visibly diminishing the weight of his sins. After dispatching several figures who appeared to be leaders, his sins were now faintly diminished. "Only a few remain. Do come forth and meet your end." Xia Ya's voice was icy as he regarded the grotesque extraterrestrials. The beings recoiled, their bravado faltering as they bellowed, "Who are you?" "We are part of King Quila's legion." Such actions will not be overlooked. Upon hearing Quila's name, Xia Ya paused momentarily before breaking into a radiant smile. Despite their combat prowess exceeding 10,000, these extraterrestrials could only invoke Quila's name for courage. It was, indeed, a tragic irony. Chapter 103. The arrival of Kfera. Do you believe that merely invoking the name of Kfera can instill fear in me? Such delusions are laughable. The envisioned scenarios conceived by the extraterrestrials did not materialize. Upon hearing such words, they realized that even the legendary title of King Kfera failed to intimidate their adversary, sending a shiver of inexplicable dread through their hearts. Xia Ya stepped forward, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. The extraterrestrials, upon witnessing this, felt their nerves tighten. A dozen of them huddled together, cautiously alert to their surroundings. Suddenly, a blade, as delicate as a cicada's wing and forged from energy, materialized above them, tracing a brilliant arc from above. With a thunderous crash, this colossal blade descended with immense force, causing the extraterrestrials to turn pale with terror and hastily flee in all directions. A resounding boom echoed as the immense blade pierced deep into the ground, leaving behind a gaping chasm. Those fortunate enough to escape the calamity felt a cold sweat trickle down their brows, silently grateful for their quick reflexes. "Do you think you can escape?" The voice, reminiscent of a death knell, resonated, followed by a chilling flash of light. Xia Ya, in a blur, unleashed a torrent of attacks from every direction. The sound of impact echoed relentlessly as countless blows, imbued with wild power, struck their flesh, akin to a tempest sweeping through. shaking the very earth and causing mountains to crumble. The extraterrestrials struck by Xia Ya's fists had no time to react before their bodies were obliterated by the sheer force. Viscous fluids splattering everywhere. In the blink of an eye, merely 4 or 5 extraterrestrials remained. At that moment, Xia Ya abandoned his customary energy and psychic attacks, opting instead for the purest form of physical strength. The exhilarating sensation of swinging his fist stirred his blood, awakening the Saiyan ferocity within him. How powerful! A few remnants of shadows fled in disarray, darting away into the distance. The surviving extraterrestrials were the elite among them, undoubtedly the strongest of the third unit. Yet the brutal scene before them filled their hearts with trepidation. Though once proud and disdainful of the weak, their spirits trembled as they witnessed Xia's merciless onslaught. Do not panic. King Vegeta is on his way here. We just need to hold on a little longer. One of the extraterrestrials urged his companions. Yet, another replied with furrowed brows. But his power is far too overwhelming. We cannot withstand it. Cursed be this foe. Where did he emerge from? He rivals even Lord Frieza. Another extraterrestrial's voice quaked, losing its usual composure. Their faces paled, fear evident in their eyes as they exchanged glances. Damn it, we are doomed anyway. Let us fight him. With a fierce determination, one extraterrestrial, who had remained silent until now, roared in anger. But as soon as the words left his mouth, a pair of dark, icy eyes materialized before them. Xia stood, fingers poised, effortlessly carving a line through the void. In an instant, a head soared high, eyes reflecting shock and disbelief, before consciousness faded and life slipped away. Disaster. Everyone flee. The sudden turn of events shattered the extraterrestrials' resolve, and chaos ensued as they scattered in all directions. None of you shall escape alive today. Xia observed the fleeing extraterrestrials with a calm demeanor, then accelerated once more, his form transforming into a streak of light as he pursued them. At this stage of his power, dispatching a few extraterrestrials with combat abilities barely reaching 20,000 was akin to taking candy from a child. Within mere breaths, bodies halted mid-air before plummeting to the ground, lifeless upon impact. Thus, the third unit of Vegeta was eradicated from the cosmos. A chilling voice reverberated through the air as Xia's emotions surged. Once, he had relied on luck and coincidence to confront opponents like Shampa. Now, eliminating extraterrestrials of the same caliber required little more than a thought, and he realized, to his astonishment, how much he had grown stronger. Yet, he knew this power was insufficient. It was merely enough to dominate ordinary extraterrestrials. But it fell far short of the likes of Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu, whose mere presence could shatter the earth. They loomed like towering mountains in his path. Majestic and formidable, awe-inspiring yet unattainable. The so-called heights remained distant, yet his heart yearned for them. One day, he would reach their pinnacle, perhaps even surpass them, leaving them far behind. At that moment, a wave of suffocating energy surged from the distant reaches of outer space. Xia paused, looking skyward, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. What an overwhelming sense of oppression. This energy, could it be that King Vegeta had arrived? He murmured softly to himself, trembling involuntarily as Vegeta's presence enveloped him with an immense weight. Blood surged through his veins, quickening in response to the oppressive aura. Confronting Vegeta with his current strength would be folly. Xia understood his inadequacy in facing Vegeta, and whether he could survive remained uncertain. Therefore, he resolved to utilize instant transmission and depart before Vegeta arrived. However, just as he prepared to leave, a powerful pressure enveloped him, akin to plunging into an unfathomable abyss. It felt as though someone had taken notice of his presence. Startled, Xia realized that the space around him was warping under this immense pressure, interfering with his instant transmission. This was dire. The instant transmission was compromised. In the vibrating air, he witnessed a dark silhouette tearing through the clouds, slowly descending. It was a colossal spacecraft, unmistakably reminiscent of the Frozen Clan's design. Amidst the vast shadow, the ship landed upon the rocky terrain, its metallic tendrils penetrating the earth as if it were soft tofu. The saucer-shaped vessel settled firmly. Moments later, the hatch opened slowly, and extraterrestrials clad in uniform combat gear poured out, first clearing the area of obstructions. A figure clad in purple descended deliberately, a smirk gracing his lips, with crimson pupils emanating a chilling glint akin to a pool of infernal blood. That figure was Vegeta. No one could impersonate Vegeta. The moment Xia laid eyes on that commanding presence, he recognized him instantly. Xia's gaze locked onto Vegeta, his body trembling involuntarily. He noticed Vegeta too was fixated on him, though his focus was laced with disdainful arrogance. Kvera's physique was purple, adorned with white, stone-like armor on his head, shoulders, and limbs, a purple tail trailing behind. His overall appearance bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's ultimate form, but Kvera exuded a more masculine essence. In his normal state, Kvera maintained the appearance of Frieza's ultimate form, yet his power surpassed Frieza by leaps and bounds. Perhaps the rumors of a fourth transformation, which even Frieza had never possessed, were indeed true. Quira's gaze was profoundly terrifying. Those crimson eyes appeared as if a demon had emerged from the depths of the abyss. The overwhelming energy surging around him relentlessly battered Xia Ya's nerves, as a cacophony of voices urged him to flee echoed within his mind. Xia Ya's expression grew stern, his dark eyes gradually igniting with a myriad of radiant hues, his spiritual sight silently honing in on Quira. Quira, 724 years old, combat power 150 million. The staggering figure of 150 million materialized before him, causing Xia Ya to involuntarily gasp. Truly, he was renowned as the most exceptional genius of the Frozen clan, his power unfathomable. The mere display of combat prowess at 150 million surpassed even Frieza's ultimate form, leaving one to ponder the true extent of his strength. A shiver ran down Xia Ya's spine. This was merely Quira's standard combat power. If the rumors of a fourth transformation were indeed true, Quira would be utterly formidable. A chill gripped Xia Ya's heart, and he instinctively yearned to escape. However, at that moment, ensnared by Quira's piercing gaze, he dared not make any hasty movements. Chapter 104. The disparity is overwhelming. Calming himself, Xia Ya reminded himself that recklessness was absolutely inadvisable at this moment. Frieza typically maintained a combat power of 530,000 due to his inability to adequately control the energy within him. However, Kvera consistently presented himself in a form reminiscent of Frieza's ultimate state, which indicated that Kvera's power was far more formidable than Frieza's. At least for now, Frieza was undeniably incomparable to his elder brother, Kvera. This disparity was partly due to Kvera's age, as evidenced by his more mature appearance in his ultimate form, while Frieza could only be considered a youth among the Frost Demons. Consequently, Xia Ya felt an intensified trepidation towards Kvera, acutely aware of the vast chasm of power that separated them. Even if he employed his full abilities, it would likely not sustain him for long. How intriguing! Observing the figure standing not far away, a flicker of surprise crossed Kvera's eyes, and a cruel smile graced his lips as he turned to Olos and commanded, "Assess the combat power of that young fellow." Olos complied, signaling to his subordinate to employ a large-scale detector, for standard energy detectors had become ineffective at this juncture. After a series of beeping sounds, the results were promptly revealed. As Olos scrutinized the data, his light golden eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible. This fellow's combat power is an astonishing 161,000. No wonder Olos was so taken aback. Xia Ya's combat power was indeed staggering, surpassing not only his own but also that of the former members of the Mech Battalion. Oh, does this imply that Frieza and the others were indeed slain by him? Kvera mused, stroking his chin, his eyes alight with a glint of intrigue, leaving others unaware of his thoughts. Suddenly, Kvera's smile broadened, his purple tail striking the ground repeatedly, sending a chill through the air towards Xia Ya's direction. "Ah, your strength is quite impressive. I wonder if you were the one who annihilated my Mech Battalion?" Kvera inquired, narrowing his eyes with a seemingly casual tone. "Indeed. I am the one who dispatched the members of your Mech Battalion," Xia Ya candidly acknowledged, his vigilance reaching its zenith. With a resounding thud, Kvera's tail struck the ground, shattering the hard rock beneath it. Olos observed with a sneer, contemplating how furious Kvera must be. This ungrateful human had foolishly provoked the wrath of Kvera, exhibiting a blatant disregard for his own life. "Truth be told, I find myself compelled to recruit you. How about it? As compensation for the destruction of my Mech Battalion. Join me as my subordinate." A cold, deep voice resonated, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure. At the center of this maelstrom, Xia Ya furrowed his brow, struggling to maintain his footing as the ground trembled violently beneath him. His heart raced, instilling a clearer understanding of Kvera's formidable might. Kvera was slightly surprised that Xia Ya could withstand his oppressive aura, but the surrounding aliens were not so fortunate. Even the residual force of Kvera's presence struck them like a heavy blow, rendering them breathless and disoriented. "Coercing others into servitude is hardly a noble tactic," Xia Ya replied, shaking his head resolutely in refusal. Moments later, Kvera licked his lips, sighed dramatically, and expressed his regret. "Very well, you have angered me. Regardless of your strength, I have decided to eliminate you. A bloodthirsty killing intent filled the air, sending chills down the spine. Ultimately, confrontation was inevitable. With a quiet sigh, Xia Ya recognized the futility of further dialogue. He steeled himself, fully aware that he could not afford to be complacent in the face of Kefera's astounding power. His spatial abilities were primed for action, and he was ready to escape at a moment's notice, should the opportunity arise. Simultaneously, his temporal abilities were also poised to assist him. Suddenly, a divine radiance emerged from the depths of silence. Xia Ya's emotions surged as he launched his assault, vanishing like a wraith and unleashing his full strength without reservation, targeting Kefera directly. Kefera clicked his tongue, his eyes scanning the vicinity as he meticulously tracked Xia Ya's movements, observing every detail of the environment. Bang! With the aid of his temporal abilities, Xia Ya darted towards Kefera, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Kefera's chest. However, in an instant, a hardened claw seized his wrist. Such speed! Xia Ya's heart raced as he realized his initial strike had failed. He immediately attempted to harness his power to escape. But it was already too late. Kefera huffed, and a tremendous force erupted from his claw, flinging Xia Ya away like a cannonball, rapidly shrinking into a mere speck in the sky. Stop! Xia Ya's heart raced in terror as he struggled to halt his momentum, but Kefera's strength was overwhelmingly potent, rendering him unable to stop in time. In desperation, Xia Ya activated his abilities, causing the surrounding space to crystallize, as if a grand net had swiftly enveloped him, finally slowing his descent. With a whoosh, Xia Ya regained his footing and cautiously surveyed his surroundings, his senses heightened and alert, his eyes darting in all directions. Suddenly, a bloody aura approached him. Turning warily, he found Kefera had inexplicably appeared behind him. Oh, young one, your skills are commendable. You have piqued my interest. I shall grant you one more chance. Will you join me as my subordinate? Kefera extended yet another olive branch. Xia Ya's response remained a calm gaze. After a moment of silence, Kefera felt his pride wounded. His expression darkened, and his crimson eyes gleamed with malevolence, the frigid and cruel aura intensifying. Very well. A spirited individual such as yourself does not sit well with me. It is best to eliminate you swiftly. As his words fell, a piercing cold wind swept through, plunging the atmosphere into an oppressive silence. The sky darkened, clouds dissipating entirely, leaving an atmosphere thick with foreboding. Below, Kefera's followers trembled in fear, while Olos looked on, a smirk playing on his lips. This foolish young man had finally provoked Kefera's ire, yet this was for the best. He preferred Kefera to have no additional followers, especially one so seemingly youthful. A gentle breeze stirred, kicking up dust and swirling with fallen leaves. Suddenly, the gentle wind morphed into a tempest, engulfing the silent battlefield in an air of dread akin to the apocalypse. Xia Ya and Kefera moved in unison. With the enhancement of his temporal abilities, Xia Ya's body surged forward at breakneck speed. Although he lacked the raw power to rival Kefera, and despite being outmatched in every regard, speed remained the ultimate prerequisite in combat. Each fleeting encounter saw Xia Ya employing his temporal abilities, yet the vast disparity in strength remained insurmountable. Xia Ya found himself at an absolute disadvantage. While Kefera maintained an air of nonchalance, his breathing unaffected by the escalating tension. At this juncture, Olos, watching from a distance, had become completely numb. Or perhaps he had been in a state of shock since the battle commenced. Kefera's power was anticipated, yet he had not expected this mysterious opponent to possess such remarkable speed, capable of engaging Kefera in several exchanges. It is indeed a source of both astonishment and trepidation for him. However, it is fortunate that King Vegeta possesses superior skills. The disparity is truly immense. A slight bitterness lingers in his throat, accompanied by a diminishing strength. Xia Ya realizes that Vegeta is merely toying with him, not taking the situation seriously, and has only exerted a fraction of his power. In contrast, he has already given his all, and a sense of despair creeps into his heart. Are all so-called strong individuals this haughty? Shampa is thus, and so is Vegeta. As for the announcement regarding the launch, it is astonishing how, almost unconsciously, the strongest myth of Dragon Ball has reached a total of 250,000 words, culminating in its release. This is an inevitable milestone for any book yearning for success. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers for their unwavering support, as well as to editor Green Bean and editor Young Leaf for their trust. The launch signifies a transition to a paid reading model, which may not be favorable news for some readers, but I hope for your understanding of the author's needs. After all, it is challenging to sustain a livelihood through free literature, and one naturally desires to reap some rewards after laboring diligently. My previous Dragon Ball fanfiction, The Legend of Ling Ya, faced challenges with signing contracts. Thus my writing was fueled solely by passion for Dragon Ball. Completing Ling Ya Legend in 970,000 words now feels like a fleeting moment, devoid of ulterior motives, imbued instead with purity. The strongest myth of Dragon Ball has secured a contract and received recommendations from the platform, resulting in significantly improved performance. However, I dare not speculate on how many genuine readers will pay for this book. Perhaps it will soar to great heights, or perhaps it will falter miserably. I must also express my gratitude to those who have supported me through recommendations and donations, regardless of whether you are from Qidian, Chuangshi, QQ Book City, or other platforms. Thank you immensely. I hope to see our legitimate readers again. Additionally, please consider setting up automatic subscriptions. This book will officially launch at noon on January 13, 2017. With a planned update schedule of releasing 4 chapters initially, followed by another 4 chapters around 6 or 7 o'clock. And additional chapters will be released in stages throughout the evening. In total, there will be more than 10 chapters. Chapter 105, The Destruction of the Planet. The arrogance of the powerful was incomprehensible to Xia Ya. In his view, no matter how insignificant an opponent might seem, one should always exert their utmost effort. For one could easily encounter an adversary who feigns weakness only to strike unexpectedly. Perhaps it was precisely because of their past invincibility that formidable beings like Frieza and Xia often approached their battles with a demeanor of mockery. With a grave expression, Xia Ya gazed at the levitating Xia, quietly consuming a sense of being he had kept hidden in his mouth. Clenching his teeth, he suddenly erupted into manic laughter, signaling the commencement of a new wave of combat. Boom, boom. The air was still thick with a sour scent, and wisps of thin gas divided the azure sky into 2 magnificent halves, appearing dreamlike in its beauty. With a sudden burst, blood erupted from Xia Ya's mouth as his body shot forth like a cannonball, creating a sharp sound from the violent friction with the surrounding air. The shockwave swept through the forest and rivers, uprooting countless trees and vegetation, casting them into the air. Once again, Xia Ya spread his arms wide, momentarily suspended in midair. But his aura had significantly weakened compared to before. He panted heavily, fatigue evident in his features. In stark contrast, Xia appeared completely at ease, showing no signs of exhaustion. Xia smirked wickedly, drifting closer with his hands clasped behind his back, stopping merely a few meters away to observe Xia Ya with keen interest. As a member of the naturally powerful Ice Clan, Xia had never faced a life-or-death situation and derived great pleasure from witnessing the struggles of other beings. Suddenly, Xia vanished, only to reappear right before Xia Ya, delivering a swift kick to his chest. Xia Ya instinctively crossed his arms to block the blow, but his expression shifted dramatically. The force behind the kick was not easily dissipated. Xia Ya was sent flying, and had it not been for the rigorous training he underwent through the manipulation of time and space, that kick would have likely shattered his arms. What overwhelming power! Xia Ya felt a lingering numbness in his arm, and amidst a flurry of thoughts, he could only manage a bitter smile. To oppose force with force was futile. He had to seek other means. As this realization dawned upon him, a layer of silvery gray light enveloped his eyes. Xia Ya acknowledged that he was no match for Xia and decided to unleash his ultimate technique, time stasis. In an instant, a frost-blue world enveloped the entire planet. This technique was infinitely more potent than the time stasis he had previously employed, as it simultaneously froze time and space across the entirety of the Biku star. Within this icy realm, Orlos and the other extraterrestrial beings looked up with serene expressions, unaware that time itself had come to a standstill. Nearby, Xia was suspended midair, a mocking smile still gracing his lips. However, after entrapping Xia in this temporal stasis, Xia Ya realized that his energy was depleting at an alarming rate. He needed to act swiftly. The rapidly diminishing energy left no room for contemplation, for Qi's energy was astronomically high, akin to the sun's gravitational pull on the Earth. To reverse that dynamic was nearly impossible. Instinctively, Xia Ya surmised that his time stasis would last barely a second. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Qi's eyes, frozen in time, suddenly moved, and an overwhelming force surged outward in all directions. The crystalline frost-blue realm shattered like glass. This was disastrous. His ability had been breached. A look of horror flashed across Xia Ya's face as he realized Xia could break free from the constraints of time. Against someone whose strength surpassed his own by nearly 1,000-fold, Xia Ya's powers ultimately fell short. Delicate fissures began to form, extending outward, and the icy world quickly transformed into luminous shards, sparkling fragments that drifted away with the wind. A powerful backlash struck Xia Ya, causing the world to spin around him. His veins felt as though they might burst. Gushing blood erupted from his mouth as he momentarily felt utterly drained. Cuvula was so formidable that even the fabric of time could not bind him. A fleeting moment of shock passed as Xia Ya wiped the blood from his lips. The sensation of time being forcefully disrupted was far more painful than when Shampa had shattered his spatial abilities. His face turned pale as he managed a wry smile. This was his trump card, the very reason he had dared to confront Cuvula despite the vast disparity in their powers. Now, if even time manipulation had proven ineffective, remaining would serve no purpose. He had to find a means of escape. Oh, what a fascinating skill. You just employed some peculiar technique, didn't you? It left me momentarily dazed. I find myself increasingly intrigued, Cuvula remarked with a cold smile, transforming into a streak of light and appearing beside Xia Ya in an instant. This was dire. A myriad of thoughts raced through Xia's mind, yet he found himself utterly powerless against Cuvula's overwhelming force. A grip as unyielding as steel seized his arm, while Cuvula's other hand coiled into a fist, a tempest of chaotic energy swirling around him. Before Xia Ya could react, a brutal force pierced through his abdomen. A powerful punch followed, sending him plummeting from the sky, creating a massive crater upon impact, with debris scattering in every direction. The invisible shockwave bent trees, some robust trunks snapping cleanly in half. Xia's figure vanished into the ground, completely obscured from view. Cuvula calmly observed the crater for a prolonged moment, showing no reaction. Eventually, he scoffed, until Orlos stepped forward, stating, "Lord Cuvula, the energy readings have ceased. That boy is likely dead." "Indeed," Cuvula replied indifferently, his purple tail striking the ground as he turned to leave. "Let us depart this planet." "Yes." Orlos bowed slightly, acknowledging his command and directing the other extraterrestrial beings to manage the aftermath. Soon, the disc-shaped spacecraft ascended, leaving the atmosphere and hovering at a considerable distance from the planet. Cuvula then floated out of the spacecraft, his expression twisted with malice as he gazed upon the solitary, rotating Bhikkhu star. He extended a finger, sparks igniting at its tip, and suddenly conjured a colossal fireball several hundred meters in diameter. "Death orb." With a cruel smile, he flicked his finger, and the immense fireball surged forth towards Bhikkhu star. This technique bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's planet-destroying attack. Upon impact, Bhikkhu star would undoubtedly be reduced to cosmic dust. As the enormous fireball inched closer to the planet, Cuvula erupted into laughter, and the crew aboard the spacecraft shared in his excitement. Annihilation, this was the customary practice of the Ice Clan. Not to mention that they had already confirmed the opponent's demise through their energy detectors, even if he somehow survived. He could not escape the lethal force of the Death Orb, as the Death Bomb descended, culminating in a magnificent and overwhelming explosion. The Monk Star was utterly reduced to a mere dust in the cosmic expanse. Only then did Xia, with a satisfied smile, gather his subordinates and set forth towards the headquarters. Chapter 106. Cultivation and Reflection within the vast expanse of the universe, amidst a colossal star system. A fleeting ray of light heralded the arrival of Xia Ya upon one of its planets. As he descended to the surface, the immense gravitational pull ensnared him, causing him to gasp for breath. This planet possessed a gravity at least 100 times greater than that of Earth. Recalling the perilous moment he had recently endured, beads of sweat began to form on Xia's brow. In the instance of time and space fracturing, he had withstood a fierce blow from Xia Ya, resulting in the shattering of his internal organs and excruciating pain that nearly rendered him unconscious. Fortunately, in that critical moment, Xia Ya managed to retrieve a magical bean and consume it, which ultimately healed his injuries. However, he found himself buried deep beneath the ground, and upon realizing the vast chasm between his strength and that of Xia Ya, he felt a sense of despondency wash over him. Resolutely, he concealed his energy and executed a swift instant transmission away from the planet. Xia Ya possessed a combat power of 150 million in his normal state, and it was rumored that he could undergo a fourth transformation. It seemed likely that only after transforming into a Super Saiyan could Xia Ya hope to contend with him. Aware of his own inadequacies, Xia's frustration began to dissipate. Although he had not gained any advantage in the battle against Xia Ya, the experience was invaluable. Reflecting on his impulsive actions, Xia Ya acknowledged the recklessness of his earlier approach. Had Xia Ya not approached the encounter with a playful attitude and refrained from exerting his full strength, Xia's escape might not have been guaranteed. Engaging in a head-on confrontation when such a disparity in power exists is akin to playing with fire. This experience highlighted the limitations of his abilities, delivering a stark lesson to Xia Ya, who had overly relied on his time-space powers. It became evident that while these abilities could serve as a valuable aid in combat, placing complete trust in them was inherently risky, akin to gambling. He had barely evaded disaster this time. Xia Ya felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled the previous dangers. The ice race truly was formidable, fortunately. They were few in number, for otherwise, even vast territories would not suffice to accommodate them. Within the depths of the universe, there seemed to be a law of balance, where the mightiest races were often the least populous. In the original narrative, aside from the god of destruction, no naturally occurring beings surpassed the ice race in strength. The androids, Majin Buu, and Herdag had traces of artificial creation. It was no wonder that the ice race regarded themselves as the strongest in the universe. Such a title was not without merit. Having consumed a magical bean earlier, the gentle energy coursed through Xia Ya's body, restoring his strength almost instantaneously. Yet, while the bean had healed his physical wounds, the lingering effects of his shattered abilities would not be so easily remedied. It was estimated that to truly heal his mental scars, several months would be required. It was time for him to settle down and reflect. A thoughtful expression crossed Xia Ya's face as he contemplated summarizing the knowledge and experiences he had accumulated over the past decade, seeking to discover his own path to becoming a true warrior. With a crack, he loosened his body, and a series of crisp sounds resonated as his bones shifted, summoning his energy. To his astonishment, he realized that the energy within him surged forth like an unending river. In an instant, his power had escalated immeasurably. As he briefly scanned his own energy, the data that appeared filled him with elation. Xia Ya, 13 years old, combat power 240,000. An astonishing increase of 80,000 in combat power. Xia Ya found it hard to believe. It turned out that after years of accumulation, the battle with Quira had unlocked a portion of his latent potential. Although this surge could not compare to Goku's meteoric rise from 90,000 to 3 million on Namek, Xia Ya was nonetheless content. Goku's explosive growth always seemed almost unnatural, suggesting that he had long harbored untapped potential that finally erupted. First, he needed to familiarize himself with his newfound strength while simultaneously healing the mental wounds he had sustained. Xia Ya believed that a solid foundation was crucial. He aimed to utilize every ounce of energy effectively, laying the groundwork for his future ascendancy. Thus, in the days that followed, Xia Ya engaged in various forms of training upon this medium-sized planet. 19,998, 19,999, 20,000. Day after day, he adhered to his rigorous regimen. On this planet, with its formidable gravity, he performed a staggering 20,000 jumps before pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow, determination gleaming in his eyes. He then set off for a run, burdened by heavy weights. He continued running until his steps faltered, his thighs burning with intense soreness, and fatigue washed over him. Finally, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, and fell into a deep slumber. Hours later, Xia Ya awoke and resumed a moderately intense training routine, repeating this cycle, gradually honing his energy. 5 months later, within a vast expanse of jagged stones, the scorching sun beat down from above, casting a fiery glare. Nearby, waves of energy blasts erupted, radiating a brilliant blue light. After unleashing a wave of energy, Xia Ya immediately executed an instant transmission, reappearing before the energy wave and assuming a defensive stance. With a resounding boom, the energy wave collided with him, causing a tremendous explosion. As the smoke cleared, Xia Ya stood unharmed, brushing off the debris with a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. With a sudden surge of strength, he unleashed his power. The ground trembled violently, rippling like waves as deep fissures tore through the solid earth. With renewed vigor, Xia Ya summoned forth a torrent of energy, placing his palms before him, fingers splayed, to form a colossal energy sphere that radiated a blinding white light. In that moment, he resembled a radiant star, as debris floated around him, defying gravity. A powerful aura erupted from Xia Ya, cascading outward like a tempest, as immense energy coalesced, resembling furious dragons that voraciously consumed everything in their path. The intense energy generated soaring temperatures, melting the surface rock beneath him. A powerful shockwave swept across the rugged terrain, producing a cacophony of hissing sounds. With a cataclysmic roar, a massive mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, rising 1,000 meters above, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. The savage energy gradually subsided, revealing a vast crater measuring 1,000 meters across and over 50 meters deep, filled with molten rock and wisps of pale blue smoke. Surrounding the crater was a devastated landscape, extending for miles in concentric circles. Gazing upon the destruction wrought by his own energy, a smile crept across Xia Ya's face. He had finally mastered the energy within him. Should he unleash his full power, he could effortlessly obliterate this colossal planet. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Ya gained clarity regarding his strength. Over these past 5 months, he had not only solidified his power and foundation, but he had also made significant strides in healing his mental state. The injuries resulting from the backlash of his abilities had fully healed. Furthermore, he felt that his mastery of time-space abilities had reached new heights, allowing him to execute instant transmissions with greater ease, seemingly approaching the proficiency of the Kaioshin. Chapter 107. The mysterious realm. The position of the Supreme Kai among the deities stands at the pinnacle, within his jurisdiction. He possesses the freedom to traverse any realm. In the vast cosmos, only the god of destruction holds an equal standing, yet it is rather unfortunate that the Supreme Kai, despite his esteemed status, lacks commensurate power. This disparity renders the Supreme Kai unable to exert effective control over the universe under his dominion, compelling him at times to nurture formidable warriors or rely entirely on the authority of the god of destruction. However, the temperament of Beerus, the god of destruction, is akin to that of a divine being, one that the Supreme Kai cannot easily contend with. Returning to the matter at hand, following his confrontation with Xia, Xia Ya came to fully comprehend the significance of the instant transmission technique. In crucial moments, it serves as a vital lifeline. Thus, after achieving a breakthrough in his mental state, he devoted himself to repeated practice and experimentation with instant transmission. Through countless attempts, Xia Ya made a remarkable discovery. The fabric of cosmic space is far more intricate than it appears. Beneath its smooth surface and localized distortions, there seem to exist layers of membranes that appear to exist yet also seem to be absent. These membranes are thin yet resilient, numerous yet orderly, extending along these pathways to form an extensive web that binds the entire universe together. What could this mean? A network at the level of cosmic space? With a spark of curiosity, Xia Ya expanded his consciousness and abilities along these conduits. What he uncovered was astounding. The entire universe appeared to be permeated with such membranes, traversing countless star systems and dimensions. He discerned that these web-like membranes ultimately converged into a singular point in an exceedingly high dimension. All spaces emanate from that singularity. Could it be the origin of the universe? Observing for a moment, Xia Ya extended his palm towards that minute point and instinctively activated instant transmission. In an instant, his form vanished from sight. In a realm of exceedingly high dimensions, countless stars circled a central divine star in a rhythmic dance. On a vast, verdant plain, the azure sky reflected a pattern of round celestial bodies, a sacred land that had never been trodden by mortal feet since ancient times. On a gently sloping green hillside, Xia Ya appeared without warning. What place is this? As he surveyed his surroundings, he was greeted by an expansive green meadow, punctuated by small hills and ancient trees with lush foliage. Inhaling the fragrant air, he was enveloped by a sense of tranquility that was both distant and refined. Upon shifting slightly, a flicker of puzzlement crossed his mind, and as he threw a few punches, he noticed a remarkably strong force constraining his movements. What is this? Why is the spatial constraint so formidable? Seemingly to validate his other suspicions, a key blast suddenly coalesced in his palm, which he then struck forcefully against the ground. A faint tremor ensued as the grass was dented, creating a shallow pit of less than half a meter, its power greatly diminished. How peculiar. This place seems to possess an extraordinary level of constraint. Had he unleashed that blow elsewhere, it could have flattened a mountain, yet here it merely created a small indentation. Feeling perplexed, Xia Ya noted the absence of any inhabitants. Although the scenery bore some resemblance to planet Namek, he was well aware that this was not Namek. A gentle breeze swept by, and Xia Ya gradually ascended into the air, swiftly adapting to this spatial environment before accelerating further. With a swish, a brilliant beam of light darted through the air, akin to a fleeting shadow, leaving behind a faint trace that quickly vanished into the horizon. As his speed increased, the gentle zephyrs transformed into fierce gusts. Xia Ya flew for an extended duration, yet the landscape remained unchanged. Aside from the meadows, there was nothing else. And the occasional appearance of a lake was a rare sight. What is that? A glimmering object ahead captured Xia Ya's attention. Fixing his gaze upon it, anticipation surged within him as he surged forward at full speed. However, upon nearing the source of the sparkle, Xia Ya was astonished to discover that it was a small hill, and the luminous object was merely the hilt of a sword embedded in the ground. The Supreme Kai sword. The exclamation escaped his lips. Upon seeing the hilt, countless images flashed through his mind. Was this not the Supreme Kai sword mentioned in the original text? Within it lay the seal of the Supreme Kai from 15 generations past. Thus, this was the realm of the Supreme Kai. All was made clear, and it was no wonder the space here was so solid. all his questions were resolved. The strength of the Supreme Kai realm could withstand battles of the caliber of Majin Buu, rendering Xia Ya's own power severely suppressed. His gaze shifted back to the sword on the hillside, and filled with enthusiasm, Xia Ya attempted to draw the Supreme Kai sword from its resting place. Yet, the hilt remained steadfast and unyielding. Shaking his head with a sigh, he chuckled at himself, how far he was from being able to extract the Supreme Kai sword. The realm of the Supreme Kai forbids mortals from entering. It would be wise for me to depart swiftly. Xia mused, recognizing that while the East Supreme Kai might be more accommodating, Jebbet was less tolerant of mortals trespassing upon sacred ground, fearing the sanctity of the realm would be tainted. Though he did not regard Jebbet, who played a minor role in the latter part of the original story, as a significant threat. Xia was aware that he was not yet a match for Jebbet. His gaze lingered upon the Supreme Kai sword for a while longer, emotion swirling within him, before he utilized instant transmission to exit the realm of the Supreme Kai. Shortly after Xia Ya's disappearance, Jebbet, donned in the black robes of the Supreme Kai, appeared near the sword, surveying the surroundings with confusion. Odd, I distinctly sensed a mortal presence, yet it has vanished. Jebbet, you must be mistaken. This is the realm of the Supreme Kai. How could a mortal possibly be here? The East Supreme Kai's figure materialized behind Jebbet without notice. Jebbet turned around, respectfully bowing to the East Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai, what brings you here? Ah, Jebbet, no need for such formalities. The East Supreme Kai, with his silver hair, smiled as he glanced at the desolate expanse of the Supreme Kai star, suddenly exhaling a sigh. Recently, Babidi has begun to stir once more. I wonder what scheme he is concocting this time. It seems that even the demon realm is involved. We must remain vigilant. We cannot allow Babidi's plot to succeed. Yes, Supreme Kai. Jebbet responded with reverence. The East Supreme Kai then gazed anxiously down at the lower realms, contemplating the catastrophic consequences if Babidi were to release Majin Buu. The mere thought of Majin Buu's savage and ruthless demeanor sent a shiver down his spine. Once, the 5 Supreme Kais had stood together. Yet now he remained the sole survivor, haunted by the specter of Majin Buu, forever etched in his memory. The East Supreme Kai was indeed terrified of Majin Buu. Thus, the East Supreme Kai remained too youthful. His age could only be considered juvenile among the Supreme Kais, and he had yet to fully grasp the cosmos' secrets. Otherwise, he would have known of Beerus, the god of destruction, and could have spared himself considerable worry. The Saiyan stronghold, Red Mountain Star. It had been a year since Xia and the others departed for Planet Vegeta. Not long ago, the majority of the Fidarian forces, after a lengthy 2-year journey, finally arrived at the twin star system of Red Mountain Star. Under the coordination of the Fidarian Elro, Dokra led the main contingent to land on the nearby Mysian star. Upon their arrival, the massive spacecraft, equipped with countless artillery, incited panic among the indigenous humans of Mysian star. The civilization of Mysian star was roughly on par with that of Earth in Xia Ya's previous life, yet with a significantly smaller population, rendering it a relatively weak civilization. Upon witnessing the descent of the Fidarian ships, they feared an impending invasion from an alien civilization. In a moment, the entire planet was engulfed in extreme panic, as various apocalyptic rumors spread like wildfire. The United Kingdom of Misha Star was embroiled in a heated debate over the matter of extraterrestrials. Meanwhile, while they bickered, the Fidarians had already discovered an uninhabited, pristine continent upon the ocean to call their home. Gradually, human emotions began to stabilize, and ultimately, through interactions between the Fidarians and the people of Misha Star, the latter came to realize that the former were not invaders seeking to colonize them. Thus, the two nations embarked on tentative exchanges, and upon recognizing that the Fidarians were not a malevolent race, their interactions began to flourish. Chapter 108. Restlessness. When Xia returned to Hashan Star, he did so without alarming anyone. With his current strength, if he wished to conceal his presence, not a soul on the entire planet could detect him. Previously, he had visited Yardrat Star and found that Shieling and Bardock were still engrossed in their studies of the secret techniques. So he refrained from disturbing them and returned to Hashan Star on his own. With the ability of instant transmission, the distances of the universe posed no challenge to Xia. It was merely a matter of thought. He did not seek out Adri and the others but made his way directly to the training area, where the atmosphere was lively and vibrant. The Saiyans were engaged in various exercises, and compared to a year ago, their overall strength had significantly improved. As Xia navigated through the bustling environment, he felt quite pleased. Soon, he arrived at the training ground for the Special Forces, where dozens of young Saiyans were engaged in sparring. Upon noticing Xia arrival, these young Saiyans halted their movements, standing in unison to greet him. Xia smiled and nodded, continuing to observe their training progress. In the center of what was once a flat and expansive training ground, 3 or 4 towering structures, each over 100 meters high, had emerged. These were the gravity training rooms that Xia had specially prepared for the special forces. A rare intermediate gravity chamber capable of reaching a gravity level of 100 times that of normal. At that moment, Xia noticed several members of the special forces training inside. Upon inspection, he found the gravity set to only 15 times, which prompted him to nod in approval as he moved on. Xia's greatest concern was that these young Saiyans might recklessly set the gravity levels far beyond their physical limits. Fortunately, the children adhered to his directives and did not engage in blind training. Unbeknownst to Xia, his standing among the Saiyans of Ha-Shan Star was far more imposing than that of the previous leader, King Vegeta. In the hearts of these Special Forces members, Xia was akin to a deity, exuding an aura of might and authority. He then visited Shakta's area and observed that both Shakta and Atasia were steadily improving their combat power before swiftly departing again. As Xia walked along the bustling yet elegantly paved stone path, he noticed several female Saiyans purchasing food. The food supply on Ha-Shan Star was facilitated by machines manufactured by the Fidaians, though trade still occurred within residential areas. At that moment, a figure ahead caught Xia's attention, prompting him to approach with a smile. "Lord Xia, you have returned. How is Bardock?" Jine inquired, her eyes gleaming with surprise. Xia smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. Bardock has found a method to treat the aftermath of the curse on Yardrat Star, but it will take some time before he returns." Noticing that Jine was cradling a child, he leaned in to playfully ask, "What is this child's name?" "This is our daughter with Bardock. Her name is Elxie." Jine replied joyfully. "Elxie," Xia murmured softly, gazing at the child for a while in astonishment, reflecting on the marvels of the world. Bardock had not returned to the past. Yet Goku had gained a sister. "Oh, by the way, since Lord Xia has been away for so long, you may not know that Aunt Rebecca is also pregnant." Jine added. Given that both Bardock and Adri were the pinnacle warriors of Ha-Shan Star, the two families shared a close bond. "Aunt Rebecca is pregnant?" Xia was momentarily taken aback before smiling and nodding. Indeed, both Uncle Adri and Aunt Rebecca were relatively young. Having another child was quite normal. He wondered what expression Xilin would have upon hearing this news. Indeed, the Saiyans on Ha-Shan Star could always use a few more children, Xia remarked cheerfully, then turned to Jine to inquire about the recent happenings on Ha-Shan Star. After a moment's thought, Jine responded, "Overall, Ha-Shan Star is doing well. But many Saiyans are becoming restless and eager to engage in battle. After all, Ha-Shan Star is our base, and during fights, they find it hard to unleash their full potential. Yet, despite this, many continents have suffered considerable damage." Xia listened, his brow furrowing slightly. The Saiyans were a combative race. Without the thrill of battle, life felt considerably less enjoyable. Although the Saiyans on Ha-Shan Star had shown remarkable restraint, conflicts inevitably led to widespread destruction. There was only one Ha-Shan Star, and Xia intended to cultivate it long-term. If the continental environment were to be damaged, it might take hundreds or even thousands of years to recover. This would not only leave the Saiyans dissatisfied, but would also make Xia's management increasingly challenging. It appeared necessary to find some tasks for the Saiyans to engage in. Xia pondered, planning to discuss this with Adri upon his return. After bidding farewell to Jine, Xia returned to his home, rested briefly, and then headed straight to Adri's house. The door was opened by Rebecca, her prominent belly indicating that the child would likely arrive soon. "Aunt Rebecca, it seems Xilin will soon have a brother or sister." Xia joked, smiling. Rebecca chuckled. "Why have you returned alone? Where are Xilin and the others?" The secret techniques on Yardrat Star are not easy to learn. "Xilin and the others will be there for quite a while," Xia replied with a grin. In the original narrative, Goku required a year to master instant transmission. Likely with the aid of the Yardrat people, Xia believed Xilin would need a considerable amount of time to learn it as well. "What about Uncle Adri? He is still training in the gravity chamber. Let me call him," Rebecca said, inviting Xia inside, and then walking over to summon Adri. Adri's home was as good as Xia's own, and he felt no restraint as he casually found a sofa to sit and began snacking on fruits. Before long, Adri approached with a damp towel, a joyful expression lighting up his dark face. Xia noticed that in the year since their last meeting, Adri's combat power had risen to an impressive 62,000, a rarity among Saiyans who had broken the 50,000 barrier. It seemed that once the floodgates opened, The peak power of the Saiyan steadily increased. Of course, Xia Ya was acutely aware that such growth would eventually encounter a ceiling. Reaching a certain level would make further advancement exceedingly challenging. Xia Ya, how was your experience on Yardrat Star? Adri asked eagerly. Quite good. I gained a lot. Xia Ya replied with a smile, succinctly recounting the key points of his adventures since leaving Hanshan Star. Upon hearing Xia Ya's understated account of defeating the mechanized forces and learning that his daughter Xiling had attained a combat power of 140,000, Adri and his wife could not help but feel a swell of pride. However, upon learning of Xia Ya's encounter with Kawila, Adri couldn't help but feel a rush of concern. Reproaching him, Xia Ya, what were you thinking, challenging Kawila so soon? Thankfully, nothing untoward happened. Kawila was an even more fearsome member of the Frost Demon race than Frieza. When Adri and his wife learned that Kawila's displayed combat power reached an astonishing 150 million, they both gasped in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief. Truthfully, I had intended to escape, but after hesitating for a moment, Kawila approached. Xia Ya explained helplessly. Yet Kawila is truly formidable. My time-space abilities were utterly futile against him. I underestimated the situation. It appeared that the Saiyans had a long road ahead in their quest for vengeance. Adri sighed deeply, feeling a sense of trepidation. Frieza, Kawila, and the unknown combat power of King Cold loomed like colossal obstacles in front of the Saiyans. Until they were removed, the Saiyans could never truly rise again. Continuing, Xia Ya spoke of the visions witnessed through his spiritual eye, causing Adeli's brow to furrow deeply. He remarked, if your assertion holds true, it implies that nearly all Saiyans are burdened with profound sins, subjected to the judgment of the King of Hell after death. Adeli found this notion somewhat hard to fathom, yet he held a firm belief in Xia Ya's words, leaving him particularly astounded. Thus, it seems prudent for us to swiftly eradicate the sins residing within the Saiyans, to amend their unfavorable reputation within the cosmos. What specific course of action do you propose? Xia Ya smiled and replied, the Saiyans on Hanshan Star have become somewhat restless, not due to a lack of combat. So let us commence our efforts from this angle. Are you suggesting? Adeli inquired with curiosity, noting that Xia Ya increasingly embodied the qualities of a leader. As the chief of the Saiyans, such assertive and commanding presence is essential. This is not a derogatory trait, for the Saiyans are a martial race, and their leader must indeed possess a certain dominion. Chapter 109. Galactic Patrol. Within the vast expanse of the Milky Way, there exists an organization dedicated to maintaining order, the Galactic Patrol. While this organization may not possess the strength to rival the Frozen Clan, it undeniably plays a crucial role in stabilizing certain star regions. At this juncture, Xia Ya beamed with a radiant smile and continued, aren't some Saiyans feeling lost due to a lack of battle? Why not accept missions from the Galactic Patrol headquarters and send our warriors to execute them? This would not only satisfy their combative spirit but also alleviate the burdens of sin that weigh upon them. It is akin to the tasks we once undertook under Frieza's command, albeit one involved the destruction of planets while the other entails their protection. In the Dragon Ball universe, the death of mortals does not signify the end. They must continue to face judgment in the afterlife, where they are assessed based on their earthly deeds. Virtuous souls ascend to paradise, while the wicked descend into hell. Except for a few individuals of great merit who are granted corporeal forms after death, even those of immense power, like Frieza or Cell, cannot escape the judgment of the King of Hell. Perhaps only those who attain the divine realm may transcend the rules of the underworld. But Xia Ya understands that he must adhere to these regulations for the foreseeable future. This compels him to contemplate the position of the Saiyans. Xia Ya aspires to cultivate the Saiyans of planet Hanshan into a revered race, akin to those of Universe 6. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Adeli's eyes. Xia Ya's idea was commendable, yet he furrowed his brow, pondering whether the Galactic Patrol would even permit Saiyans to undertake missions, given the strained relations between their species. How will we know unless we try? Xia Ya chuckled heartily. With the formidable combat prowess of the Saiyans, he was confident that the Galactic Patrol would not reject their offer. Well, it seems you must make a trip to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Xia Ya. Among everyone present, only Xia Ya possessed the ability to teleport, making him the sole representative of the Saiyan race. No problem, he replied. Oh, I've been so engrossed in conversation that I've forgotten to eat. By the way, who will prepare lunch? Rebecca stood up, glancing at the time, realizing they had been chatting for several hours. As she was pregnant, she could no longer cook. So Xia Ya and Adeli exchanged knowing glances and chuckled as they headed to the kitchen. The following day, as dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight peeked over the mountain tops, a thin layer of mist enveloped the air. After making necessary preparations, Xia Ya pinpointed the location of the Galactic Patrol headquarters and teleported there in an instant. The headquarters, situated at the center of the galaxy, fell under the direct jurisdiction of the Grand Kai, making it a place where most forces dared not interfere. Due to the elusive nature of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Xia Ya could only ascertain a general vicinity. With a swift motion, he appeared in the vicinity of his destination. The vacuum of space exerted immense pressure on his body upon arrival. A powerful wave of energy enveloped him, but Saiyans, unable to survive in a vacuum, could only endure this state for a few minutes. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings, where bright stars twinkled against the dark sky, their brilliance illuminating the cosmos. There it was. Xia Ya spotted a colossal structure ahead. His dark eyes gleamed as he accelerated towards it. In an instant, he traversed the expanse and arrived at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The headquarters resembled a massive spherical entity, encircled by a ring of space corridors connected by 4 thick pipelines, each 100 meters in diameter. The spherical core hung slightly lower, resembling an immense top spinning in the starry sky. Who goes there? A group of various extraterrestrial beings, guardians of the headquarters, raised their energy weapons, aimed squarely at Xia Ya. Upon closer inspection, one of the beings clad in a patrol uniform queried, "A human? Aren't they a species from a remote planet? What brings you to the Galactic Patrol headquarters?" Be cautious. The scanner detected an energy level of 12,000 from this individual. A companion whispered urgently. Xia Ya's true energy soared to 240,000, and despite his mastery over Ki, he could not completely conceal his overwhelming power. He had opted to project a fighting capability of 12,000 to bolster his bargaining position, as he intended to negotiate during this visit. Impossible. Is your scanner malfunctioning? How could a human possess such formidable strength? The patrol member questioned incredulously. Given that the average patrol member had only slightly over 1,000 energy points, the notion of a mere human surpassing them was unfathomable. Realizing that they mistook him for a human, Xia Ya understood the confusion. After all, Saiyans bore a striking resemblance to humans. In truth, Saiyans could indeed be classified within the human species, barring their distinctive tails. Even Vegeta had been unable to recognize the Saiyans of Universe 6 at first glance. Indeed, I am not human, but a Saiyan. Saiyan! The exclamations of alarm rang out, and the Galactic Patrol members immediately shifted into a defensive stance. The reputation of Saiyans throughout the galaxy was notoriously vile. As the alarm sounded, a throng of personnel surged from the corridors, all aiming their energy weapons at Xia Ya. The Galactic Patrol's mission was to uphold peace within the galaxy, supported by the Grand Kai and numerous hard warriors. The headquarters possessed limited defensive capabilities, and facing a potentially hostile Saiyan, they exhibited unprecedented vigilance. "Come down. I have no time to waste with you. I am here to see the Galactic King," Xia Ya declared, waving dismissively as he transformed into a mere illusion and vanished from sight. His sudden disappearance left the patrol members in shock, and a frantic alarm blared throughout the headquarters, plunging it into chaos. "Quickly, alert the Galactic King. A Saiyan has infiltrated the headquarters." "Wait, weren't the Saiyans eradicated?" a patrol member asked in confusion. "They must be a remnant. These wicked Saiyans could not possibly have been entirely exterminated." The lead patrol member's expression was grave. Realizing that the scanner indicated the Saiyans' power level exceeded 10,000, and there were no formidable warriors available to confront him within the headquarters. "Dispatch a mission immediately. Summon nearby powerful allies for assistance. We must hope they arrive in time. If the Galactic Patrol headquarters falls, it would be a disgrace for the entire organization." In the center of the spinning building, in a hexagonal chamber resembling a beehive, the Galactic King, adorned with a crown atop his large head, was reprimanding a young patrol member. "Gak, you failed to complete such an important task. How will you account for this?" With golden eyes wide, Gak replied, "Galactic King, I searched for a long time on Earth, but I did not find the Saiyan child you mentioned. I believe he poses no threat to Earth. Otherwise, I would have discovered him by now." Jacker continued to express his grievances. "Moreover, the spacecraft you provided me is utterly subpar. Were it not for the assistance of my friends on Earth in repairing it, I would have been unable to return at all." The Galactic King cleared his throat twice and replied, "Ahem, since we have failed to locate that Saiyan, let us move on. By the way, before your journey to Earth, did you not proclaim that the inhabitants of Earth were of deplorable character and that humanity ought to be eradicated? What has prompted this change of heart?" "Indeed, through my observations, I have come to realize that the people of Earth possess a certain worthiness of protection. Thus, I propose we include Earth within the safeguarding jurisdiction of the Galactic Patrol. Recalling a few friends he had made on Earth, Jacker suggested. It must be said, this marks a complete 180 from the original plan. Chapter 110. Collaboration. It seems I have overheard something remarkable. A strange voice suddenly resonated in the Grand Hall, followed by the emergence of a figure within the spacious and brightly lit chamber. Who are you to trespass into the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol? Exclaimed the guards surrounding the hall, startled by the disturbance. They rushed forth, positioning themselves defensively in front of the Galactic King. Human. Upon discerning the appearance of the intruder, Gak let out a loud exclamation, then shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. Humans do not possess such formidable combat prowess. Gak, with his keen eyesight, rarely missed anything. Yet he felt utterly oblivious to the presence of the individual before him. No, he is not human. If I am not mistaken, he must be a Saiyan. The Galactic King's eyes widened in surprise as he observed the figure's movements. He is indeed a Saiyan. He resembles a human perfectly. But, Galactic King, do not Saiyans typically possess tails? Gak pondered aloud, realization dawning upon him. So this is what a Saiyan looks like. I had thought they were all malevolent and ruthless. Yet I sense no evil from him. I am uncertain, replied the Galactic King. You speak of the Saiyans from the bygone days of Planet Vegeta. I am the leader of the Saiyans from Red Mountain Star in the Eastern Galaxy, and I have come today to discuss a transaction with you. Xia's tone was calm, lacking the arrogance typically associated with Saiyans. With a furrowed brow, the Galactic King gestured for the guards to stand down. What is it that you wish to discuss? Xia approached and casually seated himself upon Gak's small spacecraft. We Saiyans revel in battle, not mindless destruction. Therefore, I believe there is much we can discuss, such as planetary defense, peace, and combating cosmic pirates. Why should I trust you? Questioned the Galactic King. There is no need for your trust. The Galactic Patrol's forces are incapable of contending with the Saiyans. Instead of dwelling on past grievances, why not allow the Saiyans to undertake certain missions within the galactic organization, akin to other formidable beings in the galaxy? It would be mutually beneficial. Xia's words carried an undeniable firmness, for his strength rendered him fearless of any organizational power. The Galactic King contemplated deeply, realizing that aligning with the Saiyans would not diminish the Galactic Patrol's strength. Rather, it could be a mutually advantageous strategy. Very well. But the Saiyan battle uniforms must bear the insignia of the Galactic Patrol. Xia shook his head resolutely. That is impossible. The Saiyans are an independent race, not subordinates to the Galactic Patrol. When we joined Frieza's forces, we all wore his battle attire. However, since I established the Saiyans of Red Mountain Star, our new uniforms have shed Frieza's markings. It is inconceivable to emblazon them with the Galactic Patrol's insignia. The insignia can be omitted. But Saiyans must not harm innocent lives during missions. Otherwise, our collaboration shall cease. The Galactic King made a concession after deliberation. Agreed. I will send technological personnel to establish contact with the Galactic Organization. By the way, the primary operational territory for us Saiyans is the Eastern Galaxy. So please limit mission announcements to that region. We will not accept others. Having spoken, Xia vanished from the Grand Hall, leaving the patrol members in a state of bewilderment. After some time, they regained their composure. Galactic King, are we truly to collaborate with the Saiyans? Could this be a scheme on their part? Some expressed their concerns. The Saiyans had a notorious reputation throughout the galaxy. Many found it hard to believe they would contribute to its peace. However, if the Saiyans can refrain from causing chaos, our work would become significantly easier. It is surprising that they were not annihilated along with Planet Vegeta. In the face of the Saiyan strength, the Galactic Patrol found itself lacking effective control methods. At this moment, a nearby team of powerful beings, consisting of 5 members, arrived late, each possessing combat power exceeding 10,000. Where are the Saiyans? One of them bellowed like a clanging bell. Mr. Daitanja, the Saiyan has already departed. A patrol member quietly informed. Daitanja, a burly man, burst into laughter. So that Saiyan fled upon hearing this lord was coming. Actually, that Saiyan reached an agreement with us. The patrol member recounted the terms of the pact, still incredulous about the recent events. What? That useless race? Daring to negotiate? I could flatten them with a single punch. Daitanja scoffed, his disdain palpable. His companions echoed his sentiments, their contempt for the Saiyans stemming from deep-rooted beliefs. They had never regarded the Saiyans as formidable, especially after the destruction of Planet Vegeta, seeing them merely as a band of displaced savages, unworthy of the title warrior race. Hey, Galactic King, when the organization establishes contact with the Saiyans, Please send us their coordinates. I want to see what remains of those Saiyans. Certainly. The Galactic King agreed cheerfully, waving his appendages, unconcerned by Daitanja's words. Though Daitanja and his crew were brutish, their collaboration with the Galactic Organization had always been fruitful. So if they wished to provoke the Saiyans, so be it. Upon returning to Red Mountain Star, Xia Ya did not head home directly but instead strolled through the streets. Surrounding the city's leisure area were various arenas, designated for Saiyan competitions. Naturally, these arenas had numerous restrictions, otherwise, the Saiyans' raw power would render them incapable of withstanding their assaults. At that moment, two Saiyans were engaged in a fierce duel on one of the platforms. Their punches powerful and unrestrained, drawing cheers from the onlookers. Ever since arriving at Red Mountain Star, I feel a newfound sense of freedom. Have you noticed how vibrant the martial arts atmosphere is now? One Saiyan exclaimed, casually using the trendy term martial arts. Indeed, over the past year, my combat power has surged immensely, increasing by several thousand. Witnessing my power rise incrementally is exhilarating. Lord Xia Ya is far superior to King Vegeta, possessing such immense power at such a young age. Do you think he could be the legendary Super Saiyan? Another Saiyan speculated. Absolutely. Both Lord Xia Ya and Lord Xialing possess incredible strength. They must both be Super Saiyans. Those words came from ardent admirers of Xia Ya and Xialing. While it's wonderful to enhance our energy, being stuck on Red Mountain Star feels restrictive. I feel as though my bones are stiffening. I wonder when we will be able to venture out on missions again. Such sentiments resonated with those around, and many nodded in agreement. Having not experienced a satisfying battle in 2 years, yearning for the thrill of combat. Not far off, having overheard their musings, Xia Ya smiled softly, silently reflecting. The days for you to unleash your combat prowess shall soon arrive. Chapter 111. New classification upon returning home. Xia Ya summoned the leaders of Hongshan Star to inform them of his collaboration with the Galactic Patrol Organization. Naturally, Edri, Baluk, and the others welcomed the news, though they required meticulous negotiations regarding personnel arrangements. Over the past 2 years, half of the elite warriors who had initially arrived on Hongshan Star had surpassed a combat power of 10,000, coupled with the exceptional talents among the intermediate warriors. The total number of Saiyans on Hongshan Star boasting a combat power exceeding 10,000 had reached 121. Furthermore, many others hovered around the 10,000 mark. Reflecting on the achievements of the Saiyans over the past 2 years, Edri and the others were filled with immense excitement. Most of those who had broken through the 10,000 barrier were members of the Hongshan Star Guard. Although they had yet to undergo the training of key manipulation, the gravity chambers available on Hongshan Star facilitated their rapid advancements. Overall, Hongshan Star had transformed into a formidable stronghold of power, a force not to be underestimated in the vast universe. While this force still fell short compared to the likes of Frieza, Kvila, and King Cold, its sheer number of warriors often allowed them to form teams capable of independent operations. Xia Ya felt a deep sense of satisfaction in leading such a formidable faction. Nodding as he said, as the strength of the Saiyans continues to grow, the distinction between lower and higher warriors has lost its significance. Therefore, from today onward, let us refer to those with a combat power below 10,000 as ordinary warriors, and those exceeding 10,000 as elite warriors. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The classification of lower warriors had indeed become meaningless. Thus, Hongshan Star now boasted 121 elite warriors. What about those with a combat power exceeding 100,000? Alice inquired, her beautiful eyes gazing at Xia Ya. On Hongshan Star, only Xia Ya and Xialing possessed such power. Those would undoubtedly be classified as super warriors, Xia Ya declared proudly, acknowledging that this title was currently applicable only to himself and Xialing. With a smile, Xia Ya turned to the others and asked, what kind of teams do you think the Saiyans should form to undertake missions? It should be similar to the arrangement on Vegeta Star, Baluk suggested thoughtfully. That task model has matured over the years and does not require alteration. However, we must carefully assess the strength of the teams when accepting missions and avoid blind assignments. Liz also nodded in agreement, adding, the members of the Special Operations Team should also be allowed to gain experience in battle. When they were weaker, we could have the Guard members covertly protect them. Some ordinary Saiyan children would require protection during missions, but of course, Guard members should refrain from intervening unnecessarily. Everyone exchanged their views, acknowledging that protecting the children was a temporary measure, as the Saiyan population was far too scarce for Xia Ya and the others to sustain losses. Xia listened attentively, nodding as he said, "Very well. I will have the Fidarians contact the Galactic Patrol Organization shortly to establish a task management system." With this decision, the meeting concluded, and the group resumed their usual conversations. Xia shared his experiences and discoveries from his journey to Yadarat Star, leaving everyone in astonishment. Parati slammed the table and exclaimed, "Xia, you truly surprised me. I thought your combat power was merely 150,000, yet you have silently surpassed 240,000. However, you were exceedingly reckless. Kvila is not to be trifled with. You were fortunate to escape this time. Do not let it happen again," Alice warned. Her expression filled with concern. Xia's boldness in not fleeing immediately upon encountering Kvila was indeed remarkable. The look fell silent for a moment before saying, "While battles can foster breakthroughs, caution must be exercised. One only has one life." Observing their worried expressions, Xia recognized his own recklessness and reassured them, "Rest assured, in the future, I will not take risks without certainty. By the way, weren't you saying that every Saiyan is tainted with sins? It seems we should find an opportunity to uphold peace in the galaxy." With a self-deprecating smile, Baluk added, "Who would have thought that we Scions would become defenders of universal peace? This is for our own sake. I certainly do not wish to suffer in the afterlife," Alice said with a resigned smile. Previously unaware of the significance of good and evil, she now wished to avoid suffering after death. However, they knew that as adult Scions, they had committed numerous misdeeds under Frieza's rule, and cleansing their sins would not be an easy task. Later, Xia instantaneously transported to Mycian Star. Finding the dwelling of the Fidarians on a continent surrounded by ocean, silver-gray structures rose majestically, encircling a vast central square, where a towering statue stood proudly. Reminiscent of the architectural style of Fidarian Star, Lord Xia. Dakla quickly noticed Xia's presence and approached respectfully. The Fidarians had swiftly integrated into Mycian Star, their national vitality gradually restoring, and thus they held great reverence for their savior, Xia. Sensing Dakla's sincerity, Xia smiled and waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, Dakla. I have a task to assign to you." Noticing Dakla's earnest attention, he continued, "I have just reached an agreement with the Galactic King. From today onward, the Scions will be employed by the Galactic Patrol Organization. So I need you to construct a task management device connected to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Leave this matter to me, Lord Xia. You can rest assured." Dakla replied, his eyes brimming with excitement at the news of Xia's contact with the esteemed Galactic King. If Xia were to know Dakla's thoughts at that moment, he would surely find it amusing, as he could not associate the image of the Galactic King with greatness. "Then I shall entrust this to you." Xia smiled. He had complete confidence in the Fidarians. As the saying goes, trust those who are competent. Dakla would manage the Fidarians on Mycian Star, while a portion of the Fidarians on Hongshan Star would be overseen by Alo. Xia's trust in the Fidarians was evident. It was precisely because of his trust that the Fidarians dedicated themselves to their tasks, fearing they might disappoint his expectations. That same day, news spread among the Scions regarding their employment by the Galactic Patrol Organization. Although certain details required further discussion, even those still in training paused their exercises, rushing to share the exhilarating news with one another. At last, they could embark on missions again. Upon receiving the news, the Scions eagerly sought out their friends and family to share this momentous announcement. They had suppressed their excitement for far too long, and upon hearing they could finally venture forth, they were filled with enthusiasm. A few days later, the specific details of the missions were released, and the Scions discovered that the arrangements were largely similar to those on Vegeta Star. However, there were numerous new restrictions regarding mission acceptance, which they did not mind. With hearts full of anticipation, they gathered in groups to celebrate. Hongshan Star entered a vibrant and bustling period. At this juncture, the leaders of Hongshan Star convened all members of the Guard to announce the new warrior classification system, under which the Scions would be categorized as ordinary warriors, elite warriors, and super warriors, in light of the potential for individuals to attain the level of Super Saiyan in the future. A position for an additional Super Saiyan has been retained above the Super Warriors, resulting in a total of 4 tiers. The previous hierarchical system based on aptitude has been entirely abolished, replaced instead by a classification grounded in combat prowess. After all, the Scions are destined to grow increasingly powerful, marking a significant advancement in their evolution. Chapter 112, The Return of the Dragon Balls. Once the new system was established, nearly all senior and mid-level warriors were abruptly demoted to ordinary soldiers, leaving only a scant number of elite warriors, merely over 100, making them exceedingly rare. The training area once again experienced a surge in activity, with Saiyans fervently jostling to enter. Some were on the brink of a breakthrough, just a step away from becoming elite warriors, eager to make a final push to elevate their status, while many others prepared for the impending missions. Humans are inherently social beings, and the Saiyans were no exception. Amidst the intense atmosphere of training, nearly every Saiyan immersed themselves in fervent practice, a state that persisted until gradually subsiding months later. During this period, breakthroughs occurred almost daily, and the overall strength of the Red Mountain Star surged rapidly. When the Fidarians completed the construction of the Galactic Patrol's database, the number of elite Saiyan warriors astonishingly exceeded 150, representing a fivefold increase in high-end combat power compared to the era of King Vegeta. The consequence of this was a peculiar void between the realms of 8,000 to 10,000, as those who had relocated to Red Mountain Star possessed a solid foundation and, with effective training methods and the assistance of gravity chambers, easily enhanced their combat abilities. However, most Saiyans originally at a lower tier did not share this advantage, despite noticeable improvements. Their progress was significantly slower due to inadequate initial accumulation. Consequently, as the original high-ranking warriors with combat power around 8,000 ascended to the elite level, the new warriors had yet to catch up, resulting in a gap in the 8,000 to 10,000 range, while warriors between 5,000 and 8,000 began to cluster together. Xia Ya observed the achievements of the Saiyans over the past 2 years with satisfaction. Days passed uneventfully, with occasional fluctuations, but largely progressing in the desired direction. In the 3rd month after Xia Ya's return from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, the mission board finally appeared in the Red Mountain Star's database amidst much anticipation. In accordance with Xia Ya's prior requests, the tasks released by the Galactic Patrol headquarters were pre-screened, focusing solely on missions within the Eastern Galaxy. The volume of tasks was vast, exceeding 10,000, seemingly accumulated over a considerable duration. Naturally, upon arriving at Red Mountain Star, these missions required a second round of screening by the local task management agency to eliminate those deemed unsuitable or excessively hazardous at this stage. This precaution was essential. Although Red Mountain Star and the Galactic Patrol headquarters were now in a cooperative relationship, Xia Ya did not wish for the Saiyans under his command to become a mere tool for the Galactic Patrol's whims. Cooperation should be mutual, with both parties retaining the right to choose. Xia Ya harbored a degree of vigilance towards the Galactic Patrol, prompting him to allocate personnel from both Ader and the Fidarians to form a review team dedicated to auditing the tasks sent from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, ensuring they would not be used as pawns. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. The newly established task management office was suddenly inundated with an overwhelming volume of tasks, exhausting the review team members. After a month of rigorous effort, the task management office of Red Mountain Star officially commenced its operations. Of course, the task screening was a concern for the leadership of Red Mountain Star. For the other Saiyans, however, they were oblivious to the intricacies. Upon hearing the news that the task management office had begun issuing missions, the eager Saiyans flocked to the office, verifying their qualifications, matching conditions, and forming their respective task teams. After hastily claiming their missions, these Saiyans boarded their spacecraft and ventured into the cosmos. In an instant, the Saiyans were satisfied they had acquired their missions, and Red Mountain Star fell into a tranquil silence as they departed. Yet, Xia Ya had no time to contemplate these matters, for he was already en route to Earth, ready to return the 4 Dragon Balls he possessed. Earth. The weather was fine, and the vast expanse of the azure sea glimmered under the sun, with seagulls calling out as a gentle breeze wafted through the air, carrying a hint of saltiness. Amidst the shimmering waves, Xia Ya appeared above the tumultuous ocean, strolling leisurely along the surface before vanishing in a flash. His first destination was the Kame house, now within sight. As he spotted the small black dot ahead, a refreshing sea breeze brushed against him. Xia Ya squinted his eyes, leisurely strolling across the water, and with a single leap, transformed into a streak of light, reappearing far beyond the horizon. At Kame Island, beneath the palm trees, Master Roshi lay languidly on the beach, basking in the sun. His frail frame resembled that of an elderly man nearing the end of his days, showing no sign of the martial prowess that once characterized the turtle hermit. Oh, basking in the sun and napping, Master Roshi certainly enjoyed a comfortable life. Observing Roshi's relaxed demeanor, Xia Ya chuckled to himself, knowing that with over a decade remaining until the story began, such tranquility would soon be a thing of the past for him. with a mischievous smile. Xia Ya swiftly entered the game house. If he wished to remain undetected, Master Roshi could never perceive his presence. The game house was modest in size. Xia Ya casually selected a room and retrieved a 3-star Dragon Ball from the dimensional space, tossing it into the corner, indifferent to whether Roshi would discover it later. With a clap of his hands, he turned and exited the game house. It was not until several weeks later that Master Roshi, while tidying up, stumbled upon the Dragon Ball in the corner. "Ah, this ball is here?" he exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the long-lost orange glass ball that had vanished for nearly 3 years. Without suspicion, he happily strung it around his neck. After leaving Game House, Xia Ya quickly made his way to Frying Pan Mountain. Locating the castle of the Ox King at its summit, preparing to place the 7-star Dragon Ball into the Ox King's treasure vault. This 7-star Dragon Ball had been unearthed by Xia Ya in the Gobi Desert. Although he was unsure how it ended up in the Ox King's vault in the original storyline, to avoid complications, he decided to directly deposit it there. With 2 Dragon Balls remaining, Xia Ya glanced at the 4-star and 2-star Dragon Balls in his possession, contemplating his next visit to Bun Mountain. Intending to meet the original story's Sun Wukong, Bun Mountain, with its pristine waters and beautiful scenery, was enveloped by towering mountains, connected only by a narrow path leading to the valley beyond. Returning to Bun Mountain, Xia Ya was already familiar with the surroundings and quickly found the secluded residence of Son Gohan. At the foot of the mountain, a small square house made of bricks and stone stood amidst the shade of trees, its door locked, indicating that Son Gohan was likely out shopping for food. It was understandable, as the sudden presence of a Saiyan with a voracious appetite would deplete any food reserves. Feeling regret for not encountering either Son Wukong or Son Gohan, Xia Ya prepared to leave when he sensed a formidable energy approaching from afar. A smile crept across his face, knowing that Son Gohan had returned. Sure enough, moments later, he saw Son Gohan, clad in traditional attire with graying whiskers, leading a small child with a long tail toward him. "Have we met somewhere before?" Son Gohan inquired, a hint of familiarity in his voice as he regarded the figure standing at the door. Xia Ya smiled, his gaze sharp as he glanced at the child beside Son Gohan. This was Son Wukong, who had fallen into the valley and suffered a head injury, causing him to forget his Saiyan heritage. Nodding slightly, he remarked, "Do you not recall, Elder? 3 years ago, I borrowed the Dragon Ball from you." As he spoke, he produced the 4-star ball from his hand and extended it towards him. Son Gohan tapped his forehead, recalling that indeed someone had borrowed a Dragon Ball 3 years prior. Yet he had never paid it much mind, never expecting the individual would come personally to return it. With a smile, Son Gohan accepted the Dragon Ball, saying, "Ah, it is you. You see, I am of an age where many things escape my memory. Please, take this orb. There is no need for you to make a trip just for it." He then retrieved a key and opened the door, inviting Xia inside. Considering he had nothing pressing to attend to, Xia readily accepted the invitation. At that moment, Son Wukong, filled with curiosity, bounded over and circled around Xia in wonder. Before long, his stomach let out a rumble, prompting him to call out to Son Gohan, "Grandpa, I'm hungry." The innocent demeanor of Son Wukong elicited laughter from Xia, who mused, "Indeed, Son Wukong is perfectly suited to life on Earth. Had he been on Red Mountain Star, he might not have achieved his future potential. Wait a moment. We will be eating shortly," Son Gohan chuckled, ruffling Son Wukong's hair. Turning to Xia, he added, "This child has quite the appetite. I shall prepare the meal." With that, he produced a box from his garments, which contained a row of compact capsules. With a swift toss, he released one onto the ground, and a cloud of white mist enveloped the area, revealing an abundance of food that filled half the room. Universal capsules. Xia's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his expression brightening with recognition. The universal capsule, invented by Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, had undergone years of development and had become a global sensation, an indispensable item for both home and travel. Chapter 113. Farewell to the cat sage. To be frank, geniuses like Dr. Briefs, who can develop an all-purpose capsule, are few and far between in the universe. I recall during the Namek saga, Dr. Briefs managed to assist Goku in transforming a large spacecraft in a remarkably short span of time, equipping it with a gravity device. His level of genius is simply astounding. Then there is Dr. Daisuke, who has spent decades secluded on a lonely island researching time machines. He is undoubtedly a remarkable talent as well. However, these individuals possess their own aspirations and cannot be expected to work for Xia. Yet, it's of no consequence if they are not at his disposal. Xia can alter his strategy. Perhaps if the scientists from the Frieza Force, such as Dakla, were to engage in discussions with Bulma's father or Dr. Daisuke, unexpected gains might arise. Shaking off these distractions, Shia's gaze swept across the room and fell upon Gohan, who was diligently arranging food on the dining table. Soon, the small square table was piled high with an abundance of dishes. The savory aroma of meat wafted through the air, causing Goku's eyes to gleam with delight. With Gohan's permission, he pounced upon the feast, devouring the food as if he hadn't eaten in days. After a while, he looked up, puzzled. "Grandpa, why aren't you eating?" "Go ahead and eat, Goku," Gohan replied. Goku simply responded with an innocent "oh" and resumed his voracious eating, the food disappearing at a visible rate. Gohan, watching with a benevolent smile, laughed heartily. "When I found Goku in the mountains a year ago, he was quite temperamental. However, after he accidentally fell off a cliff and hit his head, his temperament changed remarkably. Although, I never anticipated his appetite would be so immense. Raising a child with such an appetite has certainly put a strain on me." The Saiyans are indeed known for their large appetites, Xia thought to himself with a chuckle. Goku was fortunate. The Galactic Patrol had sent Gak to eliminate him, but upon arriving on Earth, Gak missed Goku's spaceship for various reasons, allowing Goku to survive by sheer luck. It's better for him to be simple-minded. Practitioners of martial arts are often undistracted, which enables them to achieve greater heights, Xia remarked. It was precisely because of Goku's innocent heart that he repeatedly surpassed his physical limits. Gohan looked at him in surprise and asked, "Are you also a practitioner of martial arts?" "Just a bit of flashy techniques," Xia replied nonchalantly. Gohan nodded in understanding. The martial arts culture on Earth has been rich since ancient times, and although few have achieved greatness, many schools of martial arts have been passed down. Gohan is a martial artist himself, having studied under Master Roshi, so he was merely slightly surprised. Having returned the 4-star Dragon Ball to Gohan, Xia decided not to intrude any longer. Before leaving, he gently patted Goku's head and said, "Goku, diligently follow your grandfather in practicing martial arts, and you will become an extraordinary martial artist in the future." Goku replied, somewhat confused, but laughed innocently. Goku's identity is significant. He must not be allowed to see the moon during the full moon, lest unforeseen events occur. As Xia reached the door, he offered a reminder, a token of gratitude for Gohan lending him the Dragon Ball. Gohan did not comprehend Xia's meaning. However, seeing Xia's demeanor showed no malice, he nodded in agreement. Aware that the other party did not grasp his intent, Xia was unperturbed. One reminder was sufficient. As for whether Gohan could avoid calamity in the future, he did not concern himself with it. He was indifferent to whether Goku could achieve greatness as depicted in the original story. After all, the path ahead must be forged by oneself. In one moment, one can be in heaven, and in the next, in hell. Those destined for success will invariably possess the ability to achieve it, regardless of how circumstances may change. If one cannot succeed in a different environment, it can only be said that the previous circumstances were mere coincidences. Of course, coincidences also constitute a form of strength. After departing from the Bun Mountain, Xia did not head directly to West City, but instead visited a nearby small town. He procured some currency from local ruffians, purchased a variety of fresh seafood at the market, and stored them in his dimensional space. Subsequently, Xia made his way to the Korin Sacred Land. The Sacred Land of Korin, a vast expanse of verdant forest, is marked by an ancient, ivory tower that soars into the clouds. No matter how one looks at it, the Korin Tower evokes a sense of wonder. Gazing at the slender tower enveloped in layers of mist, Xia sighed before accelerating his body, shooting skyward with a powerful shockwave, quickly vanishing into the clouds. As he ascended, a small black dot emerged in his line of sight. The spherical structure atop the Korin Tower was now within reach. With a sudden stop, Xia halted at the same height as the tower's apex and smoothly entered the Korin Tower. Inside, the cat sage was comfortably asleep on a reclining chair, completely unaware of Xia's arrival. After giving the cat sage a few gentle taps, he stirred, blinking in surprise as he recognized the familiar figure before him. "Ah, is that you, Xia? When did you come to Earth?" After nearly 7 years. The cat sage had not anticipated seeing Xia again. Upon first glance, he noticed that Xia had become even more inscrutable, to the point where the cat sage could no longer discern any depth. However, the friendship established years ago reassured the cat sage that Xia posed no threat to Earth. "Ha ha ha, Corinne, you might not know this, but I visited Earth 3 years ago. I just didn't come to find you then. This time, I've come not only to see you, but also to return the borrowed Dragon Balls," Xia explained to the cat sage. 3 years ago, you were the one who gathered the 7 Dragon Balls? The cat sage connected the dots, recalling the appearance of the eternal dragon, astonished. "Indeed, that was me." Xia replied candidly, with nothing to conceal. The cat sage, leaning on his cane, stepped forward and stroked his beard, saying, I thought someone extraordinary had managed to collect all 7 Dragon Balls, especially since it has been over a century since the last wish was granted. By the way, you didn't come to see me just for a simple visit, did you? The cat sage squinted his eyes, displaying an astuteness that one might not expect from a feline being. Xia cleared his throat and stated, Indeed, I came to inquire about the situation with the sins of beans. Stop right there. Let me be clear, I don't have many sins of beans left. The cat sage, realizing the significance of the sins of beans, quickly put a halt to the conversation. In recent years, he had labored to cultivate them, but had not produced many, and he could not let Xia take any more. Xia, amused, replied, Corin, I'm not here to ask for more sins of beans. I still have plenty left from the last batch you gave me. He indeed had no shortage of sins of beans. Having received over 70,000 sins of beans from the cat sage, Xia had carefully stored them. Apart from a few given to Shi Ling and Adri and some consumed during his training over the years, he still had over 60,000 in his dimensional space. However, such a miraculous healing item that could save lives in critical moments is something one could never have too much of, despite the low yield of sins of beans. Even if the cat sage increased cultivation, he couldn't expect to harvest many in just a few years. Thus, Xia did not anticipate acquiring more from the cat sage. Chapter 114. The third level. What brings you to the Chiron Tower? Do not tell me it is merely to visit an old friend, for I sense you are not that type of person. The cat sage approached with his cane, scrutinizing Xia intently. It seemed that Xia's intentions were always somewhat dubious. One must not say such things. Xia chuckled awkwardly, as if his true motives had been exposed. His expression stiffened slightly as he waved a hand in the air, conjuring a dimensional gate from which cascaded an abundance of freshly packaged seafood. The unique aroma of marine delicacies immediately enveloped the Chiron Tower. Behold, Sage Chiron. These seafood delights are gifts I bring for you. Xia gestured towards the plethora of seafood scattered about. The cat sage, abandoning his cane, drew closer to the array of fish, inhaling deeply. It has been ages since I have caught a whiff of fresh fish, he exclaimed, his heart racing at the sight of the myriad of fish, having nearly forgotten their scent after centuries of solitude within Chiron Tower. Clearing his throat, the cat sage adopted a solemn tone. Ahem, your sincerity is evident, and it is rare for someone to remember an old man such as myself. Might I inquire to see the celestial beings you cultivate? Of course, I do not wish to take any, I merely wish to observe. The cat sage cast a sidelong glance at Xia, but having accepted such an abundance of fresh fish, he felt obliged to be accommodating. After all, the cultivation of celestial beings was not a closely guarded secret. He nodded in agreement. Follow me. Thus, the cat sage led the way to the second floor of the Chiron Tower, traversing the winding corridor that hung outside the tower's structure. Upon reaching the second floor, Xia noted that it was considerably more spacious than the first. In the center, a finely crafted water vessel rested atop a stone pedestal. This was indeed the very place where the cat sage had trained the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. As Xia surveyed the surroundings, he quickly deduced that, given the tower's spherical shape, there must exist an undisclosed third level. His attention was drawn to 3 large water tanks arranged in a corner, which he recalled from his first visit to the Chiron Tower years prior. His thoughts wandered, wondering if these were the very tanks the cat sage used to observe the mortal realm, rumored to reveal visions of the past, present, and future. What are those 3 tanks? Xia inquired. Oh, the tanks on either side contain nothing but ordinary drinking water. The middle one is for my observations of the mortal realm. The cat sage replied, stroking his beard as he devoured a fish with ease. So, it lacks the ability to glimpse the past and future. Xia nodded in understanding. Indeed. The art of predicting the future is a profound mystery, not easily attained. He then turned his bright gaze towards the cat sage, inquiring about the location of the celestial being cultivation. At that moment, the cat sage nimbly leaped, using his cane to hook onto the dark golden pillars surrounding the tower. And with a swift motion, he vaulted up, causing a square aperture to open in the smooth ceiling above. Truly, there is more than meets the eye. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Xia's eyes as he unobtrusively followed the cat sage. Come with me. The celestial beings are planted above. The rotund figure of the cat sage ascended into the 3rd level, with Xia closely in tow, entering this hidden realm. Upon entry, Xia discovered that the 3rd level was more spacious than he had anticipated. To his surprise, bright sunlight streamed down from the opaque ceiling, illuminating a holy azure stone cone that dripped a crystalline liquid into a glass jar below. This jar contained the coveted super divine water. a substance that was notoriously difficult to gather, yielding only a small amount each year, thus limiting the production of celestial beings. This small jar holds the super divine water? Xia Ya approached, curiosity piqued, eager to witness its appearance. The water shimmered with a delicate purple hue. Upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to ordinary clear water. However, this super divine water was distilled from divine essence over many years, possessing the power to unlock potential, yet it remained a lethal poison to ordinary mortals. The cultivation of celestial beings indeed required this super divine water for irrigation. It was no wonder they possessed such extraordinary properties. Thus, the art of growing celestial beings was a profound discipline. Transforming the toxic super divine water into a healing elixir was no trivial task. Beware. This super divine water is poisonous. Mortals must not touch it lightly, the cat sage warned, casting a glance at Xia Ya. Heeding the sage's advice, Xia Ya returned the super divine water to its original place and began searching for the location of the celestial beings, but his efforts proved fruitless as he scanned the area. So, Sage Chiron, where do you cultivate your celestial beings? Follow me, they are planted in the sunniest spot, the cat sage replied, leading him behind a screen. There. Xia Ya beheld a small patch of tilled earth, no larger than a couple of square meters, adorned with flower pots, each sprouting celestial beans. The stalks of the celestial beans were considerably shorter than ordinary bean plants, their verdant leaves glistening with dew, as if imbued with life, radiating a fresh green glow in the sunlight. Some branches bore purple flowers, while others had already formed bean pods. Yet, the yield was disappointingly low. The production of celestial beans was exceedingly scarce. Not only did they require super divine water for irrigation, but they also needed to be frequently nourished with clear water. The cultivation process was intricate, yielding only a little over 100 beans per year. Each time he recalled that Xia Ya had taken over 70,000 celestial beans. The cat sage felt a pang of regret, for that had been the accumulation of over 8 centuries of labor, now all claimed by Xia Ya, leaving him with only a few hundred beans harvested in recent years. Nevertheless, these were gifts he had willingly given away. Regret was futile. Sensing the cat sage's tone of resignation, Xia Ya beamed, recognizing the significant advantage he had gained from acquiring so many celestial beings. However, having reaped the benefits, he had no intention of returning them. A yield of over 100 beans per year is quite substantial if you plant more in the coming years. Your production will surely accumulate, Xia Ya reassured him with a smile. Easy for you to say, the cat sage retorted with a hint of annoyance. Xia Ya chuckled sheepishly. Recently, there has been a popular item known as the universal capsule, which is excellent for preserving food. Next time, I shall bring some for you. Ah, I have heard of this as well. When you come next time, do ensure to fill it with fish. The cat sage's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. And he hastily added, before realizing this might be unbecoming of one of his stature, promptly closing his mouth. Whether it was the cat sage or any feline, their love for fish was undeniable. Xia Ya couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, unaware that the cat sage had not ventured beyond the Chiron Tower for centuries, rendering his longing for fish all the more poignant. Chapter 115. The little girl in the mountain village Xia Ya gazed at the cat sage, readily acquiescing to its requests, for these matters were trivial to him. However, after witnessing the cultivation of the magical beans firsthand, Xia Ya's desire for their mass production intensified. With so many Saiyans on Red Mountain Star, the demand for magical beans was ever present. If the cultivation methods could be disseminated widely, the planet could potentially produce these beans in abundance, serving as strategic reserves or rewards. Yet, this ambition hinged on the feasibility of mass production, a daunting challenge. The cat sage's cultivation process resembled a small workshop, meticulous yet incapable of scaling up production. The crux of the issue lay in the cultivation environment. The super divine water was a manifestation of divine energy, irreplaceable by ordinary technological means. Without it, the cultivation of magical beans was inconceivable. Reflecting on this, Xia Ya furrowed his brow, realizing that the path to mass cultivation was fraught with obstacles, a distant goal for the time being. Setting aside these worries, Xia Ya followed the cat sage back to the second level of Chironta. After the cat sage carefully stored the seafood collected from the ground, Xia Ya initiated a discussion on the topic of cultivation. At this point, Xia Ya's prowess had surpassed that of the cat sage by a considerable margin, and he had developed his own theoretical framework regarding martial arts. Nevertheless, he believed that the cat sage, with centuries of experience, possessed unique insights that could illuminate aspects he might have overlooked. Often, the most fundamental truths can obscure finer details, necessitating the wisdom of others. Although the cat sage's personal strength was not formidable, His extensive focus on foundational knowledge made his theoretical understanding profound, which is precisely why Xia sought his counsel. Under the Cat Sage's guidance, Xia indeed discovered several oversights, subsequently addressing each issue to refine his martial path. After bidding farewell to the Cat Sage, Xia leapt from Kyrinta, soaring towards West City. Observing Xia's retreating figure, the Cat Sage stood by the railing of Kyrinta, squinting at the vast expanse of the clear sky. Xia had become increasingly enigmatic, akin to an ocean, with only a hint of waves betraying its vastness. In a remote village, a rugged path carved into the mountains wound its way up and down, a world away from the clamor of civilization. At that moment, the tranquility of the mountain village was shattered by a series of violent crashes, as a band of bandits wielding large blades rampaged through, mercilessly slaying innocent villagers. "Old man, where do you think you're going? Hand over your belongings." A burly thug kicked at an elderly man hunched over with age, striking him several times before seizing the bundle the old man clung to. "Grandfather! Grandfather!" A sorrowful cry erupted as a blue-haired little girl threw herself upon the fallen elder, weeping profusely. The bandits, upon witnessing this, erupted into cruel laughter, tearing open the stolen bundle to discover a wooden canister, which jingled with the sound of coins inside. "Huh, there's quite a bit of money here," one bandit jeered. "Hey, little girl, stop crying. Let us see if you have more of these canisters." Exchanging glances, the bandits licked their lips and approached, blades glinting ominously in the sunlight. "You scoundrels!" The blue-haired girl glared at the bandits through her tears, her silky locks unexpectedly shimmering into a golden hue, her expression suddenly fierce. The bandits were taken aback by her abrupt transformation. The leader stumbled back, spitting in embarrassment, and advanced towards her, his anger palpable. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, the girl darted forward, colliding with the bandit leader and knocking him to the ground before swiftly retreating into a small wooden hut. "What are you waiting for? Go catch that little girl," the leader barked, his subordinates' faces hardening with malice as they rushed toward the hut. At that moment, the hut's door swung open and the bandits surged forward, fearing their prey would escape. However, their expressions shifted to terror as they instinctively recoiled. The little girl emerged, shouldering a submachine gun nearly as tall as herself. "What are you afraid of? It's just a little girl. She can't possibly know how to use a gun," the bandit leader scoffed. Yet, his men hesitated, daunted by the weapon. Useless fools. Anger flashed in the leader's eyes as he glared at his subordinates, then stepped forward. "Little girl, put down that weapon, and perhaps I might spare your life. Otherwise." His lascivious gaze roamed over her, contemplating her youthful form. "If only you were a bit older. How dare you call me a little girl and look at me like that?" The now golden-haired girl retorted defiantly, spitting as she hoisted the submachine gun and began firing. The sharp crack of gunfire erupted, bullets spewing forth like fiery serpents, catching the bandit leader off guard as he was torn apart by the barrage, collapsing in a gruesome heap. "Not good. That little girl can really shoot. The boss has been shot." Panic erupted among the bandits, their confidence shattered as they realized their blades were no match for her weapon. Their cries of despair filled the air as one by one they fell before the golden-haired girl's onslaught. After dispatching the bandits, the girl approached her grandfather's lifeless body, sorrow etched on her features. "Old man, if you had only prepared more firearms, I wouldn't have had to hide this submachine gun. We could have fought together." She sneezed, her hair reverting to blue, and, surveying the bloodied weapon and the carnage around her, fear gripped her heart. Clang! She dropped the submachine gun to the ground and collapsed in tears. As night fell, the blue-haired girl dug a grave for her loved ones, gathered her belongings, and prepared to leave the mountain village. The chilling wind howled around her, and she shivered, her frail frame unable to withstand the night's cold. West City, one of the most prosperous cities on Earth. The headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation was situated here, bathed in the warm sunlight and gentle breeze. Xia descended onto the bustling streets, where throngs of people flowed by, and hovering cars zipped along the roads, all oblivious to his sudden appearance. Walking along the smooth asphalt, Xia inhaled the scents of the city, noting the absence of industrial pollution. It appeared that West City had developed a robust infrastructure, successfully mitigating the environmental impact of urbanization. Xia concluded that the city had advanced beyond the typical developmental model that often harmed the environment, as evidenced by the abundant greenery lining the streets. Compared to 3 years ago, West City had flourished even more. With ease and familiarity, Xia Ya located Bulma's residence in West City, stealthily infiltrating the small warehouse in the backyard. He carefully returned the 2-star Dragon Ball to its original place and prepared to make his discreet exit. Chapter 116. Ties upon stepping onto the street. Ties encountered a striking girl with long golden hair approaching her. The girl possessed a cascade of lustrous hair that flowed gracefully down to her waist, adorned with a wide, soft purple hat. A stylish bag hung from her waist, while a vivid red fitted dress perfectly accentuated her delicate and slender figure. A pearl necklace graced her neck, suggesting that she hailed from a background of wealth and privilege. As Xia observed her, the girl remained oblivious to his gaze, engrossed in her phone while making her way towards Bulma's residence. Could this girl be Ties, Bulma's sister? Xia pondered, recalling that Bulma indeed had an older sister named Ties, who was 11 years her senior. Ties had forsaken a life of comfort to pursue a career as a science fiction writer, leaving home to experience life through labor. After befriending Gak, Ties had the opportunity to travel across various planets aboard a spaceship, becoming a popular SF adventure novelist. Though her works inspired by Gak did not garner much acclaim, Ties was one of the first humans to venture beyond Earth, maintaining a close relationship with the Galactic Patrol. "Excuse me, sir, were you calling for me?" Hearing her name, Ties turned, curiosity flickering in her dark eyes. Acknowledging her, Xia readily confessed, "Indeed. It was I who called you. Miss Ties, I presume you know Gak? I am now his colleague." "Ah, are you an extraterrestrial as well?" "Gak has been away from Earth for several months, and I have yet to hear from him." Upon hearing Xia's response, Ties' demeanor shifted dramatically, warmly grasping his arm and peppering him with questions. Xia found Ties' exuberance somewhat overwhelming, surprised by her vivacious spirit. "I am unaware of Gak's current endeavors. I merely have connections with the Galactic Patrol," he explained. Regretfully, Ties released her hold, as she had hoped to gather inspiration for her travels to other planets. Since this gentleman was not privy to Gak's whereabouts, she would have to continue awaiting news of him. "Would you care to visit my home for a while?" Ties extended a heartfelt invitation. Certainly. Xia accepted her offer, accompanying Ties into her opulent villa. Bulma's home was a grand, 4-story, hemispherical structure set amidst an expansive garden adorned with a plethora of flowers and trees, unmistakably indicative of affluence. At that moment, Dr. Briefs was in the garden, watering the flowers with a bucket while smoking a cigarette. Upon noticing his daughter entering with a boy, he paused to inquire, "Ties, who is this young man? Surely he is not your new boyfriend?" "Absolutely not. This is Gak's friend. He has just arrived on Earth," Ties exclaimed in exasperation, only to realize she did not even know Xia's name. "Call me Xia. I am the leader of the Red Mountain Star in the Eastern Galaxy. I have heard that Dr. Briefs is the most intelligent person on Earth, and I happen to have a group of exceptional scientists under my command. Perhaps you could engage in a fruitful exchange." "Oh, so you are a friend of Gak. You mentioned extraterrestrial technology?" At the mention of technology, Dr. Briefs' interest piqued. "How wonderful. I did not have the chance to thoroughly examine the spacecraft Gak brought last time." Once the topic of technology arose, Dr. Briefs became animated, and Xia found it hard to reconcile the image of this disheveled old man with the genius capable of inventing the universal capsule. In many respects, Dr. Briefs represented the pinnacle of space technology research on Earth, while Dr. Daisuke was renowned for his studies on time. Bulma's eventual creation of a time machine was a culmination of the research from both Dr. Briefs and Dr. Daisuke. After lingering at Bulma's home for an extended period, Xia had the opportunity to meet a young Bulma. At that time, she appeared to be only 6 years old, with light purple hair tied into 2 braids. Holding a laser toy with an impish demeanor, navigating the dining table under the watchful eye of her seemingly timeless mother. "Hey, my sister said you're an extraterrestrial." She pointed the barrel of her toy laser at Xia, her expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "Indeed, not only am I an extraterrestrial, but I also command a legion of formidable beings from other worlds. Are you going to invade Earth?" That depends on my mood. If I were displeased, I could simply wave my hand and erase all of humanity from existence." Xia replied half in jest. "Who are you trying to fool? I hardly believe you." Bulma scoffed, dismissing him with a pout as she set down her laser toy, having already categorized Xia as a charlatan, unable to fathom an extraterrestrial resembling a human so closely. Dr. and Mrs. Briefs burst into laughter, and Xia proceeded to recount tales of the Fidaia race. Through their previous discussions, he had discerned that Dr. Briefs was a rather easygoing individual, so he sought to facilitate collaboration between them. "I wonder how the technology of the Fidaia compares to my universal capsule. I am quite eager to explore it," Xia remarked. "That is quite simple. I can arrange for my technicians to converse with you shortly. By the way, I hear you have a Dr. Daisuke here. Perhaps you should invite him as well." Xia's intentions were not merely to socialize, though The most renowned scientists on Earth included Dr. Briefs, Dr. Daisuke, and Dr. Jero, each of whom had made groundbreaking contributions. One invented the universal capsule for spatial technology, another developed a time machine capable of freezing time for 50 seconds. And the last was responsible for creating the destructive android technology. Xia Ya aspired to recruit all three, though he understood that neither Dr. Briefs nor Dr. Daisuke were motivated by fame or fortune, while Dr. Jero's whereabouts remained a mystery. Seeing no hope of acquisition, Xia Ya sought to maintain a cordial relationship with them. I happen to have Dr. Daisuke's phone number. Shall I call him over? Dr. Briefs was genuinely interested in the latest technologies and promptly dialed the number. Meanwhile, on a remote island on Earth, upon receiving Dr. Briefs' call, Dr. Daisuke set off towards West City without delay. Xia Ya observed the unfolding events with a smile, eager to see what sparks might fly from the meeting of Dr. Briefs and the Fidaia scientists. He then utilized instant teleportation to bring a few Fidaia scientists to West City. The following days were filled with vibrant exchanges among the scientists. Xia Ya found himself a mere observer, unable to interject, but the fervor of their discussions suggested that all parties would benefit from the interaction. Regrettably, the distance between Earth and Red Mountain Star was vast. Otherwise, their collaboration could have flourished even more. After a brief stay at Bulma's residence and promising ties a spaceship, Xia Ya departed from West City. He did not leave Earth immediately. Instead, reminiscent of 7 years prior, he began a lavish procurement of provisions. This led to yet another food crisis in the small town he traversed, as Xia Ya's dimensional space soon brimmed with an abundance of sustenance. Chapter 117. Lan Chi. On a delightful afternoon, a refreshing breeze carried a hint of coolness, and despite the northern latitude, the sunlight still felt somewhat chilly. Xia Ya checked into an inn, intending to rest thoroughly. At that moment, anguished cries echoed from a nearby clothing store, followed by a horde of people tumbling out, shrieking as they fled. Clearly, something dire had transpired next door, either a robbery or a murder. Xia Ya speculated briefly but had no intention of intervening, as the fate of these mortals was of no concern to him. Although he retained a semblance of human conscience, as a Saiyan, he inherently regarded ordinary weaklings with disdain. "Proprietor, prepare a premium suite for me," boomed a deep voice, as a gaunt figure strode into the inn, approaching the front desk with an undeniable authority. The individual appeared emaciated, with a braid trailing behind and clad in a black martial arts uniform, topped with a pink outer garment emblazoned with a large, blood-red character for kill. The renowned assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Upon recognizing the visitor, the innkeeper's complexion turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. He trembled uncontrollably, stammering, "Why yes, I will arrange it immediately. Wait, clear out everyone in this establishment. I desire solitude," Tao Pai Pai stated coldly. "Of course." The innkeeper nodded and bowed, fearful of inciting the assassin's wrath. Tao Pai Pai's arrogance was palpable, but given his status as one of Earth's rare masters, it was hardly surprising. Xia Ya observed quietly, his expression serene. Tao Pai Pai, known as the world's foremost assassin, was one of the few who could be compared to Master Roshi, perhaps even surpassing him slightly. In the original tale, Tao Pai Pai was commissioned by the Red Ribbon Army to seize Goku's Dragon Balls, only to be defeated by the latter after he ascended Korin Tower. "Did you not hear my words?" Tao Pai Pai said, his gaze unwavering and indifferent. As one of Earth's few formidable fighters, he had always commanded respect, yet now his authority seemed misapplied. And Xia Ya found the lingering scent of blood and darkness around him quite distasteful. "The world's top assassin, Tao Pai Pai, you are woefully out of touch," Xia Ya remarked with an air of amusement, maintaining a calm demeanor. In his eyes, Tao Pai Pai, with a combat power of merely 150, was no more significant than an insignificant insect. The assassin's brows furrowed, unsettled by the way Xia Ya regarded him, as if he were merely an insect, an expression he typically reserved for others. Tao Pai Pai's countenance darkened at the audacity of Xia Ya's demeanor. "Two guests." The innkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow, retreating in fear behind the wall. "Haha, it has been ages since someone dared to be so brazen before me. Do not blame me if you find yourself wishing for death." Tao Pai Pai's chilling aura erupted, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet, as a metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Watching Tao Pai Pai revel in his own bravado, Xia Ya could not help but roll his eyes in disdain, even finding it somewhat humorous that a weakling dared to exude such menace, akin to a beggar flaunting wealth before a millionaire, utterly ridiculous. "How embarrassing." Xia Ya shook his head, then extended a hand toward Tao Pai Pai, unleashing a fierce gust of air that surged toward him like a tidal wave. Upon contact, Tao Pai Pai's expression shifted dramatically to one of disbelief as he was struck by an overwhelming force, akin to being struck by a 1,000-pound weight. With no means to resist, he was flung against the inn's wall, disappearing like a shooting star. With Xia's strength, even a casual blow could render Tao Pai Pai grievously injured. Without months of recuperation, he would not rise again. This guest is the world's top assassin. The innkeeper stammered, emerging cautiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Who on earth was this youth, that even the famed Tao Pai Pai was effortlessly dispatched? Prepare my room, Xia Ya commanded coolly. Yes, yes, I shall arrange it at once. The innkeeper busily complied, eager to fulfill Xia's request. Just then, Xia noticed a young girl sleeping on a wooden plank outside the inn. She was dressed in tattered clothing, with deep blue hair, and appeared to be only 8 or 9 years old, her delicate features hinting that she would grow into a breathtaking beauty. As the temperature began to drop, it became evident that her attire was insufficient for the weather. Moved by the girl's pitiable state, Xia approached and gently roused her, instructing the inn's staff to prepare several warm outfits for her. This small gesture brought tears of gratitude to her eyes. The following day, after a restful night, Xia stepped out to have a meal and found the same girl wearing the clothes he had provided, timidly peeking at him from a corner. He waved to her, and she scampered over. Little one, what is your name? Why are you not at home? Xia inquired softly. To his surprise, the girl burst into tears. My name is Lan Qi. My family was killed by robbers, and I am too afraid to stay in the village alone. Now, I have no home. Lan Qi. Upon hearing her name, Xia was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing her exquisite features and the slightly curled deep blue locks. The age aligned perfectly. Could it be that fortune favored him by encountering the Lan Qi from the original tale? Lan Qi, does your personality change when you sneeze? Xia asked. Huh. How do you know that my personality changes when I sneeze? Lan Qi ceased her sobbing, her expression filled with sorrow as she replied, I don't know why. But every time I sneeze, I become irritable and my hair color changes too. Indeed, she was the Lan Qi from the original narrative. Lan Qi was one of Xia's favorite characters. In her blue-haired state, she was gentle, kind, and hardworking. However, upon sneezing, she transformed into a golden-haired, violent character, becoming a notorious outlaw. In the original story, Lan Qi was rescued by Goku and Krillin, who took her to Master Roshi's home, where she stayed to manage household chores. Later, in the World Martial Arts Tournament, she developed feelings for Tenshinhan and left Roshi's abode to live with him in Kaiatsu. However, in the Dragon Ball Z saga, when Tenshinhan and Kaiatsu went to the temple to learn martial arts from the gods, Lan Qi mysteriously vanished. It was not until the emergence of Majin Buu that she reappeared, but by then, she had aged significantly and was working at a courier company, remaining unmarried. It was a pity that such a unique and powerful female character was ultimately discarded by the author, a sentiment Xia found rather unfortunate. Chapter 118. Arrangements in the original work. The fate of Launch often left Xia with a sense of regret. It felt as though a significant character had been overlooked. This sentiment likely stemmed from preconceived notions, as Launch was a pivotal figure in the early stages of the narrative. Much like Yamcha, both serving as crucial supporting characters that propelled the plot forward. However, her role was not as prominent as that of Yamcha or Krillin, especially as the storyline of Dragon Ball evolved into a more intense shonen manga following the arc of King Piccolo. Even characters like Yamcha faded into obscurity, let alone Launch, who was originally created to inject vitality into the storyline. Yet, upon encountering her this time, Xia was determined not to let Launch end up working at a courier company as she did in the original narrative. That would be a disservice to her character. Whether driven by childhood sentiments or a reluctance to witness this ordinary girl continue to wander, he felt compelled to extend a helping hand. With this resolve in mind, Xia crouched down and spoke gently. Launch, it is quite unsafe for a little girl like you to be out here alone. Why not stay by my side? Indeed, he found himself in need of a gentle, kind-hearted girl who could assist with domestic chores. He believed that neither Shieling nor Mel's could fulfill this role, making Launch the perfect candidate. Sir, would you be willing to take me in? Launch's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Xia smiled, surprised by how much of a crybaby Launch was as a child. It was no wonder she grew up to be so soft-hearted. But did she not worry about his intentions? Perhaps the existence of the blonde Launch served as a form of protection for her other persona. Yes, if you wish. You can follow me from now on, Xia affirmed with a nod, then affectionately patted Launch's head to soothe her. Her bright eyes turned toward him, and she nodded quietly. That's wonderful. Let's prepare, and I'll take you to a special place, Xia said with a grin, leading her to a nearby clothing store to purchase several outfits for her. Although the store had been damaged by Tao Pai Pai the previous day, it still boasted a plethora of goods. The array of vibrant garments lit up Launch's eyes with excitement. After tying a red ribbon in her hair, Xia stepped back to admire his handiwork. Now, this is the true essence of Launch, he exclaimed. Xia, you don't need to buy so much. I can't wear all of that, Launch protested. Overwhelmed as he stuffed various outfits into a bag, seemingly intent on clearing the entire store. Despite her youth, she understood that such purchases would cost a fortune. Not to worry, it's better to be prepared. You can wear them as you grow. Xia continued his shopping spree, collecting clothes of different sizes and colors while a sweating attendant took notes behind the counter. Considering that these clothes were for Launch, he chose not to utilize his dimensional space, but instead packed them into several multifunctional capsules he had borrowed from Bulma. These capsules proved incredibly convenient, allowing one to store any physical object, from boxes to homes, for easy transport without taking up space, truly an essential tool for both home and travel. If only such technology could be popularized on Planet Plant. However, the scientists from the Frieza Force were already collaborating with Dr. Briefs, so widespread availability might be forthcoming. Upon exiting the clothing store, Xia remembered Shilling and Mel's. He realized he couldn't favor one over the other, so he decided to purchase supplies for them as well. Handing the multifunctional capsule containing nearly 100 outfits to Launch, she clutched it tightly in her hands before carefully placing it into her bag, her eyes filled with gratitude. Xia, you were so kind to me. Launch's voice trembled, her emotions surfacing as she reflected on her long journey of wandering since leaving her village. Never having experienced such kindness before, Xia smiled nonchalantly. The blue-haired Launch was a pure-hearted girl, deserving of his kindness. Now let's go. I will take you to a special place. With that, amidst her surprised exclamations, Xia took off into the air, cradling Launch as they soared towards the Corin Tower. Given Launch's delicate state, he could not take her to Planet Plant, nor could he allow her to fend for herself outside. Thus, he decided she would stay at the Corin Tower for the time being. Moreover, placing Launch under the care of Corin might allow her to learn the method of cultivating senza beans, which was another consideration for Xia. After a significant flight, the towering Corin Tower came into view. Wow, what is that structure? It's so tall, Launch exclaimed, her initial anxiety giving way to wonder as she observed the swiftly passing lakes and forest below. However, the sight of Corin Tower elicited a loud gasp from her. That is the sacred martial arts site, Corin Tower. At its peak resides Master Corin, the birthplace of martial arts on Earth, Xia explained, as Launch nodded. Though she had little understanding of martial arts, if it were the blonde Launch, she might have known a thing or two. Just then, a strand of hair brushed against her nose, prompting Launch to sneeze, and her blue hair instantly transformed into golden locks, her demeanor shifting to a fierce expression. She had turned blonde. Noticing her transformation, Xia's lips curled into a smile. He had only seen such dual personality transformations on television, and witnessing it in reality was quite fascinating. Who are you? Why are you holding me? Let me go. The blonde Launch protested, struggling against the Princess Carrie, feeling quite uncomfortable. Are you certain you want me to let go? You won't regret it, will you? As Xia's voice echoed, the blonde Launch instinctively sensed something was amiss. Before she could react, she felt him genuinely release her. Awe. She screamed in terror as she fell, the landscape of mountains and forests rushing by her in a blur. A wave of panic washing over her as her face paled. See, I told you that you'd regret asking me to let go, Xia teased. And just as she neared a large tree, he caught her once more. Who are you, and where are you taking me? The blonde Launch's voice trembled, her earlier bravado dissipating. Do you not want me to set you down? Of course not. Don't you dare let me go. The blonde Launch whimpered, her grip tightening. Falling from such a height would certainly result in a disastrous fate. She found herself cursing her other self for the predicament they were in. Who had they gotten mixed up with? They must have been abducted. Ha ha ha, hold on tight. Xia laughed heartily, altering their trajectory as they approached Corin Tower, soaring upward at a 90-degree angle alongside the tower. Ah! A scream echoed against the biting wind as the blonde Launch was left in a state of sheer panic. To handle the volatile personality of the blonde Launch, Xia resorted to more forceful measures. Xia swiftly appeared on Kylan Tower, cradling Lanky in his arms. The cat sage, leaning on his cane, gazed speechlessly at the scene. The golden-haired Lanky was at a loss, nearly on the verge of tears. Upon being set down, her legs buckled, and she crumpled to the ground, bursting into loud sobs. Xia, what have you done? You frightened the little girl to tears, the cat sage remarked, exasperated. Xia Ya chuckled lightly and replied, I intend for Lanky to stay with you for a while. Aren't you in need of someone to tend to the divine beings? The blue-haired Lanky is gentle and capable. Surely she can care for them well. As for the golden-haired Lanky, I expect you to train her diligently. You seem to want me to provide free labor. Well, even if you learn the method of cultivating divine beings, you won't succeed without the super divine water, the cat sage retorted nonchalantly. Of course, I wouldn't let you assist me without compensation. Xia Ya responded, producing a box of universal capsules. These contain all the delicacies you adore as a token of my gratitude. So, you had this planned all along, the cat sage said, licking his palm and deftly stowing the capsules away. However, considering our long-standing friendship, I can acquiesce to this modest request. It can be quite dull living alone in Kylan Tower. I suppose I can train this little girl in my spare time. The cat sage had been observing Xia Ya's movements since his descent to the mortal realm and had come to understand the characteristics of the girl before him. Chapter 119. 1,000 miles to deliver ahead. Time flows endlessly, and in a distant corner of the tranquil universe, in the western part of the eastern galaxy, light years away from the red mountain star, an eerie void suffocates with its silence. Apart from the distant stars that continue to blaze in the far reaches of space, there are only a few wandering celestial bodies that have deviated from their original orbits, aimlessly drifting towards inevitable extinction. It is a chaotic region, and at this moment, within a star system radiating a dim red glow, a grand war is fervently unfolding on an orange-yellow planet. This is a war of resistance against foreign invasion, fought by the native inhabitants of the planet, who originally belonged to various factions. However, when the planet faced an external threat, they united to repel the alien invaders. At this moment, the battlefield is in a state of stalemate, with warriors from both sides clashing fiercely, one side clad in red armor representing the native civilization, and the other in dark gray, spiked armor representing the cosmic marauders. As the war rages on, the red and gray factions intermingle, like two torrents converging, their momentum overwhelming and inseparable amidst the tumultuous clash. The native civilization is clearly at a disadvantage, as the cosmic marauders relentlessly wield their energy cannons, vibrant beams of energy shooting forth from their arm-mounted generators. Dust and debris fill the air, the heat is oppressive, and the sounds of explosions echo incessantly as ruthless energy beams pierce through the battlefield, causing numerous towering fortifications to sway violently before collapsing with thunderous roars. War is a colossal grinding machine that mercilessly devours lives, accompanied by the brutal howls of ferocious beasts, as everything before them teeters on the brink of annihilation. As the battle continues, waves of soldiers fall, trampling over the bodies of comrades and foes alike, as both sides persist in their fierce combat. The cacophony of cannon fire and agonized cries reverberates, even at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The desperate roars of those fighting for their lives can be heard. Unbeknownst to the combatants, a dozen figures hover high above, closely observing their movements. Clad in dark red combat suits with black trims, each of them boasts a tail. Their advanced uniforms engineered with the latest technology, exhibiting remarkable flexibility with every movement, the dark red sheen appearing both luxurious and noble. At this moment, one broad-shouldered figure strokes his chin and chuckles sinisterly. Isaac, those people down there are truly feeble. I have no desire to intervene. Come on. If you don't wish to act, we would gladly lend a hand, quipped a nearby agile figure. No, I was merely jesting. After all, it's been a while since I've received a mission, and if I don't get to engage, my bones will rust. The broad figure waved his hands dismissively, laughing awkwardly. These Saiyans, having finally received a mission for external combat, would never relinquish the opportunity to others. But seriously, our combat prowess has improved significantly over the past 2 years. Look at me. I was once a low-level warrior, and now my battle power exceeds 5,000. If I were still on Vegeta, those higher-ranked warriors would no longer dare to underestimate me. One Saiyan reflected. How can the era of Vegeta compare with our Red Mountain Star? Do you realize that the number of high-level warriors on Red Mountain Star with battle powers exceeding 10,000 is nearing 200? Oh, no. They should now be referred to as elite warriors. Another interjected. Indeed, although the Saiyan population on Red Mountain Star is small, each one is formidable. Our high-level combat strength has far surpassed that of the Vegeta era. I heard that Mr. Edry and Mr. Baruch have already surpassed 50,000 in battle power. Perhaps soon, Red Mountain Star will witness the birth of a new super warrior. Upon reflection, our Saiyan strength has truly grown. The combat uniforms of ordinary warriors on Red Mountain Star are red and black, while only a few leaders like Xia Ya wear silver-white uniforms, which symbolize super warriors. When the number of Saiyans on Red Mountain Star increases, should we not refer to Xia Ya as the King of Red Mountain? The broad Saiyan jested. King of Red Mountain sounds rather harsh. I think it should be King Xia Ya. A Saiyan immediately countered. Previously, on Vegeta, the Saiyan leader was called King Vegeta. Now that we are on Red Mountain Star, it is only natural to call him the King of Red Mountain. Haha, King Vegeta cannot be compared to Lord Xia Ya. An older Saiyan, unable to contain himself, remarked, in truth, King Vegeta was quite dedicated to the Saiyans, but the truth is, during that time, their strength was indeed lacking. That is why they were ultimately destroyed by Frieza. At this, all the Saiyans fell silent, reflecting on how fortunate they were to have relocated to Red Mountain Star, largely thanks to Lord Xia Ya's assistance. When the Saiyans' power is sufficient to confront Frieza's forces, they will undoubtedly launch a counterattack. Alright, enough pondering. Let us focus on completing our current mission. This task is quite urgent, and having received it, we must execute it well. Otherwise, we might miss out next time. One of the Saiyans spoke, emphasizing the importance of diligence to ensure future opportunities for missions. The Doborians below are currently under attack by cosmic marauders, and our task is to aid them in repelling the invaders, ideally eliminating the marauders entirely. The mission particularly emphasizes minimizing destruction and preserving lives on the planet, as it seems to pertain to some moral principle. Regardless, everyone should pay attention to this. After all, as a warrior race like the Saiyans, once they engage, significant casualties are inevitable. Therefore, Xia Ya did not impose strict restrictions on large-scale destruction during missions. As long as they maintain a sense of moderation, a dozen Saiyans are eagerly preparing for action, their excitement palpable. However, the cosmic marauders below are not particularly strong, so the battle may not be entirely satisfying. Nevertheless, they are unwilling to pass up any opportunity for combat, even if the opponents are relatively insignificant. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Eastern Galaxy, a luxurious spaceship departs from the center of the Milky Way, heading towards Red Mountain Star. Datonga. We are now only 9 days away from the Saiyans Red Mountain Star. A green-haired alien in the cockpit reported to his commander. Ha ha ha, finally, we're nearing our destination. After half a year of travel, I am eager to see what remains of those barbaric Saiyans. Boomed the voice of Datonga, the captain of the 5-member escort team. To teach those Saiyans a lesson for encroaching on the Galactic Patrol's headquarters, Datonga has journeyed a great distance from the Milky Way's center. How many individuals can be found who uphold the Galactic Patrol's authority as fervently as he does? Datonga mused with pride. Commander, I've heard that while the Saiyans were notorious in the Northern Galaxy, they were still quite powerful. One of the 5 members, Xia, remarked. Xia, those are tales of the past. Since the destruction of their planet, what could the Saiyans possibly have left? With our collective combat power, even when the Saiyans were at their peak, we could have easily escaped unharmed, let alone now. Another team member, Jack, scoffed. All members of Datonga's escort team possess combat powers exceeding 10,000, and their tone exudes unwavering confidence. Ha ha ha, Jack is right. Those little Saiyans are hardly formidable. We can easily suppress them. However, since they are now collaborators of the Galactic Patrol, we must be somewhat courteous. Deaton chuckled heartily. 9 days later, a scene of serene azure tranquility unfolded before his eyes, as a cerulean-hued planet and an icy blue sphere gracefully orbited each other, quietly traversing their slender path, akin to 2 resplendent pearls radiating a soft, luminous glow. Chapter 120, Is Someone Invading Red Mountain Star? Since the Saiyans embarked on their mission and departed from Red Mountain Star, their presence has been increasingly noted in the surrounding star regions. This development has instilled a sense of dread among the weaker races that had previously heard tales of the Saiyans' notorious reputation, leaving them fearful of potential invasion. After a period of anxious anticipation, when the expected invasion failed to materialize, they began to realize that the Saiyans on Red Mountain Star appeared to differ from the fearsome beings of legend, leading to collective sighs of relief. Some of the more adventurous races even began to attempt communication with the Saiyans, establishing a form of protective alliance. The Saiyans graciously accepted this arrangement, allowing their influence to expand, though their numbers on Red Mountain Star remained relatively few. Consequently, the reputation of the Saiyans began to spread in the nearby star regions of the Eastern Galaxy. A majestic range of mountains rose into the clouds, their snow-capped peaks merging with the mist, creating a scene of serene beauty. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the tranquility as a shadow descended. A spaceship gradually descended through the clouds. The thunderous noise disrupted the calm, causing flocks of birds to take flight from the densely wooded mountains. A luxurious dark golden spaceship, akin to a beast emerging from the primordial wilderness, settled heavily upon the mountains. The ground trembled violently, sinking like soft mud, trees bending and snapping under the immense weight. Once the ship came to a halt, 5 robust figures emerged from the hatch. Cough, cough. The air on Red Mountain Star is quite pleasant, mused Captain Xia, inhaling deeply. I never expected the Saiyans to preserve the environment of this planet. In his eyes, the Saiyans were a crude and barbaric race, leaving devastation in their wake wherever they went. The fact that Red Mountain Star retained such primitive beauty truly astonished him. Haha, after all, this is the planet on which the Saiyans thrive. Perhaps they are under some constraints, replied his teammate, Xia. Xia nodded, taking another glance at the surroundings. Indeed, this is a remarkable planet. It seems a pity that it is occupied by the Saiyans. At that moment, the green-haired extraterrestrial, Saiyan, who was in charge of reconnaissance, operated his detection device and relayed the data. Red Mountain Star has a diameter of 768 kilometers, with a gravity 12 times that of standard levels. The ocean covers approximately 67 of the surface, while the remaining 33 includes polar glaciers, with 21 deemed habitable. These parameters were highly conducive to fostering diverse life forms, with planets typically fluctuating within these metrics. 12 times gravity, Xia exclaimed in surprise, feeling the weight of Red Mountain Star's gravity. Indeed, it is 12 times, he conceded, as beings of their combat prowess often resided on planets with higher gravitational forces, rendering the gravity here unsurprising. Hey Saiyan, check on the Saiyan status. I'm getting a bit restless. Xia chuckled lightly. Yes, investigate the Saiyans. Although they've established a partnership with the Galactic Patrol, they must be made aware of the patrol's strength. We cannot allow them to become too arrogant, shouted another team member, a Fuad, known for his combative spirit. Saiyan nodded, adjusting the wrist-mounted detector. As the device emitted a series of electronic beeps, a flurry of Saiyan data appeared on the screen. However, the information was chaotic and erratic, akin to garbled text. Some data fluctuated bizarrely, suddenly spiking beyond the detector's capacity. With a loud bang, the device emitted smoke and was rendered inoperative. What happened? Why did the detector burn out? Xia shouted in confusion. This advanced device, provided by the Galactic Patrol, was capable of measuring combat powers close to 50,000. How could such sophisticated equipment simply fail? I'm not sure. It could be a malfunction, Saiyan replied, bewildered. TSK, high technology proves unreliable. Xia scoffed, unaware that the readings had exceeded the detector's limits due to the Saiyans' attempts to control their energy. They assumed the erratic data was merely a product of equipment failure. What should we do now? Without the detector, we cannot locate the Saiyans, asked the usually cautious Visha, looking toward Xia. This is indeed a dilemma. I should have brought more detectors, Xia lamented, waving his hand. For now, we will have to search systematically. Fortunately, Red Mountain Star is not vast, and we should be able to find the Saiyans with some time. How unfortunate to have such an inauspicious start. He continued. All right, Xia, a Fuad, Saiyan, Visha. Let us split up in different directions. Once you find any trace of the Saiyans, use your communicators to alert the rest of us. Understood. His teammates responded in unison. Undeterred by the prospect of acting alone, as each boasted combat powers exceeding 10,000, making them formidable in the universe. Thus, the 5 individuals dispersed, each pursuing the Saiyans' trail. Meanwhile, as Xia's spaceship breached the atmosphere of Red Mountain Star, the monitoring system of the Saiyan Guard had already detected their presence. Upon registering 5 unfamiliar energy signatures, all exceeding 10,000, the alarm at the Guard's investigation center blared urgently. The members of the Saiyan Guard, engaged in their daily training across the city, paused in disbelief. Is someone invading Red Mountain Star? Their expression shifted to one of incredulity. Typically, the Saiyans would not invade others, and the idea of an invasion of their own planet was preposterous. Yet soon, a glimmer of excitement emerged on their faces. An invasion of Red Mountain Star? This is the perfect opportunity to showcase the capabilities of our Guard. Energized, those Saiyans remaining on the planet rallied, invigorating their muscles and hastening toward the investigation center. Chapter 121. This might be a misunderstanding soon. The door of the Guard investigation center was brutally kicked open, and a group of exuberant members of the guard team rushed in with great enthusiasm. Come, come, let us see who dares to invade Red Mountain Star. With a shout that echoed through the spacious investigation hall, hundreds of individuals poured in, filling the space with a throng of bodies. Aside from a few Saiyans who had departed Red Mountain Star on missions, the remaining members of the guard crowded in, transforming the investigation center into a bustling hive of activity. At the sound of the earlier shout, other Saiyans joined in, creating a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace. Melos, quiet down. And the rest of you as well? Must you all be so raucous? A sharp reprimand pierced through the noise, causing the gathered Saiyans to exchange glances. A striking female Saiyan emerged, her well-fitted uniform accentuating her graceful form. Ah, Shaylin, you were here too, the Saiyan named Melos said sheepishly, shrinking back upon recognizing her. Shaylin huffed, casting a piercing gaze over the other Saiyans, who immediately fell silent. She was no ordinary individual. She was a capable assistant to Lord Xia Ya and Mr. Edry, and offending her was not advisable. The assembly was called because the investigation center had detected 5 incoming energy signatures entering Red Mountain Star, initially assessed to be invaders. Shaylin elaborated while holding a report. Is there truly someone bold enough to invade Red Mountain Star? Have they lost their senses? One individual exclaimed, cracking his knuckles with a fierce expression as his energy began to rise. Shaylin nodded, signaling a nearby Frieza soldier to transfer the parameters to the large screen. Soon, the screen displayed the situation of Daitoja and his companions. Based on the current information, the combat power of these 5 intruders ranged from 12,000 to 17,000, and the insignia on their ship suggested a connection to the Galactic Police. It appears they are merely insignificant figures with combat abilities just over 10,000. After learning the invaders' data, some Saiyans displayed expressions of disappointment. With over 600 members present, aside from those on missions, nearly 100 elite warriors boasted combat powers exceeding 10,000. Dividing them up was indeed challenging. Nevertheless, since they are affiliated with the Galactic Police, let us not go overboard. We must treat them with courtesy and capture them alive, Shaylin cautioned, observing the expressions of the gathered members. Due to their cooperation with the Galactic Police, they were advised to exercise restraint. The words of Daitoja's earlier counsel echoed in her mind. She wondered how he would react to this situation. Understood, we shall not harm them. The members of the guard agreed, and began to assign teams. Distributing 5 individuals among over 600 was no easy task, and soon 5 teams set off towards Daitoja's location. Watching them leave, brimming with eagerness and excitement, Shaylin realized her warnings had fallen on deaf ears. However, she thought, let it be, those 5 individuals had brought this upon themselves. What business did they have on Red Mountain Star? Hopefully, they would learn from this experience and inform them in advance next time. Meanwhile, Daitoja soared swiftly through the sky, leaving behind stretches of forests and oases. Yet ahead lay only primal landscapes devoid of civilization. Growing weary of such sights, agitation began to brew within him. Damn it, where are these Saiyans? He cursed, wishing he could unleash an energy wave to obliterate the mountains before him, drawing the Saiyans out. But as a contracted warrior of the Galactic Police, such brutality was beneath him. He had to remain composed. At that moment, he spotted a cluster of over 100 black dots in the distance. Finally found the Saiyans, Daitoja exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he accelerated towards them. What bad luck for those Saiyans. I shall vent my frustrations on them. Look, that alien is actually flying towards us. The Saiyans opposite him exchanged peculiar glances upon witnessing Daitoja's approach. Everyone, be cautious. The opponent has a combat power of 17,000, the lead Saiyan shouted, reminding everyone to exercise caution despite their numerical superiority, which included over 20 elite warriors. Sir, you have entered Red Mountain Star without cause. What is your intent? The lead Saiyan inquired politely yet firmly. Daitoja paused, momentarily taken aback before bellowing. I heard that Saiyans have formed an alliance with the Galactic Police. So I came to see what qualifications you possess to collaborate with them. In other words, I'm here to pick a fight. With a triumphant smirk, Daitoja declared. The Saiyans exhaled collectively, and the lead Saiyan chuckled heartily before turning to his comrades. Did you all hear that? They're here to cause trouble. What shall we do now? Lord Xia Ya instructed us to be courteous before resorting to force. We have shown courtesy, and now it is time to act. The lead Saiyan rallied his brothers. You all heard that. It's time to act. With that command, the 100 or so Saiyans instinctively formed a circle around Daitoja, encircling him. 100 against 1, with over 20 elite and nearly 80 ordinary Saiyans confronting a single individual. Surely this is not excessive. They justified, thinking it was the intruder's own folly. Yet, as Daitoja surveyed the scene, his brow furrowed in concern. Something felt amiss. The overwhelming number of Saiyans around him made him appear somewhat outmatched. With a sigh, he muttered, "The Saiyans have truly fallen. They boast of being a warrior race while behaving like thugs. What right do they have to partner with the Galactic Police?" However, before he could voice more, the encircling Saiyans let out a thunderous roar, their combined energy surging forth like an unstoppable tide, enveloping Daitoja in a wave of power that left his expression frozen in shock. "What's happening? How can there be so many formidable warriors among the Saiyans?" Daitoja gasped. Disbelief etched across his face. Though he could not discern the precise strength of the energy, his years of experience in battle had granted him keen insight. The overwhelming pressure was suffocating, igniting a sense of despair within him. Clearing his throat, Daitoja awkwardly chuckled. "I must say, this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me?" The lead Saiyan burst into laughter, his demeanor swiftly turning cold. "What do you think?" Soon, the group of Saiyans, driven by excitement, shouted fervently. And Daitoja was soon engulfed by the throng of bodies. Chapter 122. Captured in retrospect, Daitoja felt a profound sense of folly. He was aware that the Saiyan homeworld had faced a cosmic crisis, with only a scant few Saiyans managing to escape. Yet, he failed to consider from another perspective. Would the weak be the ones to survive the cataclysm of a destroyed planet? Although the Saiyans arrived on Red Mountain Star not through their own prowess, had Daitoja contemplated this, he might have avoided his current predicament. After a fierce battle akin to wolves tearing apart a jackal, Daitoja found himself on the verge of tears, his appearance a pitiful sight. Bound in ropes, with a bruised face and hands shackled behind him, he dragged a lengthy chain, his heart heavy with an indescribable sorrow. The diminutive chain could hardly restrain the powerful Daitoja. Yet the preceding events had instilled a deep fear within him. Each time he turned to see the Saiyans glaring at him with ferocious intent, a shiver ran down his spine, compelling him to obediently follow as a prisoner. What went wrong in my thinking that I thought I could teach the Saiyans a lesson? Look at where that has landed me, captured. Daitoja lamented internally, his mouth muttering in regret. He had forsaken a life of leisure to come to Red Mountain Star, only to be ensnared, his once illustrious reputation tarnished in an instant. The thought of it sent him into a fit of frustration, wishing he could slap himself awake. The victors and the vanquished, it was all his fault for being too combative. His companions, Jeek and the others, could have intervened at a critical moment. "What are you muttering about? Hurry up, you lumbering brute," one of the Saiyans holding the chain remarked, further crushing Daitoja's spirit. Faced with over 100 adversaries, how could he possibly prevail? With a despondent expression, he pleaded, "This is truly a misunderstanding. I am a guard warrior employed by the Galactic Patrol. Look, this is the emblem of the Galactic Patrol." He gestured with his chin to indicate the insignia on his chest. "Just because you claim to be a Galactic Patrol warrior doesn't make it so. We will investigate," the Saiyan retorted dismissively, regardless of his affiliation. Anyone causing trouble on Red Mountain Star would face the consequences. Daitoja was left speechless, shocked by the utter disbelief in his identity. They either did not believe him or feigned ignorance, leaving him with no choice but to comply as a captive. Soon after, the Saiyan squad escorted Daitoja to the Guards Investigation Center, confiscating the luxurious dark golden spaceship they had arrived in. At the center, Daitoja encountered his teammates, Jeek, a Feud, Sane, and Visha, similarly bound and bruised. Seeing their condition made Daitoja's heart sink. He realized he was not the only one captured. "Big brother, Daitoja, you too?" his teammates exclaimed upon seeing him, their eyes filled with excitement. "What do you mean you too? Is this where I wanted to be?" Daitoja felt a burning shame, wishing he could slap them, but soon realized he was powerless to act, leading to a palpable sense of defeat as he leaned against his companions. "How were you caught?" Daitoja inquired softly. The others exchanged glances, unsure of where to begin. They recalled their earlier confidence and lofty ambitions upon arriving at Red Mountain Star. Only to swiftly find themselves prisoners, how many could truly comprehend the bitterness of their plight? Consequently, when asked about their capture, they fell silent, collectively sighing. They had lived lives of privilege, foolishly coming to provoke the Saiyans. "Big brother, we really shouldn't have angered the Saiyans. They are nothing but a band of ruffians," Jeek whispered. This was a grim lesson learned. The Saiyans were indeed a warrior race, merciless in battle. Remembering the training of young Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, which involved direct combat, it was clear they would show no mercy to invaders. If not for Shailen's orders to take them alive, Titania and his companions might not have survived. What a blunder. I never imagined the Saiyans harbored such formidable power. I can only hope they spare us. Considering our affiliation as Galactic Patrol Warriors, Titania lamented, his voice heavy with despair. It was difficult for someone of his pride to utter such words, weighing heavily on his heart. Yet, what if the Saiyans refused to show mercy? Jeek's head hung low, his earlier bravado extinguished. The group fell into silence, realizing they were at the mercy of their captors. However, they still clung to the hope that, in light of their affiliation with the Galactic Patrol, their captors would refrain from excessive cruelty, though some suffering was inevitable. What are you muttering about? Do you have no sense of being prisoners? A Saiyan guard scolded them, prompting Titania and the others to fall silent. They were then led into a small room where a live female Saiyan sat on a couch behind a desk. Shailen picked up a report and, referencing the data, said, "The guard reports that you came to Red Mountain Star to cause trouble? It's a misunderstanding. We are members of the Galactic Patrol, merely here to check on our comrades," Titania insisted, smiling amiably while denying the accusations. "Oh, I do not believe you," Shailen replied sharply, dropping the report. The clarity of her voice sent a tremor through Titania and his companions, their expressions shifting to alarm. Were the Saiyans truly unwilling to let them go? Titania interjected, "Our Titania guard is among the finest in the Galactic Patrol. Who would have thought we would be so outmatched by the Saiyans? Look at our ship. It is equipped by the Galactic Patrol. You should believe us. Were you hired by the Galactic Patrol? We shall investigate," Shailen declared, waving her hand dismissively. She then turned to the Saiyans beside her, instructing, "They seem to have decent stamina. Assign them some heavy labor. We must not waste resources." She then addressed a nearby Fidaian. "Additionally, contact the Galactic Patrol and inform them that Titania and his group are in our custody. Inquire if they are indeed their personnel." Shailen was astute. Otherwise, she would not have risen to become the assistant to Xia Ya and Edri. Upon seeing Titania, she immediately suspected that the Galactic Patrol must have had a hand in this. With Titania's crew appearing so clumsy and brutish, it was evident they had been used as pawns. The Galactic Patrol sought to utilize them to gauge the strength of Red Mountain Star, without their consent or manipulation. How could Titania and his companions have so foolishly provoked the Saiyans? Furthermore, even if this incident had indeed originated from Titania's own intentions, did the Galactic Patrol bear no responsibility at all? Upon realization yet failing to intervene, numerous implications emerge, suggesting that within the Galactic Patrol organization, there linger reservations or perhaps divergences concerning the Saiyan contingent. It appears they have seized the opportunity presented by Titania and his associates to probe into the Saiyans' capabilities while simultaneously instilling a sense of trepidation. This could indeed be a welcomed endeavor for them. What an intriguing organization the Galactic Patrol is, and what a formidable Galactic King. The more Shailen contemplated, the more complex it seemed. A glint of cold light flashed in her eyes, causing her to narrow them. Since the Galactic Patrol intends to gauge the strength of Hanshan Star, let us boldly unveil our capabilities. If we do not demonstrate any prowess, they might genuinely regard us as inconsequential beings. At times, judiciously showcasing one's strength is essential for survival in the cosmos. "Very well," bellowed the Saiyan guards, casting malevolent glances at Titania and his companions. Titania observed everything with keen awareness, his body stiffening involuntarily as a grimace more ghastly than tears crept across his face. It was not the physical toil he feared. In truth, he was not particularly averse to laborious tasks. The crux of the matter lay in reputation. Should the Galactic Patrol become aware of his capture, his lifelong repute would be irrevocably tarnished. This fate was far more unbearable than any punishment he could foresee. Chapter 123. The decision of the Galactic King at this moment, in the heart of the Milky Way. Within the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol Organization, the Galactic King, resembling a jellyfish with multiple tentacles, stood gracefully upon the honeycomb-like floor. Nearby, several extraterrestrial officers in Galactic Patrol uniforms were reporting recent significant events occurring within the galaxy. The forces of the Frost Demon in the Northern Galaxy had further expanded, with an additional 130 planets enslaved. However, it appeared that the Kfira and Kulder factions were engaged in a covert standoff regarding certain matters, while the Frieza faction had been retreating into its own territory, experiencing a period of relative calm. A commander, adorned with tentacles atop his head, reported, "Despite the chaos in the Northern Galaxy, overall, it remains relatively peaceful. However, King Davido in the Western Galaxy seems increasingly restless, showing signs of expansion. Upon hearing the name Davido, the Galactic King's expression stiffened, and his tone grew grave. Since his defeat against King Kulder 4 centuries ago, Davido has withdrawn from the power struggles in the Northern Galaxy. I had expected a period of stability, but it seems he has regained strength and is once again stirring trouble in the Western Galaxy. The Western Galaxy is on the brink of chaos. The commander felt an increasing weight on his shoulders, as if clarity had dawned upon him. Continue to monitor Davido's movements closely and report any actions immediately, commanded the Galactic King. If Davido or Kulder indeed make a move, the Galactic Patrol Organization will be powerless to intervene. We must prepare to evacuate certain inhabited planets. If necessary, we may have to seek assistance from the Realm Lords, hoping they might send skilled warriors from the underworld, though such measures should be reserved for dire situations. The underworld has its own rules, and interference in the affairs of the living realm is not to be taken lightly. Seeking the help of the Realm Lords is the Galactic King's last resort, one that only he can undertake. By the way, how are the Saiyans faring? Have they posed any threats? The Galactic King shifted the topic, as he seldom focused on the Saiyans amidst his multitude of responsibilities. The commander perused the documents and replied, "No, these Saiyans have not only caused no harm but have proven to be remarkably effective, completing over 1,000 missions in recent months with an astonishing success rate nearing 100%. Indeed, the Galactic King expressed his astonishment. So, these Saiyans have truly become warriors safeguarding the peace of the galaxy? His surprise was well-founded, as the once infamous Saiyans had been feared and avoided. Who could have foreseen that they would one day emerge as defenders of peace? Indeed, it's quite remarkable. The commander continued, his expression shifting to something more peculiar. Perhaps we should consider deepening our cooperation with the Saiyans. Your argument holds merit. The Galactic King mused, resting his tentacles against his chin. The galaxy was beset with difficulties. And as its steward, the Galactic King found himself alone at the center of turmoil, striving tirelessly to maintain a balance of interests. Ultimately, there was a dire need for a force to uphold peace. If the Saiyans could be incorporated, it might alleviate their pressing concerns. At that moment, a patrol communicator rushed in through the door, standing straight before the Galactic King. Your Majesty, we have received information from the Saiyans of Red Mountain Star. Lord Daitanja and his team have intruded upon Red Mountain Star and are now captured by the Saiyans. They are sending a signal to confirm the identities of Mr. Daitanja and his companions. What? Daitanja has been captured by those Saiyans? The commander gasped, disbelief etched on his face. Daitanja's team, each possessing combat power exceeding 10,000, was among the elite squads within the Galactic Patrol, consistently treated with utmost respect and caution. How could such a formidable team be captured by the Saiyans? Did they truly possess such strength? The Galactic King, surprised by the news, quickly composed himself, reflecting, it seems our understanding of the Saiyans is insufficient. Yet, this could be advantageous. Their growing power is beneficial for the Galactic Patrol Organization. He recognized that the Saiyans sending this message was likely a declaration of their dissatisfaction. Seeking an explanation from him, Commander, I leave this matter in your hands. Please negotiate with the Saiyans for the release of Mr. Daitanja and his team. Additionally, we must enhance our collaboration with the Saiyans and ensure their missions are thoroughly vetted. Also, please personally visit Red Mountain Star regarding Mr. Daitanja's situation. Understood. Your Majesty. The commander replied sharply, fully grasping the implications of the Galactic King's orders. With the Saiyans demonstrating their formidable strength, the Galactic King intended to pursue comprehensive cooperation. Sending the commander in person to convey the Galactic Patrol Organization's sincerity and stance. On Red Mountain Star, Xia Ya had just returned from Earth when he sensed 5 powerful and unfamiliar presences on the planet. Upon arriving at a desolate area, he beheld 5 strangers clad in prison garb, shackled, laboriously cultivating the land with hoes. Curious about the identities of these individuals and why they were made to toil, Xia Ya inquired among the locals. Lord Xia Ya, the Saiyans, upon seeing him, responded with palpable excitement, recounting the circumstances of Mr. Daitanja and his team. Xia Ya, taken aback by the developments during his absence, regarded Daitanja and his companions with pity. It appeared their intellect was lacking, yet they were diligent in their labor. Having verified their identities, Xia Ya decided to allow them to return. Their message had been conveyed, and their continued presence served no further purpose. Release them, he instructed. Shaking his head, they have endured their punishment. Yes, my lord. The Saiyans guarding Daitanja promptly straightened up and responded with vigor, moving to unshackle Titania and his team, leading them back to their spacecraft. As they reclaimed their vessel and departed from Red Mountain Star, tears welled in the eyes of Titania and his companions. Trembling, they caressed the familiar controls, vowing never to return to Red Mountain Star. These Saiyans were akin to demons, unbeatable, inescapable. How could they, once proud cosmic warriors, be reduced to laborers in the wilderness? If word of this spread, how could they ever boast of their might before former comrades? Having fled from Red Mountain Star, they resolved to steer clear of any Saiyans in the future. This is the shared sentiment of the people of Dighton and Czech. They truly wish to never behold the Saiyans again. Chapter 124. They have returned on this side, after releasing Titania. Xia Ya could not help but shake his head quietly. He then exchanged a few words with Shaylin and the others before heading straight to the training grounds, intending to observe the progress of the Special Forces training. At that moment, only about 20 or 30 members of the Special Forces were still engaged in their training, while the others had already gone out on missions. Since these individuals were carefully selected young Saiyans, there were very few near-adult Saiyans like Shakta, Atasia, and Jelen in the Special Forces. Thus, the construction of the Special Forces was akin to painting on a blank canvas. Once their training was on track, even without Xia Ya's supervision, the children's abilities would steadily improve. Certainly, as the future main force of Red Mountain Star, it is not an exaggeration to say that they would represent the finest power among the Saiyans. Mere ordinary training was insufficient, and rigorous trials were indispensable. How to cultivate them and provide the most suitable environment for their growth was a concern not only for Xia Ya but also for the other Saiyan leaders, who eagerly anticipated their development. The assignments given to the Special Forces by the management were meticulously selected, with difficulty levels kept moderately high. The purpose of this was to enhance the challenges while ensuring their safety, thereby showcasing the most thorough sharpening effect. Saiyans could only unleash their potential in the face of extreme adversity, of course, to ensure their safety. There was always another group of Saiyan guards closely accompanying them during missions. The guards would not easily reveal themselves unless unforeseen complications arose. Xia Ya quietly concealed his aura and silently observed from the sidelines. Noticing that the Special Forces members were diligently training, he nodded in satisfaction and left without disturbing anyone. He then made his way to Adeli's home. Upon arrival, Xia Ya detected two familiar auras in the room. Shieling and Myeris have returned? He paused for a moment. Then a smile crept across his face. As he opened the door, he indeed found Shieling casually leaning against the sofa, her long hair flowing like satin, tied back in a ponytail with a ribbon, exuding a sense of elegance. At that moment, her slender fingers were continuously bringing snacks to her mouth. After some time apart, Shieling had grown significantly taller. Meanwhile, the mischievous Myeris was peering into a cultivation pod in the corner, observing a bubbling infant inside. That was Adeli's second child, Shieling's younger brother, named Laluda. "Ah, Shieling, Myeris, you are back," Xia Ya said with a smile as he walked over, naturally seating himself beside Shieling and picking up a snack from the fruit platter. Shieling shifted the platter slightly and shot him a glance, saying, "We've been back for almost a month. You've been gone for quite a while on Earth. If you hadn't returned soon, we would have come to look for you. Have you mastered instant transmission? What do you think? Otherwise, how could we have come back?" Shieling replied, her bright, slender eyes fixed on him. She then excitedly added, "Although it took us over a year to master instant transmission, do you think we only practiced that during our time on Annihilate Star?" Xia Ya was taken aback for a moment, then realized that Shieling and the others had indeed spent a considerable amount of time on Annihilate Star. Including his time on Earth, it had been nearly 2 years. Time flies. He had been in the Dragon Ball world for almost 15 years without realizing it. "What else have you learned?" Xia Ya asked, intrigued. The Annihilate Star people had mentioned that they could learn a maximum of 2 secret techniques, and Xia Ya believed that Shieling had certainly acquired more than just instant transmission. Shieling giggled, extending her delicate fingers in front of Xia Ya. Suddenly, the space before him became illusory, as if drawn by some unseen force, subtly distorting. Then, it began to whirl like a vortex, with light converging from unknown sources to form a beam, which then exploded, gradually revealing Shieling's figure. One Shieling raised her hand, and the other mirrored the action. The two Xylings were remarkably lifelike, almost indistinguishable. Illusion technique. No, Xia Ya quickly dismissed that thought, for he sensed the identical aura emanating from the other Shieling. The spirit eye technique quietly activated, colorful radiance enveloping his vision as he observed. Shieling, 14 years old. Battle power 163,000. Shieling, years old. Battle power 130,000. What is going on? How can there be two Xilinx? Xia Ya furrowed his brow. The spirit eye technique could easily determine which was the true shieling, but what was the other one? Identical aura, formidable battle power, it was practically a diluted version of shieling. Could it be a duplication technique? Seeing Xia Ya's astonished expression, Shieling burst into cheerful laughter, waving her hand to disperse the other Shieling, pressing her face close to Xia Ya's. Her warm breath made him feel a slight tickle on his neck. She proudly declared, "This is a special technique I learned. After mastering it, I can create another version of myself. Unfortunately, the other me only possesses 80% of my strength and requires my continuous control." Shieling feigned regret, while in her heart, she was elated. Xia Ya playfully tapped her on the head, scolding her with a smile. "You're taking advantage of this and pretending to be innocent. With this ability, you essentially have an extra ally in battle. What about my Ares? Did you learn this too?" My Ares approached, shaking her head with a pout upon hearing Xia Ya's question. "I don't have her luck in finding such a technique. I learned the transfer technique, which allows me to redirect part of an opponent's attack through spatial transfer, enhancing my defensive capabilities." During their 2 years on Annihilate Star, my Ares and Shieling's relationship had indeed improved significantly. After all, there were only a few Saiyans on Annihilate Star, and Xia Ya had left midway, so as two girls, they naturally grew closer. Xia Ya listened, his mouth slightly agape. This ability was quite practical. In battles, decisive factors include situational judgment, attack speed, attack power, resilience, and recovery ability. A technique that enhances defensive capabilities could significantly alter the course of battle, making it incredibly useful. However, both Shieling's duplication technique and my Ares' transfer technique likely had a time limit, as energy consumption would increase exponentially. They could not sustain it indefinitely. Moreover, both techniques must have limitations on power caps. Shieling duplicate could not indefinitely equal 80% of her battle power, nor could my Ares endlessly redirect attacks. The exact limits would have to be explored by them. Uncle Bardock's true spirit technique was the most challenging to master, taking 2 full years. However, once achieved, Bardock transformed completely, exuding an indescribable aura. My Ares' words sparked a sudden brightness in Xia Ya's eyes. Bardock had actually mastered the technique. This meant that the side effects from the curse of Kanasha should have dissipated. The Annihilate Star people had mentioned that the true spirit technique could enhance Bardock's precognitive abilities. He was curious about the specifics and thought to ask him when he had the chance. "By the way, Xia, didn't you go to Earth to return the Dragon Balls? Why did you take so long? You didn't sneak off to indulge in delicious food, did you?" Shieling asked curiously. The culinary delights of Earth have always lingered in Shieling's memory. Reflecting on her childhood experiences on the planet, she finds herself reminiscing. With Xia Ya's prolonged absence on Earth, it is no wonder that Shieling's thoughts wander. What could possibly be the matter? Xia Ya chuckled awkwardly. He had indeed prepared a plethora of delicacies, yet his visit to Earth was for a significant purpose. He then recounted his discussions with the Fidaians and Dr. Briefs, as well as his adventure with a young girl aboard the Karen Tower. Finally, Xia Ya presented the versatile capsule invented by Dr. Briefs. "How fascinating. I must visit Earth next time," Mel's exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. After snatching the capsule from Xia Ya, she inquired, "By the way, how did you come to take in that girl named Lanchi? Is she not adorable?" Xia Ya chuckled, bemused, as he playfully ruffled her hair. "What is this child thinking?" He pondered. "I allowed Lanchi to stay at the Karen Tower because I found it pitiful for her to wander alone. So I let her learn the art of cultivating the magic beans under Karen's guidance. Shieling, let us journey to Earth sometime. Did you not mention the exquisite food there? I wish to indulge and also see the Karen Tower," Mel suggested, fixing her disheveled hair before rushing to Shieling. Shieling gazed at her for a moment before gently nodding in agreement. "You may go to Earth, but first, you must atone for your sins," Xia Ya playfully admonished. "Speaking of the Dragon Balls, I recall a place I have yet to visit. Once you cleanse yourselves of your transgressions, I shall take you there. It might even enhance your fighting capabilities significantly." "Ah, enhance our fighting prowess?" Shieling and Mel's exchanged astonished glances, intrigued by the alluring prospect. The place Xia Ya referred to as Planet Namek. As the homeland of the Earth's deities, Namek boasted even more potent Dragon Balls, and its Grand Elder possessed the ability to unlock hidden potentials, prompting Xia Ya to deem a visit essential. Chapter 125, Arrival at Namek in the original text. The potential development by the Grand Elder of Namek is arguably the safest and most effective method of enhancing combat power throughout the entirety of the Dragon Ball narrative. It does not elevate the potential of the developer at the cost of their own life force. nor does it solely deplete the future potential of the recipient for the sake of a temporary surge in power. Instead, it employs a method akin to transference, releasing a portion of potential that the Grand Elder can perceive in advance, essentially conserving the time required for training. Although the specifics of what the Grand Elder exchanges remain unknown, this potential enhancement does not inflict any physical harm upon the recipient. In the original story, Krillin and Gohan initially possessed a combat power of merely over 1,000, which surged astonishingly to over 10,000 following the Grand Elder's intervention. Following suit, Xia Ya pondered what heights he might reach after experiencing potential development himself, and felt a sense of anticipation. His decision to journey to Namek was predicated on the belief that his foundational strength had been sufficiently solidified to withstand the power that would accompany such an enhancement. Shieling and Myers, unaware of the circumstances on Namek, were immediately captivated upon learning of a place that could augment their strength, bombarding Xia Ya with inquiries about Namek. However, until the sins they bore were absolved, Xia Ya resolutely declined to take them along. Although potential development does not consume life force, it is an endeavor that heavily taxes physical stamina and poses a burden on the Grand Elder. Furthermore, should they be deemed malevolent due to their lingering sins, the Grand Elder might refuse to assist them, rendering the endeavor futile. Thus, regardless of how insistent Shieling and Myers were, Xia Ya remained steadfastly silent, leaving them in a state of eager anticipation. During a meal, Xia Ya shared his plans with Edri and Rebecca, who readily agreed. After entrusting Shieling and Myers to him, they shifted their focus to caring for their young son, Relut, leaving Shieling feeling somewhat neglected. The following morning, after consulting some materials obtained through the Mission Management Office, Xia Ya set out with Shieling and Myers. Their target this time was a group of cosmic bandits wanted by the Galactic Patrol, notorious for their long-standing disruption of order in the galaxy and their bloody deeds. These bandits operated advanced spacecraft, evading capture by ordinary Galactic Patrol officers. However, such challenges posed no obstacle for Xia Ya and his companions, as they wielded the power of instant transmission, leaving no one capable of escaping their grasp. Thus, over the ensuing days, Xia Ya led Shieling and Myers on a rampage through the galaxy. They relentlessly pursued and decimated the cosmic bandits, swiftly surpassing 100 slain criminals, which sent shockwaves throughout the galaxy's criminal underworld. Concurrently, the weight of sin upon Shieling and Myers gradually began to lighten. A month later, Shieling transformed from a villain into a paragon of justice, amassing considerable merit. Their journey to Namek could now commence. Namek is a planet situated at the edge of the northern galaxy, not far from the center of the Milky Way, with a diameter more than 10 times that of Earth. Due to the unique stellar system it resides in, with 3 small stars orbiting together, Namek is perpetually bathed in light, devoid of night. A year on Namek lasts only 130 days, 1/3 of that on Earth, which is why the Dragon Balls are created based on the duration of a Namekian year. Consequently, a Namekian Dragon Ball, when placed on Earth, can grant 9 wishes in a single Earth year. At this moment, on Namek, a bright and breezy afternoon unfolded, with gentle winds caressing the verdant grasslands, rippling like waves across the landscape, and the sun casting a warm glow that enveloped the surroundings. Amidst this serene backdrop, Xia Ya and Shieling materialized upon a bare rock. Greeted by an expansive, green meadow, inhaling the fresh air that invigorated their spirits. Scanning their surroundings, Xia Ya noted the scarcity of trees on Namek, with only a few peculiar spherical plants dotting the landscape, while animal life was almost non-existent. The planet appeared desolate, its biodiversity starkly inferior to that of other worlds. This starkness resulted from a drastic climatic upheaval that had swept across Namek, leading to the extinction of the majority of its native flora and fauna. The current population of Namekians was minimal, residing in tribal communities. Xia Ya, this planet seems so desolate. Is there truly someone capable of developing potential here? Shieling inquired, furrowing her brow. She had always placed faith in Xia Ya's words, yet the barren nature of this world, seemingly devoid of civilization apart from grasslands and lakes, raised her doubts. The majority of Namek's surface is terrestrial, with a minimal oceanic presence. Lakes appear approximately every few dozen kilometers, while the land remains cloaked in green grass, presenting an overarching view of a great prairie. Yet beneath the shallow grass lies sandy soil and rocks, with many areas in a state of aridity. It is no wonder Shieling harbored skepticism. Such a monotonous environment would require immense vitality to foster any semblance of civilization. Xia Ya nodded, explaining. The Namekians resemble the celestial beings of Earth, possessing green skin and an innate affinity for various magical abilities. Some of their functions are akin to those of plants, enabling them to utilize photosynthesis. By merely drinking water, they can generate starch to meet their physiological needs, allowing them to survive even in harsh conditions. Now, let us carefully sense the most potent energy on this planet, for that is where we must go. Despite the sparse population of Namekians, Xia Ya was confident that the strongest presence would lead them to the Grand Elder. Oh, Shilling replied, closing her eyes to attune herself to the energies of Namek. The gentle breeze danced around her, stirring her long hair. After a moment, she opened her eyes, having pinpointed the strongest Namekian energy. I have located the source of that energy. I never expected such a high-level expert to exist on a planet so sparsely populated. Describing the energy she sensed, Shilling expressed her astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. While this presence could not be compared to her own or Xia's, it was nonetheless formidable. Soon after, the trio activated their instant transmission, swiftly arriving in an expansive, uninhabited region. Here, the landscape was rugged and less picturesque, with exposed rock formations rising abruptly, sporadically adorned with green moss, evoking a sense of desolation. Atop a towering stone pillar stood a white structure, emanating the powerful energy they sought. Indeed, this is the dwelling of the Grand Elder. Let us ascend. Xia Ya recognized the scene before him as identical to that depicted in the manga. Taking a deep breath, he nodded to Shilling and Myers before gracefully flying towards the Grand Elder's abode. The Grand Elder's residence dwarfed the typical Namekian homes, comprising 2 levels. The upper floor served as the Grand Elder's chamber, while the lower level housed the Namekian warriors tasked with guarding him. As Xia Ya and Xiang stood before the imposing edifice, a green-skinned Namekian emerged. Who are you? This is the sanctuary of the Grand Elder. If you have no business here, please depart promptly, the young Namekian addressed Xia Ya. From the original narrative, Xia Ya recognized that this young Namekian was Nailu, the guardian tasked with protecting the Grand Elder. He was one of the few combat-oriented Namekians, renowned as one of the mightiest warriors on the planet. In the original tale, Nailu succumbed to Frieza, ultimately merging with Piccolo, becoming a part of Piccolo's inner strength. However, to Xia Ya's astonishment, the Namekian before him, bearing an uncanny resemblance to a youthful Piccolo, possessed a combat power of 24,000, a remarkable figure, surpassing even that of the former King Vegeta. Yet, considering that the events of the Namek saga were still approximately 21 years away, and given the longevity of the Namekian race, it was not surprising that Nailu exhibited such formidable strength at this juncture. Chapter 126. Unleashing potential. Noticing that Nailu seemed less than welcoming, Xia Ya offered a faint smile and said, "We are aware that this is the resting place of the Grand Elder. However, we have come specifically to pay our respects. Please inform him of our presence." His tone was courteous yet imbued with confidence, having fulfilled the necessary formalities. The remaining matter rested upon the other's response. However, based on Xia Ya's understanding of Nailu's character, he anticipated their request would likely be declined. As expected, Nailu cast a glance at Xia Ya, shaking his head in disapproval. "The Grand Elder is elderly and will not see you. Please return." Since the climatic upheaval on Namek, the ancient Namekians had perished, leaving the Grand Elder as the sole survivor from that catastrophe. He had given rise to the current inhabitants of Namek, and for Nailu, the Grand Elder was akin to a father figure. As the guardian of the Grand Elder, Nailu was resolute in preventing outsiders from disturbing the Elder's rest. "I believe you should notify him. Perhaps the Grand Elder would be willing to meet with us," Xia Ya reiterated with a gentle smile. Understanding Nailu's reluctance stemmed from a desire to avoid disturbing the Elder, he felt no anger. Upon hearing Xia Ya's words, Nailu furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with the persistent request. He had already instructed them to leave, and their continued presence only deepened his cold demeanor. Just as he prepared to refuse once more, the Grand Elder's frail voice resonated from within the structure. "Nailu, allow them to come in." Surprised by the Grand Elder's command, Nailu glanced at Xia Ya and the others, his expression revealing his astonishment. Yet, for him, the Grand Elder's orders were paramount. He turned to Xia Ya and his companions, stating flatly, "Follow me." But the Grand Elder requires rest. If you have matters to discuss, please be swift and do not disturb his repose. With that, he led the way to the Grand Elder's dwelling. Xia Ya and the others exchanged glances before following closely behind. The Grand Elder's residence was a grand 2-story structure with an extraordinary design, resembling the skeleton of a dragon. From a distance, it appeared as a colossal dragon's head lying on the ground, mouth agape. This may have stemmed from the ancient Namekians' reverence for dragons, a theme echoed in the design of Earth's celestial vessels. Entering the building and ascending to the second floor, they beheld the Grand Elder, a venerable and massive figure, reclining against a stone chair. His size rendered movement exceedingly challenging. This was the Grand Elder of Namek, the creator of the Dragon Balls. Observing the aged Namekian sprawled like a giant on the stone chair, Xia Ya felt a clarity akin to a mirror. The Grand Elder's imposing stature was indeed formidable. It was said that he was the last ancient Namekian to survive the cataclysm, and centuries had etched deep lines of experience upon his enormous form. Now, he was frail and aged. Young king of the Saiyans, what brings you to Namek? The Grand Elder lifted his eyelids, his voice laced with a hint of frailty. To merely hear his voice might evoke the impression that he was on the verge of extinguishment. This left both Xia and Myers with a flicker of doubt regarding whether this elder could truly assist them in enhancing their combat prowess. However, Xia, well versed in the narrative's progression, acknowledged the Grand Elder's undeniable abilities, and his lifespan would extend for at least another 20 years. Nilo, steadfast in his role as protector, cast a surprised glance at Xia and his companions. Having not anticipated that the imposing figure before him was the youthful king of the Saiyans. Naturally, the Grand Elder possessed prophetic abilities, leading Nilo to refrain from further speculation. Maintaining his role as a dutiful guardian, it is rumored that the Grand Elder possesses a unique ability to unlock human potential. We have come to seek your aid in enhancing our strength, Xia stated with calm composure, exuding the tranquility of one in a position of authority. As a leader of his kind, he was well within his rights to engage in dialogue with the Grand Elder. Ah, you are aware of my abilities. I can sense the radiant power within you, distinct from that of typical Saiyans, and thus I shall grant your request. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. It appeared that their efforts to shed their past sins had borne fruit, convincing the Grand Elder of their noble intentions. Xia beamed with joy, while Xia and Myers shared in the delight. Wait, Grand Elder, considering your advanced age, utilizing your powers indiscriminately could greatly deplete your strength. Nilo interjected urgently. Concern etched across his face. The Grand Elder was already frail, and Nilo worried that exerting magical energy might further diminish his vitality and shorten his lifespan. Rest assured, unlocking potential is my unique ability. It does not drain my vitality. I can sustain myself for decades yet. The Grand Elder chuckled, dismissing Nilo's concerns. Nilo hesitated, caught between his instincts and the Elder's reassurances, ultimately choosing to step aside. Who shall begin? The Grand Elder inquired kindly, directing his gaze towards Xia, and Myers. Allow me to take the first step. Xia stepped forward, positioning himself before the Grand Elder. With a smile, the Grand Elder extended his robust arm, enveloping Xia's head with his colossal hand. Ah! A flicker of surprise crossed the Grand Elder's face as he closed his eyes in contemplation. King of the Saiyans, I sense an unfathomable potential within you, alongside a wondrous energy akin to temporal power. Let us see how much of that potential I can awaken. With those words, he summoned his magical energy, initiating the process to unveil the latent abilities within Xia. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, and an unusual magical force enveloped Xia. He felt an overwhelming surge of warmth radiating from within, swiftly coursing through every part of his being. Each cell felt invigorated, brimming with vitality, rendering him utterly revitalized. As the Grand Elder harnessed Xia's potential, his aura began to swell, a tremendous energy suddenly erupting from within, igniting around him like a blazing inferno. Xia found himself enveloped by the golden flames, his power escalating rapidly. 270, 000, 330, 000, 380, 000. Xia's energy surged as the Grand Elder skillfully unlocked his potential. At that moment, Xia and Myers, observing from the sidelines, were taken aback, their expressions transforming as they were awestruck by the immense energy radiating from Xia. Their eyes ignited with fervor. Meanwhile, the youthful Namekian Nilo displayed an expression of sheer astonishment. 450, 000, 640, 000. Xia's strength continued to rise until, with a resounding roar, a colossal flame erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that shot skyward. 720, 000. His power finally stabilized at an astounding 720, 000 battle strength. In an instant, the clouds above Namek parted, the dense atmosphere rapidly dispersing, centered around the Grand Elder's dwelling. The skies exhibited strange phenomena as swirling clouds began to form, creating layers of circular cyclones. It was as if Namek was once more undergoing a climatic transformation. What a terrifying potential! I have only unleashed a fraction of it, and yet it possesses such formidable power. It seems that the Saiyan race is destined to rise under his influence. The Grand Elder's face displayed an expression of astonishment as he gazed, with flickering eyes, at Xia Ya, who remained enraptured by the power coursing through him. Meanwhile, Neru and Xiling, standing by, were already intimidated by Xia Ya's overwhelming and terrifying aura. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Xia Ya finally emerged from his trance, subtly shifting his body, and a series of crackling sounds resonated throughout him, as if he had been encased in a clay jar and had just broken free from the earth, enveloped in an indescribable sensation of comfort. Chapter 127. The Great Dragon Ball. As Xia Ya reveled in the overwhelming surge of power, the temporal and spatial abilities within him awakened once more. His consciousness began to ascend beyond the confines of his corporeal form, revealing the verdant expanse of planet Namek and the three diminutive stars it orbited. He ventured further, witnessing the majestic spiral of the silver Milky Way, and in that moment, he perceived a vast network enveloping the cosmos, with the supreme realm of the Kais at its heart. In an instant, it seemed as if the entirety of the universe lay within his grasp. This transcendent state was ephemeral, for soon his awareness returned to his body. In that fleeting moment of return, Xia Ya glimpsed an even grander world, a colossal realm comprised of 12 enormous transparent spheres, each resplendent with vibrant colors, suspended in a cerulean void, forming 6 delicate balances. Shaking his head to dispel the ethereal sensation brought on by the sudden amplification of his power, he employed a mystical technique to observe his own strength. To his astonishment, his combat power had soared to a staggering 720,000, tripling in an instant. Xia Ya could scarcely believe that he had achieved such a monumental increase in his capabilities. This surpassing strength exceeded even that of Frieza in his standard form. And how little time had passed since his confrontation with Kavira. Even with a solidified foundation and mastery over his existing powers, this enhancement was truly unforeseen. He had anticipated a doubling of his strength with the Elder's assistance, yet never imagined it could triple. Nevertheless, the surging power coursing through him affirmed its reality. "Thank you so much, Elder," Xia exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "Ah, it was nothing, merely a trifling act," the Elder replied softly, a glimmer of satisfaction gracing his features. "However, there lies an enigmatic and formidable force within you, of which I could only awaken a fraction. The remainder you must explore on your own." The Elder's voice, though faint, was imbued with warmth. "From the moment I laid eyes upon you, Xia Ya, a vision of the future altered in my mind. I sense that a grave crisis will soon befall planet Namek. I hope that you will lend your strength when the time comes. Rest assured, Elder, should peril befall Namek, I shall offer my utmost aid." Xia Ya nodded in understanding, aware that the Elder likely referenced Frieza's impending invasion, a matter still 21 years hence. Xia Ya was confident he would not falter against Frieza. With such a promise, a smile broke across the Elder's face. "I am deeply grateful for your assurance. Now, come forth, young ladies, let me enhance your powers as well." Xiling and Myers approached with eager anticipation. Having witnessed Xia Ya's triumph, their doubts regarding the Elder's abilities had evaporated. They hastily stepped forward, eager for their turn. The Elder placed his large hands upon their heads, and under his miraculous influence, their combat powers ascended dramatically. When he withdrew his hands, Xiling's power had reached 320,000, while Myers had astonishingly attained 100,000, compared to Xiling's doubling from 160,000 to 320,000, which paled in comparison to the nearly tenfold increase experienced by Krillin and Gohan in the original tale. This disparity arose from Xiling's insufficient foundational training. A portion of her strength had accumulated from the aftermath of her injuries, rather than through rigorous practice. Conversely, Myers' rise from nearly 10,000 to 100,000 was a testament to the Elder's full potential being unlocked. While Myers lacked the raw power of Xiling, her growth rate was significantly higher, a testament to her innate talent. With such remarkable enhancements, Xia Ya and his companion's journey on planet Namek reached a harmonious conclusion. Yet, upon noticing the enormous Dragon Ball behind the Elder, a bold idea took shape in his mind. "Elder, the crystalline sphere behind you must be the Dragon Ball. May I borrow it for a time?" Xia Ya inquired. "Oh, how did you come to know of the Dragon Balls?" The Elder's half-closed eyes widened with curiosity, a glint of surprise flickering within. Xia Ya elucidated, "Elder, I once visited a planet called Earth, where the deities are also Namekians, having escaped to Earth during a cataclysmic climate shift on Namek. Thus, Dragon Balls exist there too, though theirs are not as potent as those of Namek. I utilized the power of the Dragon Balls to rescue a portion of my people from the annihilation of Planet Vegeta. Indeed, so the Dragon Balls exist on Earth. It is no wonder that the prophecy foretold the annihilation of the Saiyans, yet so many have survived, thanks to the Dragon Balls, the elder remarked, realization dawning upon him. Extending his hand, he retrieved the massive Dragon Ball from behind his seat and presented it to Xia Ya. This Dragon Ball is yours. Naru. Accompany them to gather the remaining Dragon Balls from the villages. I trust you will utilize them wisely. Possessing a degree of prophetic insight, the elder discerned that Xia Ya's intentions were not malevolent, and thus, he generously handed over the Dragon Ball, aware of its limitations and power. The elder deemed it worthwhile to cultivate a favorable relationship with the new Saiyan king. Cradling the basketball-sized orange Dragon Ball, its vibrant stars shimmering at every angle. Xia Ya smiled at the elder before departing with Naru. Shieling and Myers were brimming with excitement, eager to test their newfound powers. Naru, regardless of your intentions. The elder is of advanced age. I hope you will leave Planet Namek immediately after utilizing the Dragon Balls, without causing any disturbance to him. Naru flew ahead. His demeanor stern, yet less aloof than before. Xia Ya nodded with a calm smile. Rest assured, we shall not trouble the elder any further. Naru's diligence was commendable. Yet Xia Ya pondered why the elder had not chosen to unlock Naru's latent potential, perhaps deeming it unnecessary. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Xia Ya called for Shieling and Myers to hasten their pace. Thanks to Naru's formidable combat power and their swift movements, they swiftly traversed several major villages on planet Namek. The conditions of the Namekian villagers were indeed dire. Each village housed scarcely over 100 souls, with the entire population numbering only in the thousands. With Naru's protection as the Elder's guardian, they successfully gathered 7 Dragon Balls. As the 7 magnificent Dragon Balls coalesced, their surfaces shimmered with golden light. Resonating with a low hum, each flicker accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a dragon's gentle song. Now that you have collected the 7 Dragon Balls, I shall return to the Elder. I hope you summon the Eternal Dragon and depart Planet Namek promptly. After Nala spoke, he cast a glance at Xia Ya, then soared into the sky with a swift motion, heading towards the residence of the Grand Elder, vanishing from sight in an instant. What a characteristically aloof individual, Xia Ya remarked, shaking his head. It seems he has never even mentioned that summoning the Eternal Dragon requires the language of the Namekians. It appears that Nilu is deliberately intent on preventing them from calling forth the dragon. Chapter 128. Can I create Dragon Balls? Gazing towards the direction in which Naru had vanished, Xia Ya's lips curled into a slight smile. This challenge posed no difficulty for him, as he had learned the language of Namek from Bobo during his early training in the Spirit Time Chamber on Earth. Come. Let us find a suitable place to summon the Eternal Dragon. Xia Ya called back to Shieling and Myers, instructing them to each bring along 2 Dragon Balls. They selected an open, desolate area and placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground. The setting was a verdant meadow, dotted with lush grass. Not far from a pale green lake, and further away stood several low mountains, a serene refuge far from the bustle of civilization. Such tranquil locations were abundant on Namek. Summoning the Eternal Dragon here would ensure they were undisturbed. Dragon Balls, do not disappoint me, he said, arranging the 7 orbs meticulously. He then invoked the Namekian language, proclaiming, Arise, Eternal Dragon. The moment his words faded, it was as if a switch had been flipped. The 7 Dragon Balls erupted with a blinding golden radiance, their flickering intensity increasing. A thick blanket of dark clouds began to gather in the sky, swiftly obscuring the heavens. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the air, followed by a crescendo of thunder, as golden lightning danced within the black clouds, resonating like the charge of 1,000 galloping steeds, a spectacle of grandeur and awe. The scene of the summoning mirrored that of the Dragon Balls on Earth, yet the magnificence here was unparalleled. Having witnessed the spectacle of the Eternal Dragon's emergence before, Xia Ya remained composed. In contrast, Shieling and Myers, experiencing this for the first time, were utterly mesmerized, their expressions betraying a mix of astonishment and awe at the breathtaking display. Is this the sight of the Eternal Dragon's arrival? Shieling leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper, her complexion slightly pale, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. Myers, more decisive in her action, suddenly found a charm hanging from Xia Ya's leg. Despite their considerable increase in power, their experiences remained insufficient. Indeed, with their current strength, they could shatter stars, yet the grandeur of the Eternal Dragon's emergence still left them awestruck. A testament to their still limited horizons, Xia Ya mused silently. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 Dragon Balls buzzed, heralding the imminent arrival of the Eternal Dragon. With a sudden burst, the surface of the Dragon Balls erupted in a cascade of golden light. An extraordinary aura emanating from them, imbued with cataclysmic power. The golden radiance spiraled skyward, merging seamlessly with the lightning above. A deep, resonant dragon's roar filled the air. In the sky, a colossal figure manifested, a green dragon, thousands of meters in length, with remarkably robust arms and 4 fingers curled into powerful fists, its tail extending far above the Dragon Balls. At that moment, the green dragon lifted its majestic head, gazing down from the clouds with an air of divine superiority. The eternal dragon of Namek, known as Purunga, translates to God of Dreams in the Namekian tongue. In ancient times, the Namekians revered the deity who bestowed upon them the Dragon Balls, proudly identifying themselves as the Dragon Clan. Purunga's imposing presence in the sky radiated an overwhelming aura. Compared to the elongated form of the Earth's eternal dragon, Purunga's physique was far more muscular, adorned with developed muscles and powerful arms. Crowned with black horns atop its head and shoulders, its grand stature contained a strength surpassing that of the Earth's dragon, with fierce crimson eyes. Purunga regarded the gathered individuals below, proclaiming in a booming voice, "Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. You may voice 3 wishes of any nature." Having awaited this moment, Xia Ya smiled, taking a deep breath as he looked towards Purunga. In the Namekian language, he declared, "Eternal Dragon Purunga, for my first wish, grant me the ability to create Dragon Balls." The audacity of Xia Ya's first wish astonished all. As he sought the same ability possessed by the Namekians, a clear test of the Dragon Ball's powers, Xia Ya understood that the Dragon Balls of Namek were mightier than those of Earth, a fact not merely reflected in their size. Yet, there seemed to be a universal truth. The larger the Dragon Ball, the greater the power of the Eternal Dragon. The potency of Namek's Dragon Balls was undeniable, yet the true extent of their capabilities remained uncertain. After a prolonged silence, Purunga lowered its 2 antennae, and its resounding voice echoed, "Regrettably, your wish exceeds my powers. Please propose a different wish." Indeed, it was as Xia Ya had suspected. He furrowed his brow, contemplating. Although he had anticipated Purunga's inability to fulfill this wish, disappointment still crept into his heart. If even the mightier Purunga could not grant such a desire, the Earth's eternal dragon would be even less capable. In truth, Xia Ya held little regard for the mere wishes of the Dragon Balls, placing greater faith in his own strength. However, a more profound ambition lingered in his heart, the desire to possess the ability to create Dragon Balls. Alas, that prospect now seemed increasingly improbable. Should he have the power to forge Dragon Balls, even if he did not utilize them, it would undeniably afford him and those around him greater options in times of insurmountable challenges. Regrettably, it appeared that only the Namekians possessed the innate ability to create Dragon Balls, an ability seemingly etched into their very lineage. The powers of the Eternal Dragon were inherently limited. They could not extend beyond the capabilities of the Creator, thus rendering it impossible to alter one's bloodline. Otherwise, chaos would ensue if everyone wished for the lineage of Majin Buu. "Purunga, tell me, if I wish to obtain the ability to create Dragon Balls, is there any possibility?" Xia Ya inquired once more, articulating his wish, much like Goku had once questioned the Earth's Eternal Dragon regarding the Super Saiyan God. Purunga, suspended high in the sky, suddenly illuminated its massive eyes with a glowing crimson hue. Its booming voice resonated once more. "The art of Dragon Ball creation is a unique ability bestowed upon the Namekians by the great dragon god Salam. To gain the power to create Dragon Balls, one must either secure the consent of Dragon God Salam or discover the more powerful Super Dragon Balls. To obtain the consent of Dragon God Salam or to uncover the Super Dragon Balls." Upon hearing Purunga's response, Xia Ya's eyes brightened, instantly committing these 2 crucial keywords to memory. Chapter 129. 3 Wishes Naturally. The first option regarding obtaining the permission of the Dragon God, Salama, was quickly dismissed by Xia Ya, as it was an utterly impossible endeavor. Not only was it uncertain whether he could even locate the legendary Dragon God, but even if he did, there was no guarantee that Salama would grant his request. The thought of approaching such a formidable deity made Xia Ya feel somewhat apprehensive. Thus, he shifted his focus to the Super Dragon Balls. Based on his understanding of the original narrative, Xia Ya knew that the Super Dragon Balls were colossal orbs, reminiscent of planets, floating in the cosmos, distributed across the 6th and 7th universes after their creation by Dragon God Salama. These were not mentioned in the original storyline prior to Goku's victory over Majin Buu, belonging instead to the latter part of the narrative. The latter part of the story introduces the fact that Goku's universe is merely one of 12, specifically the 7th universe, while beyond it exist 11 other universes of equal stature. In truth, when he encountered the god of destruction, Beerus, on Planet Vegeta, Xia Ya had already realized that the world of Dragon Ball was a far broader stage than that depicted in the earlier saga. This awareness not only served as motivation but also instilled within him the drive to grow stronger. As a creation of the Dragon God himself, the Super Dragon Balls were fundamentally different from the diminutive Dragon Balls crafted by the Namekians. Furthermore, the power of the Super Dragon Balls was extraordinarily potent. To illustrate the disparity, one could compare the Earth Dragon Balls, created by the Supreme Kai, which possessed the least power. During the Saiyan invasion, they proved ineffective against the newly arrived Vegeta. In contrast, the Namekian Dragon Balls were somewhat more formidable. Yet even they required Goku's consent upon his return to Earth as a Super Saiyan. In stark contrast, the Super Dragon Balls wielded tremendous authority, capable of transforming Goku, who had ascended to the realm of Super Saiyan God, without any prior consent, leading to his indirect demise. The differences among the three were glaringly evident. Thus, when Purunga stated that the Super Dragon Balls could grant his wish, Xia Ya was inclined to believe him. The predicament, however, lay in the fact that the Super Dragon Balls were scattered across the 6th and 7th universes, and the method of obtaining them posed a significant challenge for Xia Ya. Suddenly, he recalled the ethereal 12 colorful orbs he had seen at the conclusion of his potential development. Could they be an encapsulation of the entire cosmic expanse? Reflecting on his earlier experience of a substantial power increase, during which he encountered a cosmic network and inadvertently stepped into the realm of the Kais, Xia Ya felt increasingly convinced of this possibility. Having previously ventured into the Kais realm and glimpsed the entirety of the 7th universe, it did not seem implausible that, following another surge in power, he might witness the visage of the entire cosmos once more. Yet, these inquiries would require further exploration in the future. Great Dragon, for my second wish, please grant me the ability to learn the divine language of the Kais. Xia Ya articulated his second wish, for the use of the Super Dragon Balls necessitated the divine language. This request was straightforward. Purunga emitted a resounding voice. As the crimson light enveloped him, Xia Ya suddenly felt invigorated. Closing his eyes and engaging in contemplation, a wholly new language materialized in his mind. Effortlessly learned as if it were his mother tongue, the divine language known only to the Kais. The second wish had been fulfilled. Now, for my third and final wish. Speak it forth, Xia Ya declared. Purunga, for my third wish, please reveal to me the coordinates of all celestial bodies across the 12 universes, so that when I utilize instant transmission, the coordinates will manifest automatically. After a moment of reflection, Xia Ya articulated his desire to expand the range of his instant transmission abilities. The instant transmission technique on Planet Vegeta required sensing the opponent's energy to activate, while Xia Ya's unique abilities necessitated determining the coordinates between 2 points. Although he had amalgamated the advantages of both techniques into a new skill, he was still limited by the ancient star map of the Milky Way he possessed. Your wish can be granted, but the scope you request is rather vast. My abilities can only provide you with the coordinates of celestial bodies within the 6th and 7th universes. Purunga replied, that will suffice. Although Xia Ya felt a tinge of disappointment, he was nonetheless content, for the positions of stars in the 6th and 7th universes were fundamentally similar. This wish is easily achievable. With Purunga's eyes aglow once more, the coordinates of countless stars flooded into Xia Ya's mind, akin to grains of sand along the shore, only to swiftly vanish without a trace. This immense volume of information remained dormant, not occupying brain capacity, surfacing only when instant transmission was initiated. Otherwise, the data pertaining to all celestial bodies across the 2 universes would pose an overwhelming burden for the mind. Human, all your wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell. With that, Purunga ascended into the heavens. As the dragon soared into the sky, the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across Namek, and the entire expanse of the sky was once again illuminated, with brilliant sunlight cascading down upon the earth, radiating warmth and positivity. After the wishes were granted, Xia Ya contentedly shook his head and then tested the efficacy of his instant transmission. Indeed, as he attempted to execute the technique, a wealth of data manifested, providing remarkable convenience. However, as of now, Xia Ya could only perceive the confines of the 7th universe. Should he venture beyond its boundaries, a peculiar barrier would abruptly obstruct him, rendering the data from the 6th universe exceedingly vague. This barrier was likely the crystalline wall separating one universe from another. Beyond this barrier lay another 11 universes coexisting with the 7th universe within the vast expanse of the cosmos. There were 12 universes in total. An ancient lore spoke of 18 in bygone eras, all of which Xia Ya was aware of. With a gentle smile, he chose not to dwell on it further. How to transcend the current cosmic crystalline barrier? and reach the sixth universe would be a matter for the future. However, Xia Ya surmised that the focal point should be the Kai realm, as it served as the nexus of the entire universe, playing a pivotal role in coordinating its development. Moreover, the Kais residing within the realm inherently possess the ability to traverse the cosmic crystalline barriers, facilitating travel between universes. Just as Xia Ya was lost in thought, Saiyan approached. Her voice laced with curiosity. Xia Ya, what wish did you just make to the dragon? Both Saiyan and Meruz were unable to comprehend the Namekian language, and thus were oblivious to the specifics of Xia Ya's wish. I inquired whether the dragon could allow me to create Dragon Balls as well, but alas, the power of the Namekian Dragon Balls could not assist me in that regard. Therefore, I opted to wish for an optimization of my instant transmission skills. Xia Ya recounted the essence of his wish. Upon hearing this, Saiyan expressed regret that the dragon could not fulfill Xia Ya's desire, and a hint of disdain flickered in her heart. It seemed the Dragon Balls were not as formidable as they were reputed to be. By the way, having experienced such an exponential increase in our power, it is time we dedicated ourselves to diligent training. Otherwise, it would be rather reckless to wield such unfettered strength. Xia Ya remarked. Their powers had surged remarkably in an instant. Although the Grand Elder's potential development was harmless and did not damage their foundations, fully controlling the sudden influx of power was no simple task. Saiyan and Meruz concurred with Xia Ya's sentiments, and thus the three activated instant transmission, guided by Xia Ya to locate a planet suitable for their training. It was a frozen planet perpetually cloaked in snow, with temperatures so frigid they rivaled the barren world where Xia Ya and his companions once trained. However, in contrast, this icy orb boasted an immense gravitational force, estimated to be between 100 to 200 times that of Earth. Such temperature and gravity posed little challenge to Xia Ya and Xiling, whose combat prowess reached into the hundreds of thousands. Nonetheless, for Mel's, adapting proved to be a formidable task. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably from the biting cold. Chapter 130, Developing New Skills. The chill pierced through the air, causing Mel's to shiver as she hugged her arms tightly around her chest, her large, tear-filled eyes gazing pitifully over. Her slender frame looked as fragile as a tender blade of grass amidst the swirling snow, amplifying her vulnerability. Xia Ya cast a silent glance at her, bemused by her display of feigned helplessness. After all, Saiyans were hardly fazed by such mild cold. Ignoring Mel's antics, Xia Ya shifted his focus, stating, "The gravity of this planet is exceptionally conducive to our current strengths. Let us train here for a while, mastering the powers within us before we return." While the gravity chamber could yield similar benefits, it felt somewhat constricted for their level, lacking the expansive freedom to unleash their full potential as if firmly grounded. In general, the gravity chamber was effective for enhancing physical capabilities, yet it proved limited when it came to improving combat proficiency and control over one's power. This was because both mastery in battle and strength control necessitated extensive practical experience and full-force engagements, which the confined space of the gravity chamber could not adequately accommodate. Seeing that her pitiful demeanor failed to sway him, Mel's pouted in resignation, replying, "I understand." Xia Ya nodded, glancing at Xiling, and upon receiving her affirmative response, the trio distanced themselves and began their training. The results from their expedition to Namek had exceeded Xia Ya's expectations. A battle power of 720,000 left him thoroughly satisfied, especially considering that Frieza's normal combat power was merely 530,000, coupled with the ability to teleport at will. Xia Ya possessed numerous advantages that rendered him fearless against any forces within the galaxy. However, speaking from a leader's perspective, he recognized that his strength still fell short of ensuring the safety and freedom of his kin across the cosmos. Thus, Xia Ya delved inward, methodically assessing his strengths and weaknesses. Concerning his unique abilities, it was clear that his mastery over time and space was a formidable asset, one that could allow him to triumph over stronger foes when necessary, even to the point of vanquishing them. Yet, the convenience of such powers also revealed their shortcomings. The ease with which he could manipulate time and space deprived him of that visceral, exhilarating experience of hand-to-hand combat. For a Saiyan to grow stronger, true battle was essential. The outcome was merely a result, while the process of fighting was the vital catalyst for their continuous evolution. In this regard, time and space manipulation proved insufficient. Relying solely on such abilities would stagnate his growth and even undermine his foundations. The merits and demerits of this reliance warranted careful consideration, especially in encounters with formidable adversaries like Vegeta where time-space manipulation might not always guarantee success. Thus, Xia Ya concluded that time-space abilities could only serve as supplementary tools. He understood that he needed to devise a skill that could genuinely harness the advantages of his time-space manipulation. Just as Master Roshi developed the Kamehameha, and Master Crane created the Dodon Ray, the legendary martial artist from centuries past had bequeathed the world with the earth-shattering palm and the key cannon. Although these techniques may not rival the later advancements of Dragon Ball warriors, they exemplified the continuous evolution of key manipulation. Inspired by this lineage of progress, Xia Ya contemplated the development of a combat-oriented auxiliary skill that would prevent his time-space abilities from becoming redundant or hindering future growth. Melza's teleportation technique, learned from Planet Vegeta, provided him with timely inspiration. Her method involved redirecting an opponent's attack into the void of space, thereby enhancing defensive capabilities, predominantly utilizing spatial abilities. This granted Xia Ya a profound example to consider. Could he also develop a practical skill through his mastery of time and space? In fact, he had previously employed a similar application during his battle with Kvila a year prior. By shifting his perspective, rather than applying time-space manipulation to counter an attack, he could focus it on himself, enhancing his overall speed and physical strength. In combat, 5 critical factors determine victory: situational awareness, attack speed, striking power, resilience, and recovery ability. If time-space manipulation could augment any one of these, it would constitute a successful skill. With this thought, Xia Ya's inspiration crystallized, and he resolved to put his ideas into practice. If he could steer his time-space abilities towards auxiliary functions, it would be an exquisite solution. A faint smile graced Xia Ya's lips as he contemplated this, gradually implementing his vision step by step. However, the process of refining time-space manipulation into a concrete auxiliary skill proved far more challenging than it sounded. The research and testing of a single skill consumed a significant amount of Xia Ya's time. A month later, the first skill began to take shape. Drawing from Melza's teleportation technique, Xia Ya named his creation conversion. The principle involved enveloping the skin with a thin layer of time-space membrane, akin to donning a protective suit. When an enemy's attack surged forth, he could command this delicate layer of time-space energy to react, allowing him to dissipate energy equivalent to 30% of his strength into the void, thereby enhancing his physical defenses. The cold climate painted the world in pure white, the sun obscured behind clouds. Xia Ya hovered 6 to 7 meters above the ground, his white battle suit adorned with frost that glimmered like tiny crystals. Suddenly, he extended a hand, and a radiant sphere of energy coalesced in his palm. Its deep blue hue somewhat dimmed, the surrounding energy crackling with a deep, resonant hum. This energy sphere, meticulously condensed by Xia Ya, was likely far more devastating than Frieza's planet-destroying energy blasts. Should it fall, it could reduce the entire planet to cosmic dust. Yet, despite the sheer terror of this colossal energy, Xia Ya appeared utterly unfazed. With a mere flick of his wrist, he hurled the deep blue sphere into the sky, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming energy that surged forth like a tidal wave. In that moment, Xia Ya smiled faintly, his figure flickering as he suddenly appeared before the energy sphere. Without any defensive maneuvers, he roared, allowing his chest to absorb the violent impact of the energy sphere. The cataclysmic force erupted in an instant. Boom! The overwhelming energy radiated outward, transforming the sphere into a massive inferno that shot thousands of meters into the sky, scattering the clouds in an instant. A staggering aura erupted from the explosion's epicenter, inundating the surroundings with tremendous power. Invisible ripples spread along the fabric of space, and at that moment, the frozen planet trembled slightly. As the smoke cleared and visibility returned, a boy stood unscathed amidst the chaos, the explosion that could obliterate the planet having left him entirely unharmed. Xia Ya brushed off the frost from his exposed chest, a slight frown forming before it quickly dissipated. This transformation skill can convert energy equivalent to 30% of its own power, and it seemingly has a certain limit. Char pondered seriously. He understood that the capacity of space is finite. Should it exceed this threshold, the fabric of space would shatter. However, for the foreseeable future, he need not concern himself with this issue. Currently, he possesses a combat power of 720,000, which means that even if an adversary with a combat power of 240,000 were to unleash their full might against him, he could completely negate their attack with this single technique. Of course, this is contingent upon the assailant's strike being purely energy-based. Chapter 131, The Universal Capsule Towards the Cosmos. Subsequently, Xia Ya resumed his rigorous training to enhance his physical strength. This was a relentless pursuit, akin to Sun Wukong's King Kai Fist and Super Saiyan transformation. Only by augmenting his physical prowess could he withstand the greater intensity of transformation. Why did Sun Wukong abandon the use of the King Kai Fist in the later stages? While the energy amplification of the King Kai Fist was inferior to that of the Super Saiyan transformation, the more pressing issue was the inadequacy of his physical strength. The Super Saiyan transformation already imposed a tremendous burden on the body, and recklessly employing the King Kai Fist before his body could support it would lead to utter collapse. A robust physique is an indispensable element in the journey of a warrior. Thus, Xia Ya has always placed immense importance on physical training. Amidst the biting cold and the howling winds, he found himself in an endless expanse of snow, where the frigid gusts stung his face like knives. In this exceptionally harsh environment, Xia Ya vigorously swung his arms, threw punches, and dove, continually enduring fierce energy assaults. As his body moved with intensity, glistening beads of sweat began to seep forth like a gentle rain, and his pristine battle attire was soon reduced to shreds. As time passed gradually during his training, Xia Ya felt it was time to change into clean attire and sought out Shilling for a spar. Although Shilling's strength differed significantly from his own, their bouts were beneficial for both parties to familiarize themselves with each other's power and techniques. Thus, days slipped by in a flurry of combat among a few individuals. Fighting was the optimal method to gauge their training progress, especially for Shilling and Myers, who always identified their shortcomings after sparring with Xia Ya, prompting them to return to their training diligently. Consequently, on this colossal frozen planet, moments of intense brilliance flickered, occasionally accompanied by tremors from great power. When Xia Ya finally contained his energy with satisfaction, he was astonished to discover that over 2 months had elapsed. Clenching his fists, a surge of powerful energy coursed through him, and Xia Ya reveled in the invigorating sensation that filled his being, a radiant smile blossoming upon his face. The past 2 months of training had been immensely rewarding, as he could now wield his strength with remarkable ease. After pausing for a moment, Xia Ya leaped forward, vanishing like a fleeting light, only to reappear on a white plateau 1,000 miles away. This was Myers' Aura. What was she doing here? With a hint of curiosity, Xia Ya flew towards her position and spotted a snowman perched atop the rocky cliff. At that moment, Myers had encased herself in a round snowball, leaving only her blinking eyes visible. Upon noticing Xia Ya's approach, the snowball shifted and she emerged from within. "Little girl, I told you to train diligently. Why are you here playing in the snow?" Xia Ya exclaimed, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his tone. "Hee, I actually completed my training long ago. But I saw you and Shilling still working hard, so I felt bored." Myers replied, pouting, her voice ringing like a bell. "Boredom led you to build a snowman?" Xia Ya paused, momentarily taken aback. "You finished your training so quickly?" "Yes, I completed it even a few days before you," Myers declared proudly. Xia Ya nodded, somewhat surprised. Although he was aware of Myers' exceptional talent, comparable to Vegeta's, her ability to master her internal power so swiftly was indeed unexpected. Hoping she wasn't merely boasting, Xia Ya smiled and proposed, "Shall we practice together?" "Of course." Myers eagerly agreed. Half an hour later, she was panting heavily, casually stuffing snow into her mouth. Clearly fatigued from their training, Xia Ya nodded approvingly. "Well done. You've made significant progress. You truly possess a touch of genius. Now, let us find Shilling. Once she has completed her training, we shall depart from here." "All right." Upon hearing Xia Ya's words, Myers immediately brightened, her face blossoming with a radiant smile akin to blooming peach flowers, as she had grown weary of waiting there. The two then activated their instantaneous movement and sped towards Shilling's location. 7 days later, in the Eastern Galaxy. The southeastern region of the Eastern Galaxy was relatively peaceful, where a red glowing star system was home to a blue planet orbiting its sun. This planet, known as Baku's star, was slightly larger than Earth and teemed with myriad life forms, flourishing with vibrant civilization. Due to the relative tranquility of the southeast, interstellar trade thrived, with Baku's star serving as a central hub for nearby trade planets, attracting numerous civilizations seeking to procure essential goods. In this warm embrace of camaraderie, Baku's star became one of the few planets not requiring the oversight of the Galactic Patrol. Recently, a civilization known as the Fidaians emerged in the interstellar trade market, bringing with them a remarkable invention dubbed the Universal Capsule, reputed to compress vast quantities of goods into a minuscule capsule. Upon its introduction, the Universal Capsule was immediately met with fervent enthusiasm from other civilizations in the trading market. This groundbreaking invention catapulted the Fidaians into prominence. Currently, the most sought-after trade on Baku's star was the sale of these capsules, resulting in substantial wealth for the Fidaians as resources surged abundantly. Hey Xia, this universal capsule technology must have originated from Earth, right? Asked a delicately dressed little girl resembling a porcelain doll, astonished as she held the tiny capsule in her hand. She found it hard to believe that within this small capsule could fit a lavish villa. Although Myers already possessed several universal capsules, she was still taken aback by their sales in the market. This is the rhythm of expansion. Indeed, Xia nodded, addressing the two girls beside him. The Fidaians have collaborated with Dr. Briefs to represent the interstellar trade of the universal capsules. While the majority of the proceeds belong to the Fidaians, Dr. Briefs will also gain access to an array of alien technologies. Recalling the Fidaians' agreement with Bulma's father, Xia felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that the extraordinary technology, once confined to the small planet Earth, would flourish in the Eastern Galaxy. Of course, the lion's share of the profits still belonged to Xia himself, as most of the resources obtained by the Fidaians were attributed to him. However, Bulma's father was not at a loss either. The advanced technologies provided by the Fidaians were more than sufficient to satisfy Dr. Briefs. Xia's primary purpose for visiting Bakuf Star was to inspect the sales of the universal capsules. From the current situation, it was evident that the capsules were in high demand, with a trend toward being sold out. Xia, this time you really hit the jackpot," Shieling exclaimed excitedly as she leaned closer to him. Xia patted her shoulder, chuckling. "While I may have benefited, you both also stand to gain." As he spoke, he produced 2 black cards and handed them to them, much to Shieling and Myers' puzzled gazes. Bakuf Star was highly developed, particularly in cosmic transportation, tourism, and entertainment, making it a significant center in the Eastern Galaxy. However, the costs here were equally steep. Ordinary individuals had no chance of affording the luxuries offered. After enjoying several famous attractions on the planet, the group eagerly explored the shopping mall. The trade skyscrapers of Bakuf Star towered into the clouds, each building surpassing the tallest skyscrapers of Xia's previous world in grandeur. Inside, an array of dazzling goods awaited. Yet none could be deemed affordable. Xia glanced around and noticed that each item within was rather expensive. However, with ample funds at his disposal, he remained unperturbed. The profits from the universal capsule rendered such prices trivial, especially since he was out enjoying himself with the girl. Thus, the group indulged extravagantly, either storing the various items in the universal capsule or placing them into Xia's dimensional space, while the balance on the card swiftly dwindled. Chapter 132. Guardian of Bakuf Star. For the next few hours, we shall part ways. You may venture to places that pique your interest, indulge in your desires, and we shall reconvene here later. After wandering for a while, Xia glanced at the time and noted that there remained 1 or 2 hours until sunset. The duration of daylight on Bakuf Star far exceeds that of Earth. Enjoy yourselves. I shall find a nearby park to sit for a while. Very well, replied Myers. Bakuf Star boasts a plethora of extraterrestrials, yet I find myself particularly fond of the local cuisine. I intend to savor it thoroughly. She licked her lips, her youthful spirit seemingly consumed by her love for food. All you think about is eating. I shall continue my shopping, Shilling remarked, carrying her newly purchased garments as she proceeded to explore other shops. Since entering her teenage years, Shilling had become increasingly conscious of her appearance. These two, observing them as they ventured toward their interests, Xia chuckled and shook his head, then made his way to the park. It wasn't long before he arrived at a picturesque small park nestled at the foot of Qifeng Mountain. The gentle slopes of the mountain were adorned with a winding path of bluestone, where streams of crystal-clear water meandered into a serene river. The park, harmoniously situated by the mountain and water, was constructed in a classical architectural style, exuding an elegant yet rustic charm, enveloping visitors in a tranquil atmosphere. Xia chose a spot near the rugged mountain and settled down, resting his chin on his hand as he leisurely gazed at the passers-by below. A sense of serenity washing over him. From his spatial storage, he retrieved a tea set and ignited a small flame to boil water. Pouring himself a cup of fragrant tea, he relished the delicate aroma that wafted from the brew. Taking a sip, he observed the pedestrians at the mountain's base, his mind becoming clear and refreshed. The radiant sunlight bathed the earth, and as time progressed, the direct rays transformed into an oblique glow, the dazzling sun reflecting a crimson hue of twilight. Oh, how swiftly 2 hours have passed. The sun has already set. It is time to reunite with them. Stretching his body, Xia rose, stowing away the tea set, preparing to meet up with Shieling and Myers. At that moment, he suddenly lifted his head, sensing a formidable presence approaching him. How intriguing. The intensity of this aura was at least 100,000 battle power. Could it be that such a master exists on Bakuf Star? Xia Ya was taken aback for a moment, then sat back down, ready to await the unexpected visitor. From his perception, this energy felt calm and benevolent, indicating that the individual was not of malevolent intent. Before long, a man with yellow skin and a handsome visage approached. Xia Ya noticed that the man had concealed his aura, resembling an ordinary traveler as he strolled toward him. Had it not been for Xia Ya's mastery of the mystic eye technique, he might have easily been deceived. As he observed the man, a faint smile crept across Xia Ya's lips. The individual possessed an astonishing battle power of 170,000, far surpassing that of the Quila Mecha Core. "Are you Mr. Xia Ya of Hongshan Star?" The man inquired, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, emanating a powerful aura of authority. "Indeed," Xia Ya acknowledged with a nod. "I am the leader of Hongshan Star. May I ask your name?" "Ha ha. I am Xia, the guardian of Bakuf Star. Upon hearing of your arrival, I came to pay my respects. I did not expect Mr. Xia Ya to be so young and accomplished." Xia spoke humbly. Showing no trace of the arrogance typical of the powerful, Xia Ya reciprocated the smile, appreciating Lia's pleasant demeanor. The reputation of the Saiyans on Bakuf Star was still relatively positive. No one could have anticipated that the once infamous Saiyans would transform into guardians of peace. Having had prior encounters with the Galactic Patrol Organization, Xia was well aware of the current influence of the Saiyans, thus placing great significance on the visit of their leader, Xia Ya. Upon their first meeting, Xia could not sense any energy fluctuations from Xia Ya, which greatly astonished him and prompted him to treat Xia Ya with even more courtesy. "Not at all. I am far inferior to you, Mr. Xia, who safeguards an entire star domain." Compliments were universally appreciated, and Xia Ya responded warmly while contemplating the information he had gathered about Xia. Xia was originally a native of a low-level planet, who, through a fortuitous twist of fate, consumed a peculiar fruit, suddenly gaining immense strength. This event once caused a stir among nearby star systems, prompting numerous extraterrestrials to investigate his home planet. However, by the time they arrived, the planet had transformed into a barren wasteland, yielding nothing of value. Consequently, Xia began wandering the cosmos until he settled on Bakuf Star, where he has guarded it ever since. These events transpired centuries ago. As a long-lived species, Lia's appearance had remained unchanged by the passage of time. Thanks to his presence, Bakuf Star has become a rare sanctuary in the southeastern region of the Eastern Galaxy. While exchanging pleasantries, Xia Ya had also conducted thorough research on Xia, recognizing him as a person of considerable patience and solitude. It was indeed admirable that such a powerful figure had remained stationed on Bakuf Star for centuries without ever departing. As their conversation progressed, Xia Ya and Xia began to establish an initial rapport. A deeper friendship would undoubtedly enhance the network of connections for the Saiyans' development in the Eastern Galaxy, especially considering Lia's formidable status as the guardian of Bakuf Star. When Xia discerned Xia Ya's true strength, astonishment washed over his yellow face, his eyes fixated in awe. He had never encountered such an extraordinary individual. A few minutes later, Xia took his leave. Later, when the governor of Bakuf Star inquired about the strength of the leader of Hongshan Star, Xia recalled their meeting and shook his head, exclaiming, "He is simply unfathomable." The governor fell silent, realizing that Hongshan Star was destined to become Bakuf Star's most crucial partner, not only due to their advanced technological products but also because their leader's power was sufficient to command respect among numerous planets. He pondered whether to deepen their collaboration. Meanwhile, Xia Ya made his way to reunite with Shilling and Myers. Upon arriving at the meeting point, he discovered he had arrived early. Shilling and Myers had yet to arrive. "These two have absolutely no sense of time," he muttered, crossing his arms as he leaned against a marble pillar in front of a shop, patiently waiting. Soon, he spotted Shilling approaching him, laden with bags. "Wow, Xia Ya, you arrived quite early." She casually stowed her items in a universal capsule. Raising an eyebrow, Xia Ya remarked, "You were the one who arrived late. What did you buy? Haven't I already purchased plenty for you back on Earth?" "Hee hee, since it's a rare occasion, of course. I had to buy more. I have treasured all the gifts you sent me." Shilling playfully stuck out her tongue, her 15-year-old self blossoming into a beautiful young lady. Her flowing hair was tied with a ribbon, with a few short strands delicately framing her eyes. Her crescent-shaped brows and bright, sparkling eyes shone like jewels, her skin soft and smooth as if carved from jade, her figure tall and graceful, reminiscent of a tranquil orchid. Especially the gentle curve of her silhouette accentuated her youthful vibrancy. "By the way, has Myers not arrived yet?" Shilling glanced around. "Not yet. Who knows where she has wandered off to?" "Haha, But isn't she here now? As Xia cast a fleeting glance, his finger pointed to the side, where he beheld an exquisite little girl dashing towards him, the bells on her wrist jingling merrily, clutching a large platter of steaming food. She simultaneously stuffed her mouth as she ran. The sight was utterly delightful. Xia raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a sigh. Chapter 133. The Super Dragon Ball in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Amidst the endless darkness, the resplendent Milky Way glimmers like a silken ribbon, adorned with countless stars that twinkle like diamonds against the night sky. Suddenly, a flicker of light breaks the tranquil void of space, revealing a small circular dot emerging from the shadows. It is a silver-gray spacecraft, modest in size, measuring only a few dozen meters in length. Inside the cockpit, Xia stands alone, effortlessly navigating the fully automated vessel with a mere input of commands. According to the Dragon Ball radar, the first Super Dragon Ball should be nearby. Clutching the newly upgraded radar, Xia gazes intently out into the profound universe. Months have passed since he returned from Bakuf Star with Shieling and the others. And after dedicating time to training on Red Mountain Star, he has finally embarked on the quest for the Super Dragon Balls. Xia seeks the Super Dragon Balls to make a wish upon the Super Shenron, hoping to acquire the ability to create Dragon Balls. These mystical orbs possess the extraordinary power to reverse causality and alter reality, provided such actions do not contravene the laws of nature or exceed the Creator's authority. Despite their limitations, Xia believes that possessing a Dragon Ball of his own would secure a greater future for the Saiyans and Red Mountain Star. Moreover, the enigmatic power of the Dragon Balls has long captivated Xia's imagination. In his previous life, he was constantly intrigued by the mechanics of how Shenron granted wishes. Was it akin to the principle of equivalent exchange as seen in Full Metal Alchemist? Or did it bear the potential for negative consequences as depicted in GT? Until he comprehends the operational mechanisms of the Dragon Balls, he cannot quell the unease that accompanies their use. According to the Namekian Shinran Paranga, there are two methods to gain the ability to create Dragon Balls. One must either obtain the permission of Dragon God Salam, or utilize the Super Dragon Balls crafted by him to make a wish. Xia has chosen the latter path. He first enlisted the help of scientists from the Fidaia race to comprehensively upgrade the Dragon Ball radar, expanding its range to encompass the entire universe. He then piloted a small spacecraft away from Red Mountain Star. In the vast universe, locating a Super Dragon Ball with the radar is not particularly challenging, especially with the ability to teleport at his disposal. However, Xia is troubled by the question of how to transport the immense Super Dragon Ball once he finds it. With a diameter exceeding 37,000 kilometers, its size rivals that of a massive planet. Compared to the Super Dragon Ball, Red Mountain Star seems merely a small marble, and the logistics of moving such a colossal entity pose a daunting challenge. While destroying a planet of such magnitude might be straightforward for Xia, relocating it is another matter entirely. Suddenly, a bright signal on the radar indicates proximity to the Super Dragon Ball. Xia swiftly commands the ship's AI to accelerate towards the source. Moments later, a colossal, orange-red object emerges before him, a magnificent super crystal ball amidst a chaotic star system. A sight to behold. Is this truly the Super Dragon Ball? Its size is astonishing. As Xia gazes at the immense orb, he is struck by awe, realizing the sheer magnitude of the Super Dragon Ball. In comparison, the Earth and Namekian Dragon Balls appear diminutive, reinforcing the rumor that the Namekian Dragon Balls are merely fragments of the Super Dragon Ball. The question looms, how will he transport such a massive object? Xia contemplates the conundrum. Even with the most advanced extraterrestrial technology, moving it seems impossible. Furthermore, the power of the Earth's Shenron may not be sufficient to influence the Super Dragon Ball. After much deliberation, he resolves to attempt teleportation, the only feasible option he can conceive. With determination, Xia envelopes himself in a fiery aura and ascends into the cosmos, pressing a special button on the ship. In a flash, the spacecraft transforms into a compact capsule, a popular technology on Red Mountain Star. He swiftly approaches the Super Dragon Ball, knowing that the aura's protective state is fleeting and he must act quickly. As he nears the Super Dragon Ball, its colossal size becomes increasingly apparent. Upon making contact with its surface, Xia feels as though he stands on an enormous planetary body, gazing upon a vast expanse of orange-yellow translucent glass. Peering down, he can even discern a few glimmering crimson stars at its core, sparkling like tiny diamonds across the vibrant surface, radiating an exquisite tranquility. Remarkably, despite its immense volume, the Super Dragon Ball exerts little gravitational pull. Xia reflects on this phenomenon as he pours forth his temporal energy, enveloping the orb in a magnificent display of power. As he channels energy into the Dragon Ball, beads of perspiration begin to form on his brow. Gradually, a network of luminous crystalline lines emerges on its surface, causing the Super Dragon Ball to tremble slightly as it shifts position. Now, Xia Ya exclaims, intensifying the output of his temporal energy as he attempts to teleport. Thus commences the largest teleportation event in history, a feat unimaginable even to the creators of teleportation, the Yardertons and the Kais. Only Xia Ya, endowed with extraordinary abilities, can achieve such a remarkable act. As he teleports, fragments of the cosmic star map materialize in his consciousness, and Xia Ya instinctively selects an empty, desolate region of space within the 7th universe, transporting the Super Dragon Ball along with him. In the vast, boundless darkness, devoid of any stars, this area is among the most desolate in the 7th universe. Suddenly, the fabric of space warps, and a massive orange-red crystal sphere materializes out of thin air. Breathless, Xia Ya quickly retrieves a breathing apparatus, inhaling deeply of the pure, fresh oxygen. Like any Saiyan, he cannot remain in a vacuum for long. The fresh air revitalizes him, dispelling the suffocating sensation, as if he is basking in warm sunlight. After regaining his composure, he consumes a Senza bean, feeling the revitalizing energy course through him. Looking at the enormous Dragon Ball, Xia Ya smiles, his fiery aura igniting once more. Remarkably, the preparation for transporting the Super Dragon Ball took over 10 minutes. But he has succeeded. With 3 remaining in the 7th universe, his journey will soon lead him to the 6th universe. Xia Ya pondered quietly, aware that the 7 Super Dragon Balls were dispersed between the 6th and 7th universes, with 4 located in the 7th universe and 3 in the 6th. Each time a wish was granted, the 7 Super Dragon Balls would once again scatter randomly across the 2 universes. After a brief respite, Xia Ya retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and embarked on his journey anew. Several hours later, he successfully relocated 2 additional Super Dragon Balls. The 3 colossal Dragon Balls were arranged neatly in the cosmic expanse, their orange-red forms nestled together, beginning to emit a soft, humming resonance. Chapter 134. The 6th universe. The 3 Super Dragon Balls had been gathered, and after a brief respite, Xia Ya resumed his quest for the final Dragon Ball of the 7th universe. According to the original narrative, the last Super Dragon Ball of the 7th universe was a 4-star ball, hidden within a realm of exceptionally high dimensions, cloaked by a thick layer of cosmic dust, resembling a wandering solid planet. Relying on his memories and the Dragon Ball radar, Xia Ya dedicated considerable effort to the search, ultimately locating the last Super Dragon Ball in a desolate expanse, guided by the cosmic star map provided by Purunga. Due to the passage of time, the surface of the Super Dragon Ball was encrusted with a thick layer of dust, dotted with irregular impact craters. Had it not been for the clear indication from the Dragon Ball radar, one might have mistaken it for an ordinary solid planet. This was indeed the final Dragon Ball of the 7th universe, and Xia Ya couldn't help but smile faintly as he floated in the cosmos, equipped with an oxygen device. With a flick of his hand, he conjured a ball of ethereal blue energy. The energy surged in his palm, trailing a pale blue tail as it hurtled towards the Super Dragon Ball. With a resounding crack, the energy wave collided with the surface of the planet. Though sound could not traverse the vacuum of space, the visual spectacle was striking. The rocky exterior of the planet collapsed instantaneously upon contact, causing the dust to scatter violently, as the entire rocky sphere trembled. Soon, fissures began to mar the surface, multiplying until the planet was riddled with them. Finally, unable to withstand the tremendous energy, the celestial body erupted, revealing its fiery orange core, adorned with 4 resplendent crimson stars that gleamed brilliantly from every angle. As anticipated, it was indeed a 4-star ball. With the retrieval of this Super Dragon Ball, Xia Ya had successfully collected all the Dragon Balls from the 7th universe. Gazing at the shimmering orb, he couldn't help but smile. He then employed the same technique once more, using instant transmission to relocate the massive Super Dragon Ball, exerting considerable effort until the 4th Dragon Ball reunited with the others. Clapping his hands, he stepped back, marveling at the sight of the 4 colossal Dragon Balls arranged magnificently in the vast darkness of space. Now, Xia Ya needed to contemplate how to proceed to the 6th universe to gather the remaining 3 Dragon Balls. After some reflection, he sighed. It seemed the only viable approach was to begin from the Kaioshin realm. Instant transmission could not traverse the barriers between 2 universes in one go, and Xia Ya understood that reaching the 6th universe necessitated a strategic maneuver from the Kaioshin realm, which served as the central hub of the 7th universe, providing a vantage point to observe its entirety. Perhaps he could uncover clues leading to the 6th universe there. Of course, the God of Destruction's realm offered similar capabilities. But given that it was the resting place of the god of destruction Beerus, Xia Ya was reluctant to engage with him again. Thus, he resolved to venture to the Kaishin realm. In a fleeting burst of light, Xia Ya's form became momentarily indistinct before vanishing into the cosmos. He reappeared in the highest dimensions of the seventh universe, the Kaishin realm. Countless stars orbited the central divine planet. Before him lay an expansive, verdant prairie, exuding an aura of tranquility, sanctity, and elegance, with the air perfumed by serene fragrances. Upon his arrival in the Kaishin realm, Xia Ya immediately suppressed all of his energy. He was technically an intruder and could not afford to provoke Jebit or the East Kaishin. Otherwise, it would lead to complications. Leaning against a modest hillock surrounded by sparse saplings, Xia Ya summoned the star map of the seventh universe in his mind, subtly harnessing the power of time and space to seek an entry point to the sixth universe. As time passed, he observed no signs of success. Suddenly, a peculiar energy caught his attention. Xia Ya's eyes widened with realization, and he followed the source of that energy. As his consciousness delved deeper, the star map of the sixth universe began to clarify, and a flicker of brilliance danced in his dark eyes, a smile forming as he finally found a breakthrough. With a sigh of relief, he wiped the sweat from his brow and, buoyed by newfound optimism, continued to channel energy. Using the Kaishin realm as a fulcrum, he breached the cosmic barrier and entered the sixth universe. At last, he had pinpointed the location of the sixth universe. In a flash of light, Xia Ya vanished from the Kaishin realm, leaving the seventh universe behind. In the sixth universe, the celestial jade system. This was a vast stellar system reminiscent of the Milky Way, composed of billions of stars and countless planets and comets, nurturing numerous resplendent cosmic civilizations over the ages. Within a binary star system, several medium-sized planets radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. Xia Ya hovered silently in space, an odd sense of familiarity washing over him. The cosmos held many similar star systems, with numerous binary systems present. The Selma star, where he undertook missions in his youth, was situated in a binary star system, while Namek resided within a trinary system. This was indeed the sixth universe, and it appeared strikingly similar to the seventh universe. Naturally, the sixth universe and the seventh universe were twin universes, with their planetary layouts largely mirroring one another. At that moment, he spotted an ice-blue planet, comparable in size to the companion star of Red Mountain Star, Mycian. There might be life on that planet. The thought ignited a desire within him to explore it further. With a flash of light, he soared towards the ice-blue planet. Upon entering the atmosphere, he soon glimpsed signs of civilization on the land below. It was an ancient town, reminiscent of medieval European architecture from Earth's history. Xia Ya's heart quickened. This was indeed a planet teeming with life. And judging by the architectural features and the scale of the town, it exhibited a mid to low level of civilization. However, a twinge of disappointment struck him as he observed that, despite its considerable size, the town was eerily deserted, exuding an atmosphere of desolation. The few passers-by appeared hurried and preoccupied. The mood seemed rather ominous. This planet was inhabited by a subhuman species, physically similar to humans but with purple skin and lacking earlobes. Chapter 135, The King of the Universe. What transpired here? Xia Ya approached an individual, grasped their arm, and inquired using a translation device developed by the Fidaians. This device could project thoughts into the mind of the other party through brainwaves, effectively bridging the communication gap. The indigenous person appeared terrified, squirming in agitation as Xia Ya held on to him. After considerable effort, Xia Ya learned that this planet was called Ice Star, inhabited by the Ice Star people, a relatively peaceful yet ordinary race. To describe their way of life, one might draw parallels with Earth's inhabitants from a previous life, those who exploit nature excessively for development, only to realize the damage they have wrought and then seek to rectify it. Nations that engage in warfare for survival, only to advocate for peace after suffering global conflict. In essence, Xia Ya perceived a faint reflection of Earthlings in the Ice Star people, with the notable difference being the existence of martial arts on this icy planet. At this moment, the unfortunate Ice Star inhabitants were under siege by a being known as Orin, the so-called King of the Universe. The entire populace was fleeing, trying to escape as far as possible. Upon grasping the situation of this planet, Xia Ya found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that this world represented a primitive civilization, utterly devoid of spaceship technology. Thus, no matter how far they ran, they could only traverse the confines of their planet. If they did not seize the opportunity to resist while the crowds were still present, did they intend to be systematically crushed by this Orin? It was reminiscent of scenes from films in his past life, where global calamities led to chaos in cities. with throngs of people congesting the escape routes, urban dwellers fleeing to the countryside, and villagers retreating into the mountains, often unaware of where they should be heading, merely following the masses in their panic. Xia Ya sensed the energy levels on this planet, discovering that the highest combat power barely reached 500, while the invaders possessed nearly 5,000. The disparity in strength was staggering. No wonder the inhabitants had lost their will to fight. Xia Ya shook his head in resignation. However, it seemed that the Ice Star people were fortunate to encounter him. Given their resemblance to Earthlings, he decided to extend his hand in assistance. With a gentle smile, Xia Ya prepared to intervene, marking his first battle since arriving in the 6th universe. Meanwhile, in a city that had been reduced to ruins, gunfire and smoke filled the air. The rebel forces on Ice Star were engaged in combat against the minions of Orin. The cacophony of artillery echoed, yet the situation was decidedly one-sided. The rebel army was no match for the alien assailants. Although the combat power of these extraterrestrials was only slightly above 3 to 500, they easily overpowered the ordinary Ice Star subhumans. With a mere flick of their wrists, they unleashed energy blasts that obliterated fortifications and claimed numerous lives. The gap in capability left no room for retaliation. "General Darius, our artillery is utterly ineffective against those aliens," an officer cried out, his expression one of anguish and fury. "Indeed," General Darius replied gravely, his face cold enough to freeze. He suddenly inquired, "What news of Master Core?" Master Core was the mightiest martial arts master on Ice Star. With disciples scattered across the planet, his role was pivotal to the Ice Star people's hopes for victory, or perhaps their last lifeline. The officer paused, then hastily responded. Master Core and his disciples recently launched an attack on an alien fortress, successfully eliminating several hundred extraterrestrials. However, those aliens chose to fight to the death, and many of Master Core's disciples sustained severe injuries. "Phew, as long as Master Core remains unharmed," General Darius said, his expression tightening suddenly, sighing deeply. "I never expected individual power to reach such heights. The strength of these aliens is truly terrifying for the Ice Star civilization to survive. They must eradicate these extraterrestrial beings." Yet, these invaders were exceedingly powerful, and the legendary king of the universe, Orin, had yet to reveal his true might. Contemplating the bleak and shadowy future of Ice Star civilization, a cloud of despair settled over General Darius's face. "General Darius, look at the display screen. A mysterious figure seems to be attacking the fortress of those aliens." An excited officer suddenly shouted, pointing at the screen. On the screen appeared a human figure remarkably similar to the Ice Star people. General Darius was astonished to see that this human floated effortlessly in the air without any external aid. With graceful movements, the figure glided through the air, their arms flowing elegantly, unleashing a torrential downpour of energy blasts like a fine rain. The energy rain cascaded down, shimmering with a radiant luster, falling silently from the sky. While natural rain nourishes the land quietly, this energy deluge was lethal and unseen. In an instant, every alien within the fortress was reduced to mere shreds. The sheer horror of it all left General Darius and the soldiers beside him aghast. Shortly thereafter, a piercing gaze emanated from the screen, dark and profound. It struck General Darius's heart like a sword. The entire base of the rebels was immediately captivated by this sword-like gaze, their faces paling as they gasped for breath. Then, they witnessed the figure on the screen smile faintly before vanishing without a trace. "Quick, investigate who that person is, and send someone to the alien fortress to assess the situation," General Darius commanded with an elevated voice. He felt an instinctive certainty that this human, so reminiscent of the Ice Star people, could very well be the hope for their civilization. "Yes," the officer responded loudly, hurrying to arrange for personnel. After the officer departed, General Darius shifted his attention back to the screen, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The display was now devoid of any figures, yet his heart brimmed with boundless possibilities. The sudden appearance of this mysterious powerhouse at the brink of Ice Star's survival might be a divine blessing. He could only place his hopes upon this. On the other side of Ice Star, before General Darius's subordinates could arrive, Xia Ya had already teleported away, heading directly for the so-called fortress of the King of the Universe, Orin. The fortress hovered within the stratosphere, resembling a medium-sized, disc-shaped spaceship. Upon its sight, Xia Ya immediately lost interest. It turned out that the so-called King of the Universe, Orin, was merely an alien with combat power barely reaching 5,000, not the formidable figure Xia Ya had initially envisioned. Ultimately, he was just a petty tyrant in this remote galaxy, accompanied by his lackeys. Such a character would only be fit to serve as a squad leader in Frieza's army. How dare he claim the title of King of the Universe? Xia could not help but find the ignorance of these beings laughable, while also feeling vexed at having made the trip for nothing. The title of Cosmic Emperor was far better suited to Frieza, who commanded greater respect. In comparison, these aliens seemed like monkeys declaring themselves kings in the absence of a tiger. Their meager combat prowess could only be displayed in this isolated realm. Should they venture to a more central location, they would be unaware of when they might meet their demise at the hands of a more powerful adversary. Chapter 136. The delectable delicacies of Shampa. As Xia scrutinized the spacecraft, a towering figure suddenly emerged from the opposite ship, descending before him with an air of arrogance. Without waiting for Xia to speak, the man bellowed, "Who are you, and why do you obstruct my vessel? Have you not heard of my title as the Cosmic King?" "Orin? The Cosmic King?" Xia inquired, astonished. "Indeed, I am Orin, the Cosmic King. You are clearly not from this planet, so I advise you to vacate my path at once." Orin, sensing Xia's ability to fly freely, felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, years of reigning as a monarch had ingrained in him a condescending tone. Perhaps he inherently regarded Xia as insignificant. The Cosmic King? What a display of ignorance to adopt such a title. Xia shook his head and replied with gravity, "One must admit, your survival until now can only be described as fortunate. Given the multitude of powerful beings in the universe, it is indeed a miracle that you have remained so brazen. You insolent wretch, are you courting death?" Orin seethed, preparing to unleash his might upon Xia. Observing this, Xia once again shook his head. Orin, oblivious to the importance of seizing the moment, foolishly began to gather energy for an attack. It was evident that he was accustomed to a position of superiority, unaware of the value of timing. Such an archaic approach to combat was undeniably primitive. What desolate realm had he stumbled into? Consequently, Xia lost interest in prolonging the encounter and decided to swiftly eliminate this so-called Cosmic King. Eradicating Orin and his spacecraft was merely a matter of moments, a triviality of no consequence. Once the resolution was made, Orin's fate was sealed. Thus, Xia casually released a wave of energy potent enough to obliterate an entire continent, departing without a glance back. Shortly after Xia's departure, the energy wave struck the spacecraft, igniting a breathtaking explosion in the sky. Orin, who had posed a threat to countless lives on Ice Star, perished in the blast, oblivious to the identity of his slayer. Not long after, General Darius and his subordinates, drawn by the news, arrived to witness the wreckage of the fallen ship, their excitement palpable. The sudden demise of Cosmic King Orin instilled fear in the extraterrestrial beings, while simultaneously invigorating the Ice Star inhabitants, leading to a surge in their resistance against alien invasion. Deep within the sixth universe, in a peculiar realm filled with dark purple flashes of lightning, massive celestial bodies drifted slowly through dense clouds. Above a diamond-shaped star, a colossal, withered tree stood, resembling a bonsai pot for the star, adorned with numerous lakes and peaks. On the grassy bank of one lake, a green figure sat cross-legged. This being possessed long, silvery gray hair, with a halo floating near her neck, indicating her femininity. Holding a staff, she gazed intently into a crystal sphere, a serene smile gracing her features. The sphere revealed Xia's every action since his arrival in the sixth universe and his journey to Ice Star. How unexpected that someone could traverse from the seventh universe. It has been years since I encountered such a phenomenon. Yet, from his demeanor, he does not appear to be malevolent. Leaving him be poses no threat. The woman chuckled softly, as if everything was within her grasp, showing no reaction to Xia, the intruder. She continued to observe him with keen interest, as if watching a film. At that moment, a purple figure approached from afar, a plump creature with long ears, whose comical appearance was accentuated by his antics. He bounded over to the woman, cradling a round bird egg in his hands. "Behold, Bados. This is a Baron bird egg I just found. Quickly, let us cook it," the rotund figure implored, his face alight with eagerness. "Lord Shampa, you have ventured down again. Did I not inform you that one can only consume one Baron egg per year? If you persist in this manner, the Baron birds will soon face extinction, and I shall be in quite a predicament." Bados sighed, exasperated by the antics of Lord Shampa, the god of destruction of the sixth universe, who was the twin brother of Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Shampa, akin to his twin, possessed a capricious temperament, embodying the same arrogance and pride. However, compared to Beerus, Shampa's nature appeared more innocent. As long as he was not provoked, he resembled a simple-minded child, easily deceived. As a god of destruction, aside from fulfilling his duties, Shampa's greatest passion lay in savoring delectable cuisine. Nevertheless, his culinary preferences were far less discerning than those of Beerus, finding satisfaction in something as simple as a Barone egg. Bados, just this once. Please, prepare it for me. The taste of Barone eggs is simply divine. Champa licked his lips, his expression filled with anticipation. Oh, Lord Champa, you truly are a handful. Bados shook her head, rising to fulfill Champa's request. Aware that she must heed the desires of the god of destruction, with a flick of her delicate fingers, the massive Barone egg levitated from Champa's grasp and landed in Bados's hands. The Barone bird was a primitive avian species from a lower realm, possessing considerable energy attack capabilities in adulthood. Its egg was substantial, encased in a thick shell akin to that of an ostrich egg. While the taste of a cooked Barone egg could only be deemed mediocre and would hardly rank among the culinary delights of the lower realm, Bados kept this information to herself. Lord Champa, this should suffice. Otherwise, you might find yourself gaining weight. Bados remarked, weighing the egg and glancing up at Champa. Would you prefer it boiled or fried? Is there a difference? Champa tilted his head, his limited culinary knowledge rendering him unable to discern the two methods. Without much contemplation, he urged, regardless of how it is prepared, as long as it is delicious. Then we shall boil it as before. Please wait a moment, Lord Champa. Bados smiled, knowing that boiling was the simplest and most efficient method. With a graceful wave of her staff, the crystal sphere flickered, seemingly opening a dimensional portal, revealing a complete set of cooking utensils. Bados filled a large pot with water and lit a fire beneath it. Once the water boiled, she added no seasonings, simply dropping the egg into the pot. In no time, the Barone egg was thoroughly cooked. Champa eagerly retrieved the Barone egg, peeling off the shell and devouring it hungrily, exclaiming, Bados, this is the most delicious food I have ever tasted. Beerus surely has never had the chance to experience this. Shall we go tease him? Upon hearing this, Bados placed a hand on her forehead, raising an eyebrow, thinking to herself, I fear it will be you, Lord Champa, who ends up being the one teased. Chapter 137. The interference of Beerus. Contemplating this, Beerus naturally could not allow Champa to boast about the delicious food in the seventh universe, lest their secret be revealed. After a moment of thought, she narrowed her eyes and said, Lord Champa, that would not be wise. The Belong birds here are nearly extinct. If you take the delectable Belong eggs to the seventh universe, our numbers will dwindle even further. Therefore, we should conceal this delicacy and keep it from everyone else's knowledge. Beerus gently coaxed. Is that so? Champa pondered, his golden eyes flickering with thought. After a considerable pause, he seemed to reach an understanding. With a clap of his hands and a puffed chest, he burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, Beerus, you are right. I should not reveal such a delicious treasure. It is best to enjoy it alone. The diminishing numbers of the Belong birds filled Champa's heart with delight at the prospect of savoring the delicacy all to himself. Seeing that Lord Champa had been successfully misled, Beerus stifled a giggle behind her lips and prepared to send him off to his slumber. Although she served as the attendant to the god of destruction, Champa often resembled a child, easily fooled compared to the more cunning Beerus. Without much effort, Beerus's scheme succeeded. Once Champa merrily scampered off to sleep, a faint smile graced Beerus's delicate features. With a sweep of her staff, the litter and kitchenware around her vanished mysteriously. Lifting her skirt, she settled onto the ground to continue observing the happenings below. Her staff shimmered with light, and the crystal orb atop it displayed scenes from the mortal realm once more. Oh, Beerus exclaimed softly. This time, she noticed a human from the seventh universe manipulating a large, orange-red crystal orb the size of a planet. In the image, Xia Ya floated in the cosmos and suddenly uttered a soft command. A brilliant white glow inexplicably erupted, enveloping the massive crystal star and drawing it into oblivion. This seemed to be a trace of temporal power. A flicker of strange light passed through Beerus's bright eyes, a hint of surprise crossing her otherwise calm visage. Though it remained merely a fleeting astonishment. How intriguing! It was unexpected that this small human possessed such abilities. Throughout countless years, she had witnessed a myriad of characters, and Xia Ya's displayed prowess only piqued her mild curiosity. Nonetheless, the enormous orange-red orb appeared to be a wishing bead crafted by the dragon god Salama, rumored to grant any wish. Was this human's purpose in the seventh universe to collect these beads? Beerus murmured to herself, her voice inaudible to all but her own ears. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her, and her tranquil face blossomed with a radiant smile, her pale blue eyes shimmering vibrantly. These wishing beads belonged to the sixth universe. If they were so easily taken by someone from the seventh universe, Lord Champa would surely be incensed. Let us amplify the intensity a bit, she declared, gripping her staff and gently tapping its base against the ground. The staff did not touch the grass but rather struck the void. Waves of indistinct ripples radiated through the space, akin to a stone cast into a serene lake, creating smooth, gentle ripples. In the cosmos below, Xia Ya continued to search for the next Dragon Ball with his newly acquired Dragon Ball radar, entirely oblivious to the attention of the most formidable presence in the sixth universe. Suddenly, the radar indicating the remaining 2 Super Dragon Balls flickered and then vanished from the display, reappearing in a different position. A slight shift on the radar could represent an immeasurable distance in the vast universe. The Super Dragon Balls could not have changed location without cause, nor could they have moved across countless galaxies instantaneously. Noticing this anomaly, Xia Ya furrowed his brow. What is happening? Could the Dragon Ball radar be malfunctioning? If the radar failed now, he would have to return to the 7th universe to seek repairs from the Fida people. This round trip would not only consume time, but also increase the likelihood of being discovered due to his entrance into the Kaioshin realm. Given his current lack of strength, traversing the Kaioshin realm was perilously risky. He could not afford to expose himself. With a series of sharp claps on the radar, Xia Ya saw no improvement. Reluctantly, he pressed the reset button to restart the radar. Generally, unless a hardware issue was present, a reset was the most effective solution. However, disappointment washed over Xia Ya when the radar rebooted. Not only had it not returned to normal, but the light spots on the screen also decreased from 2 to 1. With the signal of another Super Dragon Ball inexplicably vanishing. The situation had escalated. Xia Ya's brow knitted tighter, confusion swirling within him. How could the Dragon Ball signal behave so erratically? It seemed that the radar had genuinely malfunctioned. Fine, I'll head to the location indicated on the radar. If there are no Dragon Balls there, then indeed, the radar is broken. Determined, Xia Ya resolved to investigate the radar's indicated position. With his ability to teleport, this detour would not consume much time, and he could ascertain whether the radar truly malfunctioned. He closed his eyes, envisioning the star map of the 6th universe, preparing to initiate his teleportation. Suddenly, the cosmos stirred, an inexplicable ripple surged towards him like a colossal wave, abruptly breaking Xia Ya from his teleportation state. This energy. It also bore the characteristics of temporal power. Recognizing the nature of this force, Xia Ya's expression darkened. At this moment, he realized he had fallen prey to someone's scheme. Someone adept in the use of temporal energy. Such a figure existed in the 6th universe? Xia Ya's emotions fluctuated. The ability to manipulate time and space was his strongest trump card, one he seldom employed. Now, with this card laid bare and rendered ineffective, his mood soured dramatically. The opponent's intent appeared solely to prevent him from teleporting, but to what end? As Xia Ya pondered in confusion, a gentle voice resonated in his mind. Though sound could not traverse the cosmos, this voice acted as a signal wave directly impacting his consciousness. Young man from the 7th universe. Intruding into the 6th universe and nonchalantly pilfering our treasures, without so much as a greeting, is unacceptable. I have already relocated the 2 wishing beads. Should you possess the ability to locate them, consider it a gift. By the way, I shall seal your temporal powers for a month. After that, the seal will naturally lift, serving as a punishment for your thievery. Do behave well, young man from the 7th universe. As the voice faded, the ethereal sensation dissipated from his mind. Xia Ya frowned, ready to summon his temporal abilities, but to his astonishment, there was no response. Just as the mysterious voice had stated, his temporal powers were indeed sealed. A fleeting expression of shock crossed Xia Ya's face before he fell silent. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that this individual bore him no ill will. Otherwise, they would have done far worse than merely sealing his temporal abilities. After making this simple judgment, Xia Ya contemplated the identity of the mysterious voice's owner. Little is known about the 6th universe. It is merely understood that it exists as a twin universe to the 7th universe in which I reside. Aside from the similarities in planets and races, everything else diverges significantly. Chapter 138. The Bafi Trading Ground in the Realm of Asymmetric Information. Xia Ya felt akin to a blind man groping an elephant, unable to discern the true nature of his opponent. Logically, there might be many formidable women in the 6th universe. Yet it appeared that this particular woman not only recognized him as a visitor from the 7th universe, but also possessed the ability to effortlessly seal his space-time powers. Such a person undoubtedly held a significant status within the 6th universe. With this revelation, Xia Ya's search parameters narrowed drastically, and suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. He furrowed his brow. Could it be her? The attendant of the god of destruction in the 6th universe, Angel Bados. Was that voice truly hers? If one were to consider the strongest woman in the 6th universe, it would undoubtedly be Bados, the attendant of the god of destruction. Xia felt he was edging closer to the truth. Only she could leverage divine power to instantaneously relocate super Dragon Balls the size of planets and effortlessly seal his time-space abilities. However, a troubling thought struck him. If that voice had indeed belonged to her, he was in serious trouble. Vados held a unique position. She was the sister of Whis from the 7th universe and wielded similar space-time powers. While she appeared harmless, her true strength was unfathomable. It was remarkable that someone of such stature was paying attention to him. Xia couldn't help but smile bitterly at this realization. It is reasonable to say that beings of Vados' caliber, like the god of destruction Beerus or Shampa, typically do not take much interest in the universe. They exist as detached observers, viewing the destruction of galaxies and the expansion of dark forces as mere cutscenes in a game, hardly worthy of concern. For such entities, as long as one does not inadvertently cross their path, they can largely be ignored. The most palpable distinction between mortals and deities lies in the former's entrapment in worldly judgments of right and wrong, while the latter perceives all life as equal, devoid of distinction between the noble and the base. As the saying goes, children discern right from wrong. Adults merely consider gain and loss. The universe is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder, neither favoring nor disadvantaging anyone. This embodies the divine perspective. For gods of the caliber of the god of destruction, the right to life and death is equal for all. To him, any transgression warrants a death sentence, with no exceptions made. Since entering the 6th universe, Xia had exercised utmost caution, remaining low profile aside from vanquishing the so-called king of the universe, primarily to avoid attracting the attention of individuals like the Saiyans. Ironically, he had just acquired the first Super Dragon Ball, and though he had evaded the notice of the Saiyans, he had captured the attention of the ultimate powerhouse of the 6th universe. What a predicament! Fortunately, Vados did not seem to harbor any ill will towards him, a fact for which Xia felt relieved. If she intended to harm him, he would stand no chance of resistance. Vados' previous actions indicated a certain stance. She did not mind Xia taking the Super Dragon Ball, yet she was not prepared to make it an easy endeavor. Relocating the Super Dragon Ball and sealing his space-time abilities were merely to present him with a challenge. Xia anticipated that obtaining the next 2 Super Dragon Balls would not be a simple task. Of course, being tested by Vados was not entirely negative, at the very least. His quest for the Super Dragon Balls had received the endorsement of the highest authority in the 6th universe, establishing him as the designated seeker of the Dragon Balls. With this legitimacy, he could confidently state his purpose, even in the presence of the 6th universe's Saiyans. Now, he needed to consider how to navigate the coming month. Without the ability to use instant transmission, searching for the Super Dragon Balls would be nearly impossible, as the daunting distances would be overwhelming. Yet, Xia had not ventured out unprepared. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a universal capsule, and tossed it into space. Boom! A cloud of smoke swirled in the vacuum of space, quickly dissipating to reveal a sleek, silver-gray spacecraft materializing before him. Thank goodness I brought a spacecraft. Otherwise, I would be adrift in the cosmos. Xia chuckled softly, hurriedly boarding the ship, removing his oxygen apparatus and inhaling the breathable air generated inside. It felt entirely different. The spacecraft was compact and exquisitely designed, measuring only a few dozen meters in length. Without it, the upcoming month would have been unbearable. Xia couldn't help but inwardly grumble, had Vados not considered that an ordinary human could not survive a month without food or oxygen. They would likely suffocate long before that. Perhaps she truly had not contemplated such matters. The lives of mortals were so numerous that, to her, they might merely be statistics. Shaking his head, Xia dismissed the thought, realizing he had no grounds to confront Vados about it. The dragon radar only indicated the presence of 1 Dragon Ball, so he decided to proceed in that direction. With that in mind, Xia input commands into the ship's computer, directing it towards the location of the Dragon Ball. A slight deviation on the radar represented vast distances across multiple galaxies, and if he continued on this path, it would likely take years to reach his destination. Instead, he would pass the time and simply utilize instant transmission to arrive there in a month. 15 galactic distances away from Xia, in the 6th universe, lay a formidable expanse of artificial stars, forming an impregnable fortress. These imposing interstellar structures, crafted from superalloys, were adorned with an array of artillery, their dark, robust barrels aimed outward. The concentrated firepower was such that even beings with combat prowess in the thousands would think twice before making a move here. This was an interstellar trading ground of the Cosmic Alliance. The Cosmic Alliance, a super league spanning the 6th universe, was filled with powerful figures, each commanding their own domain. It was a colossal entity, intertwining both righteous and nefarious forces. Cosmic mercenaries could accept missions here, righteous organizations could procure equipment, and malevolent factions could trade planets. In essence, it was a melting pot of diverse and conflicting interests. The allure of wealth and the drive of profit tangled various factions together, ultimately forming alliances. The Cosmic Alliance was a complex entity, engaging in all forms of trade, whether dark and malevolent or bright and benevolent, as long as there was profit to be made. Nothing would be refused. Consequently, the Alliance hosted auctions, interstellar delivery services, assassin organizations, mercenary groups, and even planetary trading organizations. Similar organizations existed in the Seventh Universe as well. The Trading Alliance in the Seventh Universe was a vast coalition, akin to that of the Sixth Universe. In comparison, the Galactic Patrol, which ostensibly governed the galaxy, was like a mouse standing next to an elephant, entirely outmatched in strength. Even the notorious Frieza and his frozen kin, feared by all, had to engage in fair dealings when trading with the Cosmic Alliance, adhering to the so-called spirit of contract. Of course, all fairness hinges upon the Alliance's possession of formidable strength, with the power to annihilate any transgressor. This constituted the Alliance's ultimate assurance. The Bofi Trading Arena. One of the several trading hubs established by the Sixth Universe Commercial Alliance within the Milky Way comprises 3 solid planets where anything can be traded. This marketplace is overseen by an enigmatic being known as Bofi, a figure of considerable depth within the galaxy. Surrounding the Bofi Trading Arena, a multitude of advanced spacecraft continuously arrives, yet upon entering the inner sanctum, all must transition to smaller vessels to gain access. Despite the bravado displayed by traders on their respective planets, once they arrive at the Bofi Trading Arena, all must temper their arrogance and adopt a more modest demeanor. The attendees are here to engage in commerce, some trading planets and slaves, while others seek to acquire planets and various resources. Regardless, all adhere strictly to the rules set forth by the Bofi Trading Arena. At that moment, suddenly, a faint tremor emerged from the void, causing the dark expanse of space to ripple unexpectedly. The tremor intensified, expanding from a mere point into a vast area, transforming the inky night into a boiling cauldron, as if a rift had been forcibly torn into the fabric of the universe. Before the astonished eyes of all, a colossal, orange-red planet began to emerge slowly from this fissure. What on earth is that? A massive celestial body has materialized in the cosmos. Observe closely. It appears to bear star-like symbols. Could it be a treasure? Might it be put up for auction? Yes, I must possess it. I shall acquire it at all costs. As the enormous crystalline orb gradually protruded from the rift, the onlookers gaped in awe, speculating about its true nature. Some quick-witted individuals began to contemplate claiming the crystal planet for themselves. However, this is the Bofi Trading Arena, and to take something without recompense would surely not sit well with the esteemed representative, Lord Bofi. Quickly, inform Lord Bofi, and dispatch others to guard the mysterious planet. We must not allow anyone to approach. The guardians of the trading arena sprang into action, issuing commands to their subordinates. The traders and attendants swiftly mobilized, expelling numerous passers-by and lone wanderers. Since the object had manifested within the trading arena, it rightfully belonged to Lord Bofi, and its fate would be determined solely by him. No one else would dare to lay claim to it. This is an unyielding decree, a rule established by Lord Bofi himself. All who come to the trading post are well aware of this regulation. In matters not concerning core interests, they are certainly disinclined to provoke the formidable Lord Bofi. Chapter 139. The Father and His Two Sons. Bofi Trading Center, the main star. This planet, transformed by technology yet retaining its primal hues, serves as the venue for auctions in the residence of the esteemed Lord Bofi, the agent of the trading center. All prestigious transactions, such as planetary sales and bulk slave trades, occur here, for the formidable presence of Lord Bofi instills fear, preventing any audacity on the main star. At this moment, within the opulent palace of Lord Bofi, vibrant colors illuminated the surroundings as if it were midday. The hall was alive with song and dance. Enchanting performers twirled gracefully to the rhythm of the music. A long banquet table, stretching over 10 meters, was laden with sumptuous delicacies resembling a small mountain. In stark contrast to this splendid ambience, a colossal figure, towering over 5 meters, hunched over the table, oblivious to the ongoing performances, voraciously devouring meat. This giant exhibited a crude demeanor, indiscriminately shoving food into his mouth, swallowing without a moment's pause. Beside him were two slightly smaller men, equally indulging in the feast. These three were none other than Bofi, the agent of the trading center, and his two sons, partaking in their evening repast. Bofi was an imposing extraterrestrial. His scarlet skin adorned with scales, possessing 4 eyes and 3 brown horns protruding from his forehead. His skin resembled that of a Ginyu Force captain, deeply wrinkled. With 2 of his eyes opened and 2 closed, the open pair gleaming with a cold, serpentine light. His extraordinary height exuded an overwhelming aura, radiating an air of authority. Father, in just a few days, the auction date will arrive once more. This time, we stand to reap significant profits, remarked his eldest son, Boku, wiping his mouth. His face alight with excitement. Slightly shorter than his father, he was brimming with enthusiasm. Ha 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 indeed. Another batch of unfortunate lambs will grace our table. How many planets do you think will be traded this time? Bofi set down his food, a sinister smile creeping across his icy visage as he inquired of his sons. Surely at least 100. I've heard that Rajef has recently conquered several planets, and Scud appears to have had a fruitful harvest. The volume of transactions this time will undoubtedly be substantial, Boku replied cheerfully. Bofi's spirits were equally high, regardless of how the extraterrestrials conducted their trades. He would pocket a hefty commission, a guaranteed profit. Of course, this varied by client, for loyal patrons or those of considerable power. He could afford to reduce his fees slightly. Father, you promised to gift me 4 planets, yet you have yet to fulfill that promise. I want to claim 4 of the planets from this transaction, Borden, his younger son, interjected, expressing dissatisfaction amidst Bofi's jovial mood. Take them, take them. You always bring this up. Just look at how many planets I've already given you. They seldom last long in your hands, Bofi waved dismissively, unconcerned. As he granted his younger son the planets from the trading center, all the while treating the items as if they were his own. Indeed. As the agent of the trading center, Bofi reigned like a local emperor in the nearby star regions, ever since assuming control from the previous agent. The trading center had become a family enterprise. As long as he paid sufficient collateral to the Cosmic Merchant Alliance, they would not interfere with his dominion. After all, the universe is shrouded in darkness, and the law of the jungle prevails. At that moment, a guard hurriedly entered the trading center, whispering urgently into Bofi's ear. Upon hearing the news, Bofi's expression shifted to one of astonishment, prompting him to wave off the surrounding guards and dancers. Repeat what just transpired. Bofi rose to his full height, his voice resonating with authority. Yes, Lord Bofi. The guard nodded vigorously, explaining, not long ago, the cosmic space trembled for reasons unknown, followed by a massive rift opening, through which a colossal crystal planet emerged. The guard recounted the events meticulously. Upon hearing this, both Bofi and his sons were filled with astonishment. Bofi's deep blue eyes flickered with shifting emotions, revealing deep-seated greed. Are you certain that the planet is composed entirely of crystal? Indeed, my lord. I saw it clearly. That planet is certainly made of crystal. Moreover, within that orange-red celestial body, there appear to be several vividly bright star patterns. The guard replied, standing tall. Bofi nodded thoughtfully, glancing at his sons, who mirrored his own greed. It seems they have indeed inherited my teachings. Good fortune belongs to our family. Bofi mused inwardly. Father, that planet is undoubtedly a treasure. If auctioned, we could amass a fortune. Boku exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. However, Borden was less enthusiastic, asserting, such a treasure should not be auctioned. We have ample means to generate profit. This crystal planet is rare and should remain in our possession. Retaining it would diminish its value. Boku countered, shaking his head. Better to keep it than allow it to fall into someone else's hands. The 2 sons continued to voice their opinions, neither willing to yield. Bofi, observing their quarrel, stroked his chin and interjected, enough. Let us wait until we behold the crystal planet. If it is indeed a treasure, we shall keep it. Otherwise, we shall auction it for something of greater worth. Bofi's decision was final. Yes, father. Understood. With their father's verdict, the earlier tension dissipated, and both Boku and Borden nodded in agreement, fully respecting Lord Bofi's authority. In the realm of fatherhood, Bofi clearly outshone King Kurd. Satisfied, Bofi nodded, relishing in his sense of authority. The 3 then boarded their flying vehicles, departing the main star towards the location where the supercrystal sphere had appeared. Shortly thereafter, the 3 flying vessels docked at the periphery of the trading center, aligning alongside the artificial stars, gazing at the enormous supercrystal sphere floating in the cosmos. Larger than any ordinary planet, astonishment enveloped the faces of the father and his sons. Father, look. That crystal planet does not appear to be a natural formation. It seems artificially crafted, Boku exclaimed, unable to contain his awe. A naturally formed planet would not exhibit such a perfect spherical shape, nor would it possess the embedded golden pentagrams. From any angle, it is strikingly beautiful and symmetrical. Coupled with its almost negligible gravitational effect, this crystal sphere is extraordinary. To artificially craft a massive planet into a standard sphere is no small feat. This is certainly a valuable treasure, and we must safeguard it, Borden urged, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the super crystal sphere, anxious that his father might consider auctioning it. What exactly is this? Bofi pondered deeply, scrutinizing the object for a considerable time. He summoned a caretaker of the crystal sphere and inquired, was this crystal sphere seen by many when it first appeared? Yes, Lord Bofi. When this mysterious planet emerged, numerous passing merchants and lone travelers were in the vicinity. Despite our timely efforts to disperse them, the news has likely spread. The caretaker replied earnestly. Bofi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before declaring, I shall issue a command to postpone the auction for 2 months, during which this exquisite crystal sphere will serve as the grand finale. Understood, replied the extraterrestrial being, accepting the order and subsequently withdrawing. As for the adverse effects that might arise from the delay of the auction, such considerations were far beyond his purview. The timing of the auction was solely at the discretion of Lord Bofi. If he chose to delay it, then it shall be delayed. It is only through the widespread dissemination of this news that the number of informed individuals will increase, thereby enhancing the potential profits from the auction. Chapter 140. The sixth father, must we truly auction it off? The younger son, Bolton, felt a pang of reluctance. How wonderful it would be to possess this crystal sphere, a one-of-a-kind treasure. Bofi is right, he continued. This object is certainly not a natural formation. Creating such a colossal gem must be an arduous task. Do you think just anyone could produce it? This implies that its maker is extraordinary. Moreover, we have no comprehension of its true nature. Keeping it would only prove burdensome. Very well, Bolton conceded, though he hesitated. After all, he was over 100 years old and had navigated the cosmos long enough to discern the critical implications. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of regret. What a stunning orbit was, soon to be sold to the highest bidder, and he had never held such a celestial marvel in his hands. But his father's words rang true. Often, the most beautiful things are the most perilous. He steeled himself to part with it. Soon, news of the auction's postponement spread like wildfire through the trading hub. Merchants, eager to engage in planetary exchanges and slave trades, felt discontented the longer their goods remained unsold. The greater their losses. As they inquired further, upon learning that the mysterious crystal sphere would serve as the auction's centerpiece, their initial astonishment faded, replaced by anticipation. Some merchants who arrived later noticed a peculiar orange planet shimmering in the cosmos. Dismissing it as an expansion of the trading ground, they thought little of it. After all, a crystal orb of such magnitude would likely be viewed as mere decoration. They admired Lord Bofi's extravagant taste, only to realize later that this magnificent orb was indeed one of his auction items. Remarkable, they murmured, astonished by the sheer scale of the item. Never before had an entire planet been brought forth for auction. They marveled at Lord Bofi's capabilities in acquiring such an extraordinary crystal sphere. Thus, the news of the rare crystal orb's impending auction at the Bofi trading venue spread rapidly. These cosmic traders were oblivious to the true value of the Super Dragon Ball, unaware of the reasons behind its sudden appearance. Had they grasped its significance, they would have risked everything to claim it for themselves. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The cosmic beings, drawn by the news, flocked to the trading ground, filling the 3 celestial bodies of the Bofi trading venue to capacity. Creatures from nearby star systems mingled with those from distant realms, all eager to witness the auction. No one could predict how many would ultimately arrive for the event. Those who had already gathered seized the opportunity to conduct private trades before the auction commenced. Many took to small spacecraft, flying to view the Super Dragon Ball firsthand, each one captivated by its exquisite, rounded form. Meanwhile, in the vast depths of the cosmos, far from the Milky Way, a silvery gray spaceship darted through the starry expanse, resembling a bright shooting star streaking across the night sky, leaving a trail of radiant colors in its wake. A month had elapsed since Bardos sealed Xia Ya's temporal abilities, and the time for his unsealing was drawing near. In the initial days of his journey, Xia Ya had delighted in the breathtaking vistas, treating it as an adventure. However, the monotony of similar scenes dulled his enthusiasm, prompting him to devote most of his time to rigorous training. The small spacecraft, custom designed by the Fidaians for Xia Ya, though compact, was equipped with comprehensive training facilities, albeit not as advanced as those on Red Mountain Star. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow appeared, followed by a flash of light. A crystalline energy wave surged past, prompting Xia Ya to leap within the vessel, positioning himself before the energy wave and preparing to launch an attack. With palms pressed together, he gradually separated his hands, summoning a formidable electric current. In a dazzling display, terrifying energy flickered from his fingertips, roaring forth like a dragon. Boom! A thunderous clash ensued as the two energy masses collided, erupting into a billowing cloud of mist, reminiscent of a flower blooming in the gentle embrace of spring. The violent explosion caused the ship to tremble dangerously amid its high-speed journey. Fortunately, the training chamber was constructed from special materials designed to absorb energy, preventing catastrophic failure from the recent explosion. Thus, Xia Ya maintained a vigilant approach during his training. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a damp towel, Xia Ya smiled, stepping from the training chamber and into the bathroom. After an invigorating workout, a hot bath was a true indulgence. Upon finishing his bath, he emerged wrapped in a towel. Glancing at the Dragon Ball radar, the signal of the Dragon Ball remained steadfastly in place, indicating its continued presence. It appeared that the Dragon Ball was indeed where it should be. However, given Bardos's behavior, acquiring the Super Dragon Ball would not be a simple task. That location could very well be a den of peril. Pondering quietly, Xia Ya was not one to shy away from challenges. Saiyans thrived on adversity, relishing the thrill of overcoming obstacles. The exhilarating sensation of conquering an adversary or transcending a limit was not merely physical, it was a profound spiritual satisfaction. Yet, the whereabouts of the missing Super Dragon Ball remained elusive, hidden away by Bardos. With a slight frown, Xia Ya contemplated the vastness of the universe. Locating a Dragon Ball with a masked signal would be exceedingly difficult. Did Bardos intend to keep the Super Dragon Ball from him? After a moment's reflection, he dismissed the notion. Bardos, with her elevated stature, was not one to make empty promises. Besides, the Super Dragon Ball likely did not hold her interest. She would not act so restrictively. Days passed, and indeed, Bardos's seal upon Xia Ya was lifted as anticipated, as the familiar temporal power flowed back into him. Xia Ya knew Bardos had spoken truthfully. Rather than immediately teleporting to the Super Dragon Ball's location, he understood that such an arrival would thrust him into a fierce conflict. Therefore, he first needed to prepare himself adequately. Another month slipped by, and after adjusting his state during this period, Xia Ya felt ready. He opened the hatch of his spacecraft and soared into the cosmos, a plume of smoke enveloping him as the ship transformed back into a universal capsule. Storing the capsule within a dimensional space, Xia Ya closed his eyes, focusing on the Super Dragon Ball's coordinates to initiate his teleportation. Swiftly crossing into the galaxy where the Super Dragon Ball resided. At the Bofei trading venue, on the main planet, a lush, verdant expanse unfolded. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, bending tender grass and creating rippling waves across the ground. The warm sun cast a soft glow, infusing the air with a delightful fragrance. In that moment, a sudden burst of light flashed across the plain as Xia Ya materialized, gazing upward at the dark azure sky where two massive, disc-like celestial bodies hung. These were the other two solid planets of the Bofei trading venue, apart from the main star. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an even larger, sun-like orange planet radiating vibrant red light, dwarfing the two neighboring solid planets. The Super Dragon Ball. Upon witnessing the familiar scene before him, Xia Ya's heart called out in exultation. That star was indeed the Super Dragon Ball he had been seeking. Immediately, Xia Ya reined in his smile, his demeanor transforming into one of solemnity. Before him lay a formidable challenge: how to discreetly seize the Super Dragon Ball amidst the gaze of onlookers. Bardos had placed the Super Dragon Ball here, and it was evident that she would not permit him to take it easily. Chapter 141. The auction. Although Xia Ya possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities, believing himself capable of handling most situations, he was acutely aware that unexpected circumstances often arose in such moments. It was imperative to strategize before taking action. Caution was never misplaced. Xia Ya reminded himself that Bardos had moved the Super Dragon Balls here for a purpose, which could well be a test. Humans often fear that they understand something thoroughly, only to discover they know nothing at all. Calming his mind, Xia Ya diligently tuned into the various energies on the planet, first needing to ascertain the current state of the world and the number of formidable opponents present in order to prepare for possible outcomes. As he expanded his perception of the energy signatures, a chaotic array of auras surged towards him from all directions, causing his brow to furrow with increasing intensity. He realized the sheer volume of powerful presences on this planet was astonishing, so many that it seemed almost surreal. It was indeed peculiar. One would not expect such a multitude of strong beings on a single planet, even on a high-tier planet like Hashan Star. There were barely over 200 individuals with battle powers exceeding 10,000. Yet here, the number of those surpassing that threshold exceeded 400. Xia Ya was taken aback, his face a canvas of shock, struggling to believe it. Had the masters of the sixth universe proliferated to such an extent? No, he quickly shook his head, dismissing that thought. From his previous understanding, the sixth and seventh universes were relatively comparable, and the overall levels wouldn't differ significantly. This meant that the majority here were likely of a lower caliber, and those with battle powers exceeding 10,000 should be rare. The abundance of strong individuals here indicated a special circumstance. It was evident he needed to investigate further. Bardos, he mused, had certainly anticipated that she would not allow him to easily acquire the Super Dragon Balls. Resolute in his decision, Xia Ya prepared to set off, briefly sensing the more densely populated areas before teleporting away from the verdant plains. The more crowded the area, the more information he could glean. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, the auction was in full swing. The auction at the Bofi trading venue was held in a colossal beast-fighting arena located in the central city, which boasted 5 levels and a massive auction stage capable of accommodating up to 100,000 attendees. The auction lasted 10 days, and today marked the final day. As per the auction's arrangement, the value of items for sale increased as the event progressed. Currently, the auction featured slaves plundered by various factions from the conquered planet. The slave trade was a highly lucrative business, second only to planetary sales. Most of the slaves were strikingly beautiful women, a fact that appealed to wealthy merchants throughout the universe. Consequently, some individuals specialized in breeding and subsequently selling slaves. Of course, only higher-tier races or those with particular skills qualified for auction, while lesser races had long been exterminated when their homeworlds fell. The expressions of the lovely slaves varied. Some wore heavy looks, while others appeared numb, each devoid of vitality, seemingly resigned to their grim fate. As bidders called out their offers, batch after batch of slaves were successfully sold. Observing the transactions, the Bofi father and son displayed broad smiles on their crimson cheeks. For each successful sale yielded them a commission. This was what they called free trade. More importantly, witnessing the despair of the slaves ignited a fervor within them. Father, it seems that Scud has struck gold this time. The quality of the slaves is high, and so are the prices. I wonder where he acquired them. Boca leisurely reclined against a stone chair, swirling a cup of green liquid in hand. Bofi laughed heartily, saying, regardless of where he plundered them from, Scud is our regular customer. We should treat him well. However, we cannot reduce the auction fees by even a penny. If the opposing force were powerful enough to warrant the attention of the father-son duo, they might consider reducing fees for the auction, offering discounts, or even courting relationships with certain clients. Yet, Scud was not among those they would pamper. Soon it will be time for the planetary auction. This time, 137 planets will be up for bid, and we shall reap a substantial profit. A serpentine glint flickered in Bowden's deep blue eyes as he licked his lips with a smile. Speaking of the planetary auction brought smiles to the faces of Bofi and his son. It was the most crucial and lucrative segment of the entire auction, ensuring the highest returns for the organizers. The prosperity of the Bofi trading venue, which drew such a crowd, was largely supported by planetary transactions. In a corner of the auction hall, behind a stone pillar, Xia Ya's figure appeared silently. He had been in the auction venue for some time, and through a language translator, he exchanged simple words with nearby aliens, gaining insight into the abundance of powerful beings on this planet. It turned out that this place was a trading ground for the Cosmic Merchant Alliance within the Milky Way, and it was currently hosting an auction, attracting merchants from surrounding star regions. The overwhelming powerful auras he sensed were partly the work of solitary wanderers traversing the cosmos. Some were bodyguards hired by merchants, and others were leaders of various factions. Now it made sense. No wonder there were so many powerful presences. This planet was indeed a trading hub. Xia Ya nodded inwardly, realizing that this world bore resemblance to Bakuf's star in the 7th universe, though Bakuf was a regionally organized trade venue composed of various races engaging in legitimate transactions, with a significantly more peaceful atmosphere. In contrast, this place was, to put it bluntly, a den of thieves, a marketplace for the strong to exploit the weak, shrouded in darkness and raw brutality. Watching the exuberant auctioneer calling bids, Xia Ya pondered. He had not previously heard of the Cosmic Merchant Alliance, which brazenly engaged in planetary sales. It seemed they were not a benevolent organization at all. As he delved deeper into conversations, he gained a clearer understanding of the nature of the Cosmic Merchant Alliance and its terrifying reach, leaving him somewhat astounded. The Cosmic Merchant Alliance was a colossal interstellar coalition, its influence spanning vast regions, with powerful individuals whose numbers were incalculable. Almost every galaxy contained multiple strongholds of this alliance. Previously, he had believed that interstellar trade occurred only between mid- to low-tier planets, a moderate exchange of resources. He had not comprehended why a powerful cosmic emperor like Frieza would still engage in planetary sales when he could simply seize them. Now he understood that the 6th and 7th universes were similar, with many races sharing characteristics. Perhaps there existed an overarching super merchant alliance in the 7th universe that traversed countless star systems. Within the Milky Way, figures like Frieza and the Ice Clan might be considered elite, yet they likely did not stand at the pinnacle. Beneath the surface lurked a hidden force, elusive and formidable. Chapter 142. How dare they cause a ruckus? The depths of this water are indeed profound. Nevertheless, pondering excessively serves no purpose. It would be prudent to devise a means of acquiring the Super Dragon Ball first. After careful consideration, it appears that under the current circumstances, obtaining the Super Dragon Ball may necessitate a forceful approach. However, this presents a considerable challenge. Xia Ya's gaze sharpened as he directed his attention towards the elevated position of the Bofi father and son at the auction venue. These three individuals possessed the greatest power on this planet, and even Xia Ya lacked the confidence to defeat them. As for the other extraterrestrials, whose combat power barely reached tens of thousands, he dismissed them from his thoughts. Returning his gaze to the auction stage, Xia Ya felt a pang of sorrow as batches of beautiful slaves were purchased by merchants. He refrained from intervening in the trade, well aware that it was beyond his capacity to rescue them from such formidable adversaries. Once the slave trade concluded, the focus shifted to planetary trade, with vibrant planets changing hands in rapid succession, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. The forthcoming auction item was to be the grand finale of this event. Behold the floating orange-red crystal planet in the cosmos. As the auction neared its conclusion, the bidding for the Super Dragon Ball commenced. Many merchants had come specifically for the crystal planet, anticipating a substantial profit from its acquisition. Upon hearing the announcement of the Super Dragon Ball auction, their spirits soared, and their eyes gleamed with avarice. The host, visibly pleased, began to eloquently extol the myriad wonders of the crystal planet, recounting prophecies from great seers and the arduous journey of Lord Bofi in seizing it from a formidable adversary. In essence, the host painted the crystal planet as an object of extraordinary rarity and mystique, suggesting that failing to acquire it would be a monumental loss. Such hosts rely solely on their rhetoric, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary and deceiving the audience with their words. Were it not for Xia Ya's prior knowledge of the Super Dragon Ball's origins and properties, he might have fallen prey to the host's embellishments. It was indeed a remarkable talent. Xia Ya smiled wryly. While the Super Dragon Ball was undeniably extraordinary and rare, the host's narrative was utterly misguided. However, many were swayed by his words. Once the host concluded and announced the commencement of bidding, wealthy merchants began to call out their offers, driving the price higher with each bid. As they continued to bid, Xia Ya thought to himself, I shall take the Dragon Ball now. With that, he sought a secluded spot, and in a flash, his figure vanished without a trace, unnoticed by those around him. The next moment, Xia Ya appeared beside the Super Dragon Ball, equipped with a simple breathing apparatus. The sunlight refracted through the massive orange-red celestial body, radiating a crystalline shimmer, reminiscent of a new sun rising in the cosmos. Xia Ya observed a ring of fully armed spacecraft surrounding the Super Dragon Ball, numbering in the thousands, akin to sentinels fiercely guarding their charge. It was imperative to neutralize them swiftly and depart with the Super Dragon Ball. After a brief contemplation, he prepared to strike. Suddenly, brilliant energy waves coalesced in his hands. Having been intensely compressed into thin, laser-like beams, each no thicker than a strand of hair, which he directed towards the spacecraft. Boom! The spacecraft were struck by Xia Ya's energy waves, causing the cosmic expanse to tremble violently, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. Fire and smoke erupted into the void, only to be swiftly dissipated by the vacuum of space. The commotion was promptly detected by nearby vessels, which began to sound alarms, converging upon the scene while relaying the incident back to the auction headquarters. Xia Ya sensed the shift in the atmosphere, but it was of little concern. He had anticipated this from the outset. His attacks grew increasingly rapid, each wave of his hand unleashing vast amounts of energy. With his current combat prowess, even a casual gesture could obliterate entire continents. Thus, upon contact with the spacecraft, Cataclysmic explosions ensued, leading multiple vessels to plummet from the sky. The urgency intensified. He needed to act swiftly or risk attracting more extraterrestrial attention. As the encroaching vessels multiplied, even those from the ground joined in the fray. Xia Ya realized he had underestimated the auction's defenses, compelling him to escalate his offensive. A dazzling ring of light erupted around the Super Dragon Ball, with each flash marking the destruction of a spacecraft. In that moment, the artificial fortress of the Bofi auction house unleashed its full might, targeting Xia Ya with formidable artillery. Powerful blasts converged upon him in a relentless barrage, attempting to ensnare him in a web of firepower. Unfortunately, while the fortifications were formidable against combatants of around 50,000 in strength, they posed no threat to Xia Ya, whose prowess exceeded 700,000. With a resounding boom, Xia Ya moved with such speed that only a fleeting afterimage remained in his wake, and in an instant, numerous constructs met their demise. Before long, the surrounding spacecraft and the artificial fortress lay in ruins beneath Xia Ya's onslaught. Meanwhile, at the Bofi main star and the auction venue, the fervent bidding continued, with merchants flushed with excitement, continuously escalating the price of the Super Dragon Ball. The Bofi father and son observed with rapt attention, their faces aglow with anticipation. Suddenly, a flustered guard rushed over, exclaiming, "Sir Bofi, there are intruders attempting to seize the crystal planet, and numerous guard ships have already been destroyed." Crack! The wine glass in Bofi's hand shattered, green liquid splattering everywhere. His lips quivered, and a glint of cold fury ignited in his deep blue eyes. He sprang to his feet, unleashing a formidable aura that left the guard gasping for breath, trembling in fear. "How dare anyone wreak havoc in my domain? It has been years since such insolence has occurred." His voice was as frigid as a wind from the netherworld. Having presided over this trading post for centuries, such disturbances were rare. Had the passage of time caused people to forget how he had seized control from the previous agent? Beside him, Boku also stood, his tone icy as he declared, "Father, allow me and Botone to apprehend this audacious fool." "Indeed, leave it to us," Botone bellowed, radiating a terrifying whirlwind of energy. The force of this whirlwind sent nearby objects flying, and some extraterrestrials were nearly toppled, clutching stone pillars to maintain their balance. The surrounding crowd fell silent, their eyes filled with a mix of trepidation and fervent adoration as they gazed at the Bofi trio. Bofi waved his hand, silencing his sons, his expression a mask of rage. "Come with me. I wish to see what audacity drives this intruder to disturb my domain. Disrupting the trade here is a blatant insult to my authority. Such insolence can only be met with death." "Then let us hasten," Botone said, cracking his knuckles, the sound resembling the grinding of armor as he prepared for the confrontation. With a soft command, the trio of father and son soared into the air, swiftly directing their flight towards the Super Dragon Balls, soon transforming into a mere speck that vanished within the atmosphere. Chapter 143. Taking action. Has something happened? Why did Lord Pofi suddenly take flight? Some extraterrestrials, witnessing the imposing figure of Lord Pofi ascend into the sky, curiously questioned those around them. "I'm not certain. It seems someone has set their sights on that crystal sphere," a merchant murmured, having overheard something moments before. Everyone froze, and then, as if they had heard something amusing, they erupted into laughter. How could this be? Who would dare to cause a disturbance in Pofi's trading arena? Surely, they must be tired of living. Has anyone truly dared to challenge Lord Pofi's authority in these past centuries? Could it be that someone is really trying to stir trouble? No way. They were incredulous, unable to fathom that anyone would be so audacious. "Let us go and see. Perhaps we will witness Lord Pofi in action." Suddenly, one of the cosmic merchants exclaimed, his words striking like thunder, invigorating the hearts of all present. Indeed, the chance to see Lord Pofi take action is a rare opportunity. After this, who knows when we might witness such a spectacle again? Someone else realized. "Let us go. Let us see." "Wait. We shall all go together." In the venue, whether solitary wanderers or cosmic merchants, upon hearing that they might witness Lord Pofi's personal intervention, none wished to miss this extraordinary battle. They hurriedly boarded their vessels, protected by guards and bodyguards, and soared into the vastness of space. In an instant, countless ships ascended from the spaceport of Pofi's main star, forming a dense formation as they approached the location of the Super Dragon Ball. However, as they reached a distance of 150,000 kilometers from the Super Dragon Ball, some less formidable merchants hesitated to go closer, opting instead to utilize high-tech devices for reconnaissance. Only a few self-assured wanderers dared to approach for a closer observation. In the celestial expanse, amidst the boundless starry sky, flashes of lightning illuminated the scene. Xia Ya wielded a chain of energy, dancing like a silver serpent, systematically obliterating the approaching vessels. He understood that the longer one remained in space, the more likely unforeseen complications could arise. Thus, he swiftly teleported to the surface of the Super Dragon Ball, ready to relocate it. However, just as he prepared to engage his teleportation, he suddenly sensed ripples in the surrounding space, an immense spatial disturbance. With this disturbance, the action of relocating the Super Dragon Ball became increasingly complicated, and he sensed three powerful presences rapidly approaching him. Is that Lord Pofi? Xia furrowed his brow, and as the thought crossed his mind, three streaks of light shot towards him like arrows, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. They were three extraterrestrials with red skin, each robust in stature, sporting 4 eyes, and covered in scales. Their half-closed, deep blue eyes radiated a chilling aura, making one feel as though they had stepped into a realm of torment. What particularly captured Xia's attention was the overwhelming energy that emanated from them. While the two smaller ones seemed manageable, the one in the center, Pofi, instinctively made Xia's heart race, causing his expression to grow grave. This towering figure possessed combat prowess on par with his own, Xia discerned. Standing over 5 meters tall before him, he resembled a small mountain, and the faint blue flames surrounding him exuded an imposing pressure. They were the representatives of the Pofi trading arena, Pofi and his sons. Only upon closer inspection did Xia realize just how towering they truly were. As they noticed him, Pofi remarked, "I thought someone was attempting to seize the crystal sphere. Turns out it is merely a young brat." His eyes, akin to those of a venomous serpent, scanned Xia before he turned to his sons and laughed heartily. Indeed. You should know better than to stir trouble on the territory of the Pofi family. That would be a death wish. Pofi's eldest son, Poku, raised his head proudly. Though sound does not travel in the vacuum of space, the language of Pofi and others of his kind seemed to transcend sound waves, allowing them to communicate effortlessly in the void. The vastness of the universe is full of wonders. These beings had evolved a unique means of communication that permitted them to thrive in such an environment. "Father, allow me to go," and rip off his head. Poton, eager for action, activated the high-level detector provided by the Cosmic Merchant Alliance. Beep, beep, beep. The device registered the combat power of the human before them. Remarkable. This human possesses a combat power of 50,000. Poton exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. However, his voice remained calm, showing no signs of intimidation. Instead, he regarded Xia with a glimmer of amusement, as if viewing an intriguing toy. In the 6th universe, humans were notoriously weak, and though Xia's energy was surprising, Poton considered him merely an enhanced version of an ant. Poku, too, was taken aback. This diminutive human possesses such high combat power. Could he possibly be a Saiyan? How delightful. Why waste words? Shall we attack together? Poton signaled, and thus, Poku and Poton advanced from either side, encircling Xia. Poton, look at this puny fellow. He seems too frail to withstand a blow. Perhaps I should take him on. I can trade him for a planet. Poku chuckled, flexing his wrists as he spoke to his brother. Poton, however, was not pleased with this suggestion, shaking his head vehemently. Absolutely not. He is my prey. Fine, fine. Let us strike together. Whoever kills this brat first shall receive 5 planets as a reward. What say you? Poku proposed, laughing as he dismissed Xia's potential. Agreed. The two reached a consensus and, in perfect synchrony, advanced toward Xia. Observing their movements, Xia, although unable to decipher their conversation, sensed malevolent intent in their actions. Are they planning to gang up on me? A cold smile crept across his lips. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes as he assessed the powers of Poku and Poton. The secret technique unveiled their combat powers to be 270,000 and 240,000, respectively. Such power was indeed rare in the universe. Yet their confidence in overpowering him was utterly misplaced. You have brought this upon yourselves, Xia declared, a powerful aura erupting from his form, with fingers poised like a sword. A sharp, icy light glimmered between them, and with a swift motion, a potent wave of energy surged towards Poku and Poton. The piercing lightning flashed past, splitting into 2 paths. Swish, swish, the cold light struck, causing the brothers to shudder as they instinctively sensed danger. They hurriedly dodged, only to feel a chilling sensation in their chests, glancing down to see crimson blood splattering forth. What? The brothers grasped their chests. Disbelief etched upon their faces as the overwhelming force sent them hurtling backward, injured in the blink of an eye. Ah, this wretched being has dared to injure me. Poton, known for his explosive temperament, halted mid-flight, his wounds igniting a fierce rage within him. A violent azure aura flared around him, releasing a nauseatingly malevolent energy. Xia Ya raised an eyebrow, the malevolent aura eliciting distaste. Poton regained his composure. This foe appeared different from his previous adversaries, and the data from the energy detector proved to be inaccurate. Boku, possessing a wealth of knowledge and experience, swiftly discerned that Xia's prowess could not merely be confined to the 50,000 combat power indicated by the scanner. Not far off, Po-Fi, with a countenance as dark as ink, cast an unpredictable gaze upon his two sons who had been repelled. His voice, cold and resolute, echoed, "Do not be deceived by the superficial strength of the opponent, that human may possess the skill to unleash power instantaneously. You two must unite." Yes. Though Boku and Borton were taken aback, they heeded their father's words with utmost respect, acknowledging the wisdom behind his counsel. They promptly adjusted their formation and launched an assault on Xia, this time with no room for carelessness, unleashing their full might from the outset. Chapter 144, Brothers Defeated. The brothers Boku and Borton sprang into action, unleashing a dazzling array of electric lights that intertwined to form an impenetrable net. As they relentlessly advanced, the ferocity of their assault bore down upon Xia. Suddenly, a blinding burst of light erupted, illuminating the entire arena and momentarily blinding all present, including the distant onlookers. Now is the moment. Boku and Borton exchanged a glance, a flicker of excitement crossing their faces. They had finally recognized Xia as a formidable opponent. Their armored hands pressed together, and two crystalline energy spheres materialized, continuously compressing before erupting into brilliant white light. Die! With a furious cry, Boku and Borton's faces contorted with rage as the white energy spheres trembled violently. In an instant, the spheres pierced through the cosmic expanse, hurtling directly towards Xia. Human eyes possess numerous flaws. The visual afterimage caused by sensitive light stimuli is a trait developed through evolution, serving as an advantage. Yet it often becomes a significant hindrance in battle. This is why the solar fist of Tien Shin'an consistently yields unexpected results, exploiting the eye's excessive reaction to bright light. Thus, in the training of Qi, one learns to perceive an opponent's movements without reliance on sight. You have underestimated me. A smirk curled upon Xia's lips. They likely never anticipated that his sensitivity to Qi did not depend on sight. As the saying goes, one must reciprocate in kind. He suddenly lunged forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Positioning himself against the incoming white energy spheres, he brought his thumb and index finger together, conjuring a small sphere that flickered with sparks of lightning. Kamehameha, Xia bellowed, thrusting his hands forward. The diminutive energy sphere expanded dramatically, its diameter surging to 100 meters, darkening from red to a deep hue, and charging forth with a terrifying momentum. In that moment, three spheres of light converged in the void of space. Boom! The white energy sphere collided with the dark energy blast, akin to a small steel ball striking a titanium alloy sphere, resulting in a tremendous explosion. A colossal fireball erupted in the cosmos, waves of energy surging forth, the crimson flames obscuring the sky as if a new star had ignited, with sparks flying like a corona extending for hundreds of kilometers. The energy spheres launched by Boku and Borton were swiftly consumed, yet the energy blast continued its relentless advance towards them, seemingly undeterred. My energy sphere has been shattered. Boku stared in disbelief, a chill settling in his heart, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The overwhelming power of the energy blast caught him completely off guard. Beside him, Borton shared the same shock, never having imagined that his super energy sphere would be so easily vanquished. A sense of danger surged within him. As the unstoppable energy blast approached, Boku instinctively began to withdraw, but just then, Xia's second wave of attack arrived, even more potent than the first. A chill gripped Boku's heart. After a series of evasive maneuvers, he suddenly realized Xia had vanished from sight, and in the next heartbeat, Xia's enlarged visage appeared before him. Ah! Boku gasped in shock, only to be struck by a searing pain in his abdomen. Within a second, he was bombarded by dozens of punches, each one penetrating deeply, causing him to see stars as his body rocketed away like a cannonball. Boku, witnessing his brother's plight, Borton was horrified, his eyes wide with fear. Yet, with their father watching nearby, he could do nothing but shout and charge forward. Come at me. Xia laughed heartily, swiftly evading. In the confrontation with Boku and Borton, Xia wielded an undeniable advantage in strength. Boom. Countless explosions erupted in the cosmos, the tide of battle overwhelmingly in Xia's favor. The breathtaking spectacle left all spectators in awe. Good heavens, is that person truly human? Even the combined might of Lords Boku and Borton is insufficient to subdue him. Distant onlookers gazed in disbelief. particularly those who prided themselves on their combat skills. After witnessing the clash, fear began to creep into their hearts, leaving them drenched in sweat. How formidable! Even from such a distance, one could sense the cataclysmic power of that energy wave. Is there truly such a powerful human in the universe? Everyone gasped in shock, their eyes wide in astonishment. It was known that Lords Boku and Borton possessed combat powers exceeding 200,000, an awe-inspiring level of strength. Yet this human could engage them in battle, even dominating them. What kind of power is this? As the battle raged on, it seemed that this human had yet to exhaust his full potential, and the battlefield appeared poised for further escalation. Everyone, retreat. Someone shouted in the communication platform, prompting the spectators to hastily pilot their vessels away. A thunderous explosion erupted. The fabric of space trembled as, at the center of the battlefield, Xia Ya calmly unleashed a wave of energy, which then transformed into countless tiny droplets that rained down. These shimmering droplets sparkled with vibrant colors, resembling exquisite crystals, before converging into blades that clashed violently, resulting in a cataclysmic detonation. The terrifying energy erupted instantaneously, engulfing the Boku brothers, with the residual force sweeping outward in all directions. Flee quickly, the explosions are upon us. Some sharp-eyed observers sensed the urgency of the situation and hastily retreated. However, many remained oblivious, only to discover too late that escape was no longer an option. This is bad, there's no way out. Faced with the oncoming tide of pure energy, all defenses proved futile. Those nearest the chaos, both cosmic beings and vessels, were swiftly consumed, incinerated in the high-energy blast before they could react. Phew. That was close. It was far too dangerous. A moment's delay could have cost me my life. Those who managed to escape felt a wave of relief wash over them as the explosions behind them subsided. They gasped for breath, shaken by the near miss. It was utterly terrifying. Even the residual force of the explosion was so intense. But what of Lords Boku and Borton? Surely they haven't perished. A shiver ran through the crowd as they cautiously glanced towards Lord Bofiai, who wore a grim expression, his veins bulging, his face a mask of fury. This is bad. If anything has befallen Lords Boku and Borton, Lord Bofiai will surely be enraged. Though that human may perish, they shall not escape his wrath. The wrath of Lord Bofiai knows no bounds and could very well lead to their own demise. At that moment, regret washed over them for having come to witness this battle, their anxious gazes fixed upon the center of the explosion, hoping for the safety of their two lords. The dense smoke was quickly dispersed by the vacuum, revealing two hazy figures. It was the Boku brothers, still alive. At that moment, they appeared utterly disheveled. With one arm hanging limply at their side, their bodies marred and bloodied, and patches of their once resplendent scales having shed. Their four eyes, half open, were weeping crimson tears, and they gasped for breath, devoid of the grace they once possessed. Surviving the previous explosion was a stroke of sheer luck. How infuriating. The Boku brothers, battered and bruised, gazed at the architect of their plight not far away, their voices rising in a furious roar. In that fleeting instant, they tasted the essence of death, a sensation utterly foreign to them. Raised under their father's protection since childhood, they had become formidable over the course of a century. And in the vast expanse of the galaxy, few could rival them. Yet now, they found themselves vanquished by a frail human. A wave of humiliating rage surged within them. They yearned to confront Xia Ya with fervor, but as they beheld his calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed and not exerting his full strength, they hesitated. Could such immense power truly be within the reach of humanity? Was that individual genuinely human? Had he ascended to the level of their father? Boku and Borton struggled to comprehend this reality, yet the ease with which he had bested them suggested an extraordinary power. Boku, Borton, withdraw. A chilling voice echoed from behind them. They turned to see Bofi, his expression frigid as he approached. Father! Father! Everyone, retreat! Bofi commanded with a stern visage. Yes. Boku and Borton replied begrudgingly, fully aware that they were no match for this human. It was evident that their father had to intervene, and with reluctance, they stepped back. Human, you are the most formidable being I have encountered in centuries, even though Saiyans pale in comparison to you. Bofi's voice resonated softly yet directly in Xia's ear. Chapter 145. A test. Bofi glided forward, halting less than 500 meters from Xia, a distance trivial for a master, easily traversed in an instant. It had been nearly a century since Bofi had last engaged in combat, and he had thought such opportunities would elude him forever. Especially after witnessing the growth of his two sons, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction towards them. The Boku brothers were formidable. adept at resolving minor matters with remarkable efficacy, granting Bofi peace of mind. However, when it came to the recent attempt to seize the crystal sphere, Bofi had no intention of intervening. To his astonishment, his sons proved utterly incapable of facing their opponent. Such a scenario had not occurred in years. Igniting a surge of anger within Bofi, his expression darkening. "Human, you are the most formidable being I have encountered in centuries. Even the Saiyans pale in comparison to you." Bofi's voice resonated ominously in Xia's ear. The words caused a subtle shift in Xia's demeanor. His expression grew serious. He noticed that as Bofi advanced, an icy and brutal wall of energy surged forth, a force far superior to that of the Boku brothers. Faced with such a potent adversary, Xia could not afford to be complacent. He immediately summoned his own energy, fortifying himself against Bofi's overwhelming presence. The two forces clashed in the vacuum of space, creating a tempestuous vortex of swirling energy, reminiscent of two transparent spheres colliding. With a thunderous echo, both Xia and Bofi felt their bodies tremble, their pupils narrowing as they regarded each other with wariness. Bofi, the ruler of the trading arena for centuries, displayed power that dwarfed that of his sons. From this initial encounter, Xia gleaned a rough estimate of the giant's strength, a realization that stirred a deep excitement within him. This was perhaps the most formidable opponent he had faced since Krivra, yet unlike Krivra's playful demeanor, Bofi was utterly serious, compelling Xia to approach the confrontation with utmost caution, utilizing the secret art of the spirit eye. Xia's gaze shimmered as he perceived Bofi's combat prowess crystallize into a vivid figure, 760,000. Astonishment flickered across Xia's features. However, it was not entirely unexpected. Bofi was indeed a formidable force, his battle prowess rivaling Xia's own. Such a powerful adversary was exceedingly rare, qualifying Bofi as a cosmic powerhouse. Without the aid of time-space abilities, Xia felt uncertain about securing victory, and the possibility of Bofi concealing further strength loomed ominously. Yet, a smile broke across Xia's face. Rather than retreat, he stepped forward, feeling a surge of heat coursing through him. His blood seemed to boil with anticipation. This rare encounter with an evenly matched opponent promised a thrilling battle, conditions unattainable in regular training. Let the fight begin, Xia silently urged himself. With a swift exchange of glances, Xia and Bofi lunged at one another simultaneously. Their speed eclipsed that of meteors, the distance between them vanishing in an instant as they engaged in combat. For beings of their caliber, even a span of several kilometers was negligible. Within mere seconds, they had clashed hundreds of times, the battleground rapidly expanding to nearly 100 kilometers. In that moment, lightning crackled and the void trembled. Each encounter caused the fabric of space to ripple with powerful reverberations, the vacuum proving more conducive to movement than planetary atmospheres, as the absence of air resistance allowed their strikes to hit with maximum efficacy. Bam! The vacuum quaked violently as Xia's glowing fist struck Bofi's hard, gleaming, dark red scales. However, the impact was absorbed by the scales, akin to a radiant hammer striking a gong, sending out visible ripples that expanded like tumultuous waves across the ocean. Is that merely a tickle? Bofi scoffed, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he stepped forward soundlessly, leaving a phantom in his wake, transforming into a beast, striking with lightning speed as he unleashed a barrage of punches. Boom, boom, boom. The void shuddered once more under the overwhelming force of Bofi's blows, each strike generating waves of energy. Xia stood firm, absorbing the onslaught, his understanding of Bofi's might sharpening with each impact. The two exchanged relentless blows, and Xia laughed heartily, countering swiftly while feeling the sheer force of each strike, which felt akin to hitting an iron plate, halted by Bofi's thick scales. After a swift exchange, they separated briefly, darting through the cosmos like streaks of light, only to launch into another flurry of attacks. Their velocity surpassed the limits of the naked eye. In the span of a single second, they had clashed dozens of times, each encounter erupting into a spectacle of staggering intensity. Such speed! I can barely perceive their movements. The onlookers, unable to keep pace with the unfolding battle, were left in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Suddenly, a shockwave surged through the arena, sending the spectators reeling. Quickly, everyone retreat. The aftermath of the battle grows ever more potent. The urgency in the voices of the onlookers was palpable, their instincts heightened by the perilous situation as they scattered in haste, reminiscent of mice fleeing from a cat. Soon, the area surrounding the battlefield was cleared, with only the Boku brothers remaining, their expressions grim as they observed the unfolding chaos. What a bunch of cowards! The brothers exchanged glances, silently deriding the fleeing crowd. Yet, Their disdain was overshadowed by the gravity of the battle before them. How fast they are. The brothers struggled to keep pace with the movements of Bofi and Xia Ya. Who is this human? How can he contend with our father so fiercely? Boku stared in disbelief, grappling with the enormity of the situation. The sheer might of their father was ingrained in their very being, and yet here was a human capable of matching him blow for blow, a surreal revelation that made them question the nature of their reality. However, a moment of clarity soon followed. Our father hasn't even utilized his full strength yet. Otherwise, this human would stand no chance. Burton was filled with unwavering confidence in Bofi. His face contorted with a sinister expression, envisioning the moment when his father would unleash his true power, mercilessly inflicting carnage upon that human. The thought brought him immense satisfaction. Though Boku displayed no overt malice, his thoughts were not dissimilar from Burton's. On the battlefield, Xia Ya continued to engage Bofi, their fists and energy swirling around them, transforming the cosmic expanse within 100 kilometers into a viscous haze, permeated by drifting energy. Yet, for a considerable duration, he had failed to inflict any tangible harm upon Bofi. Gradually, Xia Ya furrowed his brow, contemplating. Bofi's external scales resembled a protective armor. Without breaching this layer, he could not hope to wound his opponent. Ha ha ha, boy, your meager strength is hardly a match for me, Bofi mocked, effortlessly sneering as the dark sheen of his horns glimmered, his crimson scales rendering him akin to a demon risen from the depths of hell. Xia Ya remained silent, his expression icy as he observed, his breathing unnaturally calm, devoid of any signs of fatigue from the skirmish. Clearly, he had not yet exerted his full potential. He understood that the previous exchanges were merely a prelude, a testing of strengths. Neither he nor Bofi had unleashed their true capabilities. With the warm-up concluded, the actual battle was poised to commence. However, before proceeding, he needed to extricate himself from this inhospitable space environment. Unlike certain extraterrestrial beings, Saiyans could not endure the void of space. They were ill-equipped for combat in a vacuum. This cosmic setting significantly constrained Xia Ya's ability to unleash his full power, as his breathing apparatus hampered his movements. To truly harness his strength, he must swiftly escape the vacuum and return to the planet. Xia Ya turned his gaze toward the distant, earth-toned main star, contemplating that only on that planet could he fully realize his potential. Chapter 146. Opening one's eyes in the vast expanse of the starry sky, 3 solid planets and a fiery orange super Dragon Ball drifted through the cosmos, separated by a distant, blazing crimson sun. Violent explosions erupted continuously along the orbital paths filled with creation, each fireball, though not as colossal as a star, incinerating everything in its wake. Suddenly, several streaks of light flickered in the distance as Xia Ya clenched his fists, fervently channeling the energy within him. With a sudden burst of strength in his legs, he leaped instantaneously before Bofi, launching a fierce kick aimed at his chest. In response to Xia Ya's assault, Bofi's scaly visage broke into a cold smile. In a flash of lightning, he crossed his arms, neutralizing the force of Xia Ya's leg. Seizing the moment, Xia Ya swiftly darted toward the planet where the auction was held, quickly vanishing into a mere speck. This planet would serve as the battleground for Xia Ya's full power, his intent being to lure Bofi to its surface. Bofi, mistaking Xia Ya's maneuver for a retreat, was unwilling to let him escape. With a furious roar, he pursued. Before a victor could be determined, both combatants departed the cosmic arena, leaving the distant onlookers bewildered, exchanging glances of uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, Boku was the first to react, a smirk curling his lips. That human must have realized the prowess of our father and is attempting to flee. Bodin nodded, coming to the same conclusion. Let us pursue him as well. Both Boku and Bodin, buoyed by the notion that Xia Ya fled in fear of their father Bofi, felt a sense of satisfaction. This human is nothing remarkable, they thought as they soared toward the planet. What should we do? Should we follow? The remaining merchants and lone travelers hesitated. They yearned to witness the riveting clash between the great Bofi and the alien human, especially since Bofi had not fought in decades. Missing this pinnacle confrontation would be a regrettable loss. Yet, they were also wary of potential dangers, caught in a web of inner conflict. After much deliberation, a few daring souls overcame their trepidation and followed suit, knowing that combat and peril were part of their everyday lives. The adage "fortune favors the bold" resonated with them. However, they were acutely aware of their limitations, opting to observe from a distance rather than drawing too close. The majority of merchants, valuing their lives, shook their heads and hastily retreated toward the other 2 planets of commerce. Some even sensed that the 2 auxiliary planets might not be safe enough and departed with their attendants, returning to their domains. Observing the throngs of merchants fleeing the auction site, Boku and Baden seethed with anger, cursing them as cowards, though they directed their ire toward Xia Ya. Meanwhile, Xia Ya sped forward. Glancing back to see Bofi hot on his heels, a secret smile creeping onto his face. On the planet's surface, a parched plain lay beneath a gentle breeze, stirring the yellow sands. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from the sky as a dark figure plummeted earthward. Upon landing, Xia Ya tore off his breathing apparatus, inhaling the oxygen-laden air, and twisted his neck, the joints cracking in a satisfying manner. Ah, returning to solid ground is indeed a relief. It appears that Saiyans can only unleash their full potential on a planet. Saiyans were inherently unable to survive in a vacuum, their strengths curtailed by the cosmic environment. Xia Ya's emotions surged, yet he knew this was not the time for reflection. Raising his gaze, he noticed a small black dot growing larger, gradually coming into focus. Here he comes, he thought to himself. With a thundering descent, Bofi's robust form struck the ground like a colossal pillar, causing the earth to tremble violently. As if a quake had suddenly erupted, creating a 5-meter-deep crater. Bofi emerged steadily from the pit, his icy blue eyes radiating a chilling intensity. The atmosphere shifted palpably, a sense of lethal anticipation enveloping the air. Xia Ya smiled faintly, standing resolutely before the towering figure of Bofi. Bofi, surprised that Xia Ya not only remained but approached him, remarked with confidence, "Your choice intrigues me. I did not expect you to forego escape. Do you believe that you can defeat me on this planet? How can one know without trying?" Xia Ya replied, donning a serious expression as he assumed a combat stance, an overwhelming aura billowing forth. Bofi's expression darkened with a hint of derision, yet soon transformed into one of grave concern. Is this truly the extent of this human's power? Has he only just begun to unleash his full strength? 780,000. This human poses a significant threat, Bofi thought, feeling the energy fluctuations that could rival his own. A murderous glint igniting in his eyes. In an instant, Xia Ya vanished, launching a swift attack on Bofi with blinding speed. Bofi, caught off guard by this initial strike, quickly retaliated. The clash of fists and feet resonated through the air as both warriors unleashed their full might, the power they emitted far exceeding that of the cosmic void. Yet, their levels of skill matched perfectly, each attack and defense executed with precision, neither gaining the upper hand. Bofi's confidence began to wane as he observed Xia Ya's relentless assault, his earlier self-assurance morphing into impatience. At that moment, Boku and Baden, along with other cosmic observers, descended from the void, arriving at the scene of the fierce confrontation. Despite their keen eyesight, they found it challenging to keep pace with the rapid exchanges between Xia Ya and Bofi. The air crackled with energy as Xia Ya dove forward, like a missile locked onto its target. Just as contact seemed imminent, Bofi's expression hardened, an instinctive sense of danger igniting within him. "You're asking for death," he growled, tightening his fist as he prepared to unleash a powerful blow toward Xia Ya. "Retreat." Xia Ya's expression shifted as he recognized the weight of Bofi's punch. Acting swiftly, he evaded Bofi's counterattack, performing several agile backflips to distance himself. "Humph, human, you've run out of time." Bofi's cold voice echoed ominously. Bofi's dark red figure loomed before Xia Ya, his crimson scales glaringly prominent. Xia Ya's expression shifted with surprise at Bofi's newfound velocity. Compared to their earlier skirmishes, Bofi now radiated an entirely different level of strength. In a critical moment, Xia Ya's eyes sparkled with determination as he quickly adjusted his stance, crossing his arms defensively against Bofi's impending impact. Bam! The collision reverberated like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves rippling outward and stirring a tempest around them. To Xia Ya's astonishment, he did not rebound as expected. Instead, a sly grin spread across his face. With a rallying cry, he flipped over, digging his fingers into the ground. With a series of thuds, his fingers punctured the solid earth, creating small holes in the rocky surface, while simultaneously, he rolled sideways, extending his legs to deliver a powerful kick at Bofi. "I cannot take this hit head-on," Bofi realized, his expression shifting as he recognized the imminent danger, but it was too late to evade. With a resounding crash, the rocky terrain shattered into fine dust, and the force of the blow struck Bofi squarely in the chest, propelling him high into the air. Exhilarating! Exhilarating! Xia Ya laughed heartily, his heart racing with fervor. The recent battle had ignited a passion within him. Bofi's displayed strength was on par with his own, offering him a rare and enriching experience. Without hesitation, Xia Ya seized this invaluable opportunity and launched himself into the fray once more, shards of rock scattering beneath his feet as he moved with the swiftness of the wind, attacking Bofi anew. The sounds of impact echoed, each strike landing with precision, leaving Bofi no room to counter. The scene was overwhelmingly one-sided. What was happening? How could his father be at such a disadvantage? Boku, having finally caught a glimpse of the battle, was taken aback, his mouth agape in shock. To be honest, even as Bofi's son, Boku had never witnessed his father exerting his full strength, as it had never been necessary. Yet here was this seemingly youthful human, matching his father blow for blow, sending chills coursing through his veins and awakening a sensation he had never felt before: fear. Once again, the battlefield fell silent as Xia Ya and Bofi distanced themselves by 100 meters. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Bofi sneered, "Ha! Human, since acquiring the trading arena. I haven't sustained an injury in many years. As a reward, let me show you my true power." Disquieting, Xia Ya regarded him coldly, his instincts heightened. He did not dismiss Bofi's words as mere bravado. His intuition suggested that Bofi's true strength was far beyond what he had thus far revealed. At that moment, Xia Ya noticed the 4 eyes on Bofi's forehead, blinking in a peculiar rhythm, and a thought struck him. Could it be that all his eyes could open? With arms crossed, Bofi emanated a dark, oppressive aura. "Ah!" he bellowed, and with his roar, the surrounding shadows grew even more stifling. Thump, thump, a heartbeat resonated, and to Xia Ya's astonishment, the pair of eyes that had remained shut on Bofi's forehead suddenly opened. They were blood red, devoid of pupils, resembling 2 glistening crimson gemstones. As Bofi opened his eyes, an overwhelming sense of pressure swept across the planet, leaving everyone feeling dizzy, as if a colossal hammer had struck their chests, rendering breathing a laborious task. How could this be? Bofi's combat power had surged to an astonishing 940,000. Xia Ya's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Bofi possessed the ability to unleash such latent energy. With the awakening of those remaining 2 eyes, his combat power had skyrocketed from 760,000 to 940,000, an overwhelming force far surpassing Xia Ya's own capabilities. Chapter 147. Explosive power. As the combat prowess of Bofi surged unexpectedly, a heavy pressure enveloped the surroundings. Xia Ya's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that Bofi could unleash such explosive energy. Although his technique was rather rudimentary, it was indeed a manifestation of key manipulation. Both explosive power and energy accumulation are frequently employed tactics by the warriors in the original Dragon Ball narrative. These methods enable warriors, typically lacking in raw strength, to exhibit formidable power that far exceeds their inherent capabilities. In crucial moments, such strategies can turn the tide of battle, allowing the weak to triumph over the strong. For instance, when the Saiyans attacked, Goku and Piccolo, with combat powers of merely over 300, managed to elevate their strength above 1,000 through explosive energy, ultimately defeating Raditz, whose power stood at 1,500. This explosive technique, developed by Earth's martial artists over years of facing natural threats, is a unique skill that allows for the rapid release of accumulated ki in a brief moment, aimed at overcoming enemies. However, one must note the drawback. Following such an explosive outburst, a period of vulnerability ensues. Xia Ya was taken aback to discover that on this distant planet, there existed beings capable of similar abilities. Although Bofi's mastery of explosive power was still quite rudimentary, merely scratching the surface of ki manipulation, it was enough to significantly enhance his strength and unleash extraordinary power. This prowess was a result of Bofi's centuries of relentless study in the absorption of combat experiences from various civilizations across the cosmos. Without such long-term accumulation, Bofi could not have achieved this, further underscoring the complexity of his character. It feels exhilarating. I haven't fought at full strength in years. Today, your blood shall serve as a commemoration, Bofi proclaimed, floating in the air, exuding arrogance. At that moment, a blood-red aura surrounded him, and his crimson gemstones glinted with a chilling light. From their previous skirmish, Bofi had discerned the capabilities of his diminutive human adversary, though he was reluctant to acknowledge it. The truth was that this small human posed a formidable challenge, at least a contender of comparable strength. Yet, even if they were evenly matched, Bofi scoffed at the notion of a mere being with a combat power of over 700,000 being a match for him, whose strength would skyrocket to 940,000 after unleashing his explosive power. With a sense of self-satisfaction, Bofi reveled in the ingenuity of his skills. Without them, he feared he would struggle against this opponent. Having battled countless foes throughout his life, Bofi understood the folly of allowing a rival to escape, thus sealing the fate of the diminutive human. In response to Bofi's taunts, Xia Ya's expression darkened, a surge of anger rising within him. He understood Bofi's arrogance, but remained unfazed, thinking, "What an arrogant fool! This place is not solely governed by your explosive prowess. Xia Ya too possessed the ability to unleash explosive energy. Although it required preparation akin to energy accumulation, this form of release was an extraordinary measure, one he preferred to avoid unless absolutely necessary. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that without resorting to explosive power, he would fall short against Bofi. Resolute, Xia Ya inhaled deeply, swung his arm forcefully, and with a commanding shout, he activated a switch within himself. Suddenly, a soft golden flame ignited around him, unleashing a formidable aura reminiscent of a primordial beast. Boom! The powerful energy erupted like a shattered silver vessel, radiating outward in all directions. The delicate golden light twisted and extended across vast distances. Bofi, once brimming with confidence, felt his own power suppressed by Xia Ya's overwhelming presence. The golden flames blazed fiercely, coalescing into bright white points of energy, embodying Xia Ya's explosive strength. Much like Goku's confrontation with Raditz, Xia Ya's power surged astonishingly to 910,000. How can this be? This human still has reserves. Bofi's triumphant demeanor instantly morphed into shock, his expression darkening as he regarded Xia Ya with cold intensity. The disparity in strength was beyond his expectations. He had assumed his unique skill was unmatched, yet here stood a human capable of similar feats. In that moment, Bofi's mind narrowed to a singular focus. He must eradicate this opponent, no matter the cost. With that thought, Bofi charged at Xia Ya, roaring fiercely, unleashing a barrage of potent energy attacks that echoed with explosive sounds. To any observer, the scene was a blur of two figures entwined in golden and crimson trails, darting across the vast plains in a silent dance. As Bofi's fierce assaults rained down, Xia Ya remained vigilant, navigating with utmost caution. He accelerated his movements, employing his abilities to maximize his speed. With the enhancement of temporal powers, Xia Ya's body glided effortlessly, swiftly maneuvering through open spaces. After several probing exchanges, Xia Ya noted that Bofi's attacks, following his explosive transformation, had become markedly more concentrated and rapid, each strike imbued with overwhelming force, as if aiming to obliterate him entirely. While powerful, this approach exhibited a significant waste of energy, prompting Xia Ya to smirk in disdain. Just then, a chilling, dark red light surged toward him. Boom! As Bofi swung a massive punch, Xia Ya reacted swiftly, adopting a defensive posture. The collision sent both combatants hurtling backward for hundreds of meters. The force reverberated through Xia Ya's chest, as his temporal skills activated, absorbing a considerable portion of the impact, yet the residual energy remained ferocious. Coughing up blood, Xia Ya executed several backflips in midair before landing, channeling his immense power into the ground. The earth buckled beneath him, as if struck by a colossal force, resulting in an unprecedented explosion upon contact with the surrounding energy. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, clouds of dust erupted, and the ground fissured, splitting apart under the intensity of their clash. Meanwhile, Bofi, having been knocked back several hundred meters as well, regained his composure midair, gazing at the massive crater formed below, a sense of trepidation washing over him. His crimson gemstones glimmered ominously as Bofi, filled with murderous intent, dove down from the sky. "All right, let us do this again." Xia Ya spat, the pain radiating from his chest causing a slight delay in his movements. Yet, Bofi's imposing figure descended rapidly. "Kid, brace yourself for my punch." Bofi's chilling voice resonated as he unleashed a fist imbued with overwhelming power. Xia Ya's first instinct was to react. Instantly, the ground trembled violently as the force of the impact created a deafening roar, causing the earth to sink by several hundred meters, sending dust and debris flying. Rocks shattered like soft tofu, creating deep craters with each thunderous blow. The entire planet is violently trembling, and the extraterrestrials observing from tens of thousands of meters away are utterly terrified, their spirits shaken to the core. A chilling sensation surges from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads, as they are entirely dominated by an emotion known as fear. Chapter 148. The expectations of the King of Worlds. As the dense smoke gradually dissipated, an immense impact crater, exceeding a kilometer in diameter, revealed itself before the eyes of all present. Gazing at the desolate landscape now rendered unrecognizable, a chill gripped the souls of the onlookers, leaving their throats parched and their voices stifled. In that moment, whether it was the Boku brothers or the self-proclaimed formidable extraterrestrials, all fell into silence. The terrifying consequences of such a collision were the result of Master Bofi's singular punch, a testament to the universe's sheer destructive force that sent shivers through their very beings. Suddenly, a voice arose from the distant spectators, questioning whether that human had indeed been vanquished by Master Bofi. This inquiry shattered the silence. prompting groups of people to engage in hushed discussions. He must be dead. No body could withstand such a horrifying blow. Someone asserted confidently. With an attack of that magnitude, survival is utterly impossible. Pondering the situation, the haunting memory of that staggering impact lingered in their minds, leading none to believe that anyone could endure such overwhelming force. Even the Boku brothers were convinced of the human's inevitable demise. In the center of the scorched crater, the once firm sands had melted into a viscous, molten state under extreme heat. The scene resembled the aftermath of a long-dormant supervolcano erupting, creating a desolate landscape rife with the sin of death. At this moment, Bofi hovered above the circular pit, his brow furrowed, his icy blue and red eyes fixated on the abyss below. Had that human truly perished? Unlike the certainty of the spectators, Bofi felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, he was faced with a fellow superpower, and such an attack should not be fatal. What is happening? Why does Master Bofi still appear so vigilant? Someone questioned, observing Bofi's demeanor. Could it be that the human has not yet succumbed to such an attack? A trembling voice suggested. Suddenly, an energy surged from deep within the earth. Bofi's senses jolted. He perceived the human's energy still fiercely burning, showing no signs of waning. This aura pierced through the darkness like a brilliant ray of light, momentarily blinding Bofi. Indeed, the human was still alive, and Bofi's expression shifted to one of grave concern. The human's vitality was remarkably resilient. On the battlefield's periphery, witnessing Bofi's heightened state of alert, the Boku and Borton brothers exchanged puzzled glances. Soon realizing the gravity of the situation. How is it possible? The human's energy has not dissipated. Their lips quivered in disbelief as they shared a horrified glance, sensing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. At that moment, the ground, laden with debris, erupted with a low hum, followed by violent tremors as if something were about to break free from the earth. Then, with a swift motion, a beam of energy, shimmering with a faint golden hue, shot upward from the ground, ascending toward the heavens. Simultaneously, a small black dot emerged alongside the beam, resembling a black sword aimed directly at Bofi. It's coming. Bofi's pupils dilated as he crossed his arms in a defensive posture, unleashing a searing aura that illuminated the sky like a second sun. With a resounding crash, the golden energy collided with the crimson flames, creating a cacophony that transformed the sky into a vibrant spectacle. After the clash, both combatants swiftly retreated, each claiming their half of the sky, while casting wary glances at one another. At that moment, Xia Ya, battered and bruised, appeared in a dire state, with crimson droplets falling from the thin air miles above, painting a tragic picture. Sighing, he recognized his plight and reluctantly ingested a magical bean. Without its aid, he feared he could no longer continue. With a hiss, his flesh shifted, and under the bean's healing influence, his injuries stabilized, allowing him to descend to a height level with Bofi. This human possesses regenerative abilities? Gasps erupted from the crowd as they witnessed Xia Ya's miraculous recovery, mistaking the effect of the magical bean for legendary regeneration. Bofi, unaware of the truth, was equally astonished. Regeneration was a coveted ability among countless extraterrestrials, regarded as one of the most difficult powers to overcome. The realization that this human possessed such a remarkable capability stirred Bofi's envy, his crimson eyes radiating a lethal intent. Yet, deep within, his confidence in defeating Xia Ya began to wane. Unexpectedly, you possess the ability to regenerate. My curiosity about you has grown. However, this only fuels my determination to defeat you. Bofi's low voice resonated, his azure and scarlet eyes igniting with a frightening intensity. He lunged forward, seemingly traversing the distance in an instant, confronting Xia Ya with a sinister grin. Let us see if you remain so fortunate. Xia Ya remained silent, his dark eyes keenly observing Bofi's movements. He sensed the tension within Bofi, recognizing that the more anxious his opponent became, the more likely he was to reveal a flaw. Regardless of whether Bofi feigned confidence or truly felt secure, Xia Ya remained unfazed. In truth, Bofi's earlier onslaught had taken Xia Ya by surprise, nearly plunging him into peril. Had he not decisively burrowed into the ground in that critical moment, he might have been rendered incapacitated. Thus, facing Bofi, Xia Ya exercised unprecedented caution. The golden flames reignited, and due to his prior injuries, the unique traits of a Saiyan were stimulated, enhancing Xia Ya's energy considerably. This development did not bode well for Bofi, as he witnessed Xia Ya's intensifying aura. His ferocious eyes bulged in disbelief, his face contorted in a grimace as he roared, "In this universe, no one can defeat me." With that proclamation, he unleashed an even more frenzied burst of energy, pushing himself to the brink. Instantly, a chilling aura enveloped the entire planet, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically, leaving all in attendance shivering from the bone-deep cold. In a distant, higher dimension, a realm connected to the afterlife. A sea of azure sky floated with golden clouds, resembling a shimmering ocean that rippled gently with the wind. This dimension exuded a serene and carefree essence. Amidst the golden-hued clouds lay a small planet, nearly 5,000 meters in diameter, adorned with lush green grass and intricately arranged stone paths flanked by dense shrubs. This was the residence of the esteemed King of Worlds. At this moment, a diminutive figure with pale green skin, clad in the attire of the King of Worlds, reclined leisurely between the trees in a hammock, indulging in a peaceful slumber. Suddenly, the two slender antennae atop the king's head quivered, causing his body to sway and tumble from the hammock. The green-skinned monarch hastily rose to his feet and scurried towards the direction indicated by the antennae, swiftly arriving at the site representing the Bofi trading post. The antennae trembled once more, emitting a flicker of faint light, as they received information from the Bofi trading post, akin to an antenna capturing signals. Upon grasping the unfolding events at the Bofi trading post, the king gasped in astonishment. Ah? Who is that human, capable of confronting Bofi to such an extent? Unbelievable, simply astounding. The king promptly delved deeper into the investigation, soon uncovering the entire sequence of events, his thoughts soaring with excitement. Although Bofi was not as malevolent as the Frost clan, he ranked among the most nefarious figures within the king's dominion. For a ruler managing a quarter of the galaxy, burdened with myriad responsibilities, the king longed to eradicate the malignant Bofi trading post, yet was hindered by a lack of capable subordinates to execute his plans. If that human could assist in the obliteration of the Bofi trading post, it would be nothing short of splendid. Thus, the king began to observe with eager anticipation. Chapter 149. The Super Collision. Meanwhile, the battle between Xia Ya and Bofi raged on, reaching a fever pitch. Brilliant orbs of golden and crimson energy flickered across the sky. In the blink of an eye, Xia Ya had exchanged blows with Bofi dozens of times, each clash accompanied by a ferocious momentum that swept across the land. The remnants of their fierce skirmish manifested at altitudes of 10,000 meters, then upon the vast surface of a lake, only to suddenly plunge into the depths of the earth, accompanied by deafening roars. The overwhelming force that distorted light lingered in the minds of all spectators, refusing to dissipate. In truth, Bofi's combat prowess surpassed that of Xia Ya, however. His explosive techniques were significantly less refined than Xia Ya's, coupled with Xia Ya's access to healing beans for stamina recovery at critical moments. He momentarily gained the upper hand through a war of attrition. As the confrontation escalated, Bofi slammed his chest in fury, unleashing a torrent of swirling energy centered around him. The pressure at the core surged dramatically, and a terrifying aura erupted forth, sweeping away dust in a manner reminiscent of an approaching desert storm. As Bofi's power continued to be unleashed, small stones began to defy gravity, hovering in the air. Dark shockwave. A solemn yet majestic crimson energy wave erupted, charging forward with the ferocity of a roaring tiger. The density of this energy far exceeded that of any previous attack, more substantial and formidable. Xia Ya stood at the forefront, his face betraying shock as he faced the oncoming colossal wave of energy. Instantly, he steadied himself, crossing his arms in a defensive stance, striving to withstand the barrage. Super energy blast. With outstretched hands, a pale blue energy wave materialized in Xia Ya's grasp, soaring towards Bofi's fierce energy wave. Boom. The brilliant light intensified, and at the junction of the two energy forces, a slender band of shimmering light emerged. The shockwaves caused the ground to fracture, layers of earth being swept away beneath their feet. With a sudden spurt of blood, Xia Ya staggered back, his spirit momentarily waning as he gasped for breath, his complexion paling. The energy wave in his hands weakened significantly, and in that fleeting moment of vulnerability, the entire battle seemed to tip against him. Boom. The brilliant crimson energy swiftly gained dominance, growing stronger, crashing down like a primordial beast. The tremendous force stirred the air as if a massive celestial body from the depths of the universe had collided with the planet, sending shockwaves rippling across its surface. Xia Ya was like a leaf on a turbulent ocean, buffeted by the chaotic currents. A colossal explosion reverberated, plunging the world into chaos, blurring the distinction between sky and earth. In the haze, countless energies flickered, turning the entire planet upside down. After an extended period, as the smoke began to clear, vision gradually returned to clarity. As the battlefield came into view, marked by flowing lava and dotted with craters from explosions, a profound silence enveloped the spectators, leaving them in stunned awe. Finally, it was over. In the moments leading to the clash of energy, some aliens, wiping the cold sweat from their brows, rose from the ground, expressing their relief. That was terrifying. I thought we were done for. Indeed, it was truly fearsome. I wonder where that human came from. He is extraordinarily powerful. Another marveled. Yet, despite the overwhelming strength, he was ultimately defeated by Lord Bofi. It was a fate well-deserved. After the fierce battle, the aliens began to extol Bofi's might, feeling fortunate to witness such a high-level confrontation. Of course, some remained solemn, concealing their small thoughts deep within. What a pity that the human was not vanquished. Boku and Boden wore expressions of delight, their hearts swelling with exhilaration. Today, they realized just how formidable their father truly was, and witnessing the spectacle before them filled them with immense admiration. However, a tinge of regret lingered within them. It felt too easy to eliminate the opponent. They believed their father should have savored the moment longer before delivering the final blow. At the center of the energy collision, the exposed rock layers, resembling a high-energy particle bombardment, appeared stark and dark. Wisping tendrils of azure smoke, carrying a pungent scent, began to rise. Bofi observed intently, convinced that such a powerful impact would leave no one unscathed. That human must be dead. As he prepared to close his eyes, a sudden and intense sense of danger surged through his mind, causing Bofi to shudder involuntarily, a chilling sensation enveloping him. Not good. Bofi bellowed, his azure eyes narrowing, his scales bristling. He looked up to see a small shadow descending from the distant heights. The figure instilled an unprecedented sense of peril within him. The human was still alive. In the sky, a battered Xia Ya had gathered his energy. His dark gaze radiated an icy determination as he linked his fingers, extending his scarred arms forward. Super energy cannon. With a mighty shout, a dark red energy wave descended like a meteor, aimed directly at Bofi's position. Crackling blue arcs of electricity enveloping it like a furious dragon. With a roar that shook the heavens, an overwhelming force, imbued with the capacity to devastate worlds, surged forth. Disaster! Bofi screamed in desperation, attempting to flee, but the powerful energy cannon had him firmly locked in place, rendering his body immobile. Energy shockwave. At this juncture, Bofi could only muster the strength to resist, channeling all his energy for a counterattack. A similarly crimson energy wave ignited, erupting violently from his palms. Boom! The two energy forces collided, erupting in a dazzling display of light, the concussive force generating visible shockwaves that radiated outward, creating a tempest that stripped away the earth beneath. The dark red and crimson energies intertwined, consuming one another and generating searing heat. At that moment, the energy released was akin to the brilliant glow of a planet's destruction. Even more breathtaking. Ultimately, after a fierce exchange of power, Xia Ya's super energy cannon gradually gained the upper hand, devouring Bofi's hastily launched energy wave and surging toward him. Justice prevails. No. Bofi's anguished cry echoed as the dense energy wave engulfed him. In an instant, a second sun rose along the horizon, vying with the blazing sky, blinding everyone present. As the tremors subsided, the onlookers opened their eyes, stunned by the transformation before them. The landscape within a 100-mile radius had been utterly reshaped. The mountains and elevations of the plain erased, leaving behind a desolate expanse of scorched earth, from which wisps of searing heat continuously emanated. Chapter 150, Can Bofi Transform Too? The preceding scene unfolded with such abruptness, or rather, the reversal of the battle occurred so suddenly that all spectators found themselves engulfed in disbelief, enveloped in an eerie silence. How could this be? How could father lose to a mere human? Boku's eyes were vacant, and he erupted into a disbelieving roar. He was stunned by the unforeseen turn of events. Just moments prior, they had appeared to dominate, yet in an instant, they were consumed by energy. The battlefield's rapid fluctuations exceeded his imagination. Boden stood frozen, his throat dry and struggling to swallow, a sense of inexplicable parchness washing over him. It cannot be. Father cannot be defeated. Yet, the scorched earth stretching over 100 miles, forged by the battle, seemed to whisper that the conflict had concluded. Their invincible father had succumbed to an inconspicuous human. The expressions of the Boku brothers darkened as they suddenly contemplated the dire reality they would face without their father's protection. The possibility of safeguarding the Bofi trading post was uncertain, and whether they could escape this place alive was a looming question. That formidable human, who had proven too powerful for their father, would surely not spare them. With this thought, the Boden brothers felt an overwhelming pressure rising within them, instinctively retreating a few steps, ready to flee at a moment's notice. On Planet King, the green-skinned king surveyed the Bofi trading post with a grave expression, devoid of any celebratory joy over Bofi's demise. Logically, Bofi should have perished beneath the onslaught of energy, yet an ominous premonition lingered in his mind. The tendrils atop the king's head flickered with electric arcs as he focused intently. Under normal circumstances, the intensity of the earlier energy assault would have rendered Bofi lifeless. So why did he feel so unsettled? Suddenly, he sensed amidst the chaotic auras emanating from the Bofi trading post a distinct, frigid energy. Wait, that is Bofi's energy. He is still alive. The king exclaimed loudly, realizing that Bofi's essence had not yet dissipated. As the energy in the air began to dissipate, Xia Ya, battered and breathless, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Bofi had proven remarkably resilient, surviving such a devastating blow. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the ground trembled violently, and a dark crimson figure erupted from the earth like an arrow. Ah! Bofi roared in furious agony. In this moment, he appeared utterly disheveled. The dark red scales that once gleamed brightly were now dulled. 2 of his 3 brown horns were shattered, leaving only 1 intact. Both arms were shredded, revealing charred flesh in places. Damn it! I shall tear you to pieces and wash away my humiliation with your blood. Bofi screamed in a heart-wrenching, near-mad rage. In the instant he was engulfed by Xia Ya's shockwave, the master of the Bofi trading post felt an unmistakable brush with death and a flash of an emotion called fear. In that moment, Bofi experienced fear, and the thought of it made his face burn with shame. This was a disgrace that demanded blood to cleanse it, and that human, the architect of this humiliation, would pay with his life. This was utterly unforgivable. Bofi roared, his energy surging wildly. At this juncture, he had no choice but to unleash his final trump card, a maneuver he typically refrained from using due to its steep cost. But now, Bofi was teetering on the brink of madness, unconcerned with the consequences. As long as he could eliminate that human, he was willing to pay any price. Hey, human. I previously underestimated you. Who would have thought such an adept could exist among the feeble humans? However, you shall not have another opportunity. Bofi's voice was low, laced with bitterness. I truly did not wish to employ that ability, as it would significantly shorten my lifespan. But to kill you, I can no longer afford to care. Bofi had succumbed to madness. Ha ha ha, father is unharmed, that human is destined to suffer now. The Boku brothers, witnessing their father's survival from afar, felt as if a weight had been lifted from their hearts, their earlier agitation now quelled as they clenched their fists in triumph. Indeed, father shall not fall. Bodin gritted his teeth, astonished to find himself feeling such uncharacteristic tranquility. This adversary was evidently not so easily vanquished. What trickery would he employ next? Xia Ya's eyes narrowed slightly. Regardless of whether Bofi was merely bluffing, he sprang forward, transforming into a streak of light that darted toward Bofi, initiating a fierce assault. Although unaware of Bofi's next move, Xia Ya understood that he must not relinquish the initiative to his opponent. Boom! A torrent of radiant energy cascaded from the heavens, and countless energy waves surged forth on the battlefield, the raging power tearing the ground asunder. With a swift motion, Bofi unleashed massive bursts of crimson energy, resembling blooming flowers that, though visually stunning, unleashed deadly petals in mere moments. Ha ha, human. Today you shall witness Lord Bofi's transformation ability. Bofi howled, the surging energy cocooning him, forming a vague energy chrysalis. Transformation? Xia Ya gasped in shock. Could Bofi truly enhance his combat power like Frieza? If that were the case, it would be wiser to abandon the Super Dragon Balls and flee. Numerous civilizations in the universe possessed the ability to enhance their combat prowess through transformation, a trait that emerged during the evolutionary journey of cosmic life. For instance, Shampa, whom Xia Ya had previously battled, could significantly boost his power through transformation. Similarly, the Saiyan race possesses the Great Ape transformation. Although this form is highly restrictive and often leads to a loss of reason, it remains a legitimate means of amplifying strength. However, the Great Ape transformation is only effective for lower-tier Saiyans, as its benefits become negligible beyond a battle power of 100,000. In summary, extraterrestrials endowed with transformation capabilities become exceedingly formidable once they undergo this metamorphosis. Bofi must not be allowed to transform. Xia Ya resolved immediately, launching an even more frenzied assault on the energy cocoon. Powerful energy waves pierced the heavens, seemingly shattering the limits of time and space. As the violent energy caused the very fabric of reality to shift, the wind howled, and lightning danced through the clouds. In that moment, the darkened sky appeared to pour forth an entire bottle of ink, threatening to disintegrate and collapse under its weight. The atmospheric pressure began to drop, and the aura of impending doom struck deep into the souls of those present, rendering the battlefield desolate. Boom! A surge of cold, dark energy erupted from the energy cocoon, a terrifying force that sent shivers through the very essence of existence, causing the planet to tremble violently. Chapter 151. Encountering strength with strength. Alas! Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Xia Ya silently cursed and swiftly retreated, his gaze fixated on the large, dark red energy cocoon. This cocoon seemed to harbor the most wondrous transformations of nature. A caterpillar transforming into a butterfly? Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. The dark red energy cocoon trembled violently before bursting open, revealing a pink figure at its chaotic center. The figure, a robust being standing just over 2 meters tall, though still imposing, appeared considerably diminished compared to its former height of over 5 meters. However, it was now a concentrated essence of power, and Xia sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from this figure. Bofai's once crimson skin transformed into a delicate pink hue. His scales arranged in a finely structured pattern, creating an aesthetic of natural beauty. Compared to the significant reduction in stature, the most startling change was in Bofai's head. The 3 brown horns had vanished, leaving only 2 rows of black protrusions above the earlobes, each over an inch long. His once vibrant red eyes merged into a single crimson gem embedded in the center of his forehead, resembling a beautiful pink crystal. What particularly caught Xia's attention was the energy fluctuations emanating from Bofai. The sheer force sent chills down his spine. Could it be that Bofai's size reduction was accompanied by an exponential increase in power, akin to Frieza? Xia felt a wave of unease wash over him, cold sweat trickling down his back. In the world of Dragon Ball, whether it was Frieza or Majin Buu, their ultimate forms seemed to shrink in size while their strength surged. Perhaps this lean state allowed for a more efficient expression of power. Hastily employing his spiritual eye, a streak of dawn appeared before Xia. To his relief, the secret technique revealed that Bofai's battle power had reached a staggering 12 million. It did not exhibit the earth-shattering transformation he had anticipated. Thank goodness, it wasn't as exaggerated as Frieza. Xia exhaled in relief, patting his chest. Had Bofai's transformation resulted in a power increase like Frieza's, he would have had no choice but to retreat immediately, utilizing his time-space abilities to escape. Fortunately, Bofai's post-transformation strength was not as overwhelming as he had imagined. With a battle power of 12 million, he had only gained an increase of 180,000. This transformation was comparable to that of Shang, but Xia could still manage this. Originally, his battle power was slightly over 700,000, nearing 800,000. After employing earthling techniques to enhance his fighting spirit, he could contend with the untransformed Bofai, channeling an attack power exceeding 900,000. However, previous injuries from battle, coupled with the miraculous effects of the Senzu beans, had steadily augmented Xia's strength. Now his true power was approximately 900,000, and with his enhanced spirit, he could withstand over 1 million in battle power, making it feasible for him to engage with Bofai. At this moment, Xia momentarily forgot that Bofai's transformation differed fundamentally from Frieza's. Frieza's transformation was merely a process of energy release, a gradual unveiling of his original power, rather than a true transformation. In contrast, Bofai and Shang Bo's transformations involved tapping into capabilities beyond their physical forms, though such transformations came at a significant cost. All right, let me witness just how much you've improved. Xia grinned broadly, a rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins. With a swift motion, he adopted an aggressive stance, diving forward and transforming into a beam of light, his body aglow in golden radiance, charging directly at Bofai. So eager for death. Allow me to escort you on your journey. Relishing the invigorating sensation of power, Bofai cruelly smiled. This transformation was an immense drain on his stamina and lifespan. It was a form of extraordinary overexertion that he wished to avoid unless his life depended on it. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the air, followed by a violent collision. Bofai adjusted his posture to respond, but in an instant, Xia's body tensed and swiftly dodged. A wave of scarlet energy surged toward him from behind. Xia swung his arm, transforming it into a hand blade that sparkled with a chilling light. With a crack, his hand blade met the crimson energy wave, bending the shock wave at a right angle. Xia's arm jolted, a tingling sensation coursing through his palm. At that moment, Bofai had already appeared beside him, brushing closely past his body. A gust of wind, laden with astonishing energy, intertwined as Xia and Bofai engaged in a fierce combat. However, Bofai's post-transformation strength vastly surpassed Xia's, leaving him quickly battered and bruised. Lord Bofai's power has increased significantly. The distant onlookers hastily retreated. Quickly, take me away from here. I must leave the Bofai trading ground immediately. After several heart-pounding moments, some merchants, sensing the precarious situation, dared not linger and urgently called their hired guards, hastening their departure. "We must go. We cannot remain here any longer." Another group fled in panic. In the dimly lit battlefield, two spheres of energy, one golden and one pink, collided fiercely. The earth trembled violently as unseen beams of light suddenly flickered, causing the ground to crack open, creating deep chasms over 100 meters wide, with molten lava spewing forth. With a swift kick, Xia aimed at Bo-Fi. But Bo-Fi blocked the brutal force with his arms crossed defensively. "This is bad." Upon seeing this, Xia quickly retreated, noticing Bo-Fi's rapidly moving figure. He knew he could not afford to let him escape. With a furious roar, Bo-Fi summoned his strength, his body flickering like lightning across the night sky. He unleashed a barrage of attacks in seamless succession. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Xia cried out in pain, his shoulder receiving a heavy blow, propelling him like a cannonball across the ground, carving a deep trench beneath him. As the dust settled, he lay half buried in the earth. Boom! In the next instant, Bo-Fi leaped again, fists raised to deliver a devastating blow to Xia's head. A strike of this magnitude could prove fatal. The ground erupted as Xia suddenly vanished from view, startling Bo-Fi. In that moment of shock, a swiftly moving figure appeared before him, followed by a wave of energy surging toward him, the pressure akin to a mountain crashing down. Stumbling to regain his footing, Bo-Fi hastily responded, the tremendous recoil causing the ground to tremble. He had not only missed a prime opportunity, but had also allowed Xia to counterattack, causing his muscles to spasm and his complexion to shift between pale and ashen. Damn it! Bo-Fi cursed vehemently. He had never encountered a foe who thrived under pressure. He needed to eliminate this human swiftly. A glint of cold light flickered in the pink crystal of his forehead. His transformation had a time limit and imposed a tremendous burden on his body. Every moment was a drain on his life force. If he did not swiftly deal with this human, he would be dragged down to his demise. Die. Netherworld shockwave. The blood-red shockwave shot forth, a chilling beam of captivating brilliance. Midway, it split into two, one leading and one trailing as they surged toward Xia. This shockwave was even more ferocious than before. Even when divided, it showed no signs of diminishing power. As it approached Xia, the two shockwaves split again, becoming six, blocking all possible escape routes. A potent energy clashed with the air, producing a series of ominous crackles, stirring the atmosphere into fierce whirlwinds. These whirlwinds, akin to enraged dragons, roared violently as they skimmed across the Earth's surface, instantaneously tearing open terrifying fissures. A cataclysmic force surged forth in 6 directions, and in that moment, even the heavens and the earth lost their hues, as the ominous gray dust dissipated in an instant. A thunderous explosion erupted across the plains, with part of the force penetrating the rocky layers beneath, seemingly intent on breaching the very crust of the earth. The entire continent trembled violently, and even those situated on distant celestial bodies could feel the apocalyptic tremors. As the smoke cleared, yellow sand swirled through the air, accompanied by a gentle breeze that carried a soft rustling sound. Coughing, he managed to shield himself. Blood trickled from the corner of Xia's mouth. His arms braced against his forehead as he endured the onslaught. At that moment, he felt as if his very insides were on the verge of shattering. Gradually, he began to move, every crack in his body sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. In haste, Xia swallowed a healing bean. Chapter 152, Chaos Unleashed. The miraculous healing properties of the divine beans were evident as Xia Ya's injuries vanished in an instant. Watching the human rejuvenate before his eyes, Bo-Fei's expression darkened, and his fury reached a boiling point. Damn it! Bo-Fei cursed under his breath, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. Faced with an opponent who could instantly recover and grow stronger with each encounter, he found himself utterly at a loss. Logically speaking, Bo-Fei's combat prowess exceeded that of Xia Ya after his transformation. Despite employing various tactics, Xia Ya's strength remained slightly inferior to Bo-Fei's. However, as time progressed, the side effects of Bo-Fei's transformation began to manifest. His stamina, speed, and energy were gradually waning, while Xia Ya, bolstered by the divine beans, maintained his peak condition, seemingly using Bo-Fei as a mere training dummy. If this continued, Bo-Fei would not only face defeat, but would be utterly worn down by Xia Ya. Such shameless and despicable humans. Clenching his fists, Bo-Fei's eyes glinted with a feral cruelty, his forehead shimmering with cold light as he fixed his gaze on Xia Ya. Feeling Bo-Fei's wrath, Xia Ya smirked and retreated, creating a distance of hundreds of meters between them. For beings capable of moving at speeds of hundreds of thousands of meters per second, this distance was negligible, and they could close it in the blink of an eye. A gentle breeze stirred the earth, lifting a veil of dust. You arrogant brat, revel in your moment of triumph. Soon, I shall make you wish you were never born. Beaufay's gaze was as predatory as a hungry wolf, devoid of any emotion, like a beast fixated on its prey. Suddenly, Beaufay let out a deafening roar, vanishing from sight. Neither the earth nor the sky could capture his form. Xia Ya remained vigilant, his eyes starting to track Beaufay's movements. In an instant, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, and he raised his arm, accurately striking out towards a specific direction. Boom! A violent punch unleashed a whirlwind, generating a series of invisible walls of energy. Realizing his strategy had failed, Beaufay let out a furious howl, swiftly evading Xia Ya's counterattack and repositioning himself to launch a more cunning assault. This time, Beaufay fought with ferocity, his movements swift as an arrow, each strike infused with explosive, suffocating power. He understood that the longer he prolonged this battle, the more detrimental it would be for him. Die, Azure Dragon Roar. A brilliant red energy wave erupted from Beaufay's mouth, surging towards Xia Ya like a monstrous beast clawing its way from the abyss. Xia Ya's expression hardened, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he retaliated with an energy wave of his own. The two forces collided with a thunderous roar, a massive mushroom cloud ascending into the sky, as tremendous energy pierced the atmosphere, sending waves of energy cascading into the cosmos. Debris swirled in the atmosphere, and shockwaves rippled outward, scattering dust and rubble. A surge of energy swept over Boku and his companions, prompting them to drop to the ground in fright. It's too dangerous. Their battle is becoming increasingly reckless. We must leave. This planet is no longer safe. Those daring enough to remain and witness the spectacle were blown away, wiping the sweat from their brows, abandoning the so-called thrilling confrontation to hastily retreat. With the conflict escalating, both Beaufay and Xia Ya disregarded everything, solely focused on annihilating each other. Their ultimate moves were unleashed in rapid succession, oblivious to the fate of those on the planet. Soon, all spectators had fled, leaving only the two combatants and the Boku brothers, who were like ants on a hot pan, frantic with anxiety. On the opposite side of the planet, at the main venue of Beaufay's auction, the vast arena and entire city were in disarray. The distant echoes of battle terrified everyone, causing the ground to tremble violently every few seconds, as if the planet itself were on the verge of collapse. Quick, arrange for a spacecraft. I must leave this planet immediately. What is happening? Is it the end of the world? Some oblivious cosmic merchants wandered aimlessly, grabbing hold of passers-by to inquire. But at that moment, everyone was too busy fleeing for their lives to respond. Those closest to the spacecraft boarded hastily, launching their ships into the sky at breakneck speed, unaware of how much longer the planet could endure. Hey, that's my spacecraft. You can't take it. Various unscrupulous acts unfolded as the Beaufay trading venue, already a den of vice, revealed the worst in every being when their lives were at stake. The theft of spacecraft became rampant, escalating from chaotic noise to fierce brawls, quickly leading to the complete destruction of the auction venue. Those with decent combat abilities scrambled to seize their chance for survival. Oh no, chaos reigns. The Beaufay trading venue is doomed. On Planet King, the emaciated king, hands clasped behind his back, shook his head in dismay. Most of the beings in the Beaufay trading venue were undoubtedly wicked, deserving of their fates, yet his heart ached for the enslaved individuals who had been captured. But who was that human? It has been years since he encountered such a powerful human. With the way he grows stronger in battle, could he be a Saiyan? The king pondered Xia Ya's identity, then shook his head. While Saiyans are indeed formidable, none possess such absurd power. A battle strength of over 1 million? How could a Saiyan possibly achieve that? With so little information, the king could not discern Xia Ya's true nature. Is Beaufay's strength finally waning? His attacks are growing weaker. Xia Ya coughed up blood, his battered body gasping for air, exhaustion evident in his weary eyes as his battle attire lay in tatters. He could see Beaufay was nearing his breaking point. Both his speed and strength were plummeting. Continuing this fight would surely lead to his victory, and he was determined to end it. As Xia Ya's voice reached his ears, Beaufay jolted, his eyes widening in disbelief. The human hovered before him, shaking his head, exuding an air of assured victory. Beaufay, aware of his vulnerabilities, snarled with a twisted expression, "You know nothing, human. I, Beaufay, have presided over this trading venue for centuries without ever tasting defeat." Beaufay's furious roar echoed as the veins in his forehead bulged, glaring at Xia Ya with palpable rage. Losing all semblance of rationality, he began to recklessly attack his surroundings, the ground shaking beneath the relentless explosions. As storms of dust engulfed the area, the world blurred into chaos, the scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. Chapter 153, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Beaufay had gone mad, like a cornered beast aware of its impending demise, yet relentlessly attacking its surroundings. Countless waves of energy surged through the swirling dust, as the ground was intermittently blasted into enormous craters beneath the tremendous storm of dust. Having lost all rationality, the situation had now become straightforward. Spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, Xia Ya's gaze burned with intensity. He exhaled deeply, then gracefully darted through the air, deftly evading the energy waves that sought to strike him. In an instant, he found himself before Bofi, whose bloodshot eyes revealed a state of half-madness. Xia extended his palm towards Bofi, and an ethereal blue light began to shimmer within his grasp, a wave of tranquil, yet monumental energy suddenly coalescing. Oh no! A shiver ran through Bofi's heart as he regained his composure, hastily attempting to evade, but it was already too late. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, the azure light illuminating the horizon, while the formidable energy, accompanied by a thunderous roar, continued to radiate outward. The clouds above were instantaneously vaporized. Were one to find themselves in the vastness of space, they would witness a tremendous flare rising from the planet. Father! The Boku brothers gasped in shock, raising their arms and leaning forward to shield themselves from the ravaging storm. Once the energy wave diminished to a bearable level, they jolted towards the epicenter of the explosion. At the heart of the blast lay a massive crater, several hundred kilometers in diameter, resembling a bottomless pit left by a falling star. The rocks, melted by the overwhelming energy, flowed like molten liquid, emitting azure smoke and a pungent scent of sulfur and iron. The Boku brothers stared wide-eyed at the terrifying abyss, a deep-seated fear flickering in their gazes, their hearts trembling with unease. They yearned for vengeance for their father, yet glancing at the panting Xia in the distance, they found themselves frozen in place. The power displayed by Xia had thoroughly terrified them. Father, has he really? Boku's lips trembled as disbelief washed over him. The cataclysmic energy from moments ago forced him to confront the harsh reality. Even someone as formidable as their father could not have survived such an explosion. Xia had finally vanquished him. Bofi was indeed a formidable opponent. He gasped deeply, the recent attack nearly exhausting all his energy. Moving had become a strenuous endeavor. Time to recover his strength with a sense of being. He reached into the dimensional space to retrieve a bean. Preparing to consume it, this marked his third time eating a senzu bean, having consumed 2 during battle and 1 now. It was only because of Xia's ample supply that he dared to indulge so freely. In the original tale, Dragon Ball warriors treated senzu beans as treasures, often wishing to divide one into 2 for sustenance. If others were to discover Xia's extravagant usage, they would likely be filled with envy and contempt. But just then, an unexpected twist occurred. A vibrant, poppy-like beam of light suddenly appeared. Before Xia could react, it shot forth like lightning, piercing through his chest and emerging from his back. Xia let out a heart-wrenching scream before collapsing to the ground, the senzu bean slipping from his grasp. A blood-red figure, in a state of utter disarray, staggered up from the seemingly bottomless pit, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Father! Father! Boku and Boton shouted in disbelief, their voices filled with astonishment and incredulity. Akin to shipwrecked souls who, after days adrift at sea, finally glimpsed land at the last moment of their lives. At that moment, Bofi appeared utterly wretched, his scales in disarray, with gruesome wounds crisscrossing his body. The once bright eyes of his onyx orbs now dimmed, and his skin bore few intact patches. Just moments ago, when struck by Xia's energy wave, even Bofi had doubted his survival. Yet, remarkably, his life force remained tenacious. Haha, human, did you think I would perish? With the aid of the Boku brothers, Bofi staggered towards Xia, a dark crimson mist swirling around him, emanating a potent aura of malevolence. With a swift gesture, Bofi released another beam of light. A sharp electric current shot forth like a laser, striking the ground beside Xia and creating a deep, dark hole. How shall I torment you? Bofi proclaimed with confidence, his voice weary yet resolute as he stood firm. He intended to savor every moment of torment inflicted upon the human who had humiliated him. Father, allow me to take over. I will ensure he suffers beyond measure. Boku asserted fiercely. Yes, let us make him suffer. Death would be too swift and merciful. Boton concurred, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Meanwhile, on the distant King Kai's planet, the king paced anxiously, his worry palpable. What a disaster! I never anticipated that Bofi could withstand such a powerful attack. This is dire. To have missed such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity makes it exceedingly difficult to defeat him again. Bofi's power after transforming is among the strongest in the realms I oversee. Do not fret. This human shall meet his end at my hands, Bofi declared coldly, his voice laced with deep-seated malice. Indeed, it is best that you, father, take charge. The brothers nodded in agreement, relinquishing the right to eliminate Xia Ya to their father. What a miscalculation! Who would have thought Bofi could survive such an attack? Xia Ya, weary and half-closing his eyes, felt the intense pain in his chest and the fatigue from blood loss clouding his focus. He had indeed underestimated the situation, believing he could eliminate Bofi, only to fall prey to a cunning ploy. He learned a profound lesson: never underestimate an enemy unless certain of their demise. Yet, did they truly believe they could extinguish his spirit so easily? Breathing heavily, Xia Ya cast a dark gaze upon the Bofi family. A cold smirk gracing his lips as he declared, instant transmission. In an instant, before the astonished eyes of Bofi and his sons, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. What happened? Where did he go? Bofi roared in fury, the abrupt disappearance of his prey inciting his wrath, causing him to aggravate his wounds as he coughed violently. Hundreds of kilometers away, Xia Ya reappeared atop a mountain. As he landed, he quickly retrieved his senza bean. Cracking it open, the rich energy rapidly spread within him, swiftly mending all his injuries. The severe gaping wound in his chest vanished, replaced by smooth, youthful skin. Every setback is a lesson learned. That was far too perilous, Xia Ya mused, rising to his feet, his expression resolute. You may have failed to eliminate me this time, but consider yourselves fortunate. With that, he swiftly returned to face Bofi and his sons once more. Chapter 154, The Shattering of Planets. Upon witnessing the return of Xia Ya, Bofi finally comprehended the essence of an indomitable foe. His azure pupils narrowed sharply, only to reveal that his adversary stood unscathed, every wound miraculously healed. Bofi's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief overtaking him as he shouted, "How can this bastard have recovered again?" His voice trembled, a flicker of dread igniting within him. He understood that in his grievously wounded state, he was no match for Xia Ya. In that moment, the ambition to vanquish his opponent evaporated, replaced by a singular desire to flee and preserve his life. Father, Boku, along with his brother, wore expressions of terror, instinctively calling out, yet at that moment, Bofi could hardly safeguard his own existence. Today, you shall all perish here. Xia Ya's voice was frigid and devoid of emotion, reminiscent of an ominous judgment that sent a chill through all present. How dare you? Bofi's face contorted with rage as he bellowed, disregarding the excruciating pain coursing through him. A vibrant, crimson beam of energy erupted from his palm, slender and transparent, resembling an unseen laser. It was only the slight distortion from air friction that made it discernible. Xia Ya observed this subtle shift with keen eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips as he reacted swiftly. With a powerful swing of his arm, fingers pressed together like a blade, he sliced through the air in a radiant arc, confronting the incoming energy beam with an overwhelming wave of ki. The collision produced a thunderous reverberation, accompanied by a flurry of energy darts. Bofi's beam was bent aside, the howling ki wave carving a deep, straight line across the vast ground. Through repeated injuries and recoveries, Xia Ya's combat prowess had continually surged, akin to a blade being honed on a whetstone, gradually emanating the chilling glimmer of a formidable weapon. In this moment, Bofi, despite his grievous wounds, was significantly outmatched by Xia Ya. Die! Bofi screamed, eyes wild with fury as he gathered his energy, forming a swirling sphere of crimson rage that radiated an aura of malevolence. This orb contained nearly all his life force, and once unleashed, it threatened to obliterate the entire planet. At that moment, Bofi was consumed by a desire for annihilation, intent on destroying both Xia Ya and the planet itself. The air crackled ominously, the planet trembling violently, suffused with a terrifying energy that sent chills down spines. Oblivion Cannon. Bofi's blood-red azure eyes swept across the scene, projecting an icy, lethal intent that seemed to confine the very space around him. The world dulled to a bleak gray, distance collapsing into an infinitesimal point, rendering time and space meaningless. As the Oblivion Cannon was launched, the air thickened with a palpable sense of death. A shattering sound akin to glass echoed as the pink gem embedded in Bofi's forehead succumbed to the overwhelming energy, shattering into fragments. Xia Ya, observing from above, felt a jolt of intensity, his dark eyes brimming with lethal intent. Gritting his teeth, he began to coalesce all his energy into a vast reservoir. Time-space, shattering fist. An icy blue electric aura entwined with a formidable energy, erupting into a dazzling display reminiscent of a soaring frost dragon. charged forth with an overwhelming might to counter the impending destruction. With a cataclysmic clash, the ancient blue dragon collided with the menacing Oblivion cannon, unleashing a resounding explosion that echoed throughout the cosmos. The heavens momentarily returned to the primordial chaos preceding creation, the sun dimmed, and the planet began to tremble violently. The boundless blue energy, entwined with crackling electric arcs, rapidly overshadowed the dark aura of the Oblivion cannon. With a thunderous crash, the Oblivion cannon was consumed entirely. No. Bofi's anguished scream pierced the air, his face contorted in despair as he was engulfed by the rampant energy, his form crushed, torn apart, and ultimately obliterated in a horrific explosion. Father! Father! Two cries of despair echoed as Boku and Borton fell victim to the unrelenting energy, disintegrating without a trace. This is disastrous. I have overexerted myself. The planet is doomed. After consuming Bofi and his kin, the momentum of the time-space shattering fist surged towards the planet's core. With a resounding crack, the core was breached, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that heralded the demise of Bofi's trading star. As the core fragmented, vibrant hues of radiant light burst forth across the planet, tectonic plates shifted violently, hurricanes and tsunamis converged amidst the cacophony of thunder, tearing the land apart into scattered fragments. The countdown to the planet's obliteration had commenced. The remaining inhabitants, stranded on the main star, were engulfed in panic, unaware that their sovereign had perished before them. They could only watch helplessly as molten lava inched ever closer, ready to consume them. Ah, what is happening? It's so hot. Help me. Someone save me. Cries of desperation filled the air as everyone frantically sought escape. Small spacecraft darted across the sky, weaving through the cosmos in a frantic bid for survival before the planet's imminent destruction. I must leave at once. Xia Ya gazed into the abyss of the massive crater. Feeling a surge of urgency, the cataclysmic force of the planet's explosion was no trifling matter, prompting him to utilize his teleportation ability to flee. At that moment, he sensed a faint energy gathering nearby, a presence that could only indicate one possibility on Bofi's trading star. With a swift teleportation, he arrived at a cage filled with desperate, despairing female slaves, those auctioned but yet to be delivered, abandoned as the buyers prioritized their own escape. Enough. Since I have found you, I shall rescue you as well. Xia approached them, employing a translator. Join hands, and I shall lead you to safety. The panicked women, initially bewildered, instinctively shielded their scantily clad forms. Just as Xia felt exasperated, they seemed to grasp his intention, hurriedly clasping hands. Excellent. This is just right. Xia smiled and activated his teleportation once more. Upon reaching the two other planets associated with Bofi's trading post, he sensed it was still unsafe, prompting him to teleport even further away. A thunderous roar echoed through the cosmos as the colossal planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, transforming into cosmic dust. The sheer force of the explosion reverberated through the neighboring rocky planets, while the relatively larger Super Dragon Ball, with its frail gravitational field, was sent rolling into the depths of the universe due to the impact. Bofi's trading star has been annihilated. Watching the main star of the trading post vanish from existence, the king of the worlds exhaled deeply, filled with a sense of melancholy. The sensation of witnessing a life-sustaining planet's destruction was profoundly unsettling, even when considering the nefarious individuals that inhabited it. Chapter 155. The sixth Dragon Ball, the main star of the Bofi trading arena, has been obliterated, reduced to cosmic dust in a violent self-detonation. After a considerable duration, the shockwaves from the explosion gradually subsided, leaving the vast and boundless cosmos shrouded in chaos. With meteors of various sizes scattered across the former orbit of the main star, forming a ring-like asteroid belt, the loss of this crucial celestial body, essential for maintaining gravitational balance, necessitated a reconstruction of the gravitational state of the trading arena, thereby affecting the operational status of the two remaining trading stars. In the distance, meteors rained down, creating a scene of utter disarray. Restoring stability to the planets would require an extensive passage of time. At this moment, the extraterrestrials fortunate enough to escape glanced back at the devastation of the trading arena, filled with astonishment, grateful for their survival amidst the storm. Goodness, that was perilous. I nearly lost my life here, exclaimed a plump alien, wiping the sweat from his brow, his demeanor one of utter exhaustion. Beside him stood two bodyguards, each formidable warriors with combat prowess reaching 30,000, distinguished in their profession. At this moment, even they were unable to conceal their shock, staring vacantly at the remnants of the once mighty Bofi trading arena. That human with black hair was truly formidable. Even Lord Bofi, who has ruled the trading arena for centuries, was no match for him. One of the bodyguards remarked. Indeed, Such a colossal planet could explode at any moment. We were fortunate to have fled swiftly. The survivors exchanged words through a public channel when suddenly, a wailing cry pierced the air, so heart-wrenching it sent chills down their spines. They silently admired the straightforwardness of the lamenter, undeterred by the public nature of the channel. That voice, it must be Mr. Baisoa, the prominent merchant from the Kodo Dark Star region. Why is he mourning so tragically? Someone queried. Mr. Baisoa is known for his candidness. I heard he came to the Borfi trading arena specifically to purchase over 300 exquisite female slaves, intending to bring them back to the Kodo Dark Star region for cultivation and resale to nobles in need. Another answered. Ah, those were the female slaves sold at auction this morning? Someone pieced it together. Oh dear, those slaves were all stunningly beautiful. Had Mr. Baisoa not bid so aggressively, I might have considered buying a few myself, perhaps to turn a profit. Indeed, Mr. Baisoa has already paid the trading arena, and now that it has collapsed, he stands to suffer a tremendous loss. Another lamented. Alas, having paid the money yet not receiving the beautiful female slaves would make anyone weep. Who knows when the trading arena will be rebuilt? Discussions surrounding this topic proliferated on the public channel. Then, they remembered that with the demise of Lord Borfi and his son, the Borfi trading arena was effectively defunct. Perhaps one day, another prominent figure would emerge to replace the arena's agents, but reconstructing the trading arena would not be a simple task. Naturally, these were matters for the Cosmic Merchant Alliance to ponder. They simply needed to continue with their business. Sigh. May the future agents be a tad more merciful and exploit us a little less. After a considerable time, the extraterrestrials, their spirits waning, exchanged farewells and departed in small groups, accompanied by their retinues and guards, returning to the planets they controlled. At that moment, a distortion rippled through the void. Like waves upon water, as a black-haired youth emerged from the warped space, surveying the chaotic, dim expanse of the cosmos. With a distant blazing sun and two solid planets orbiting it, he noted the absence of the orange-red Super Dragon Ball. Gone again. Xia Ya pulled out the Dragon Ball radar, which indicated that the Super Dragon Ball was moving at a leisurely pace. Ah, it seems the energy from the planet's explosion merely blew it away. I thought perhaps it was Bardos hiding it again. As long as it's not Bardos, I'll be content, Xia mused with a smile. As the Borfi trading star met its demise, Xia had relocated a large group of female slaves to a small planet before hastily returning, only to discover that the Super Dragon Ball had vanished as if it had sprouted legs. Finding a Super Dragon Ball truly isn't easy, he lamented. Collecting the 4 Dragon Balls of the 7th universe was effortless, yet in the 6th universe, Bardos has interfered, and I had to engage in a fierce battle with Borfi over the 6th Dragon Ball, while the 7th remained elusive. Shaking his head, he cast aside these worries and focused on locating the 6th Super Dragon Ball. His gaze fell upon the radar's indicated location as a cosmic map materialized in his mind, prompting him to activate his instant transmission and head toward it. At that moment, not far from the remnants of the Borfi trading arena, the starry sky shimmered with beautiful starlight, resembling a stunning pattern etched upon a dark canvas, imbued with an ancient and timeless charm. A streak of light traversed the cosmos, trailing a long, bright tail, as an immense orange-red crystal planet glided along a straight trajectory, moving at a leisurely pace. This colossal crystal planet, nearly 40,000 kilometers in diameter, made other planets appear diminutive in comparison, akin to a small creature confronting a giant. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the Super Dragon Ball, extending an arm to intercept its path. As the distance between them narrowed, the smooth surface of the Super Dragon Ball transformed into an expansive, flat terrain. The Super Dragon Ball dwarfed Earth by several multiples, and standing before it evoked the image of a Mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Yet, astonishingly, a muffled sound resonated, and invisible ripples radiated outward, causing the Super Dragon Ball to come to an abrupt halt. Finally, I have secured this Super Dragon Ball. Now, I must move it, Xia affirmed, nodding as he reached out to touch its surface, closing his eyes to initiate instant transmission. Given the immense size of the Super Dragon Ball, the process necessitated enveloping it entirely with spatial energy, requiring the ball to be immobilized throughout the transfer, which would likely take 10 minutes. As Xia's power surged into it, a network of crystalline lines began to emerge across the surface. Gradually, these luminous threads became denser, signaling that the preparatory work was complete, and the Super Dragon Ball began to quiver slightly. Instant transmission, he declared softly, and in an instant, Xia and the Super Dragon Ball vanished, reappearing in a distant Darkstar realm, where it met another Super Dragon Ball. As the two Dragon Balls converged, they erupted with brilliant golden radiance, accompanied by a low humming sound, resembling two vibrant neon signals. Now only the final Super Dragon Ball remains. I wonder where Bardos has concealed it. Pondering the absence of the last Dragon Ball, Xia Ya's brow furrowed. The Dragon Balls could only function when all 7 were gathered. Lacking any one, the remaining 6 were mere trinkets. Surely Bardos wouldn't he deliberately hinder my access to the 7th Dragon Ball? No. Based on her previous words, she merely aimed to complicate the search for me. Which should not be the case. Xia Ya contemplated inwardly. The celestial beings, akin to Bados and Whis, maintain an unwaveringly neutral stance regardless of the cataclysms that may unfold within the universe. Even as the cosmos teeters on the brink of annihilation, they remain passive, refraining from intervention unless commanded by a destroyer god or a deity of superior rank. Thus, there exists no justification to hinder one's acquisition of the Super Dragon Balls. It seems that Bados harbors a fear that the destroyer god, Shampa, might cast blame upon her for seizing the Super Dragon Balls, leading her to impose a symbolic challenge upon herself. However, for Xia Ya, this nominal difficulty has proven to be a considerable source of vexation. Nonetheless, he resolved to continue his search for clues. Having gathered 6 of the Super Dragon Balls, it would be remiss to falter at the final one. With that thought, Xia Ya once again employed instant transmission. Returning to the small planet where he had previously sheltered the female slaves rescued from the Bofi trading post, leaving them there was hardly a viable solution. Meanwhile, in the enigmatic realm of the Destroyer Gods, a colossal cosmic tree spanned the entirety of the Destroyer planet. Beside a shimmering lake, delicate green grass swayed gently in the breeze, creating ripples akin to those on the water's surface. Bados sat gracefully on the ground, her silver-gray hair dancing in the soft wind, while her verdant robe clung to her alluring contours, revealing a different kind of beauty. A serene smile lingered on her tranquil face, her bright eyes fixated on the scene unfolding within the crystal orb of her divine staff. Ah, it appears that this little fellow from the 7th universe is yet another Saiyan, possessing a noteworthy array of skills. Alas, his talents seem ostentatious yet lacking in refinement. Otherwise, dealing with a mere Bofi would not require such exertion, and he would benefit from further honing his abilities. Bados chuckled softly, effortlessly discerning the substance of Xia Ya's capabilities. Though Xia Ya had not extensively employed his spatio-temporal powers, Bados' vast experience made her acutely aware of his situation. Chapter 156. Another Earth among those who were equally captivated by Xia Ya was a king of the galaxy. When he noticed Xia Ya moving the 6th Dragon Ball, he became aware of the existence of such a mysterious crystalline planet in the world. It turned out that the human's objective was that orange-red enigmatic planet. If I could locate a similar celestial body, perhaps I could entice that individual to assist me. Suddenly, the green-skinned king paused his discourse and began to search his territory, as he seemed to recall having encountered a similar planet before. After a thorough search, the king stopped on a patch of fresh grass, his antennae responding, shaking slightly. Aha! I found it. This planet resembles the crystalline one that appeared at the Bofi trading post 2 months ago, but acquiring it seems rather challenging. The king's gaze fixated on the grass before him, his thoughts projecting to a particular star domain within his jurisdiction. However, that star domain was somewhat peculiar, and ordinary individuals would likely lack the means to enter it. Never mind, perhaps I could trade this information with that human. On a small planet far removed from the Bofi trading post, resources were scarce, making it suitable only for brief stays. Amidst howling winds, hundreds of scantily clad female slaves huddled together, shivering as they sought warmth from one another. After enduring a series of terrifying events, capture, plunder, sale, and auction, even after being rescued by Xia Ya, these female slaves remained in a state of panic, their spirits shattered. Princess Lafri, I'm so cold, some frail girl stammered, unable to withstand the chill. Just hold on a little longer. The hero who saved us will return soon. Princess Lafri opened her mouth, urging everyone to huddle together for warmth, unaware that her own body trembled uncontrollably. This desolate planet offered no wood for kindling. Your Highness, our home planet has been invaded and occupied by the enemy. Our kin have either been slain or enslaved. What shall we do now? A curvaceous girl asked, tears welling in her eyes. Lafri paused, grasping the girl's small hand, reassuring her, do not worry, Hill, that hero who rescued us will not abandon us. As she spoke, thoughts of her suffering kin filled her with sorrow, and tears welled in her beautiful eyes. Yet, she soon regained her composure, wiping away her tears to uplift everyone's spirits. These female slaves hailed from a beautiful planet known as the Divine Tree Star, birthed by the maternal deity of the planet, with their pointed ears akin to elves and their striking figures. The girls became prime targets for capture and trade after their home was overrun. Among them, Laffrey and a group of girls were taken to the Bofi trading post for auction. Fortunately, they were rescued by Xia Ya just before their planet's destruction. Your Highness, who is that hero? How could he have taken us away from the Bofi planet without a spacecraft? Once their nerves calmed, the girls began to discuss. Surely, he is a divine being sent by the maternal goddess to save us. That hero is a human, but he resembles us. Some girls felt a sense of relief, chattering excitedly. All right, everyone quiet down. It's freezing here, and we can't afford to lose any more energy, Laffrey interjected, unable to contain herself. As the highest ranking among them, born from the most exalted fruit of the maternal goddess, her words silenced the group, and they huddled together, eagerly awaiting Xia's return. After a considerable time, a spectrum of colors flickered into being, and Xia's figure appeared before the girls. Hero, you have finally returned. Their melodious voices rang out. Thanks to the translator, Xia understood their language and nodded in acknowledgement. However, upon noticing the thin garments of the girls and their slight shivering, Xia realized his oversight. Although the cold might be inconsequential for a Saiyan, it was rather harsh for these delicate girls. Oh dear, these girls are truly fragile, he lamented. Since he could not locate the final Dragon Ball for the moment, Xia decided to act benevolently, seeking a place to settle and stabilize his power while finding a refuge for the girls. However, he was not well acquainted with the sixth universe beyond certain planetary locations, causing him to frown in contemplation. Master Laffrey murmured softly. Upon seeing Xia frown, the girls grew anxious, fearing they had displeased him. Noticing their startled expressions, Xia paused, smiling. There is no need to be afraid. I am not displeased with you. I'm merely pondering which planet we should visit next. Upon hearing this, Laffrey and the others sighed in relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from their hearts. After enduring various calamities, their nerves had become particularly sensitive, easily affected by the slightest external disturbances. Indeed, the sixth universe should also have an Earth. Let us head there for now. A flash of inspiration struck Xia as he recalled the existence of Earth in the sixth universe, though he was uncertain if it had been destroyed. Let us go. Hold hands, and I will take you to a place called Earth. Xia spoke as gently as he could. Upon hearing this, the girls' faces lit up with radiant smiles. Akin to flowers blooming in spring, their beauty momentarily stunning Xia, who quickly turned his gaze away. Oh dear, these alluring girls, scantily clad, were undeniably captivating. Easily grasping their hands, hundreds of girls quickly formed a circle, and with a nod from Xia, he activated instant transmission, transforming into a streak of light that traversed the vast distance. The once cold and desolate little planet fell silent. North Galaxy, Earth. The Earth of the sixth universe was also situated in the southern part of the North Galaxy. However, due to the differing cosmos, its precise location could not be identical, resulting in some deviation. On the Azure Life planet, amidst a lush and dense forest, hundreds of extraterrestrial visitors suddenly arrived. Upon their arrival, a refreshing aroma wafted through the air, evoking a sense of tranquility. Perhaps a light rain had fallen recently, as droplets clung to the leaves, cascading down in sparkling colors when the wind blew, illuminated by the sun. As the sun peeked over the treetops, a thin mist rose between the towering mountains. Master Xia, is this Earth? It's so beautiful. The melodious voices, filled with delight, echoed as Laffrey and the others reveled in the embrace of nature. Indeed, this must be Earth, Xia observed, noting that the environment mirrored that of Earth in the seventh universe, affirming its identity. You all wait here. I will fetch some clothing for you, Xia remarked, appalled by the scant attire of the girls. Such exposure was rather inappropriate. He prioritized finding them garments. Master Xia, you are truly a bother to us. Laffrey's voice brimmed with gratitude. Char appeared before them for but a fleeting moment before vanishing into thin air. Shortly thereafter, he returned bearing a versatile capsule brimming with women's garments. During his brief excursion, he took the opportunity to assess the state of this Earth. Overall, the Earth of the sixth universe bears little distinction from that of the seventh universe. Both are deemed low-tier planets predominantly inhabited by humanity. However, on the Earth of the sixth universe, the atmosphere of martial arts seems to be more pronounced, and the levels of martial prowess appear to be somewhat elevated. Chapter 157, Gains and Losses in Comparison to the Seventh Universe. The overall strength of Earth in the Sixth Universe is undoubtedly more formidable. However, due to the internal divisions among various factions, the martial arts community on Earth is far from harmonious. fragmented into several opposing forces that engage in constant conflict. Nevertheless, such matters concern Xia Ya not. He merely intends to linger here temporarily to consolidate the power within him. During his previous battle with Fidaia, Xia Ya sustained multiple severe injuries. After utilizing the magical beans to heal, he experienced a significant increase in his combat power, which he estimates now exceeds 1 million. This sudden surge in strength requires him time to master and solidify. Avoiding their gaze, he handed his clothing to Raffle and the other girls. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of rustling clothes reached his ears, prompting Xia Ya to awkwardly step away a short distance. "Lord Xia Ya, we are ready," came a soft, melodious voice as Raffle emerged clad in new attire. Before him stood hundreds of beautifully adorned girls, particularly those who resembled ethereal sprites, enchanting like a blooming spring garden. A sight that captivated the soul. Observing Raffle and her companions, Xia Ya nodded and remarked, "The environment here is quite pleasant. You may settle down for now." "Yes, Lord Xia Ya." Raffle replied with a nod. The girls, looking to Princess Raffle for guidance, readily consented upon her approval. They appeared to have a fondness for the forest, and Xia Ya concurred that bringing them into the bustling city would be unsafe. Thus, he led them to a nearby grove, far removed from the clamor of the world, to establish their new abode. Arriving at a clearing, Xia Ya retrieved a universal capsule from the dimensional space, twisted it open, and tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding boom, a luxurious villa complex emerged on the grassy expanse. Each villa was 3 stories tall, providing ample accommodation for hundreds of individuals. "You shall reside here for the time being. We shall discuss other matters later," Xia Ya indicated towards the cluster of villas before walking towards his own room, leaving the girls in astonishment. "Princess Raffle, is this magic? How did so many houses appear at once?" Once Xia Ya departed, several girls curiously surveyed their surroundings, chattering animatedly. "Perhaps it is some form of technology." Raffle pondered, taking a deep breath. "Let us not dwell on it. Since Lord Xia Ya has arranged it, we shall comply." "Indeed, Your Highness," the girls nodded, their hearts filled with gratitude for Xia Ya, the hero who had rescued them from peril, and they began to settle under Raffle's guidance. Meanwhile, once Xia Ya entered his chamber, he first turned on the hot water and indulged in a soothing bath. The perfectly tempered water washed away his fatigue. Although the physical exhaustion from the battle had been alleviated by the magical beans, mental weariness lingered. In the bathtub, Xia Ya clenched his fists, feeling the vast and surging power coursing through him, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his bright eyes. Following his battle with Fidaia, his combat power had soared to 1.04 million, a considerable increase indeed. Releasing his fists, he contemplated, "The encounter with Fidaia was perilous. Had I not activated teleportation at the last moment, my fate would have been uncertain." However, it was a grave oversight to have fallen for Fiaia's ambush. Errors in battle can often prove fatal, particularly in critical confrontations. This close call served as a wake-up call for Xia Ya, reminding him that vigilance is paramount in combat. In this battle, he consumed 3 magical beans. Yet only the first one significantly enhanced his combat power. The subsequent beans merely restored his stamina and energy without providing any further increase in strength. Xia Ya reflected earnestly. The Saiyan physique allows for substantial power boosts following near-death injuries, but this necessitates prior accumulation. The effect of near-death injuries acts more like a switch, triggering all previously amassed potential rather than an endless breakthrough. In the original narrative, instances where Goku and Vegeta utilized magical beans to surpass their limits are rare. Regardless of the arcs, Namek, androids, or Majin Buu, the beans primarily serve to restore stamina rather than facilitate breakthroughs in cultivation. Moreover, achieving a near-death breakthrough is an exceedingly dangerous endeavor. A moment's carelessness could lead to actual demise. Thus, diligent practice remains the wisest course of action. With this in mind, Xia Ya considered his time-space abilities. During this battle, he had scarcely employed any of his powers, not from a lack of desire, but because even basic abilities had become ineffective in such high-intensity combat, serving only to marginally enhance his defense and speed. His time-space abilities currently found themselves in an awkward position, too potent to be trivial, yet insufficiently developed for significant impact. Teleportation against a formidable opponent like Fidaia suffers from the interference of their aura, making success elusive. The true might of his time-space powers, while substantial, consumes vast amounts of energy, rendering them impractical for frequent use, a limitation that even magical beings cannot remedy. Should he attempt techniques like time-space confinement or stasis, a master like Fidaia would easily counter them. However, such techniques entail immense energy expenditure, making them impractical in combat against Pophii. Moreover, the risk of being countered, as experienced in his previous battle against Quira, could lead to catastrophic repercussions. It seems that reliance on sheer strength remains paramount in battle. Abilities serve merely as adjuncts, thus ensuring steady growth. Xia Ya couldn't help but muse. In the ensuing days, Xia Ya remained in this secluded mountainous region, diligently honing his skills. Time swiftly passed, and 4 months elapsed. During this period, Xia Ya devoted himself to focused training each day, gradually assimilating the burgeoning power within him. With over 1 million in combat power, it is neither excessive nor trivial, requiring a considerable amount of time for true mastery. Being a perfectionist, Xia Ya approached his training with utmost seriousness. In moments of leisure, he took the time to meticulously study the execution of each technique, such as the ki blast, how to maximize its potency while minimizing self-expenditure, each aspect demanding repeated contemplation. Much like ancient alchemists refining gunpowder, progressing from crude mixtures to black powder and eventually to high explosive formulations, every iteration required careful research. Of course, one must have a foundation to cultivate persistence. Only then can one patiently delve into thorough research. Maximizing the potential of existing foundations encompasses a plethora of profound knowledge. In simpler terms, this is skill. In grander terms, this is martial art. Similarly, after several months, Raffle and the other girls from the Divine Tree Star gradually emerged from their emotional shadows, their lives on Earth becoming increasingly bright, with smiles gracing their faces more often. One day, Raffle held a shriveled magical bean that she had received from Xia Ya, observing it closely. She brought it to her lips and gently bit down, allowing the rich natural essence to envelop her mouth. What do you think? Have you made any discoveries? Xia Ya approached, noticing Raffle lost in thought with the magical bean. Lord Xia Ya. Raffle quickly stood. Share your thoughts, he gestured for her to continue, intrigued to see if this natural sprite could unveil any secrets. A flush graced Raffle's cheeks as she spoke. This magical bean appears to have been artificially ripened through a special method, rather than growing naturally. Furthermore, it seems to contain a peculiar substance, endowing it with remarkable healing properties for wounds and pain relief. However, these effects seem to come at a cost. Raffuri affirmed with certainty. Xia Ya nodded slightly, acknowledging that nothing comes without a cost. The celestial beans flourish when nourished by the divine water, a substance that is, in fact, highly toxic. While it unlocks potential, it also carries considerable risk. She then gestured for Raffuri to continue, offering her a slight nod. When the celestial beans heal injuries, they actually consume a portion of the body's inherent potential, transforming it into natural energy for recovery. This inevitably results in a period of diminished strength following the use of the beans. Raffuri spoke eloquently, being particularly attuned to the effects of the celestial beans as a natural spirit born from the fruit of the divine tree. For Saiyans like Lord Xia Ya, who possess innate formidable potential, although they may lose some of their power after severe injuries due to the beans, they still experience a significant increase in strength. However, this is followed by a prolonged period of accumulation. The celestial beans do not permit Saiyans to endlessly amplify their power. Rather, they exchange potential for swift recovery in dire moments, aligning with Xia Ya's suspicions. Yet, excessive consumption of celestial beans complicates subsequent training. It is akin to a scenario where a serious injury might typically require 6 months of recuperation, but the beans allow for instantaneous recovery, at the cost of slow progression over the following 6 months to a year. Whether this trade-off is advantageous or detrimental depends on the individual. For one on the brink of death, it is undoubtedly a gain, but for someone who merely requires a brief rest to recuperate, it is a significant loss. It appears prudent to avoid overindulgence in celestial beans unless one is gravely injured. Xia Ya furrowed his brow, suddenly experiencing a moment of clarity. Chapter 158. The unique divine tower. How have you been adapting to life on Earth during this time? Asked Xia Ya. He had been engrossed in his training, paying little attention to the elven maidens, with whom he had only interacted significantly with Lavely. Thank you, Lord Xia Ya. We are quite well, Lavely replied with a smile. Life on Earth had been relatively comfortable for them, though it lacked the familiar atmosphere of their home planet, and their thoughts were continually occupied with their homeland now under the dominion of extraterrestrial beings. I wonder how Mother Goddess and the others are faring, Lavely sighed. They were fortunate to have encountered the powerful and benevolent Lord Xia Ya, while many of their sisters were not as lucky and might have fallen prey to other cosmic entities who could exploit and sell them. As Xia Ya gazed at the girl's delicate features, he was reminded of Xieying and Myers. It seemed he had been away for quite some time. Yet news of the last Super Dragon Ball remained elusive. Perhaps it was time for him to return. Gently patting Lavely on the head, Xia reassured her. You need not worry too much. When I have the opportunity, I shall visit your home planet, and I will lend my assistance if necessary. Really? Thank you, Lord Xia. Lavely exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement, her lovely face flushing with joy, her spirits lifted. Indeed, Xia nodded gently. By the way, I must step out for a while. I leave this place in your capable hands. If any beasts or humans approach, remember to be vigilant in your defenses. Xia was somewhat familiar with the girl's abilities. Their combat power ranged between 70 and 80, which would indeed be feeble against the cosmic beings. However, for dealing with wild animals or untrained humans, they should manage just fine, provided they did not encounter any martial artists. Lavely and her companions should be able to safeguard themselves. Rest assured, Lord Xia, we shall handle everything here, Lavely declared, puffing out her chest, her adorable demeanor betraying her status as a princess. Very well, Xia nodded, then took to the skies. Upon reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters, he accelerated sharply in a specific direction, a streak of light piercing through the sky, swiftly transforming into a tiny shadow vanishing on the horizon. As Lavely watched Xia's distant figure, she pumped her tiny fist in encouragement, humming a cheerful tune as she set off to find her sisters. At that moment, she felt a sense of joy she had never experienced before. The azure sky was clear, and fluffy white clouds floated lazily, morphing into various shapes with the breeze, resembling delectable cotton candy. The martial artists on this earth were divided into opposing factions due to their differing schools. And while they were somewhat stronger than those from the 7th universe, their pursuits were more self-serving and less natural. It was no wonder that the inhabitants of the 6th universe's Earth would eventually face extinction due to war. As Xia soared through the air, he pondered these thoughts. A gentle breeze rustled his collar, creating a soft sound as wisps of hair danced around his ears, fluttering in the wind. His pristine training attire billowed out, forming a straight line against the gusts. Ah, it seems I'm heading towards the location of the Kalan Tower. Could it be that this Earth also possesses a Kalan Tower and a divine temple? Xia mused inwardly, instantly increasing his speed. A sudden burst of brilliance erupted, and he shot through the sky like an arrow, his figure momentarily becoming a fleeting shadow before reappearing hundreds of kilometers away. He found himself in a snow-covered Arctic glacier, where the biting cold merged with a frigid wind, chilling everything in its path. Icicles adorned the mountains and forests, and everywhere he looked, there were pristine white ice formations that sparkled in the sunlight, as if he had stepped into a fairy tale. This place is truly different from the Kalan Sanctuary. On the Earth of the 7th universe, the Kalan Sanctuary was nestled within a vast forested plain in the northern hemisphere, but this was clearly an Arctic expanse. Yet, amidst the towering snow-capped peaks, Xia spotted a colossal pillar rising into the clouds, disappearing from sight. Indeed, there is a divine tower here, he thought, noting the strong energy emanating from above it. Xia broke into a smile and flew towards the divine tower. It resembled the Kalan Tower, yet was distinct in its own right. The tower's structure was a pentagonal prism, each layer intricately interwoven, with a width of about 1 meter. Each level featured 10 protruding angles, forming inward-facing grooves, and at intervals of 3 to 4 meters, there were curved divisions, akin to numerous giant nuts stacked together. The tower was adorned with various bizarre wedge-shaped patterns and enigmatic, twisting inscriptions. It bears resemblance to the Kalan Tower, though the style is different. After a brief appraisal, Xia ascended the tower and soon reached the summit, where he discovered a slender old man, the guardian of the tower, reminiscent of a cat sage. His combat power was modest, approximately around 400, which was quite respectable for a human. Who was this mysterious youth? The guardian was taken aback by Xia's sudden appearance at the tower's peak, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity, as he sensed an air of authority emanating from Xia. This is an unimaginably skilled individual, the elderly guardian thought, startled by the fleeting notion that such a young master could exist. Old man, you need not concern yourself with my identity, Xia replied with an air of nonchalance, producing a magical bean and tossing it towards the guardian. Do you have anything similar to this bean? The guardian, astonished by the sudden appearance of the bean in Xia's hand, examined it closely, then shook his head. Regrettably, I have never encountered such a bean before. To think there are no magical beans here? Xia noted the sincerity in the guardian's words, and rather than retracting the bean, he simply exited the tower, flying upward towards the divine temple, where he hoped to find something different. This bean is yours, a faint, ethereal voice seemed to echo from afar. The slender guardian approached the edge of the tower and looked up, Yet the figure of the young man had already vanished from sight. Who exactly is this youth? Why did he stand before me, causing my energy to tremble subtly? The tower's guardian leaned on his cane, bewildered, before letting out a heavy sigh. The tensions among the martial artists on Earth were escalating, and it was uncertain when a conflict might erupt. The sudden emergence of such a mysterious powerhouse could either be a blessing or a curse. Chapter 159, The First Encounter with the King of Worlds Above the Divine Tower. A vast expanse of desolate tranquility enveloped the high altitude. The air here was remarkably thin, stretching for miles in a cerulean hue, where even a solitary cloud was a rare sight. Suspended amidst this boundless sky was a colossal, inverted conical peak, lingering there for countless ages. Xia Ya discerned that the divine tower and palace of the sixth universe did not embody the moderate, rounded aesthetics of the seventh universe. Rather, they embraced a more angular, polygonal design. This stylistic divergence, characterized by a certain rigidity and a lack of flexibility, perhaps contributed to the heightened aggressiveness and intense conflicts prevalent in the martial arts of the sixth universe. Indeed, one could say that the environment nurtures its inhabitants. Within this floating giant mountain, resplendent edifices were constructed in harmony with the surrounding landscape. These structures, majestic and splendid, stood like deities atop the main ridge, while beneath the divine palace, a cluster of opulent buildings shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. At the mountain's foot, clear springs babbled gently amidst the dense greenery of pines and leaves, and a collection of elegant, ancient architecture formed a striking contrast to the grandeur of the divine palace. At this moment, a group of human martial artists residing within the palace were embroiled in heated debate over their differing martial philosophies, their faces flushed with intensity, on the verge of physical confrontation. Just as their discord escalated, an overwhelming aura suddenly swept over the entire heavenly realm, tranquil yet profoundly powerful, rendering them breathless. Such an imposing presence, who could it be? A master of such caliber existed on Earth. The martial artists gasped in astonishment, the atmosphere falling into an eerie silence. They could no longer afford to bicker and hastily gathered in the central square of the palace. In the heart of the palace stood a young boy clad in a white training outfit, leisurely surveying his surroundings as he approached them. This assembly of martial artists, the finest among humanity, despite their incessant disputes and occasional large-scale conflicts, were keenly perceptive. Upon seeing Xia Ya, they instantly recognized that they were no match for him, igniting a burning embarrassment among those who considered themselves formidable. Who is this boy? They wondered, yet did not dare to show any signs of disdain as they hurried to greet him. This esteemed senior, they hesitated, struggling to find an appropriate title, ultimately settling on senior. How can there be so many practitioners in the heavenly realm? Xia Ya inquired with surprise. Such a place, known for its asceticism, should not house this many talents. In the seventh universe's palace, apart from Bobo and the deity, martial artists rarely ascend, yet here, it resembles a small town. Observing their powers, he noted that while they were decent, their realms were not particularly high. Moments ago, they had been engaged in a quarrel that had sullied the heavenly atmosphere, and under the influence of these martial leaders, even the order in the lower realms had descended into chaos. Which of you is the deity? Xia Ya asked. The martial artists exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. What is a deity? They queried. You do not even know what a deity is? How did you come to practice here? Xia Ya exclaimed in disbelief. One stepped forward, explaining. This aerial city was discovered by martial artists several centuries ago during their training. They found the environment conducive for cultivation and gradually moved here. We do not know who established this place. Perhaps it was the deities of whom you speak. Has the lineage of the deities been severed? Xia Ya mused, genuinely surprised. He nodded, feeling a sense of disinterest toward the place. Without the guidance of the deities, it was no wonder that they focused solely on strength, neglecting their realms, leaving their understanding lacking. Compared to the martial artists of the seventh universe, those here were steeped in more worldly influences. The heavenly realm, a sanctified space, was accessible to just anyone. In the seventh universe, only extraordinary talents, having undergone rigorous trials and earned the approval of the cat immortal, could ascend to receive guidance from the deities. Yet here, it had transformed into a miniature city. Perhaps it is best to depart, Xia Ya contemplated. Initially eager to explore the wonders of the sixth universe's divine tower and heavenly realm, but now perceiving it as overly secularized. As Xia Ya turned to leave, the martial artists exchanged glances, refraining from detaining him, and feeling an involuntary sense of relief at his departure. If he had stayed, who could say who would hold dominion over the heavenly realm? Descending from the heavenly realm, Xia Ya, feeling disenchanted, made his way back. As he exited, the echoes of the martial artist's bickering lingered in his ears. He felt a sense of disappointment regarding Earth's martial arts. While powerful, they had strayed from their true purpose, and humanity was bound to face destruction at their hands. Just as Xia prepared to return to the forest where he was temporarily residing, a resonant voice called out to him, "Mysterious human warrior, please heed my words." "Who goes there?" Xia paused, a look of curiosity crossing his face. "I am the King of Worlds, presiding over the entirety of the Northern Galaxy. I am currently communicating with you through thought," the voice continued. "King of the North." The title struck Xia like a bolt of lightning, and he instantly understood that he had drawn the attention of the king. Maintaining his composure, he inquired, "What business do you have with me?" As the ruler of a quarter of the galaxy, the King of the North held an exalted position. Typically, deities would never have the fortune of encountering a king. Xia was skeptical that the king would reach out to him without cause. "Ah, young one. Since your battle with Bofi, I have been observing you. I have discerned that you are not an evil individual. I possess information that you require and wish to propose a transaction. You hold the ability to teleport to Biodota Star. Why not visit my King Star for a thorough discussion?" The King of the North extended his invitation. Biodota Star? Xia pondered this unfamiliar celestial body, quickly surmising it might be akin to Yadrith Star. The king mentioned possessing information of interest. Could it pertain to the whereabouts of the last Super Dragon Ball? Regardless, Xia resolved to visit the King Star. "Very well, I shall come at once." Concluding the conversation with the king, Xia began to search for the location of the King Star, swiftly pinpointing its coordinates before teleporting there in an instant. Simultaneously, in a higher dimensional space connected to the underworld, an endless expanse of azure sky floated with golden clouds, resembling a golden ocean, gently rippling in the wind. The King of the North's divine star was enveloped by these golden clouds, exuding an aura of tranquility and sanctity. After concluding his conversation with Xia, the king remained still, awaiting his arrival. Mere seconds later, he witnessed a radiant light flickering upon the King Star, followed by Xia's figure materializing before him. What incredible speed! The king marveled, surprised that the teleportation to Biodota Star could be executed so swiftly, far surpassing his expectations. Upon arriving at the King Star, Xia felt a powerful gravitational force acting upon him, and though his body trembled slightly, he quickly adapted, moving with ease as if walking on solid ground. 30 times the gravity. This is the gravity of the King of the North Star. The gravity at this level presents no burden for him. Akin to the moment in the original tale when Sun Wukong achieved a combat power of 90,000, enabling him to overcome a gravitational force of 100 times. At this juncture, with Xia's combat power exceeding 1 million, he faces a gravitational intensity of 500 times, which poses little challenge for him. It is worth noting that the gravity training chambers constructed by the Fidaians, designed for 500 times the gravity, have become obsolete for the current Xia. To attain further training, he must either construct larger gravity chambers or venture into the cosmos in search of planets with extreme gravitational forces. Given Xia's mastery of the cosmic star map, the latter option is evidently the more feasible choice. Chapter 160, The Fountain of Eternal Youth. Having quickly adapted to the gravity of the King of the Lower Realm Star, Xia soon noticed that the diameter of this King Star was nearly 5,000 meters, covered with lush green grass, and flanked by dense thickets along the azure pathways. It was considerably larger than the King Star of the Northern Realm in the 7th universe. This was the size befitting a true King Star. The diminutive nature of the 7th universe's Northern King's domain was a result of its destruction by the god of destruction, Beerus. It was said that the Northern King once possessed a vast and magnificent domain. "Welcome to the King Star," came a melodious voice from the Northern King of the 6th universe. Following the sound, Xia beheld a slender figure with green skin standing before him, clad in a green king's attire, with 2 antenna-like appendages atop his head. These were the king's sensory tendrils used to survey his domain. "Are you the king? What transaction do you wish to propose?" Xia inquired. "Haha, I am aware that your conflict with the Broly father and son stemmed from an orange-red crystal sphere. Coincidentally, I possess knowledge of the whereabouts of another crystal sphere, and I propose to trade this information with you," the king replied, chuckling as he ambled in a certain direction. "What is it that you require of me, your excellency?" Upon learning that the Northern King indeed knew the location of the last Super Dragon Ball, Xia felt a surge of excitement and followed closely. "Hee. You should know that the Broly Trading Post is a stronghold established by the Cosmic Commerce Alliance in the Northern Galaxy. Although the nefarious Broly father and son have been vanquished by you, The Commerce Alliance could easily re-establish their foothold if they so desire. Do you wish for me to eliminate the influence of the Commerce Alliance in the Northern Galaxy? Xia Ya furrowed his brow. Realizing that the web of influence held by the Commerce Alliance was intricate, and he alone lacked the power to eradicate it. Of course not. While I too wish to eradicate the Commerce Alliance entirely, I am well aware that it is a futile endeavor, the king sighed, observing Xia Ya. I only wish for you to eliminate a few candidates for the trading post. Centuries ago, Broly seized the position of trading post agent from these individuals, and they have since remained in hiding within the Northern Galaxy. Now that the Broly father and son are deceased, these individuals will likely become restless once more. If they are all eliminated, the Northern Galaxy could enjoy relative peace for decades. Even should they elect new agents afterward, their strength would not surpass that of their predecessors. How many are there, and what are their strengths? Xia Ya inquired. The king smiled and replied, there are a total of 17 individuals, each of whom is certainly weaker than Broly. It is worth noting that Broly defeated them without even unleashing his full power. Their battle powers are estimated to range between 150,000 and 600,000. Upon hearing this, Xia Ya pondered deeply. If the Northern King's assessment was accurate, these individuals did not possess formidable power. Even if some surpassed the remarkable threshold of 800,000, they would still be no match for him, whose battle power exceeded 1 million. Moreover, having already defeated Broly, it was implausible that these individuals could have allowed Broly to dominate the trading post. While the orange-red crystal sphere may appear beautiful and hold some collectible value, the exchange you propose is insufficient. Xia Ya feigned contemplation for a moment before shaking his head. Xia Ya was well aware of the principle of bargaining, and trading a single piece of information about a Super Dragon Ball for his intervention was undoubtedly enough. However, the king was unaware of the true utility of the Super Dragon Balls. Offering the knowledge of a solitary sphere in exchange for decades of tranquility in the Northern Galaxy was clearly a disproportionately favorable deal for the king. The king nodded, recognizing that merely offering a single sphere's information was an inadequate price. Therefore, with visible reluctance, he produced a small azure pot. I shall offer this small pot of the fountain of eternal youth's waters, in addition to the information concerning that crystal sphere, in exchange for your assistance. The fountain of eternal youth? What is that? Xia Ya inquired, noting the king's pained expression, which suggested it was something precious. The fountain of eternal youth is a divine water produced from the depths of the underworld's yellow springs. Deities can use it to concoct elixirs of immortality. While drinking it directly does not confer the miraculous benefits of such an elixir, it can still significantly extend one's lifespan, granting hundreds of years with just a single sip. The king explained, this water, being located at the intersection of the underworld and heaven, congeals only a drop every few decades. While it lacks efficacy for deities, it is a rare treasure that can reward mortals who have made significant contributions. Were it not for the necessity of enlisting Xia Ya's aid, the king would never have considered offering it. An elixir of immortality. Upon hearing this term, Xia Ya's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He suddenly recalled that Master Roshi had reportedly consumed such an elixir, which contributed to his longevity. Naturally, true immortality is non-existent. Aging and death are natural laws that cannot be easily defied. While eternal life may be unattainable, extending one's lifespan is certainly feasible. Master Roshi and Turtle Hermit have lived for centuries, partly due to consuming an elixir of immortality in their youth. Although the effects of the fountain of eternal youth may not rival those of the elixir, it remains a coveted treasure. I must acquire this pot of fountain of eternal youth. Xia Ya's eyes gleamed with determination, intent on obtaining the precious water. What say you? If you agree to assist, not only will I disclose the whereabouts of the crystal sphere, but I shall also bestow upon you this pot of the fountain of eternal youth, the king inquired, holding up the azure vessel. Agreed, but you must first divulge the location of the crystal sphere. Xia Ya nodded in acquiescence. Seeing Xia Ya's agreement, the king exhaled in relief and pointed to a nearby patch of grass. That is where the crystal sphere lies. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, no signals can be transmitted from that location, and you can only pinpoint its precise location with my assistance. Now, place your hand on my back, and I shall guide you to the sphere's location. The king turned to Xia Ya. In response, Xia Ya placed his hand on the king's back. The king's tendrils quivered slightly, emitting sparks of energy, and Xia Ya felt as though he were traversing the cosmos, his consciousness floating through the starry expanse. Soon, amid the vast and dark void of space, Xia Ya discovered an immense divine platform, boundless and seemingly infinite. The platform consisted of 5 layers, enveloped in an ethereal, nebulous substance that rendered all signals ineffective. Atop the platform, a colossal super Dragon Ball with a diameter of 37,000 kilometers was enshrined. This mysterious divine platform and the crystal sphere suddenly appeared 6 months ago. If you possess the capability, you may wish to investigate, the king remarked slowly. Xia's gaze fixated on the last Super Dragon Ball. 6 months ago coincided precisely with the moment the Super Dragon Ball ceased transmitting signals. The timing aligned perfectly. It appeared that this divine platform was indeed a creation of Bardos. Chapter 161. Lafrey's new abode. How is it? Now that I have shared the news of the crystal sphere with you. The water of eternal youth will be available only after you eliminate those candidate agents for the trade, the North Kai remarked solemnly, gazing at Xia Ya. All right. Please provide me with the list of those individuals. Xia Ya nodded in agreement. It is only reasonable for the Kai to retain a portion of the transaction as collateral, releasing the remainder upon the completion of the task. Xia Ya was well aware of this principle. Indeed, the Kai's verdant visage broke into a smile as he led Xia Ya to his residence, where he took out a pen and began to write down the details of those individuals. The dwelling of the Kai was a graceful 4-story structure in a soft green hue, its hemispherical design evocative of the Dragon Ball world, nestled amidst lush foliage. It was far more splendid than the dilapidated abode of the North Kai in the 7th universe. Here you go, this is the list of those individuals. There are 17 in total, all exceedingly wicked. Please ensure their demise. The Kai handed the list to Xia Ya, emphasizing his request. Xia Ya glanced at the list, noting the neatly inscribed names and the planets they inhabited. He nodded, tucking the document into his dimensional space. He trusted the Kai's integrity and saw no need to extort him over such matters. Raising his head, he smiled. I shall take care of them one by one. Just prepare the water of eternal youth for me. Of course, I shall await your good news right here, the Kai replied with a smile. Then, if there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Xia Ya chuckled heartily, and with a swift motion, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the North Kai's planet. May fortune favor you. The Kai silently wished as he watched Xia Ya's departing silhouette. He then composed himself, stepping onto a patch of grass, his tendrils connecting to several celestial bodies in the mortal realm. If that young man could rid me of those nuisances, the North Galaxy could enjoy decades of tranquility. At that time, what harm would there be in granting him the water of eternal youth? With the thought of eliminating those scourges and securing peace for the North Galaxy, the Kai's spirits lifted, and everything he observed in the mortal realm seemed exceedingly pleasant. Upon receiving the list of names, Xia Ya did not immediately embark on the task at hand, but instead returned to Earth, having finally uncovered the whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball. He felt a sense of relief, nearing the end of a long journey. Yet, recalling the behavior of Bardos, he surmised that acquiring the final Dragon Ball would not come easily. There must be secrets or trials concealed within that mysterious 5-tiered divine platform, Xia Ya contemplated. Before pursuing that, he resolved to complete the mission assigned by the North Kai. Treasures such as the water of eternal youth are rare and must be secured. Having established the sequence of his tasks, Xia Ya leapt gracefully and returned to the forest where Lafrey and the others resided. Entering the verdant, dense woodland, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting bright speckles of light upon the ground. By the babbling brook, several charming young maidens, their youth evident, were gathering wild fruits, their bamboo baskets held aloft. These naturally grown fruits were their favorites, and it was largely thanks to their care that Xia Ya had enjoyed his past months. Upon seeing Xia Ya's arrival, the maidens hastily set down their tasks, exclaiming with warmth, "Welcome back, Lord Xia Ya." Indeed, Xia Ya replied, greeting them and engaging in light conversation for a while before returning to his quarters. He retrieved the list obtained from the Kai and scrutinized it closely. Jiuha, ruler of the Aldoya star, combat power of 240,000. Belongzi, ruler of the Sofada star, combat power of 340,000. Aishin. Xia Ya meticulously examined each entry on the list. Every individual therein was formidable, capable of swiftly defeating Captain Jinyu in the 7th universe. However, due to the presence of Bofi, they had gone into hiding. Truly, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Yet, with so many to contend with, it would indeed prove troublesome. Xia Ya frowned, shaking his head before revealing a confident smile. There was no rush to deal with them immediately. First, he would ensure Lafrey and the others were settled. Having lived alongside Xia Ya for 4 months, Lafrey and her companions had provided him with care, allowing him ample time to refine and consolidate his martial arts knowledge. Aware that after fulfilling the Kai's commission, He would directly seek the final Super Dragon Ball and return to the 7th universe. He realized he must first arrange for Lafrey and her companions. Staying on Earth was not a viable option. Not only would Lafrey and her delicate companions be ill-equipped to face external dangers, but their beauty would also attract unwanted trouble. Without powerful protection, their exquisite appearances would be perilously vulnerable. Moreover, based on Xia's understanding, Earth in the 6th universe would eventually become a lifeless planet due to a forthcoming war. Thus, he had even less reason to leave them behind. Resolute in his decision, Xia exited his room and made his way to Lafrey's dwelling, encountering her chatting amiably with several girls in the courtyard. "Lafrey, come here for a moment." Xia beckoned. "Princess, Lord Xia is calling for you. Perhaps he has good news," teased the nearby girls, eliciting a rosy blush on Lafrey's beautiful face. "Go away. What are you all thinking?" Lafrey shot them a glare before straightening her curly skirt and walking towards Xia. "Lord Xia," Lafrey addressed him respectfully. Xia nodded. "Lafrey, did you not mention that your home planet is under the occupation of extraterrestrials? I would like to learn more about your home planet's situation." "Lord Xia, are you planning to rescue our home planet?" Lafrey asked, excitement causing her to tremble slightly as she gazed at him in anticipation. "Indeed, I also plan to leave Earth. So I intend to find a relatively safe planet for you, and to visit your home planet to rescue some people," Xia replied. "Are you really leaving, Lord Xia?" Lafrey asked, sensing something, her surprise evident. "Yes," Xia affirmed. Lafrey's body quivered, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, she understood that she and Xia belonged to different worlds, and he would inevitably depart. Thus, she gathered her strength and said, "Lord Xia, on behalf of my people from the home planet, I thank you. Without your help, we truly would not know what to do." Xia shook his head. "It's but a small matter. I have greatly benefited from your care these past months. Now, I shall choose a suitable planet for you." With that, he closed his eyes to search for a planet in the 6th universe conducive to the living conditions of Lafrey's people. Considering their frail physiques and special affinity for nature, Xia deliberately selected a planet far removed from other cosmic civilizations, one with a beautiful natural environment. Although Lafrey was uncertain of Xia's intentions while his eyes were closed, she remained silent, obediently standing aside. "I found it." Xia suddenly opened his eyes, grasped Lafrey's hand, and in an instant, teleported them both away. Chapter 162. The Mother Goddess is no more in the vast and boundless expanse of the universe. Countless stars traverse their ancient, unchanging paths. In the eastern region of the northern galaxy, there exists a verdant planet, distanced from the majority of star systems. This remote location has rendered it largely overlooked by interstellar merchant guilds. This emerald-hued planet is known as Eudora, a lower-tier celestial body where 60 of its surface is covered by oceans, while the remaining 40 is predominantly shrouded in lush vegetation. With only a few glaciers and a scarcity of plateaus and deserts, it is a rare and relatively safe planet, where even the Lafrey clan can reside in peace. A curious call echoed through the air. Amidst the dense jungle, a majestic bird soared aloft, while not far off, a leopard lay in wait, poised to ambush an antelope quenching its thirst by the river. The splendor of nature unfolded vividly in this setting. Suddenly, with a flash of brilliance, Xia appeared in the primordial forest of Eudora, accompanied by Lafrey. Upon arrival, the rich scent of nature enveloped them, and inhaling the intoxicating aroma invigorated Xia's senses. After assessing the energy of the planet, he discovered that the mightiest creatures here possessed combat prowess of less than 100. With a smile, he turned to Lafrey and inquired, "What do you think of this environment? With the strongest beings here having a combat power below 100, it is quite suitable for you." "Indeed. The natural ambience here is exceedingly rich," Lafrey exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she surveyed her surroundings, clearly pleased with the environment. "That's wonderful to hear. Allow me to show you the overall landscape of this planet," Xia declared, and with Lafrey's startled shriek, he whisked her thousands of meters into the sky. From their lofty vantage point, the horizon of Eudora unfolded as a graceful arc, the view filled with verdant, dense forests, predominantly flat plains, with hills and mountains being a rare sight. The forests appeared meticulously arranged, exuding an aesthetic charm. "Lord Xia, the beauty of this place rivals that of our home planet. I believe everyone will adore it here," Lafrey remarked, her lovely visage flushed with excitement after the brief shock. "That's splendid. I shall bring the other young ladies over before we head to your home planet," Xia replied. Lafrey nodded in agreement, her soft affirmation barely audible. With a glint of surprise, Xia cast her a glance, chuckling softly before executing a teleportation back to Earth. As Lavery joyfully dashed off to share the good news with her sisters, Xia made his way to a cluster of villas, pressing a special button on one of the buildings. In a swirl of dense white smoke, the villas transformed back into their capsule forms. Once he had stored all living equipment, hundreds of ethereal young women had gathered around him. Lord Xia, I heard from Princess Lavery that you found us a beautiful planet. Is it true? They inquired eagerly. Indeed, and there is also our home planet, where many of our sisters are suffering. The radiant girls clustered around, chattering excitedly. Xia smiled and gestured for them to form a circle. Understanding his intention, they quickly complied, and with a flash of bright light, the entire forest was illuminated. Like fleeting visitors, they made a brief stop on Earth, and in the blink of an eye, everyone departed for their new abode, Eudora. The hundreds of elfin maidens joyously arranged their new home, the villas gifted to them by Xia, perhaps due to their innate affinity for nature, even in this desolate place. These girls lived in comfort, a feat that might have overwhelmed others with loneliness. Divine Tree Planet, a remarkably beautiful celestial body, similar to Eudora. Divine Tree Planet is also a lower-tier world inhabited by nature-loving elfin maidens. These young women are birthed from the Divine Tree, revered as the mother goddess of their kind. The allure of these enchanting maidens has led to a lucrative trade, attracting the gaze of cosmic beings from distant realms, placing the elfin populace in peril. On that fateful day, a fleet of disc-shaped spaceships descended upon Divine Tree Planet, and beings from the cosmos surged forth like a swarm of wasps, eager to capture the elfin maidens as if they were mere prey. The Lavery, naturally weaker in strength, found themselves utterly defenseless against the fierce extraterrestrial aggressors, leading to the abduction of countless kin, who were then sold across various planets. Lavery, this is your planet. Why does it appear so desolate? Xia inquired, furrowing his brow as he floated in the verdant sky alongside Lavery. After settling the hundreds of maidens on Eudora, Xia had brought Lavery to her home planet, Divine Tree Planet. However, what lay before them was not the lush greenery they had envisioned, but rather a scene of decay and desolation. Peering down, they saw the ground riddled with craters. With countless trees uprooted, their leaves wilted and fallen, while vast areas lay charred to cinders. Overwhelmed by the bleakness of her homeland, Lavery's heart sank, tears welling in her eyes. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she exclaimed, "Oh no! If my home planet has fallen to this state, the mother goddess must be in grave danger." The elfin maidens, birthed from the divine tree, called it their mother goddess. Should she suffer harm, the birth of new nature spirits would cease. While they could still reproduce with humans, their offspring would no longer be true elfin beings. Lord Xia, please take me to the location of the mother goddess, Lavery implored. Xia nodded, lead the way. With Lavery guiding him, Xia ascended into the air, heading towards the direction of the divine tree. As they traversed the skies, the gentle breeze caressed their hair, and the soft clouds sped past them. Yet Lavery's heart was consumed with concern for the divine tree's fate. It is just ahead, she pointed out, and as Xia accelerated, they soon arrived beside the divine tree. The sight before them filled Lavery with despair. The towering tree, over 200 meters high, bore scars from explosions, with thick branches snapped under immense force, and charred remnants evident at the breakpoints. Particularly alarming was a massive pit at the roots, severing the tree's nutrient supply, causing all its leaves to wither and fall, leaving only bare branches swaying in the wind. It was a profoundly desolate scene. The mother goddess, she has been destroyed. Those wicked extraterrestrials have gone too far. Lavery's voice trembled with despair. The death of the mother goddess signified the complete extinction of the nature spirit lineage. Chapter 163, The Rescue of Lavery. Let us first seek out any survivors. With a heavy sigh, Xia gazed at the ravaged trunk of the divine tree, unsure of how to offer solace. Yes, Lavery wiped away her tears and, regaining her composure, declared, the nefarious aliens arrived without warning, scattering many of my kin across our home planet. I must find them. Seeing Lavery's resolve upon mentioning her people, Xia glanced at her in surprise. This elven princess inherently bore the weight of her clan's leadership. Without further contemplation, Xia began to sense the life forms on this planet. However, the faint energies of Lavery's kin were nearly imperceptible from afar. Unexpectedly, Xia made another discovery. He detected numerous powerful presences on the Divine Tree Planet, ranging from several hundred to over 1,000 in strength. Clearly, these could not belong to Lavery's people. It became evident that the aliens engaged in the trade of elven maidens were still active on the Divine Tree Planet. A significant time had elapsed since the invasion, during which many of Lavery's kin had been captured and sold. The number of surviving elven maidens was dwindling, yet, astonishingly, some remained, unwilling to concede defeat, still lingering to pick up the pieces. Approximately 500 kilometers away from Xia Ya and Lafri, a makeshift camp had been established, serving as a hub for the aliens hunting elven maidens and a docking port for their ships. Towering structures loomed like launch towers over the landscape, and the soft ground had been thoroughly transformed to accommodate the landing and takeoff of large cargo vessels. At this moment, delicate and lovely maidens were confined in large cages, being transported like cargo on conveyor belts into the ships, their tear-streaked faces reflecting a dazed and hollow expression. Hurry up. Once we finish this batch, we can leave with the ship. If Mr. Banyas is pleased, he might even reward us handsomely. A small-time alien leader urged, lounging with his legs crossed. The entire caravan was employed by Banyas, who, having discovered the Divine Tree planet, had amassed wealth through the trafficking of Lafri's kin, becoming a relatively significant space merchant. Hey, Captain Ock, you said it yourself. If Mr. Banyas is unwilling to reward us, you'll have to make up for it. A winged alien teased, fanning its leathery wings. What nonsense. If Mr. Banyas chooses to be generous, that is his choice. But if he refuses, do not expect to extract a single coin from me. Captain Ock retorted, his eyes wide with indignation. Haha. Captain Ock and Mr. Banyas are both notoriously stingy. Hoping for more pay from them is simply futile, a nearby laboring alien shouted. Banyas was merely a minor figure, who, despite his fortune, was inherently miserly. Extracting even a single coin from him was an arduous task. It was evident that Captain Ock was not a generous soul either, a fact well known to them all. Enough. Get back to work. The group of aliens grumbled, disheartened. Large iron cages filled with maidens were loaded onto the cargo ship. Once this transaction was complete, both the caravan and Banyas would reap substantial profits. Lafri. It seems we have arrived just in time, Xia Ya said softly, observing the bustling scene below as he hovered above the camp, with Lafri by his side. Lord Xia Ya, please help rescue my kin, Lafri implored. As she gazed at the maidens trapped in the cages, memories of her own auction flashed through her mind, igniting a flicker of hatred in her beautiful eyes. It is these brutish space mercenaries who not only invaded the Divine Tree planet, shattering its peace, but also captured countless elven maidens and ultimately killed our mother goddess. Very well, take care of yourself. Xia Ya nodded, placing Lafri in a safe location before turning to stride purposefully toward the aliens. The aliens employed by Banyas were collectively weak, with only a handful exceeding a power level of 1,000. Such a group could only assert their dominance over defenseless maidens on a low-level planet like the Divine Tree. Who goes there? Ock barked, his voice alert as he noticed someone approaching. A group of aliens quickly assumed defensive stances. Xia Ya approached them with an elegant demeanor and measured steps. Each stride, though small, seemed to defy the constraints of distance, as he effortlessly traversed several meters in a single movement. This surreal display instilled a sense of dread among the aliens, who were gripped by an instinctive panic. Who are you? This is the territory of Mr. Banyas. Leave at once if you know what is good for you. Ock's face darkened as he issued a stern warning. You say this is Banyas' territory? But I see it as the Divine Tree planet, the realm of the elven maidens, Xia Ya replied, shaking his head. Seeking death. Ock's expression shifted as he sensed the hostility radiating from Xia Ya. He released his aura, and several mercenaries around him followed suit, displaying their powers. Humph. Xia Ya continued to advance leisurely, unfazed by their threats. Only 3 of you possess combat strength beyond 1,000. The rest are merely 600 or 700. Such meager power is insufficient to even serve as a distraction. Stop right there. This area has been claimed by Mr. Banyas. If you have any sense, you will leave immediately. We can overlook your transgression. Ock warned, his expression grave and apprehensive. Did you not comprehend my earlier words? I care not for your Mr. Banyas. I only know this is the Divine Tree planet, the realm of the elven maidens, and these maidens are under my protection. With that declaration, Xia Ya unleashed his own aura. The air trembled, and Ock and his companions were visibly shaken. With a gentle flick of his finger, glimmers of light began to dance at his fingertips before swiftly shooting forth like arrows. The lights erupted in the air, transforming into a magnificent blossom. As a gentle breeze blew, the flower unfolded, releasing countless fine energy droplets that fell like a delicate rain. The radiant droplets, akin to vibrant petals, glimmered with a crystalline brilliance as they cascaded from the sky. In an instant, the scene resembled a garden in full bloom, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet the petals bore a terrifying lethality, silently perforating the aliens standing in the front row. Gasp! Ock's eyes widened in disbelief as a faint light pierced his brow, leaving his mind sluggish and consciousness fading. Run. Captain Ock has been killed. The death of Ock and his comrades startled the aliens on high alert. And as someone shouted, they snapped back to reality. They realized they were facing an opponent far beyond their capabilities. Had they not witnessed Captain Ock's swift demise? Run. If we don't flee now, it will be too late. Make way, make way. The aliens who had not been struck by the energy rain were driven by panic, each attempting to escape toward their spaceships or seeking cover, and chaos erupted around them. You vile creatures, having committed countless wrongdoings, today shall be your reckoning. Shia's voice echoed like a judgment from the depths of hell, sealing their fates. With a gentle wave of his arm, another surge of energy arose, instantly transforming into countless raindrops, myriad arrows piercing through the air, seemingly disregarding the distance between realms. An immeasurable brilliance flickered upon the earth. The sound of cascading rain echoed as the droplets fell relentlessly, yet these were no ordinary raindrops. They were composed purely of energy, leaving devastation in their wake. In the blink of an eye, all the extraterrestrial beings perished at the hands of Xia. Very well, Rafli, go and rescue your kin, Xia said with a smile, gesturing lightly towards Rafli's hidden direction. Rafli replied, hastening to unlock the iron cages that confined her people. Wah, Princess Rafli, you are alive. So many of our kin have been captured. Rafli, the Mother Goddess. The Mother Goddess has been slain by those malevolent extraterrestrials. These beautiful maidens, who had lived in fear for days, upon seeing Rafli, felt an overwhelming surge of sorrow and began to weep, and Rafli, heartbroken, embraced them and wept alongside them. Observing from a distance, Xia moved away slightly, casting a glance around the makeshift base, noting that there were over 10,000 young women gathered here. This was merely a fraction of the original group. Many of Rafli's people had already been sold off, a situation that left Xia feeling powerless. Chapter 164, The Final Target. By the way, is there truly no hope left for your mother tree? It seems implausible that such extraordinary beings as yourselves could exist without some means of survival. After a brief pause, Xia approached. This is Lord Xia. Thanks to him, we and several of our kin were saved. Rafli introduced to her people. Lord Xia, everyone's faces radiated gratitude. Xia's words served as a reminder for Rafli. The saying that those who observe can see clearly was indeed apparent. As Rafli contemplated Xia's statement, her eyes suddenly gleamed with realization. Indeed, the divine tree star had once been struck by an asteroid from outer space in ancient times, annihilating all life, save for the Mother Goddess. The destructive force then must have been far greater than what they faced now. If the Mother Goddess could survive that, Rafli felt a surge of excitement. Let us go to the Mother Goddess. Thus, everyone returned to the divine tree, gazing upon the ancient tree, colossal and weathered, its age unfathomable. Rafli and her kin were filled with reverence for the Mother Goddess, while Xia marveled at the resilience of life. Today, the mother tree stood gaunt, its branches bare, and its charred sections creeping halfway up its trunk. Yet it remained steadfast. The elven maidens, witnessing this, could not suppress their sorrow, their noses tinged with a bittersweet ache. Look, there is a small hole at the base of the mother tree, as if something lies within. An astonished exclamation erupted as Xia turned to investigate the sound. Indeed, at the roots of the great tree, he discovered a cavity large enough for a person, buried over 3 meters deep, accessible only by a steep slope, easily overlooked. I shall have a look, Rafli announced. Xia shrugged, standing aside. Rafli was the princess of her clan, and it was her moment to shine. After a considerable wait, Rafli emerged cautiously, cradling something in her leaves, her face aglow with joy. It was a verdant seed, shimmering with a translucent green light under the sun's rays. This is the seed of the Mother Goddess. With it, she can regrow. In that moment, as the blinding sunlight streamed down, it felt as if the darkness within their hearts had been illuminated. The shadows dissipated, and light flooded in, bathing them in hope, filling their souls with warmth and comfort. Wonderful, wonderful! The Mother Goddess has not perished, and our people shall not be extinguished. Excitement painted the faces of all, their radiant smiles adding an enchanting beauty to the already lovely maidens. Cough, cough. Xia lightly cleared his throat, interrupting. Well, since you have discovered the means to revive the divine tree, I shall now escort you to your new homeland. With that, Xia utilized his teleportation ability, transporting everyone to the distant planet of Dodoria. Watching them carefully plant the seed of the divine tree beside a spring, Xia knew it was time to bid farewell. Their encounter had been fortuitous, a serendipitous twist of fate. He had saved them during the destruction of the planet Bofi, and Rafli had found new life amidst despair. A connection too profound to articulate. "Thank you, Lord Xia. We shall forever remember your kindness." Rafli reluctantly bid farewell. The brief months they shared indelibly marking her heart with his presence. She was loath to see him go, but understood that he could not remain. Rafli held this bond close, hoping one day to repay it. "Ha ha ha. May your kin thrive in peace here," Xia wished, gazing fondly at the charming maidens before him, before disappearing in a flash. Next, Xia had to fulfill the tasks assigned by the King of the Universe. Upon completing his mission and acquiring the final Super Dragon Ball, he would return to the 7th universe, having been away from Xiling and her companions for quite some time. As Rafli watched Xia depart, tears welled in her beautiful eyes, her delicate face resolute. She then turned to lead her kin in constructing their new home. For Xia, she would keep him ever in her heart. After leaving Dodoria, Xia soon found himself on a small life-bearing planet. Pulling out the list provided by the King of the Universe to select his next target, Ju, the ruler of the Aldoa star, with a combat power of 240,000, he would do. Xia smiled serenely. This Jew was hardly noteworthy on the list, yet Xia intended to commence with him. A mere 240,000 in combat power was trivial compared to his own strength of 1,040,000. Nonetheless, Xia, having learned from past experiences, understood that caution was paramount, regardless of an opponent's perceived weakness. Moreover, Ju's power should not be underestimated. Aldoa star, located in the western region of the North Galaxy, had been under Ju's dominion for over a century, reigning supreme with few rivals in the area. Yet today, a formidable Saiyan had descended upon Aldoa star. Time flowed inexorably. Days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Within a mere 10 days, Xia had moved from one planet to another, swiftly eliminating everyone on the King's list. The deaths of these powerful beings sent shockwaves through the nearby star systems, creating a significant stir. However, due to the vast expanse of the North Galaxy, few realized just how many malevolent individuals had perished simultaneously. As a result of Xia's onslaught, the dark forces of the North Galaxy were immediately suppressed by the forces of righteousness, causing the once restless evil elements to retreat into hiding. The North Galaxy enjoyed a peace that would last for decades. Of course, the Cosmic Trade Alliance continued its business. The collapse of trading posts could not halt commerce. Yet, with the malevolent elements that plagued the North Galaxy cold like weeds, the agents of the Cosmic Trade Alliance found themselves at a loss, retreating to engage and trade with legitimate businesses, albeit with diminished profits. After completing his mission, Xia was rewarded with a small vial of the Fountain of Youth from the King of the Universe. Upon receiving the azure flask containing the precious liquid, Xia laughed heartily and carefully stored it in his dimensional space. A single sip of the Fountain of Youth could extend a person's life by several centuries, and this small vial was sufficient for 20 to 30 individuals to partake. Regrettably, the portion from the 7th universe had already been transformed into a longevity elixir and distributed, with the next condensation of the Fountain of Youth uncertain for many years. Otherwise, Xia could have sought some from the North King. With the Fountain of Youth in hand, Xia's sole purpose for remaining in the 6th universe was to acquire the 7th Super Dragon Ball. Yet, recalling the immense and mysterious altar he glimpsed, he understood that obtaining the final Dragon Ball would not be a simple endeavor, steeling himself for a prolonged struggle. The formidable Bardos had orchestrated such a mysterious affair, making the challenge likely beyond prediction. Chapter 165. The Creation God Platform in a tranquil and ethereal expanse of darkness within the universe, devoid of any starlight. Xia felt a profound shock as he personally arrived at the scene, gazing from afar at the enigmatic ancient platform. Surrounding him was an absence of celestial bodies. Instead, strange, tangible forces entwined like Mercury, coalescing into a stellar-sized enclosed realm. Observed from the periphery, this space exhibited an odd topological formation, as if its physical structure had been utterly distorted, rendering the essence within impervious to external perception. Strangely, however, his vision remained unaffected, allowing him to clearly discern the scenes within. In that hazy, vast expanse, 5 colossal platforms of a delicate lavender hue floated in layers above one another. The base of these platforms was so immense that it could accommodate thousands of Earths simultaneously, with each successive platform diminishing in size, yet remaining grand. Atop the highest of these platforms rested an orange-red crystal sphere, the Super Dragon Ball. From a distance, the spectacle was awe-inspiring, but as he drew closer, the magnitude of it became even more overwhelming. A fleeting expression of astonishment crossed Xia's face as he marveled inwardly. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the edges of each platform were intricately adorned with various twisted inscriptions and peculiar patterns, reminiscent of an ancient divine language. Among them, 3 gilded characters stood out, forming the phrase Creation God platform. It was not that Xia comprehended the script, rather, these characters seemed to possess a peculiar enchantment that imprinted themselves directly into his mind. Merely constructing these platforms must have demanded an incredible amount of effort, truly. Vados had little else to occupy his time. Xia soon ceased his musings, for the peculiarities surrounding him suggested that he was being observed. Indeed, he surmised that the moment he set foot in this area, everything occurring here had likely already been noted by Vados. It was prudent to speak less. Gradually, Xia advanced, slowly entering the zone enveloped by the platforms. Waves of mysterious energy, as tangible as entities, rolled past him, imparting a cool sensation upon contact, yet he felt no discomfort. Instead, he discovered the air here to be remarkably pure. Nodding to himself, he soon stepped onto the platform. Given the platform's extraordinary size, Xia felt akin to an ant standing in the center of a football field, a comparison that scarcely sufficed. The bizarre inscriptions and designs previously observed were magnified countless times, rendering their original forms unrecognizable. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed in his mind, akin to the striking of a gong. The instant his feet touched the platform, an unnatural and peculiar gravitational force enveloped him, causing Xia to exclaim in surprise as he felt an overwhelming weight upon his body. It seemed this force was akin to 300 times normal gravity. He grimaced slightly, drawing a conclusion. Could this be the trial set forth by Vados? 300 times gravity was merely somewhat strenuous for Xia, yet it was far from insurmountable. This was merely the first layer of the platform. There were still 4 more layers ahead. What challenges awaited him? As he pondered, he began searching for a passage to the second layer. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he sensed a chilling aura of malevolence approaching from the side. Instinctively, he halted and became alert. A fleeting flash of light darted past him, prompting Xia to leap backward, narrowly evading the attack. He heard the sound of fabric tearing and looked down to find his training uniform had been sliced open without his notice. Such incredible speed! The cut was clean, as if made by a blade. Xia's pupils dilated in alarm, a shiver running down his spine, and his vigilance heightened to its peak. For he had failed to discern the assailant's method of attack. Clearly, this place was not merely a gravity test. What had Vados concealed here? With a grave expression, Xia began to speculate with unease, feeling as though he had entered an ancient Roman arena, providing entertainment for unseen spectators. Just then, another flash of light surged toward him. This time, Xia was prepared. His body moved with the swiftness of lightning, unleashing all his vigor in a powerful punch that cleaved the air. The brilliance of his fist illuminating the surroundings. With a soft whoosh, the air was punctured by the force of his strike, creating a vacuum that rippled outward in countless waves. After a brief pause, Xia continued to observe his surroundings, suddenly perceiving a distortion in the space ahead. Moments later, a bizarre beast materialized from the warped void. With sharp fangs, a robust armored hide, and wings sprouting from its back, it bore a cavernous maw dripping with saliva. The creature's forelimbs resembled blades, glimmering ominously as it towered like a small mountain. Upon its emergence, it let out a thunderous roar, seemingly expressing its fury at the intruder. Xia could not identify the species of this beast, but the chaotic energy emanating from it instilled unease within him. The beast bellowed. Its toothy maw opened wide, and with a beat of its wings, it lunged toward Xia. In that instant, he sprang into action, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Despite the 300 times gravity making his movements slightly sluggish, his formidable physique remained unaffected. The clash commenced with a series of resounding impacts as Xia's palm struck the beast's coarse hide. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed blue-hued energy waves that soared toward the creature. Yet, this beast, of unknown origin, remained agile even under the immense gravitational force, deftly evading the energy attacks. With a series of explosive detonations, the energy waves struck the ground, sending clouds of dust and debris flying in every direction, wreaking havoc upon the landscape. The battle swiftly escalated into a chaotic frenzy.